Uncle Lalo, how was the catch today? Oh, it's alright, things will get better soon. After all, there's been a storm these past few days. The boy ran along the village road, greeting shopkeepers and passers-by along the way. The boy had black hair and black eyes with an unremarkable plain face, tan skin, the kind that would blend into any crowd. Yet despite his ordinary appearance, everyone responded to his greetings with genuine warmth and enthusiasm. Darien Island in the South Sea, renowned worldwide for its exquisite cuisine, attracted countless visitors, marines, pirates, and even officials from the world government. Aunt Mayfu, today's durians are here. He gently set down the 2 large baskets of durians from his shoulders. The boy called out to the busy woman. The busy woman turned around, examined the fresh durians with approval, and said, "Mujin, you're right on time as always. Here's today's payment." Mujin took the bills, then handed one back to Mayfu. "Aunt Mayfu, you gave me one extra. The delivery fee for one basket is 2,000 berries." Mayfu smiled and refused the bill Mujin offered. "I know. You've always wanted to set sail to search for traces of Irina, haven't you? Relying on your current work alone, who knows how long it'll take to save enough. This is a small token from me. Irina was such a lovely girl. We all hope you can find her." Hearing this, Mujin said no more, put away the berries, and bowed deeply to Mayfu. Late at night, sitting on his bed, Mujin counted his saved berries and sighed helplessly. "To buy a ship that can guarantee a long voyage, I need at least another 1 million berries." Putting away the berries, Mujin lay down, gazing through the window at the bright moon and twinkling stars. "I wonder how Blue Star is doing now. My pension should be enough for the old man's livelihood." Indeed, Mujin was not a native of this world. In his previous life, he was a beggar raised from childhood by an old beggar who had taken him in. He was given the name Time Mujin. Unable to afford university, he became a soldier on a teacher's recommendation. With the subsidy, Mujin finally had the means to improve the old beggar's life. But misfortunes never come alone. In a small-scale war with a foreign nation, Mujin was directly blown apart by a missile. When he awoke again, he had arrived in this world. This anime that had gone viral in his previous life, One Piece. Rolling onto his side, he looked at a photograph on the table. A strong man holding a little girl in his arms, a beautiful black-haired woman standing beside them with Mujin in the middle, all faces beaming with happy smiles. "It's already been 14 years since Roger's death." Mujin murmured, calculating the time. 16 years ago, Mujin had just arrived in this world. Pirate King Roger had already been dead for 2 years, having uttered those world-shaking words from the execution platform that drove the entire world into madness. The South Sea where he lived had always been the weakest of all seas, with no great pirates to speak of. But because of Roger's words, countless people set out for the ocean, all chasing the legendary great treasure, One Piece. Originally, Darien Island had to tribute premium durians to the world government every year, and basically no pirates dared to target the island. But the arrival of the Great Pirate Era changed everything. 10 years ago, a gang of pirates landed on Darien Island, looting treasure, capturing strong young men as forced labor, and the women were. Even desperate resistance was futile. Mujin's parents died that night, and his young sister vanished without a trace. But Mujin believed she was alive, because searching the entire island and nearby waters had revealed no sign of her. Mujin was lost in thought when a commotion came from the shore. He immediately extinguished the oil lamp at home, and carefully climbed out through the window. From atop a dirt slope, Mujin watched a pirate ship, flying a Jolly Roger, docked at the shore with pirates continuously leaping from the ship onto the island. "It's pirates!" Mujin was startled, then ran toward the village, shouting as he ran, "Pirates are coming!" But the rain was too heavy, drowning out his voice. As Mujin's shouts reached the village, lights flickered on in house after house. Sleepy villagers looked at the running boy, not yet understanding what was happening. A cannonball landed right before them. With a thunderous explosion, villagers scattered in chaos. Rain, women's screams, children's cries, and pirates' roars all blended together. Mujin was blasted away by the explosion, his body buried in rubble, and he lost consciousness. "Boss Fred, this island is incredibly rich. Every year the world government's ships pass through here." Upon hearing this, the pirate captain named F-Rad ordered his men, "Spare no one, young or old. Take everything else, bring all the treasure back to the ship." The pirates who received the order charged toward the village like wild horses let off their reins. Some villagers tried to surrender in hopes of survival, but the more they gave up, the more excited these pirates became. Like cutting melons and vegetables, arms, legs, and heads were severed one after another. With a gunshot, Lala shot dead a pirate. "Everyone pick up your weapons and resist." Lalu called out continuously, pulling the trigger, bullets flying out one after another, pirate after pirate falling dead. Seeing this, villagers picked up their weapons and began to fight back. For a moment, the villagers' resistance was even fiercer than the pirates' onslaught. F-Rad narrowed his eyes at Lalu, drew the long sword at his waist, and charged toward him. A flash of blade light, and an arm flew high into the air. Lalu let out a terrible scream, looking at his left arm, already completely gone. Wielding his long sword, Efrad laughed wickedly at Lalu, then slashed again, and another arm fell to the ground. I'm a very fair person, so I'll give you a chance. Saying this, Efrad yanked a blade from a nearby subordinate and tossed it before Lalu. With mocking eyes, he looked at Lalu. Come a one-on-one duel. Beat me, and I'll spare these villagers. The surrounding pirates heckled continuously. Lalu, covered in blood, glared fiercely at Efrad, then bent down and picked up the blade from the ground with his mouth. Making muffled sounds from his mouth, he charged at Efrad with the blade. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Efrad didn't end his life in one strike, but kept dodging. Every time the blade fell from Lalu's mouth, Efrad would stop moving and wait for Lalu to pick it up, beginning another round of torment. Mujin awoke in the rubble, witnessing the scene before him. He struggled to rise, but his legs were pinned beneath the debris. Only his eyes could move. Watching Lalu being toyed with repeatedly, Mujin's eyes gradually turned crimson, fixing on Efrad with burning hatred, engraving his appearance deeply in his heart. Apparently growing tired of playing with a swift slash, a head flew high into the air, landing on the ground and rolling continuously until it rolled right before Mujin. Seeing this face, rage roared within Mujin's heart. Uncle Lalu. Blood mingled with the rain, dyeing Mujin's hair red. The sounds of battle gradually faded. The sky began to brighten, and piercing sunlight forced Mujin to squint. A massive shadow blocked the sunlight. As Mujin opened his eyes, a monstrous arm came into view. His head spun with dizziness, and he lost consciousness again. Mujin shot up abruptly, finding himself lying on a ship. He looked around, and a navy photo on the wall caught his attention. Yelena, Uncle Lalu, Aunt Mayfu. He was still confused about the situation. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, got out of bed, pushed open the door, and walked out. Was I saved by the navy? A salty, fishy smell rushed into his brain through his nostrils. The waves around kept slapping against the hull, but the warship advanced steadily with little rocking. He walked along the cabin toward the bow. The farther he went, the more Marines he saw, each busy with their heads down in their work. At the bow stood a man nearly 4 meters tall. To Mujin, who was less than 2 meters, he was nothing short of a giant. Excuse me, was it you who saved me? Mujin looked at the tall figure before him, feeling that it resembled the silhouette he had seen before losing consciousness. Oh, you're awake. The tall figure turned around, revealing spiky purple hair, triangular sunglasses, a massive mechanical arm, and a navy cloak emblazoned with the word justice fluttering in the wind. Mujin stared blankly at the man before him. Navy Admiral, Black Arm Zifa. Is he the one who saved me? Noticing Mujin's daze, Zifa stepped forward and waved a hand in front of his eyes. Mujin immediately snapped out of it. He bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Zifa was taken aback by Mujin's sudden action, but quickly regained his composure. Looking at Mujin, he said, it's really lucky for you to have survived from the limbs-cutting pirate crew. They were the opponents I selected for this year's graduates of the Marine Headquarters Academy. I'm truly sorry we were late. With that, Zifa bowed to Mujin. Flustered by Zifa's gesture, Mujin quickly stepped aside. Sir, I am already fortunate to have survived. If you hadn't arrived, perhaps, no, I would certainly have died. Standing straight, Zifa looked at Mujin, who had stepped aside, a faint smile on his face. So where are you headed next? Mujin was taken aback. Where could he go? Durian Island had been destroyed, and his savings were looted by the pirates. More importantly, his sister was still missing, and the blood feud of the villagers on the island remained unavenged. Thinking of this, Mujin's gaze gradually turned resolute. I want to join the Marines. Under the sunlight, Zifa lifted his head, a glint reflecting off his sunglasses. What is your reason? Your reason for joining the Marines. Eliminate all pirates. Uphold the justice in my heart. Protect the lives and interests of civilians. Maintain the peace of the sea. Mujin replied with a serious expression. Zifa's lips curled slightly. Justice in your heart. The lives of civilians. Not the justice of the Marines. Interesting. Then what are you waiting for? 4,000 push-ups. No food until you finish. With that, Zifa left the deck. His wide cloak billowed in the wind, brushing past the top of Mujin's head. Mujin stood still, turned around, and a smile appeared on his face. So warm. Though the sea breeze made my body shiver after the cloak swept over me, it felt so warm. Still daydreaming. A somewhat stern voice came. Mujin immediately snapped out of it, and quickly dropped to the ground, counting aloud 1, 2, 3. The night at sea was bitterly cold. The icy wind seemed to pierce the bones, making one shiver uncontrollably. On the deck, Mujin, with his form now distorted, continued doing push-ups. 3998, 3,999, 4,000. Finally, as he finished the last push-up, Mujin collapsed flat onto the deck. The soreness in his muscles prevented him from getting up, and he let the waves splash against his body. Grabbing a rope attached to the sail, Mujin slowly stood up. I wonder if there's still any food at this hour. He muttered softly, dragging his exhausted body toward the mess hall. Seeing the mess hall's lights still on, Mujin perked up. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the food on a table. The other tables were clean. Only this one table had food on it. He walked over slowly, sat down, picked up the food, and chewed mouthful after mouthful. Pat pat, tears streamed down his cheeks mixing with the food. Mu Zhen raised his left arm and wiped his tears repeatedly with his sleeve. So salty. Mu Zhen kept chewing, feeling the tears blend into the food. He didn't want to cry, but the tears just wouldn't stop. Since when did he have to go home and cook for himself after a day's work, unwilling to eat at the village restaurant, because a day's wages couldn't even cover one meal? Since when did he start saving money just to sail out and search for his missing sister? Luo Jie, it's all because of you. The great pirate era you started. The great pirate era you started did not end the darkness of this world. Matters of justice must never be entrusted to a bunch of criminals. His gaze gradually turned resolute. After cleaning up, Mu Zhen walked to his room and slowly lay down to rest. On the deck, there was now a figure doing push-ups relentlessly regardless of wind or rain. He always woke up early and stayed up late. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap. A week passed, and now Mu Zhen could finish all his push-ups before everyone else had dinner. The cadets on Zifa's ship also felt a little fondness for this kid who had survived the pirates. On the deck too were wrestling. A young man with blonde hair and a navy uniform looked at Mu Zhen's flushed face and teased, "Kid, you're still too green." With that, he suddenly exerted force and flipped Mu Zhen onto the ground. Cheers erupted around them. Mu Zhen, get up. You can't even beat a mere Jiweizi. Pain shot through his back. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a big foot coming down at him. Mu Zhen quickly rolled to the right. With a slight push from his arms, he sprang up from the deck and kicked Jiweizi's arm. Feeling the force on his arm, Jiweizi grinned, reached out his right hand, and grabbed Mu Zhen's left leg. Then he hurled Mu Zhen into the sea. Everyone was startled and hurried to the railing. The moment they reached the side, they saw a hand gripping the railing as Mu Zhen climbed up from the sea, spitting out a mouthful of seawater. How about it, brother Jiweizi? I've improved, haven't I? Mu Zhen, lying on the deck, looked at the person beside him. Jiweizi snorted and said reluctantly, you have improved a little bit. Everyone looked at Jiweizi's expression. As expected, still tsundere Jiweizi, ha. Somewhat annoyed, Jiweizi was about to retort when someone shouted, the gate of justice is here. Hearing this, everyone stopped their noise. Mu Zhen also stood up and stared in awe. So this is the gate of justice. Mu Zhen murmured softly. The massive heavy gate before him slowly opened, and a beam of light shone through the gap onto Mu Zhen. Seeing his reaction, Jiweizi beside him said, see, pretty stunning, huh? No matter how many times I see it, it's still unbelievable. To be able to build such a magnificent structure on the sea. It's also a symbol of our marines. Zifa had appeared on the deck at some point. Looking at the slowly opening gate of justice, his pride was unconcealed. Everyone, remember, you are all my students regardless of your future rank or power, high or low. The gate of justice will never open for pirates. Hearing this, Mu Zhen looked up and stared at Zifa in a daze. The warship slowly sailed through the gate of justice. The soldiers on guard on both sides simultaneously raised their right hands in salute. Mu Zhen watched the synchronized movements and couldn't help but remark, truly worthy of Marine headquarters, the soldiers are exceptionally disciplined. A figure appeared and greeted Zifa. Welcome back, Master Zifa. Zifa looked at the newcomer, the faint smile on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by anger. Qiongku, with your abilities, you could easily serve as a branch commander. Why are you wasting your talents here? Qiongku scratched his ear and replied, Master Zifa, you've been teaching me since the military academy. But everyone has their own aspirations. After speaking, he turned and waved at the group. Zifa glared at Qiongku with a look of disappointment. Mu Zhen turned his head, curious about this Marine Rear Admiral. As the warship advanced, Marineford gradually revealed its full view. On the towering city wall were inscribed the words Marine, with several watchtowers surrounding it. Magnificent! Mu Zhen exclaimed, marveling at the sight of Marineford. With a thud, he felt a slight jolt and realized the ship had docked at the port. Everyone disembarked and returned to their quarters to rest. Since the assessment had not been completed, they would have to wait for the next one, as graduation required passing the examination. Zifa led Mu Zhen toward the new recruits area. Along the way, everyone they passed greeted Zifa, their eyes filled with either admiration or respect. Passing by a harbor, Zifa stopped beside a deck chair. Mu Zhen observed the person lying there, an eye mask and an afro hairstyle. Feeling the sunlight blocked, Kazan pushed up his eye mask. Upon recognizing the visitor, he said indifferently, I'm Master Zifa. Could you please move aside? You're blocking my son. Zifa's forehead veins bulged. Kazan, now that you've been promoted to Admiral, is this how you set an example for the other Marines? Yes, Master Zifa. But right now I just want to sunbathe. Even a Marine Admiral has the right to enjoy the sun, doesn't he? Kazan casually pulled his eye mask back down. Seeing Kazan's nonchalant attitude, Zifa let out a helpless sigh and led Mu Zhen past him. Mu Zhen looked curiously at the Marine Admiral who in his previous life's anime had eaten the ice fruit. The two walked a distance and entered a building where Zifa led Mu Zhen into a room. The person inside immediately stood up and saluted. Chief Instructor Zifa. Zifa nodded and said to the Marine in charge of registration, "This is a survivor from Durian Island. Please register him." The registration Marine acknowledged and began the process. Name: Hades Mujun. Age: 16. Are you a devil fruit user? No. After a simple registration, Mujun became a glorified supply soldier. Zifa led Mujun up the spiral staircase floor after floor until they reached the entrance of the top floor. They heard a roar from inside. "Garp. Again, it's your son." Zifa pushed the door open and entered with Mujun following. "Sengoku, your temper is too explosive. You're already the fleet admiral." Garp kept stuffing Sunbae into his mouth and mumbled, "What happened, Sengoku?" Zifa sat opposite Garp and lit a cigarette. Sengoku sighed as he watched Zifa sit down. At today's reverie, the kings of the member nations are extremely uneasy about the emergence of the Revolutionary Army. He shot a sharp glance at Garp. "And Dragon has been designated as the world's most dangerous criminal." Garp burst into laughter. "That Dragon kid is really something. Worthy of being my son." The others looked at Garp helplessly. Tsuru noticed Mujun standing beside them and asked Zifa, "Zifa, who is this?" Zifa introduced him. "This is a survivor from Durian Island. I'll have someone write a report on the situation there." Sengoku had calmed down by then. "Then why did you bring him here?" Sengoku understood that his old friend never did anything without reason. Zifa straightened his expression. "I want this child to join the next elite training camp as an auditor." Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged a glance. Tsuru asked, "What's the reason?" "Even as the chief instructor, you need a reason that convinces everyone." Zifa stared at Mujun for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "I like this child. That's all." Before Sengoku and Tsuru could respond, Garp laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let me teach this kid. I'll mold him into the strongest Marine." Garp. A flash of golden light swept through the office. Garp's body smashed through the wall and flew out, landing in the sea. Sengoku withdrew his devil fruit ability and turned his gaze to the helpless-looking Mujun. "Kid, you're lucky to have Zifa's guarantee." "Very well, I agree." Zifa signaled Mujun to leave first, and then the few of them began discussing the matter of Dragon. Outside the room, Mujun was brimming with excitement. He struggled to suppress the trembling of his hands, but the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. "The Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp is my first step into the Great Sea. Indeed, as long as I express the justice in my heart to Zifa, I will earn his appreciation." After an unknown length of time, Zifa pushed the door open, his expression somewhat solemn, and led Mujun toward the Marine Academy. On the way, seeing the deck chair next to Kazan, where Garp was lounging comfortably, Zifa felt a surge of irritation and quickened his pace past them. "Mr. Garp, it seems Master Zifa is angry," Kazan said, lifting his eye mask and staring at Zifa's retreating figure. Garp, removing his own eye mask, gazed in the same direction. "Is that so? Strange. It must be you who provoked him." Kazan shook his head. "Impossible. It must be you who angered Master Zifa." "Enough of that. Chill this for me." Garp changed the subject, handing his bottle of sake to Kazan. Kazan took it, blew a breath of cold air, and the bottle's surface immediately frosted over. He handed it back to Garp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Garp tilted his head back and took several large swigs. "Just right. As expected of you, Kazan." Garp gave Kazan a thumbs up. Kazan scratched his head and began, "Mr. Garp, about Dragon." Before he could finish, a snore sounded from beside him. He let out a helpless sigh and pulled his eye mask back down. "Mujun, this is your room. For now, you're the only one here. Once the other trainees of this elite training camp arrive, others will move in. Clothes will be delivered later." Zifa led Mujun to the Marine Headquarters Academy and assigned him his room. After a few words of instruction, Zifa left directly. Lying on the bed, Mujun recalled the events of the past few days, clenching his fists tightly. Pirates. Damn pirates. Power. Only formidable power can bring revenge. Only then can dreams be realized. Only then can loved ones be found. As dusk fell, Mujun, lying on the bed, had already drifted into slumber. On his chest, the jade he had worn since birth shimmered with each breath. Green energy slowly seeped into Mujun's body, mending his physique. After a few minutes, the jade gradually dimmed, and Mujun let out a comfortable groan. In Zifa's office, smoke curled. The ashtray on the desk was crammed with cigarette butts. Zifa, eyes bloodshot, stared motionlessly at a photo on the table. In the photo, a man with purple short hair held a child, while a black-haired woman stood beside him. The three wore radiant smiles of happiness. Zifa brought the cigarette to his lips, took a deep drag, exhaled, then stubbed it out. He took the cloak hanging on the wall, pushed open the door, and walked out, heading toward the Marine cemetery. Darkness slowly gave way and sunlight illuminated the entire Marine headquarters. The booming bell rang. Mujun, lying on the bed, jolted awake, instantly got up, and began making his bed. Yesterday, the soldier who delivered his clothes had explained the training camp regulations to him. They were largely the same as the rules in his previous life in the military. After folding his blanket and stepping out, Mujun dashed to the training ground. All the trainees of this intake had already assembled and Zifa was giving a speech. You're exactly 5 seconds late. Do you know what can happen in those 5 seconds? On the battlefield, 5 seconds can turn the entire tide. You could be killed by an opponent. Your comrades could die at the enemy's hands because you were 5 seconds late. You haven't graduated yet. Everyone, 100 kilograms of weight, 500 laps, start now. The last one will do an extra 200 laps. Zifa roared, and all faces turned grim. They immediately put on their gear and began running desperately. Turning his gaze to the latecomer, Muzhan, Zifa's eyes sharpened. Muzhan, although you are not a formal trainee from now on, you must hold yourself to the strict standards of a Marine. Yes, sir. Understood. Muzhan ran up to Zifa and shouted. 400 laps, no wait, start now. Having said that, Zifa walked to the grandstand, watching the trainees with unwavering attention. As Muzhan began running on the training field, he saw trainee after trainee overtaking him. His expression tightened involuntarily. He was far too weak. There were less than 6 years until that war. The further he ran, the fewer people remained. Eventually, the current trainees carrying 100 kilograms had all finished their morning training. And he still had over 130 laps left. Keep it up, Muzhan. We're heading to breakfast first. Jaiwei's, having taken off his weights, pointed a pinky at Muzhan, laughed, and turned toward the mess hall. Muzhan watched the receding crowd and couldn't help but smile bitterly. But when he noticed Zifa staring at him, he immediately composed himself, lowered his head, and ran with effort. 48, 47. Muzhan spat out a number with each lap. When only 13 laps remained, his legs felt like lead and his entire body ached unbearably. Distracted, Muzhan stepped into a drainage ditch on the track and fell flat. Biting back the pain, he struggled to his feet and continued running step by step. His vision gradually blurred. The 4 lanes before him became 8 in his eyes. Panting heavily, his consciousness began to fade. Just as he was about to give up, the jade on his chest emitted a flickering glow, and green energy seeped through his skin into his body. His mind cleared and his strength slowly returned. His footsteps shifted from unsteady to steady, and his pace quickened. 3, 2, 1, 0. After finishing the last lap, Muzhan looked at Zifa. Zifa merely nodded slightly with no other reaction. It seems Instructor Zifa hasn't discovered the secret of the jade on my chest. Thinking this, Muzhan dragged his exhausted body toward the mess hall. On the way, he took off the jade, turning it over in his palm. His mind drifted back to the memory of the old beggar giving him the jade in his previous life. Muzhan, this is a precious jade. It was given to me by my mother before I became a beggar. It will protect you, keeping you safe in the days ahead. On the night before Muzhan was to leave for the military, the old beggar handed him the jade that he had always worn carefully around his neck. When Muzhan died and arrived in the world of pirates at the moment of his birth, this jade was already clenched in his hand. However, over so many years, this was the first time the stone had revealed its extraordinary nature. Lost in thought, he had already reached the entrance of the mess hall. The food in the elite training camp was available 24 hours a day with no limit. As long as nothing was wasted, you could eat as much as you wanted. Entering the mess hall, no one else was eating at the moment. Muzhan went straight to the serving area and filled 3 large plates. Sea king meat, a food Muzhan had never dared to imagine before, along with all kinds of fruits and vegetables whose names he didn't even know. Carrying the plates to the nearest table, Muzhan began to devour the food like a storm. As the food entered his stomach, the hunger from the morning training gradually faded. After finishing everything on his plates, Muzhan filled 2 more plates. All of it was sea king meat. The huge chunks contained abundant energy. He took bite after bite, barely chewing, just tearing off pieces and swallowing them. Chew slowly and savor. In the world of pirates, who cared about such refinement? Just eat and let the body handle the rest. Back in his room, Muzhan kept turning the jade over in his hands, unable to figure out what else this stone could do besides restoring stamina. He cut all 10 fingers and dripped blood onto the jade. Nothing happened. Fire also proved completely useless. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze fell on the water cup on the table. With a try-and-see attitude, Muzhan tossed the jade into it. His intuition told him this was the right thing to do. Focusing intently on the jade's changes in the cup, he watched as over time wisps of green energy emerged from the jade and dissolved into the water. The water in the cup gradually turned green. Overjoyed, Muzhan waved his arms, locked the door, and calmed his excited emotions. He fished the jade out of the cup and stared at it fixedly. This is my greatest trump card to stand firm in this world. This is the foundation to compete with those monsters. He clenched the jade tightly, poured the water from the cup into a large bottle, refilled the cup with ordinary drinking water, and dropped the jade back in. He repeated this process, but by the 4th infusion, he noticed that the liquid he poured out had become very faint in color. Staring at the liquid in the cup, Muzhan pondered. The first time had the best effect, then it gradually weakened. By the 4th time, there was hardly any green visible. I wonder how long it will take for the jade to recover. On the training ground, Mujun was holding a horse stance with beads of sweat as large as beans gathering on his face, dripping one by one from his chin. His training uniform was already soaked through. The 15th batch of cadets were engaged in pairs, and the sounds of combat rang out incessantly. Mujun watched Della and Zibalai, who were locked in a hand-to-hand duel, silently committing their movements to memory. Finger gun. Zibalai's right index finger shot out abruptly, aiming for Della's chest. Seeing the unavoidable finger gun, Della murmured softly, "Iron block." Almost simultaneously, Zibalai's right index finger struck Della's chest, but there was no blood spray, as Mujun had anticipated. This surprised Mujun. Is an iron block a last resort move? Why doesn't it work on Della? Is Zibalai too weak? TCH is expected from a devil fruit user. You're really thick-skinned, Zibalai said with a hint of sourness, seeing that his finger gun hadn't broken through Della's defense. Della flashed a grin, revealing neat teeth, and laughed. The devil fruit is also part of one's strength. Besides, instructor Zifa didn't restrict any means in this battle. As he spoke, Della shed his shirt, channeled his power, and with a loud shout transformed into a half-beast under Mujun's curious gaze. Seeing Della's head turn into that of a boar with tusks, Mujun couldn't help but guess. Is he a Zoan-type boar fruit user? No wonder finger gun can't pierce his body. I won't hold back now. Chafed. As he spoke, Della stomped the ground with force, sending dirt flying, and vanished from his spot. A brown, beastly fist hurtled toward Zibalai, who crossed his arms in front of his chest to withstand the blow. The immense impact kicked up dust around them, and the stone slabs beneath Zibalai's feet cracked inch by inch. With a push of his arms, Zibalai sent Della flying back. After landing, Della looked ahead, but Zibalai's figure had vanished, leaving only a ring of white smoke. The beast's instinct made the hairs on the back of Della's neck stand up. He swiftly turned around and threw a punch that shook the air itself. Storm leg. Two blue arc-shaped slashes flew toward Della. He hurled his right fist forward, driving the air, and collided with the storm leg. With a bang, dust and smoke rose everywhere. Zibalai stared intently at the smoke, observing carefully. Suddenly the smoke was torn apart, and a figure burst out, delivering a punch straight to Zibalai's chest. With no time to block with his arms, Zibalai had no choice but to endure the blow with his body. Iron block, he shouted. In his half-beast form, Della's strength was greatly enhanced. This punch sent Zibalai flying, crashing onto the stone slabs and rolling uncontrollably. Watching the duel come to an end, Mujun averted his gaze, his mind more convinced than ever that iron block was a technique for the dead. He resolved never to use it himself. Feeling his legs stiff and numb, Mujun slowly straightened up and relaxed his thighs. Zifa, observing the battles from above with an expressionless face, turned and walked into his office. Mujun then began his daily training: 400 push-ups, 500 laps of weighted running, and 1000 squats. After the 15th batch of cadets finished their matches, they dispersed one by one. However, many remained on the training ground to continue practicing, including Jawezi, who had a close relationship with Mujun. Seagulls called from the horizon, and homing birds chirped incessantly, as if calling out to their families. Dusk had fallen, and only Mujun remained on the training ground. Jawezi had originally waited for Mujun to finish training so they could leave together, but watching Mujun endlessly running laps and the sky growing darker, he said goodbye and left the training ground. Panting heavily, Mujun carried a 50-kilogram weight while running. Every time he felt he couldn't go on, he took a large gulp from the bottle of restorative water, which he called the water infused with jade. 478. 479. 500. After finishing the last lap, Mujun collapsed directly at the finish line. His dizzy head throbbed with vertigo, his stomach churned, and his throat convulsed. Several times he wanted to vomit, but forced it back down. After taking another gulp of restorative water, feeling his strength return, Mujun gritted his teeth and got up, starting his push-ups. Although restorative water could restore stamina, it couldn't relieve the soreness in his muscles. With a creak, Zifa pushed open the office door, preparing to head to the marine cemetery. Looking up, he saw Mujun's body rising and falling on the training ground. His expressionless face twitched. He casually closed the door, draped his cloak over his shoulders, and walked away without any expression. Mujun, who was cursing inwardly, was unaware of this. This is too painful. Did all those physical combat masters go through such training? Mujun couldn't help but picture Zifa and Kapu in his mind. 898. 899. 999. 1000. As the numbers piled up, Mujun collapsed directly onto the ground. Even with the support of restorative water, the soreness was unbearable. He picked up the bottle of restorative water beside him and aimed it at his mouth, ready to take another sip. But nothing came out. Squinting, he peered into the bottle under the light of the training ground, only to find it empty. Not a single drop left. Helpless, Mujun could only crawl toward the cafeteria. At dawn, the bell rang, and everyone assembled on the training ground as fast as they could. To everyone's astonishment, Mujun had already started training, doing the simplest exercises, squats, push-ups, horse stances, and so on. Some, however, sneered. They believed that talent gaps couldn't be bridged by hard work, especially for Devil Fruit users. In their view, only top-tier physical combat masters could pose a lethal threat to Devil Fruit users. But how many top-tier physical combat masters were there? Others, watching Mujun holding his horse stance, felt something stir deep within them. Mujun was unaware of all this, and he didn't care to know. All he wanted was to grow stronger. Everyone, begin today's morning training. Zifa paused, glanced at Mujun, and continued, 200 kilograms of weight, 500 laps. The last one will do an extra 300 laps, and no using Devil Fruit abilities. As soon as the words fell, some had already put on their gear and dashed out. Instructor Zifa is too ruthless. Everyone lamented, for the weather that day was scorching hot. Just standing there made them sweat profusely. In the days that followed, Mujun was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. The others gave him a nickname, the Relentless Log. They had never seen anyone train so desperately, nor could they understand how he recovered. Every day he did nothing but train like a piece of wood. Maybe he's a monster like the three admirals, the cadets mused during meals, speculating about the reason for his relentless training and whether his body was abnormal. Zifa too began to change as he observed day by day. His rigid face seemed to regain some vitality, and his hollow eyes appeared to sparkle with a glimmer of life. One day on his way to the dormitory, Mujun saw some Marines setting up a large cauldron to boil something. The liquid inside was continuously condensing, its color deepening. Seeing this, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He quickened his pace and ran toward the dormitory. In the enlisted soldiers' dormitory, Mujun stared intently at the device on the table. Several glass bottles were connected via glass tubes, the liquids inside constantly boiling as white steam rose slowly. A drop of emerald liquid hung at the tube's mouth, slowly falling into the bottle. Mujun picked up the bottle with some excitement, gazed at that single emerald droplet, and let out a deep breath. This was his true capital for surviving in a world teeming with monsters. Carefully storing the bottle, Mujun lay on his bed, recalling the movements he had memorized on the training ground, continuously simulating them in his mind. At dawn, before the sky had brightened, Mujun looked out at the heavy rain outside his window. After a moment of inner struggle, he tidied up his quarters and headed for the training ground. Massive raindrops pelted his body, not painful, but certainly dampening his spirits. On the entire training field, only Mujun was training. When a sharp bell rang and the downpour began, Jawazi and the others pulled their blankets back over themselves. The training camp members never trained in the rain, a rule supposedly set by Zifa for reasons unknown to anyone. Pitter-patter raindrops struck the window of Zifa's room. Watching the falling rain, two scars in his heart were reopened. The cigarette in his mouth trembled incessantly. Just as he was about to draw the curtain, Zifa's gaze caught sight of Mujun's rising and falling figure on the training field. He was taken aback. His bloodshot eyes instantly turned crimson, and the cigarette in his mouth had fallen to the floor without his notice. He grabbed his cloak, pushed open the door, and walked out. 4399. 4400. As Mujun counted his repetitions, he suddenly felt the rain on him lessen. Is the rain stopping? He murmured, lowering his head. When he looked up to check the weather, a pair of marine-issue leather shoes came into view. Mujun jerked his head up and found instructor Zifa staring at him. Just as he was about to rise, he heard Zifa's question, "Why, eh?" Zifa asked, almost losing his composure. Huh? Mujun was puzzled, not understanding what Zifa meant. Why are you training in the rain? You should know the camp's regulations, shouldn't you? Mujun slowly stood up, straightened his back, and met Zifa's gaze. 4 years ago, on a rainy night, a pirate crew, flying a silver lion flag, invaded Durian Island, killed my parents, and my sister disappeared. Last month, again on a rainy night, the amputee pirates. They slaughtered everyone on Durian Island, cut off all their limbs, and turned them into human husks. Only I survived. I must avenge this. I hate Mujun, swear to kill all pirates. I hate all pirates. I hate the 7 warlords of the sea. What does legal pirate even mean? Justice can only be carried out by the righteous Marines. Mujun's eyes were bloodshot. He had finally felt his parents' love. Finally, he no longer had to wander. Zifa stared at Mujun without blinking. After a long moment, he let out a long sigh. In a few days is the anniversary of the 14th training camp trainees' deaths. I hope to see you at the cemetery. With that, Zifa turned and let out a roar that echoed across the camp. Everyone, 200 kilograms of extra weight, 400 laps. The last one doubles the set. A rumbling came from the barracks. They didn't understand why instructor Zifa had broken his own rule, but his strength was absolute. So what he said went. In the distance, a figure in a red suit arose, pinned to his chest, had the rain evaporating as it approached him. He murmured, "Justice can only be carried out by the righteous Marines, huh? Interesting. It's been a while since I last set sail." On the viewing platform, a figure in a blue and white suit, draped in a marine coat, glanced at the roaring Zifa, then tilted his head to look at Mu Jun, who continued training on the ground, and raised an eyebrow. Time to go see her. In the Admiral's office, Kazuru, who had been trimming his nails, paused mid-motion. This nail clipper is a bit dull. Time for a new one. With that, he tossed the clipper into the wastebasket beside his foot, opened the drawer, and surveyed the glittering array of nail clippers inside. He selected one. He held it up to the light, the image of the clipper reflected in his sunglasses, revealing the eyes beneath. The 5 characters on the wall were striking, ambiguous justice. The rain gradually stopped. 2 golden beams of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their light upon the roaring Zifa and the diligently training Mu Jun. From then on, every rainy day, the trainees of the Marine Military Academy would be mercilessly drilled by their instructors. Back in the enlisted soldiers' dormitory, Mu Jun was continuously extracting the water of life. As another emerald droplet was extracted, he couldn't help but grin. He carefully stored the bottle, then began crafting the water of restoration using a piece of jade. After several days of experimentation, he discovered that this stone could be soaked 3 times per day. The first soak's water of restoration could yield 2 drops of the water of life. The second soak could yield 1 drop. The third soak's water of restoration was very difficult to refine. Therefore, Mu Jun now set aside the third soak's water of restoration for daily training recovery. He kept half of the second soak's water and used all of the first soak's water for extraction. Now Mu Jun's water of life had filled half a small bottle. After trying it once, he found that the water of life could not only restore stamina, but also heal injuries. In future battles, when he was about to collapse, a sip of that would be nothing short of a perpetual motion machine. A knock at the door made Mu Jun hastily clear the device from the table. When he opened the door, he found Zifa standing at the entrance. Seeing the slightly dazed Mu Jun, Zifa couldn't help but smile. "Come on, boy. Let's go to the training ground." Yes." Mu Jun quickly hurried to follow. On the training ground, the nearly 4-meter-tall Zifa and the 2-meter-4 Mu Jun approached a wooden post. After a month of training, Mu Jun's height had been forcibly increased by nearly half a meter. Zifa fixed his gaze on Mu Jun. "What do you think is the most powerful force on this sea?" Without waiting for Mu Jun to answer, Zifa continued, "Devil fruit users possess abilities ordinary people can't comprehend. The tremor fruit user Whitebeard can trigger a tsunami with a single blow. Grand swordsmen can unleash flying slashes. Gunners can kill enemies from 1,000 meters away. But in my eyes, physical combat is the foundation, the very root of a strong man standing in this world." He paused, then looked at Mu Jun. "Which path do you wish to take?" "Physical combat. I will crush the evil on the seas with the iron fist of justice." Mu Jun answered without hesitation. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Zifa's eyes. "Then what you must do next is break through your physical limits. Do not rely on any external aid." Hearing Zifa's added remark, Mu Jun was startled. Catching Zifa's knowing smile, he immediately understood that his secret had likely been discovered. After all, Zifa was a former Marine Admiral. How could he not have sensed Mu Jun's recovery of stamina every time he was about to collapse and drank the water of restoration? Mu Jun was about to say something, but Zifa waved him off. "Everyone has secrets, as long as you serve in the Marines and uphold the justice in your heart." He didn't finish the sentence, but both understood. On the training ground, Mu Jun sprinted with desperate intensity, bearing a 200-kilogram weight on their back. Sweat cascaded continuously, and their breathing grew increasingly ragged. 99, Mu Jun counted silently in their mind. Compared to when they first arrived, Mu Jun's progress was undoubtedly immense. Zifa had not only increased the load, but also demanded they exert their full strength with every single lap. As time wore on, Mu Jun's stamina gradually depleted. With a thud, they collapsed onto the training ground, struggling to rise again, staggering forward only to fall once more. Rise and fall, again and again. Eventually, no matter how fiercely Mu Jun strained, they could no longer support the weight to stand. "If you can't run on your feet, then crawl on your knees." Zifa's roar echoed across the ground. Hearing his voice, Mu Jun drove their hands into the earth, digging their fingers in desperately. Lap by lap, a crimson trail slowly emerged behind them. The searing pain in their fingers gradually dulled into numbness, yet Mu Jun bit down hard on their clenched teeth, crawling lap after endless lap. But as an ordinary person, Mu Jun was nowhere near the caliber of those monsters. With the healing jade removed, and no replenishing water to fall back on, consciousness soon faded away. Watching Mu Jun's motionless form, Zifa strode forward, stripped away the weight, and tossed it aside, then hoisted the unconscious trainee onto his shoulder and began the walk back toward the dormitory. Deep in the night, Mu Jun awoke, their entire body racked with agony. Gazing at the bandages wrapped around their 10 fingers, they could only offer a bitter smile. "I'm still so far behind." Pulling the jade stone from their pocket, Mu Jun pressed it against their chest and sank into a heavy slumber. An hour before the morning drill bell rang, Mu Jun's eyes snapped open. They rose instantly and bolted toward the dining hall. Hungry. That single word consumed Mu Jun's every thought. Today the hunger was far more intense than ever before. 8 heaping platters of food were devoured in one relentless ravenous sequence. After nearly half an hour of digestion, Muzhan let out a satisfied burp and strode steadily toward the training ground. Zifa was already waiting there, and Muzhan resumed yesterday's grueling routine. Day after day for over a fortnight, Muzhan cycled through the same hellish regimen. Unconscious awake again. Their appetite grew ever larger, yet the time needed to digest shrank shorter and shorter. Finally, Muzhan's body began to change. On the training ground, Muzhan crawled forward, feeling the crushing pressure of the load now increased to 300 kilograms. Just as they were on the verge of passing out again, a series of cracking sounds erupted from Muzhan's body, loud as rolling thunder. Zifa's eyes lit up as he watched Muzhan slowly rise. So it's finally happened. The ultimate secret of the human body. Life restitution. Feeling their stamina surge back, Muzhan's stomach let out a loud gurgle. Still dazed and unable to fully process what was happening, they could only blink in confusion. A scene they had never witnessed even in their past lives anime. Remove the weight. Your pre-formal training preparation is complete, said Zifa, sunglasses perched on his face, walking over. Muzhan looked up at Zifa and felt as though they had grown slightly taller. The human body is this world's greatest mystery. You have now grasped life restitution, allowing you to rapidly convert the energy from food into your own and to control your body with unprecedented precision. Even your hair, teeth, and even your heart. Hearing Zifa's explanation, Muzhan's eyes brightened. They began manipulating their hair, watching as their short, choppy locks slowly lengthened under their control, then retracted back to their original state. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Zifa's lips before quickly fading. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Tomorrow is the memorial day for the 14th class of the Navy Academy cadets. Do not be late. Formal cultivation training begins the day after tomorrow." With that, Zifa turned and walked toward the academy gates. Muzhan watched his slightly stooped back, a heaviness settling in their chest. At the same time, a certain name was etched firmly into Muzhan's heart. The next day, the cemetery, usually sparse with visitors, was now packed to the brim on the slope before the memorial grounds. People had traveled from all 4 seas, and even the Grand Line, all to pay their final respects to lost loved ones. Zifa stood at the very front, his head bowed deeply. Exhaustion showed in his eyes. He clearly had not slept, perhaps not at all, in recent days. Flanking him stood Ayn and Binz, the sole 2 survivors from that attack. Seeing Zifa grow ever more aged and haggard, Ayn's heart ached deeply. Standing at the rear, Muzhan watched in silence. Some mourners wept openly, others cursed pirates with feral rage. Gazing at the smiling faces on the tombstones, Muzhan's hands curled into tight fists without conscious thought. Zifa turned to face the gathered crowd, bowed deeply, and then spoke with unwavering seriousness. "I will never forget that tragic day. One day in the future, I will give you all an answer." Under the blistering sun on the training ground, Muzhan sparred with Zibalai. Fists rained down upon Muzhan like torrential rain. Fortunately, Zibalai had restrained his power, otherwise a single strike would have been far beyond what current Muzhan could withstand. Muzhan evaded frantically, eyes locked onto Zibalai's fists, searching for any opening to counterattack. One punch shot forward. Muzhan's fist drove straight towards Zibalai's abdomen. Just before impact, a massive hand clamped down, pinning it firmly in place. No matter how Muzhan strained, they could not break free. With a powerful fling, Zibalai hurled them aside. Muzhan flew through the air and slammed into the ground, rolling repeatedly. "Well, senior brother Zibalai, have I improved it?" Muzhan rose and looked toward Zibalai. Zibalai gave a slight nod. "Not bad. Far stronger than when you were on the ship." Glancing upward at the skies, Zibalai continued, "That's all for today." As Zibalai turned to leave, he suddenly halted, glancing back. "Muzhan, you need to be prepared. We've located the limbless pirates. In a little while we'll set sail to eradicate them." Hearing this, Muzhan's fists clenched tightly. Spinning around, they began punching the wooden post over and over again, each strike laden with burning resolve. In the early morning training ground, 2 figures stood tall. A master of physical arts possesses not only a formidable physique, but also mastery of technique. On the vast sea teeming with the strong, the predecessors of the Marines created 6 powerful techniques of physical arts known as the 6 styles. From the lowest soldiers to the 3 admirals, and even the fleet admiral, they are all highly proficient in the 6 styles. Zephyr explained the origin and status of the 6 styles to Muzhan. Seeing Zephyr pause, Muzhan asked, "Can I learn only 5 techniques and skip Iron Body?" Zephyr was taken aback by Muzhan's request, but immediately refused. "No, since you have resolved to walk the path of physical arts. Before you master armament hockey, the Iron Body of the 6 styles is your life-saving technique. Besides, only by learning all 6 techniques can you use combination moves." As he spoke, Zephyr extended his left arm, white smoke rising around him. 6 styles secret technique, Tornado. His left arm's muscles bulged, and he punched the ground. A fierce wind erupted from his fist, cracking the floor into pieces which were then blown into the air, colliding incessantly to form a small tornado. Standing at the eye of the wind, Mu Zhan watched the tornado that kept lifting stone slabs, an exclamation of shock stuck in his throat. Zephyr withdrew his fist and clenched it, causing the flying debris to fall around them. Which one do you want to learn first? I recommend starting with finger gun and shave. Without waiting for Mu Zhan's answer, Zephyr selected two for him. This was exactly what Mu Zhan wanted to learn, because soon Zephyr would lead the team to complete the assessment mission for this batch of Marine cadets. The amputation pirate crew. Mu Zhan nodded in agreement. Finger gun, concentrate all your strength into the index finger, harden it, and then strike in a flash. The powerful force can pierce an enemy's chest. That's also why I had you master life return first. As he spoke, Zephyr approached a wooden post, raised his left index finger and thrust. The post was instantly pierced, leaving a hole. As for the training method for shave, someone will come to help you tonight. Now start practicing finger gun. After giving his instructions, Zephyr walked toward the two figures waiting on the bleachers. Concentrate all your strength into the index finger, the index finger. Mu Zhan closed his eyes, recalling the scene of controlling his hair yesterday. He slowly raised his right index finger, snapped his eyes open, and stabbed it forcefully into the wooden post. A scream escaped Mu Zhan's lips as he looked at his swollen red finger, then at the unscathed post. He couldn't help thinking, indeed the path of physical arts is not easy. Otherwise the Marines wouldn't have lacked notable physical arts masters after Garp and Zephyr. Shaking off his thoughts, Mu Zhan stabbed the post again and again. Gradually tiny wood chips began to fall, but red marks also appeared. His bleeding index finger kept striking the post without pause, staining it red. He's a fine seedling, Instructor Zephyr. Smoking a cigar, Enigmo nodded to Zephyr as he approached. It took me nearly 2 years to learn life return back then. Enigmo reminisced. Zephyr's stern expression softened and his tone became gentle. You didn't come here just to watch him, did you? The two exchanged glances. The bearded Vice Admiral said, Instructor Zephyr, Fleet Admiral Sengoku knows you're about to lead this batch of cadets for their final assessment. So, before he could finish, Zephyr erupted with a powerful aura that made the two of them gasp for breath. After a few breaths, Zephyr withdrew his aura, his tone turning cold. Tell Sengoku I appreciate the kindness, but I, Zephyr, am not a cripple. I can protect my own students. This sentence was almost a roar. The two looked at each other helpless and could only return to report to Sengoku. Forcibly boarding the ship. Don't be ridiculous. Even though Zephyr had lost an arm, he was still not someone they could handle. In the distance, Mu Zhan felt the sudden surge of aura and couldn't help but hold his breath. Then he turned and saw two dejected figures disappearing from sight at a visible speed. Feeling Zephyr's gaze, Mu Zhan quickly resumed poking the post with his finger. That day, except for meals, Mu Zhan took no rest. The reason was simple: battle was imminent and his enemy was near. He dared not rest. Sweat more in training, bleed less in battle. This principle having died once, Mu Zhan understood better than anyone. Dusk arrived. As Mu Zhan trained, he heard a sound under his feet and looked down. The stone slab beneath his feet was being lifted, making a clanking sound, as if something was about to emerge. Suddenly a green shadow burst out, startling Mu Zhan, who quickly dodged aside. After regaining his balance, Mu Zhan looked closely and saw a thick green vine. Green vine. How could such a thing be in Marine headquarters? Are pirates attacking the headquarters? Mu Zhan stared at the plant, his mind racing. Quick reflexes, no wonder Instructor Zephyr asked me to train you. Mu Zhan looked toward the source of the voice and realized, so it's him. He carried a sword on his back, wore a ninja-like outfit adorned with yellow cloud patterns, a red headband, and had rather exaggerated lips. Senior Bins. Mu Zhan bowed slightly to his attacker. Good attitude. From now on I'll be teaching you shave every night. Learning shave is actually simple. As long as you can dodge every vine attack of mine, your shave will be considered initiated. This time 2 vines. With that, Bins threw 2 seeds which grew into thick vines in seconds and burrowed into the ground. Mu Zhan kept moving, staring intently at his feet, guarding against the vine's attack. Behind him, a vine burst from the ground and slammed into Mu Zhan's back, sending him flying. Not focused enough again, Bins said, continuing to direct the vine at the just landed Mu Zhan. Mu Zhan saw the vine about to strike him, but couldn't dodge. No matter how fast he tried, he couldn't outrun the vine. After being knocked down countless times, Bins stopped, and the vine slowly shrank. That's enough for today. I'll continue training you tomorrow. After a few steps, Bins turned back and said, restore the training ground or the instructor will be displeased. Lying on the ground, Mu Zhan's clothes had been shredded into strips by the vines, and his body was covered with lash marks. Restore it to its original state. Mu Zhan heard this, hurriedly got up, looked around, and found that Bins had already left. You're the one who wrecked it. After finishing everything, Mu Zhan returned to his room. He looked at his bloodied index finger and the fallen nail, then took out the bottle containing the water of life. After taking a small sip, the wound healed at a visible speed. Carefully, he retrieved the distillation apparatus from under the bed and began extraction. Staring blankly at the jade stone in the water bottle, he thought, could this stone only serve this purpose? At 4 in the morning, the training ground was still empty except for Mujun. He was running continuously, his weighted gear clanking with every bounce. 299, 300. After completing 300 laps, Mujun threw his weighted gear onto the ground. With a loud bang, the stone slab cracked under the impact. The black weight bore the words 300 kilograms in bold letters. After stretching his body, Mujun approached the wooden stakes and began practicing the finger gun technique. Again and again, time after time. Wood chips fell bit by bit, accumulating on the ground. His fingers stabbed into the stake repeatedly. After countless strikes, the dried bloodstains on the stake suddenly began to flow. It was Mujun's blood. His index finger had become mangled again under the intense training. Thump, thump, thump. Though the sound was faint to Zifa, a former Marine admiral with supreme observation haki, it was as clear as a whisper in his ear. Gazing at the figure on the training ground, a strange emotion flickered in Zifa's eyes. Admiration. Relief. Even Zifa himself couldn't tell. He turned and left the room. On the empty corridor, the sound of his leather shoes was exceptionally crisp. On the training ground, Mujun stopped his movements, lowered his head to look at his bloody index finger, and couldn't help but think. This training method yields far too little effect. Looking up at the small holes in the stake, Mujun began to feel impatient. The chance for revenge was right before him, but with his current strength, he probably wouldn't even qualify to board the ship. What are you hesitating for? What are you anxious about? Just as Mujun was lost in thought, a rough voice sounded. Mujun turned his head and saw Zifa striding toward him. Master Zifa, Mujun said respectfully. Since you have chosen the path of physical arts, don't think about shortcuts. If you want to obtain the power of revenge quickly, I can give you a devil fruit. Zifa's eyes were like hooks, observing Mujun's reaction. Mujun was startled and quickly shook his head. I just feel that I have no talent for physical arts. My progress is far too slow. Slow? In my eyes, your talent is even greater than mine. A firm goal, a sense of justice you pursue. Zifa paused, his gaze toward Mujun softening and his tone lowered. Constant dripping wears away the stone. The cultivation of physical arts is not achieved overnight. Saying this, he used his remaining left hand to grasp Mujun's right hand, pressing their index fingers together. Feel this power deeply. Zifa, seeing Mujun distracted, bellowed. Mujun quickly dispelled his stray thoughts and focused entirely on sensing the flow of power within Zifa's arm. Finger gun. Zifa exclaimed softly. His 2 fingers instantly pierced into the stake. As he slowly withdrew them, a beam of light shone through the hole onto Mujun's face. Continue training. After leaving these words, Zifa turned and left the training ground. Mujun nodded, no longer mindlessly stabbing as before. Instead, he began to concentrate all his strength into his finger. Each time he gathered his power took several times longer than before, and only then would he extend his finger. Aside from meal times, Mujun hardly rested. When his stamina was exhausted, he would drink the recovery water. As dusk approached, the stone slabs beneath his feet made a rustling sound. Sensing this, Mujun leaped upward. The moment he jumped, a thick vine burst out from the floor and shot straight toward him. In midair, Mujun had no foothold and could only cross his arms in front of his chest to endure the strike. But the vine suddenly changed direction and lashed across his back. Kid, there's some very bad news. The assessment, originally scheduled for 2 weeks later, will be starting in 3 days. If you can't master the finger gun and shave techniques within this time, you will be excluded from this mission. Mujun, who had just gotten up from the ground, heard this, and his pupils contracted sharply. Senior Binzi must have some techniques to quickly master shave, right? Mujun looked at Binzi with a serious expression, his voice tinged with hope and pleading. Binzi scratched the back of his head. There is a method, but it's a little dangerous. Saying this, Binzi brought his index finger and thumb together. Mujun slowly bent forward. Please help me, Senior. This mission is very important to me. Binzi then pulled out several daggers, tossed them into the air, and vines instantly caught them, brandishing them in midair. Seeing this, Mujun's heartbeat quickened. So this is a little dangerous, right? But Binzi gave Mujun no time to prepare. He manipulated a vine to stab at him. Ducking, bending, spinning, leaping. Mujun dodged continuously, but several cuts appeared on his body. Yet the results were obvious. Under the threat of death, after 2 hours of training, Mujun was almost never cut by the daggers. Seeing this, Binzi moved his fingers slightly, and another vine burst through the ground, aiming at Mujun from below. Feeling the movement beneath his feet, Mujun accelerated to his maximum speed and dodged the vine at the critical moment. He touched his head, looked at the clipped hair on the ground, and gasped for breath. But Binzi gave him no chance to rest. Under his control, 2 vines, one on the left and one on the right, stabbed at Mujun from both sides. Today's training ends here. I'll come again tomorrow. Remember to restore the training ground to its original state. Mujun, lying on the ground, had no strength to reply. His body was covered with cuts of varying depths. He fumbled a small bottle from his pocket and drank it all. After a few minutes, he got up from the ground. Looking at the devastated training ground, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly slipped away. Currently, Mu Jun could already concentrate his entire body's strength onto the tip of his index finger, though he still could not pierce through the wooden stake. On the training grounds, Mu Jun, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the scattered wood fragments covering the ground, his brows furrowed deeply. Why is this? Why does the force scatter outward in all directions instead of driving forward through the wood when his finger penetrates it? Mu Jun pondered with his head bowed. Why couldn't he accomplish what others could achieve, piercing clean through the wooden stake? Well, if it isn't the kid Zeph brought back. Are you the only one training here? A rough voice echoed from behind him. Mu Jun turned his head and saw the approaching figure bowing respectfully. Admiral Garp. But Garp waved his hand, dismissively signaling that Mu Jun needn't bother with formalities, as he himself was not one for such pretenses. Garp glanced at the damaged wooden stake and the splintered debris scattered across the ground. Are you practicing finger bullets? It doesn't look like your training is going smoothly. Yes, Admiral Garp. I can't seem to understand why my finger bullets lack the power to pierce through. Could you help me correct my technique, Admiral Garp? Mu Jun asked with a hint of expectation, looking at the old man with gray hair before him. Garp was taken aback and pointed at himself. Huh, me? I've never had any experience teaching in this area. Mu Jun muttered to himself inwardly. How could he lack experience? With his iron fist, he single-handedly created the Revolutionary Army's leader with his left punch and the future Pirate King with his right. But outwardly he still pleaded, please, Admiral Garp. Seeing Mu Jun's sincerity, Garp reluctantly agreed. Perform the finger bullet technique once more. Upon hearing this, Mu Jun raised his index finger and thrust it forward with sudden force, causing several pieces of wood to splinter from the stake before him. Mu Jun sighed. That's exactly the problem. I can't penetrate through. Garp stroked his chin in thought, and after a long pause he looked up at Mu Jun. While maintaining the hardness of your finger, concentrate all your strength into the fingertip. Give it another try. Mu Jun nodded and focused intently, channeling his entire body's power toward his fingertip before striking in a flash. Mu Jun's eyes widened with excitement as he saw the wooden stake. A hole had appeared right before them. Without delaying in his joy, he quickly turned to thank Garp, standing beside him. Garp waved his hand dismissively, pretending not to care, but inside, he was overjoyed. I knew it. I still have a gift for teaching. At the very least, I'm on par with Zeph. I should go back and properly train Luffy when I have the time. Noticing Garp was distracted, Mu Jun asked, Are you looking for Master Zeph, Admiral Garp? Snapped back to reality by Mu Jun's words, Garp replied. Yes, I'm looking for that old man Zeph. Master Zeph probably isn't at the military academy at this hour, Mu Jun said after a moment's thought. Oh, then Garp began, but before he could finish, a hoarse voice rang out. What do you think you're doing to my student? Upon hearing this, Garp immediately fired back. I'm actually helping your student quite a bit. Right. Garp turned his gaze toward Mu Jun, silently urging him to back up the claim. Mu Jun met Zeph's eyes and gave a nod. Zeph, however, stared at Garp with a deeply skeptical expression. I came specifically to drink with you. Noticing Zeph's skeptical look, Garp raised the bottle of sherry he was carrying and gave it a shake. Looks like I misunderstood you. I'll punish myself with 3 bottles first. Ignoring Garp's antics, Zeph glanced at the wooden stake before turning his attention back to Mu Jun. It seems you've mastered the finger bullet technique, but I still need to remind you. If you don't master shave before we depart tomorrow, you still won't qualify for this operation. Mu Jun nodded upon hearing this. After watching Zeph and Garp walk away, he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously reflecting on the key principles of shave in his mind. As dusk settled, Mu Jun's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he bounced to his feet in an instant. A streak of light glaring brightly against the twilight struck the exact spot where he had just been sitting the moment he moved away. Your reflexes are quick today. Today is the deadline, so let's get straight to it. Bin said, controlling 3 vines that surged toward Mu Jun. Mu Jun kept dodging continuously. 2 vines could no longer land a hit on him. Only when all 3 converged to corner him would they have a chance to scratch his skin. Seeing this, Binz raised his left hand, and another vine wrapped around a dagger shot up from the ground, joining the other 3 in relentless attacks against Mu Jun. In the vast training ground, a figure weaved through 4 vines, constantly dodging. His wounds multiplied, and the tips of the vines were already stained crimson. Try this move. Binz swung both hands, sending 2 vines burrowing underground, while the other 2 continuously restrained Mu Jun. Not daring to stay in one place too long, Mu Jun kept jumping. Gradually unnoticed by Mu Jun, the vines drove him toward the corner. Binz glanced at Mu Jun's position, a glint flashing in his eyes. With a subtle movement of his fingers, 2 vines wrapped around daggers erupted from beneath Mu Jun's feet. Leaping backward, Mu Jun realized he'd been backed into a corner with no escape. 4 vines danced through the air, striking from 4 different directions. As the daggers approached, time seemed to freeze in that moment as though his heartbeat had vanished. Images of Drella and the others using shave flashed repeatedly through his mind. Move your damn self. A thunderous roar erupted and Mu Zhan's figure vanished from where he stood. For sharp sounds rang out as the vines carrying daggers slammed into the wall and kicked up a cloud of dust. Bin squinted, watching the disturbance within the dust as a cool breeze swept through. When the dust settled, Mu Zhan was seen standing with both feet planted on the 4 daggers, his back pressed against the wall. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he flashed a victory sign toward Bin's. Bin's chuckled softly at the sight, then swiftly retracted the 4 vines. Mu Zhan, still processing what had just happened, collapsed onto the ground. Don't be late tomorrow morning. Remember to restore the ground to its original state. With that, Bin's disappeared from the training field. Mu Zhan clenched his fist secretly, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Amputation pirates. Just you wait. Today the Naval Academy was exceptionally quiet, and the training ground was devoid of the figure that once sweated profusely. In the orderly room of the utility, soldiers and incense burners sat on the table. Mu Zhan inserted 3 incense sticks into it, kowtowed thrice, and then strode straight out of the room. In the dim corridor, the sound of leather shoes echoed against the floor, producing a rhythmic clatter. A silhouette moved unhurriedly along the corridor, its towering frame seemingly serving as the dividing line between light and darkness. Reaching out to feel the unceasing raindrops, Mu Zhan's heart felt oppressed. Another rainy day today. On the turbulent sea, a naval warship advanced steadily. On the deck, a towering figure stood at the fore, addressing the 41 people before him. Pirates. They are the most heinous criminals on this sea. You have all witnessed their brutality. Do not be soft-hearted. Do not show mercy. Survive. This is an order from your superior. He paused, his tone softening, and continued. And also a wish from your teacher. Just as the group was growing sentimental, a snore broke the harmonious atmosphere. Several veins bulged on Zfa's forehead as he shouted, Ka Pu. Under Ka Pu's relentless pestering, Zfa had no choice but to let him aboard. Even if he refused, Ka Pu would likely have followed in another warship. With a pop, the bubble of snot on Ka Pu's nose burst. He looked at the others in bewilderment. Are the pirates here? Someone in the team couldn't help but snicker, and soon everyone joined in laughter. The previously oppressive atmosphere became lively, as if the impending battle had never existed. Zfa helplessly rubbed his forehead and glanced at the time. It's 3 hours until we reach the designated island. Everyone conserve your strength. Staring at the surging sea, Mu Zhan's heart was not as calm as his exterior. 3 hours left. It's coming soon, very soon. Though he possessed 2 lifetimes of souls, and though he had killed in his past life, it was always from a distance, a single bullet. In this world where a bullet was less effective than a wooden stick against pirates, the power of bullets was a joke except against civilians. A figure approached Mu Zhan, kicked him in the back of the knee, and Mu Zhan, caught off guard, stumbled and nearly fell to his knees. Turning his head, he saw Ji Weisi. What are you doing? You want to fight? Ji Weisi curled his lip disdainfully. Fight? With you as you are now? Can you beat me? Before Mu Zhan could retort, Ji Weisi continued. I know your hatred for Fu Lade. You want to devour him alive. He paused, then added, stay calm. In this battle, Teacher Zfa and Vice Admiral Ka Pu won't intervene unless there's a special situation. Training is different from real combat. The people accompanying us to the island are from Naval Headquarters. They'll record our performance. If you can't hold on, press the button on the bracelet on your left hand. They'll take you off the battlefield. At the same time, it means you've failed the assessment. Mu Zhan was stunned, never expecting the person who had constantly teased him on the ship to say so much. But he still refused to back down. Don't you die. Veins bulged on Ji Weisi's forehead as he punched Mu Zhan on the head. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Life at sea was dull. The Nanhai Sea had few pirates. The stronger ones had already headed to the Grand Line in pursuit of the legendary One Piece. Amid the constant rocking, an island loomed faintly in the distance. Zfa stepped forward and introduced to the group. This island is called Feng Island. At some point, its vegetation became highly aggressive and grew to enormous sizes. The Jieji pirate crew has been cornered on Feng Island by the naval forces of the Nanhai branch. Here is a booklet detailing the flora of the island. As he spoke, Zfa had the examiner in charge distribute the booklets to the group. Still slightly uneasy, he added, cornered pirates are more savage than true beasts. Mu Zhan took the booklet, but didn't open it. Instead, he stared intently at the pirate ship, trapped between 2 warships. Beside the pirate skull, human limbs were drawn. Closer, closer. The island drew nearer, and the rain gradually dissipated. The fire in Mu Zhan's heart burned ever brighter. Everyone disembark. A gruff voice rang out. The 41 trainees stood up in unison, saluted toward the source of the voice, and then descended from the warship. Stepping onto the soft sand, Mu Zhan waved goodbye to a few trainees he had befriended, chose a direction, and walked slowly into the island. On the beach, a bracelet lay quietly. A button on the bracelet flashed rhythmically. In the memoirs of the surviving 15th batch of trainees, it was written, "Ha Dai Sai Mu Jun." From that moment on he left us all behind. On the mist-shrouded island, a figure treaded cautiously through the undergrowth. Mu Jun gazed at the waist-high weeds and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a pirate world, even the weeds are over a meter tall. As he ventured deeper, the vegetation grew sparser, with the nearest two great red trees standing about 10 meters apart, as if guarding their own territories. A piercing scream echoed from afar. Mu Jun's ears twitched, and he carefully crept toward the source. Above, panicked cries rang out, while below stood over a dozen ferocious pirates. The leading pirate signaled his subordinate to cut the vines and rescue the man. The eye-patched pirate raised his blade and stepped forward, only to have his ankle ensnared by a vine that shot out from nowhere, flinging him high into the air. The pirates on the ground recoiled at the sight. Save their comrade. Their priority was survival. With a crackling sound, the great tree slowly split open, and vines hurled several pirates into its gaping maw. Munching sounds emanated from the tree as if it were feeding. Blood seeped from the fissures, staining the trunk crimson. Hidden nearby, Mu Jun watched in astonishment. Have these plants gained sentience? He quietly withdrew from the area and pursued the retreating pirates. Those were the very members of the amputee pirate crew he had encountered that night. The dozen or so fleeing pirates headed toward their temporary stronghold on the island. Surrounded by the Marines, their drinking water was nearly depleted. Among the petty officers, only Long Chi, the weakest, had been singled out by Fred to search for water. Everyone knew well that staying together was the only safe option on this island. The maddening flora had left a lasting impression. Suddenly, Long Chi, walking in the middle, raised his left hand to halt the squad. A pirate approached and asked, "What's wrong, boss Long Chi?" Long Chi smiled and pointed downward. Shoelaces came loose. The pirate quickly knelt to retie them. Long Chi looked down, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good work. Once we break out of this encirclement, you'll be my second in command." The young pirate immediately bowed and grinned, unable to contain his joy. Some older pirates sneered, "Break out. Impossible." Some even considered tipping off the Marines to reduce their own sentences. Hidden in the grass, Mu Jun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing he hadn't been discovered. He exhaled slowly. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him. "Soru!" Mu Jun mentally shouted as the arrow was about to strike, and he vanished from the grass in an instant. The pirates, still puzzled by Long Chi's arrow, snapped to attention when they saw a figure burst from the bushes. They drew their weapons and glared at Mu Jun. Ignoring the thug's taunts, Mu Jun stared at Long Chi and asked, "When did you notice me?" Long Chi knocked another arrow and drew the bowstring taut. "I don't waste words on the dead." With a whoosh, 3 arrows flew toward Mu Jun's head. Seeing the man had no intention of answering, Mu Jun vanished the instant before the arrow struck. At the rear of the pirate squad, a pirate felt something warm on his face. He wiped it with his palm, then his eyes widened in terror as a scream erupted. The others turned to see a pirate with his skull pierced, brains and blood splattered across another man's face. Mu Jun blew a puff of smoke from his fingertip. Several rookies stepped back. Long Chi drew his tachi, and with a swift stroke severed a head from its body. He snarled, "No retreat. This is the fate of cowards. All of you charge." The remaining pirates roared to bolster their courage and swung their weapons at Mu Jun. Long Chi loosed arrows while retreating, his only thought: reach the stronghold. Survive. Surrounded by pirates, Mu Jun used Soru to dodge attacks and Shurgan to claim lives. With each cry of Shurgan, another pirate's skull was pierced, hot blood and brains gushing out. Mu Jun, reaping lives, seemed to dance in blood, a grim reaper from hell. As the scent of blood spread, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby woods. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out, impaling the pirate before Mu Jun and dragging him into the thicket. Mu Jun froze, fury flashing in his eyes. He had deliberately spared that pirate to extract Fred's location. Crunching sounds came from the darkness. Several vines slithered along the ground toward Mu Jun. With a swish, the vines attacked, aiming to wrap around his ankles. But after Binza's hellish training, such speed felt like a drop from hard mode to easy. He vanished in an instant, leaving only a ring of white smoke. Following the vine's direction, he saw a great tree slowly closing, its trunk soaked with fresh blood. The once withered branches, nourished by the blood, seemed to sprout faint green. Mu Jun's scalp tingled. What the hell is this freak island? Seeing the pirate dead, Mu Jun used several shunshin to leave the area. Deep within the island, a circle of bonfires blazed, and within the circle figures flickered incessantly. Outside the ring of fire, grotesque plants of every shape probed tentatively, but were always driven back by the flames. Upon closer inspection, traces of blood were visible on these flora. "No, please." A terrified cry rang out as a man stared in horror at the pirate, holding a bottle before him. The pirate squad leader with the bottle gestured for 2 others to restrain the man. Then, under the man's despairing gaze, the liquid in the bottle slid slowly down his throat. His body began to convulse violently. The man clutched his throat, his face flushing crimson, his eyes bloodshot, with veins extending from the pupils outward. He suddenly stopped, stretched out his hands, and clenched his fists. Grabbing the pirate who had been holding him, he exerted force and tore off the man's arm with a single jerk. Then he bit down on the pirate's ear and yanked hard. Blood sprayed across the man's face, creating an eerie tableau, like a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell. Just as he was about to make another move, a blade flashed, and his head soared into the air. Vlad stared excitedly at the fallen man, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the transparent liquid in the bottle. "This is nothing short of divine water." A pirate beside him spoke. Vlad licked his lips and ordered several men to toss the head and body to the perimeter. The pirate whose arm had been torn off was thrown out as well. The plants outside the fire ring, seeing the bodies hurled toward them, grew restless and surged forward to devour them. Among them, the tallest Rafflesia let out a mighty roar, instantly silencing the surrounding plants. It extended its vines, coiled around both heads, and drew them in. The outer leaves slowly opened, revealing a flower core lined with sharp teeth. The two heads dropped in together, producing a crunching sound. Witnessing this, the pirates inside the fire ring broke out in a fine sweat on their foreheads, swallowing hard repeatedly. Longshi, having fled in panic, reached the outer edge of the plant encirclement. He found a Rafflesia cloak he had hidden earlier in a cave and draped it over himself. Taking a deep breath, he held it and walked toward the ring of plants. Vines and thorns probed around him, but the scent of the Rafflesia repeatedly drove them back. Just as Longshi was about to reach the edge of the fire ring, the commotion caught the Rafflesia's attention. With a furious roar, the plants around him froze for an instant before all lunged at him. Realizing he had been exposed, Longshi tore off the cloak and sprinted desperately toward the fire ring. As the blazing circle drew near, he shouted in his heart, "Almost there! Almost there!" With a splash, blood stained the ground. Longshi fell with a thud, a sharp spike piercing through his calf. The surrounding plants surged forward, eager to devour him. Seeing the fire ring so close and the plants behind him, Longshi closed his eyes in despair. Just as the attack was about to land on him, a white solid object was thrown from within the fire ring. Upon contact with the flames, it burst violently. White dust rained down on the mutated plants, producing a sizzling sound. Yellow gas oozed from the wounds. Two figures dashed out from the fire ring, severed the spike with lightning speed, flung Longshi high into the air, and tossed him into the circle before retreating swiftly. The pirates, seeing Longshi return, immediately surrounded him, chattering incessantly. Yet no one showed concern for his injuries. All they asked was whether he had found a water source. Longshi seemed oblivious to this, merely shaking his head in resignation. Fred pushed through the crowd, glanced at the battered and wounded Longshi, returning alone, snorted coldly, and turned toward his tent. Longshi gave a bitter smile. He understood that when the monsters launched their next attack, he would surely be the one sent to the front. Such were pirates. Nothing but self-interest. Back in his tent, Fred gazed at the pool of water within, and his agitated mind gradually calmed. Thinking of the promise made by that esteemed figure, Fred unconsciously clenched his fists, barely containing the excitement in his eyes. Recalling the Marines surrounding the island, he curled his lips in mockery. Mere Marines. Wild boar charge. In the forest, a boar pawed the ground with its hind legs, kicking up a cloud of dust. Locking onto a towering man-eating flower ahead, it charged at full speed. Its sharp tusks plunged deep into the flower's trunk, and with a mighty heave, the entire plant was uprooted. The boar shook its head, flinging the man-eating flower to the ground, and trampled it relentlessly with its hooves. Ram, with his red hair, stepped forward and patted the boar's rump. "Great work, Della." Transformed into a boar, Della felt Ram's touch and flicked its tail, sending him flying. Ram scrambled to his feet, flushed crimson, pointing at Della, but unable to utter a curse. The boar gradually shrank and morphed back into Della. Seeing Ram's predicament, Della couldn't help but taunt, as expected of a North Sea noble. "Can't even curse." The others burst into laughter, completely unbothered by Ram's embarrassment. It was far from the first time. Hebrew stopped laughing, approached the man-eating flower's gaping mouth, slit it open with a knife, and plunged his head inside to grope around. He extracted a green gallbladder and hung it on his belt. Upon closer inspection, besides the green one, he also had white, blue, and yellow gallbladders hanging there. Others in the team each had a few similar strange objects resembling gallbladders strapped to their waists. "I wonder how Muzhin is doing." "Don't worry, that guy's fine. His hard work speaks for itself." Achoo. Muzhin, hiding in a cave reading a picture book, suddenly sneezed. "Who's thinking of me?" The moon rose quietly. Muzhin closed the book, now having a general understanding of the plant's strength. The strongest among them, the Overlord flower, was equivalent to a Navy headquarters captain, while the other plants that posed a threat to him were mostly at the lieutenant level. Using two broad leaves to cover the cave entrance, Muzhin slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a loud crash awakened everyone on the island, including Muzhin, who had fallen asleep. Immediately after, a terrifying tremor came. Muzhan, who had just regained his senses, was knocked to the ground. Holding his head that had hit the ground, he wondered in confusion, who was fighting that overlord flower? He looked up at the cave entrance. The leaves had been shaken to the ground, and sunlight streamed in through the cave. Stepping out of the cave, he saw white smoke rising not far away. Muzhan's figure vanished from the spot, and within a few breaths he arrived at a position about 20 meters from the smoke. Hiding in a tree and observing carefully, a large hand suddenly landed on Muzhan's shoulder. Muzhan's body tensed instantly, and he extended his index finger ready to use the finger gun. Seeing Muzhan's movement, the owner of the large hand immediately spoke, "It's me, Jawezi." Hearing this, Muzhan slowly retracted his extended finger. "You nearly scared me to death." Jawezi smiled indifferently and pointed at the mutated plants ahead. "Inside there is the amputation pirates, but now they are surrounded by these plants." Jawezi said, "That sound just now was made by the overlord flower on the first page of the booklet." Muzhan lowered his head and began to think. According to the intelligence, Falad's strength is only around the level of a lieutenant. Jawezi continued, "But it can make the overlord flower, which is one level stronger than him, hesitate to attack." Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Muzhan's eyes. "Jawezi, let's get closer. There's something I need to verify." Jawezi nodded and walked ahead. Inside the fire ring, a group of pirates kept throwing white solids into the fire. Explosions sounded one after another, and white smoke once again enveloped the mutated plants. Sizzling sounds rose and fell, and some plants in the front let out painful wails. As soon as some plants retreated, a thorny vine lashed out at them. A hand grabbed a retreating red tree and threw it into the fire ring, producing crackling sounds. Another beast-like roar erupted, and all the mutated plants, including red trees and sword grass, charged toward the fire ring. Meanwhile, the pirates inside the fire ring kept throwing white stones, and the smoke and dust from the explosions repeatedly drove back the mutated plants. Observing from close range, a light flashed in Muzhan's eyes. As expected, these pirates have a way to restrain these mad plants. Muzhan asked, turning his head to look at Jawezi. "Jawezi, do you know what these white stones are?" Jawezi turned his head, but a person appeared in his mind. Lamu should know. He is a noble from the North Sea and usually enjoys these kinds of strange things. Jawezi added, "They should be on their way too. After all, with such a commotion, few people wouldn't be curious." Muzhan nodded and continued to observe the activity inside and outside the fire ring. Inside the tent, a pirate lieutenant was reporting to Falad, "Boss, we don't have many white stones left." He paused and continued, "At most we can withstand 2 more all-out attacks from these plants." Hearing this, Falad frowned and paced back and forth. That person should have arrived by now. Why is there no sign of him? Falad muttered, "With my bounty of 12 million, the Navy shouldn't have sent anyone formidable. What could have gone wrong?" Falad's mind raced. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Jalasi, have all the lieutenants fill their pockets with white stones, and make sure each one carries 2 bottles of divine water." He paused and said in a low voice, "Don't leak any information to the ordinary crew. Whether we can escape depends on these dear subordinates." Jalasi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and left the tent. Inside the tent, Falad licked his lips, staring at the water in the pool, a hint of madness in his eyes. Falad thought, with such divine water, mere Navy admirals and the 4 emperors are nothing. Given enough time, I'll even defy the world government. The One Piece will be mine in the end. After going outside, Jalasi conveyed Falad's message to all the lieutenants. Their faces remained unchanged, but a heavy weight seemed to press on their hearts. Everyone understood that this was the last chance, and it must not be leaked. If leaked, the others would definitely rebel. Jalasi shouted, "Everyone." Jalasi shouted, "Let's have a banquet. Call all the women out of the tents. Captain Falad has found a way out. A toast to Captain Falad." Jalasi's voice echoed throughout the fire ring. Over 100 pirates jumped up, excitedly pouring drinks and raising their glasses. "To the great Falad." But dozens of lieutenants did not touch a drop of wine, only coldly watching these people who were about to meet death. Jalasi watched the revelers and thought, "Drink, drink, as much as you can." Outside the fire ring, Muzhan saw a naked woman emerging from the tent. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot and his fists clenched. A thunderclap exploded and the air became humid and thick. Outside the island, a vessel bearing the silver pirate flag discerned the figures standing on several marine warships. The leading pirate, without hesitation, issued the order to retreat. "The marine hero, Garp," murmured a silver-haired man. The pirate ship beneath him gradually distanced itself from the mad island. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Raindrops fell incessantly, landing on Muzhan's face and hissing as they struck the flames. Inside the ring of fire, the pirates drained their last drops of liquor, their bodies beginning to heat up. Witnessing this, Helas summoned Fred before they lost control. "Everyone, arm yourselves. Prepare to break out." A familiar voice rang out, and in Muzhan's mind echoed the silhouette from that rainy night a month ago. "Roar, yeah." Hundreds of pirates responded with exhilaration. Under the influence of the divine water, it was unclear whether the sound they emitted was a yeah or a roar. Dozens of sub-leaders tacitly dispersed around Fred. The rain grew heavier. The flames dwindled smaller and smaller until at a certain moment 2 voices erupted almost simultaneously. Roar. Charge. Countless thorns shot toward the pirates. Blood streamed from their bodies, yet they did not halt their advance. Under normal circumstances, the toxins in these thorns would suffice to kill a robust adult within minutes. But now these pirates, seemingly driven mad, disregarded their wounds and pain, brandishing swords and hacking at the mutant plants. Boom, boom, boom. Tremendous explosions echoed. A pirate, appearing frenzied, shouldered a cannon and relentlessly attacked the towering, ferocious Rafflesia. Roar. As if enraged, the surrounding vines all lashed out. In an instant, they pierced through 5 pirates, the flexible tendrils moving like human fingers. They ripped off the heads of the 5 pirates and delivered them into its maw. Fred and the others barely moved, only issuing orders to charge while dodging the incoming thorns and vines. Through constant observation, someone finally located the weakest point in the mad plant's defenses. Fred, along with a dozen sub-leaders, advanced toward Ranchi's direction. The sounds of slaughter drew Ranchi's attention. He could not fathom why his captain was charging toward him, yet a glimmer of hope ignited within his heart. He shouted directly, "Captain Fred, I'm here." While fending off the mad plant's attacks, he waved to signal his position to Fred and the others. Ranchi's movements caught the attention of those nearby. In an instant, dozens of pirates converged toward Ranchi. Fred and the others were first stunned, then stunned again. How is he here? Why isn't he dead yet? How can he still be so clear-headed after drinking the divine water? Regardless of what Fred and the others thought, more and more pirates surged toward them. And with them came countless mad plants. Even though fury burned within him, he could not show it. Lads. Kill them all. His right hand pointed the katana toward the weakest point in the defenses, and he charged ahead. The most exhilarated Ranchi also shouted loudly, "Brothers, charge!" Mu Jun, who had been observing from the tree, could no longer suppress his murderous intent. He leaped from the branch and charged toward the pirates before him. Finger pistol. With a fierce cry, a pirate fell to the ground, his head pierced through. Looking at the figure blocking his path, Fred couldn't help but be taken aback. A Marine. Seeing that they were about to break out, Fred shouted loudly, "Whoever you are, don't get in my way." He swung his katana toward Mu Jun's waist with his right hand, but struck only air. Mu Jun's figure reappeared, his finger pressed against Helas's head. His icy words were like a demon of death from hell. Finger pistol. With a bang, Helas's head exploded, blood splattering onto the faces of the other sub-leaders. A flash of terror appeared on their faces. Reacting, Fred swung his blade at him, but with a swoosh, Mu Jun vanished again. "Your hands are also stained with the blood of civilians." As his finger rested on Ranchi's head before Ranchi could react, his head burst open. By the time the others realized what had happened, Mu Jun's figure had already disappeared. Rain continued to beat down upon them, and the seed of fear was planted in their hearts. Nourished by the rain, it took root and sprouted relentlessly. The amputation pirate crew, Fred, Matthew, SVI. One by one the names were called out. The pirates whose names were mentioned seemed bewildered. "Since setting sail, you have killed 104 Marines, slaughtered 2310 civilians, and annihilated 9 islands and villages. In accordance with Article 33A, Section 4 of the Marine Code, the entire amputation pirate crew is hereby sentenced to immediate execution." As soon as the words were spoken, the still somewhat dazed sub-leaders heard Fred laugh loudly. "Who do you think you are? The embodiment of justice." At this, the other pirates also broke into laughter. Mu Jun's figure appeared before the assembled pirates. His calm tone, however, conveyed an unshakable resolve. "From today onward, I am justice. From today onward, what I do is justice. From today onward, every action I take is justice." Thunder rolled and lightning struck between Mu Jun and the group of pirates. Not far off, Marcus, the inspector tasked with recording Mu Jun's battlefield performance, paused upon hearing his words and gazed in stunned silence at the man standing alone against a horde of pirates. "Excellent. Excellent. I must write this down. This could come in handy for my next speech." Musing thus, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a notebook, peering closely at the 4 gilt-embossed characters blazing across its cover. On the battlefield, Fred shouted thunderously, snapping the other pirates out of their stupor. "Cut the righteous nonsense. I am justice itself. The Navy Code. No code in existence has the right to judge me." Fred roared in fury, grasping the divine water in his mouth and downing it in one draught. Seeing this, the remaining pirates each produced their own vials of divine water. The chilling liquid slid down their throats, power surging from their torsos into their limbs as meridians bulged across their bodies, and their eyes burned crimson. Raising his nodachi, Fred pointed the blade at Mu Jun. His rasping voice scraped through the air like metal on wood. Attack. The moment the word left his lips, several figures behind him charged toward Mu Jun. Sensing the transformation in Fred and the others, Mu Jun's heart sank. His leg muscles swelled dramatically, and in the instant before their strikes landed he vanished. In the tree, Fred bellowed. Driven by the divine water, his dynamic visual capacity had sharpened enough to barely trace the motion trail of Shave. At Fred's cry, Mujan's expression hardened, and he activated Shave, once more disappearing from the tree trunk. Observing his second vanishing act, Fred snatched a cutlass from the ground and flung it toward a patch of tall grass. A figure burst from the foliage, his expression grave as he locked eyes with Fred. Fred sneered, noting the blood trickling from Mujan's arm. Boy, where did all that boasting courage go? Ignoring Fred's taunts, Mujan narrowed his focus to Matthew, the weakest among the pirates according to his intelligence. Planting his feet, he sent a ring of dust spiraling outward. Poke! His index finger shot forward, piercing through two pirates before aiming directly at Matthew's skull. The sequence unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. The attack struck Matthew's head, yet it did not detonate. Matthew's body slumped sideways. Just as he was about to collapse, his eyeless white cord gaze suddenly cleared. Swinging his right arm, he brought his long blade down in a sweeping arc. Mujan hesitated for a fraction of a second, then scrambled sideways, but not quickly enough. A wound opened across his flesh. After stabilizing himself, Matthew's forehead continued to bleed profusely. His mouth hung slightly open, his teeth stained crimson, with blood, his expression unhinged and frenzied. Seeing this, Fred pointed his blade tip at Mujan and shouted, "All of you attack together." Suddenly a flash of blood tore through the air, leaving everyone stunned. Matthew had swung his long blade and cleaved straight into Steve. "What in the world are you doing, Matthew? Are you a Navy spy?" Fred roared in fury. Upon hearing this, Matthew tilted his head toward Fred, his mouth parted wide, letting out a grotesque giggle. "Ha ha. Mujan glanced at his fingers, slowly piecing it together. That strike didn't kill him. It reduced him to an idiot. Fred thrust his nodachi upward to parry Matthew's wild blows, while nearby Kato swiftly decapitated him with a single slash. The head hit the ground. Matthew stared at his own body, his mouth opening as though attempting to speak. A heavy boot descended, crushing the severed head into nothingness. Fred ground his soul against the ruined head several times, his brutality amplified by the divine water's effect. Mujan exhaled deeply, withdrawing a small bottle from the pouch at his waist and swallowing its contents in one gulp. Simultaneously, he pressed the pocket watch concealed at his chest. Emerald green liquid flowed down his throat, gradually mending his wounds and alleviating the fatigue weighing upon his mind. Power surged through his legs, kicking up a cloud of dirt as Mujan's figure flickered and vanished. With a sharp ringing sound, Fred parried behind him, his nodachi meeting an unseen strike. Activating Shave once more to evade the attack, Mujan began gathering force in his fingers. Spotting an opening, he exploded forward, launching himself laterally toward one of the pirates. A devastating force erupted outward, distorting the very air around him and producing a thunderous report. One finger pierced straight through the pirate's skull. The immense force continued forward, the compressed air slamming into the weapon of a second pirate with a harsh metallic clang. Mujan backflipped away, wincing at the sight of his deformed index finger. He cast his gaze toward the remaining four pirates. These men had consumed something that hardened their bodies like forged steel. Observing only 4 opponents left, Fred roared, "Form the combination." The remaining pirates immediately converged around him. A burly pirate wielding a massive shield took point at the forefront. 2 others flanked him on either side, guarding the lateral angles, while Fred positioned himself at the rear to cover their backs. Mujan's figure darted swiftly, dodging the spears thrust at him. He delivered a powerful punch to the shield, but could not budge it. The pirate behind it exerted tremendous force, driving the shield directly into Mujan's body. With a thunderous impact, Mujan was launched backward, crashing into a tree. Feeling his ribs fracture, he pressed a hand firmly over his mouth, struggling to suppress the blood welling in his throat. Mujan's face darkened. The pocket watch at his chest emitted a chime, and he produced 2 more small vials, downing them in quick succession. Within seconds, a wave of heat spread through his entire body. The fractured bones in his chest began to knit together, though the healing was agonizingly slow. Through constant probing and relentless repulsion, his injuries multiplied. Watching Fred steadily advance, Mujan's eyes sharpened with resolve. A silent roar echoed in his heart. "Then I'll risk everything." Bending down, he retrieved a pair of knuckle dusters from the ground and locked them firmly onto his hands. Drawing a deep breath, his muscles bulged, directly bursting the naval uniform. The immense power contained within the life water channeled through life returned fortified, his physical form amplifying both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Astonishing might surged forth, discharging in all directions. Mujan moved like lightning, vanishing from the pirate's sight in the span of a breath. When his form reappeared, Mujan stood before Shrek, who held a shield, and delivered a heavy punch directly onto the shield. The steel shield was dented by the blow, and Shrek, feeling the formidable force, trembled with fear. This was not the end. Mu Jun hammered the shield with consecutive punches, forcing several pirates to retreat step by step. With a clang, the shield was shattered, yet a silver light shot through the broken opening toward Mu Jun. Mu Jun's gaze hardened, and disregarding the blade, he allowed it to pierce his body. His right hand reached through the opening and seized Shrek. With a furious roar, his right arm expanded once more, crushing Shrek's skull until it deformed. With a squelch, his 5 fingers were driven deep inside. Flinging him away, Mu Jun endured the agony, pulled out the blade, and retreated. Fred flicked the blood off the tip of his sword, glaring malevolently at Mu Jun as 3 figures simultaneously dashed toward him. A flash of blade light, and 3 more wounds appeared on Mu Jun. Assessing the depth of the cuts, his mind raced. Their power is weakening. The surrounding scent of blood stimulated the 3 pirates who had consumed the divine water. Their suppressed emotions erupted, their crimson eyes seeming to vow to tear apart anyone in their path. Jigu, wielding a spiked club, charged forward again, the gleaming spikes aimed at Mu Jun's head. With a clang, the knuckle duster on Mu Jun's left hand collided with the club, sparking. Jigu was startled, as if surprised that Mu Jun could block his strike. He bellowed and raised the club, intending to smash Mu Jun's skull with one blow. Mu Jun raised his left hand above his head, and with a slight exertion deflected the club. Indeed, that unknown liquid has a time limit, and it seems to have side effects. Observing the state of the 3, Mu Jun murmured to himself. His right fist gathered power and struck the force and sharp knuckle duster, sending Ji-gu flying, rolling across the ground. Suddenly a sound came from behind. Mu Jun turned to see Fred gripping a katana with both hands, thrusting toward him. Shave! Mu Jun roared inwardly, pushing off the ground, vanishing from Fred's sight, just as the blade descended. Jigu struggled to his feet, one eye already burst, the other barely functional. His bloodied, mangled face was sickening. He pulled another bottle of divine water from his clothes. Seeing this, Mu Jun moved to smash the bottle, but was blocked by a spear. Jigu gulped down the entire bottle's contents. Within a few breaths, his body turned red, veins bulging, and blood poured from his mouth. His entire form swelled, almost to the size of a small titan. Abandoning his weapon, he moved like lightning, arriving before Mu Jun in an instant. His massive fist descended with such speed that even shave could not be employed in time. Mu Jun's pupils dilated. He quickly crossed his arms above him. With a boom, the giant fist struck, driving Mu Jun's feet deep into the ground. The surrounding earth cracked and sank. Spitting blood, he saw the fist coming again and ducked, narrowly evading it. Phil, holding a spear, tried to finish him off, but Jigu punched him away, sending him onto a sharp tree trunk. The trunk pierced his heart, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jigu threw another punch at Mu Jun. Both roared simultaneously. Mu Jun crossed his arms in defense, but the heavy blow sent him flying. Mu Jun crashed through several trees, coughing blood, his arms hanging limply. Sensing they had lost feeling, he smiled bitterly. Fractured. At a time like this, it's a death sentence. Steam rising from his head, Jigu approached step by step, his violent force flinging aside obstacles in his path. Suddenly, with a thud, Jigu collapsed. His body began to shrink, blood seeping from every pore. Extreme agony wrenched inhuman screams from him. Within seconds, the once robust Jigu was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Both Fred, who had been confident of victory, and Mu Jun, who was uncertain, were stunned. Under the influence of the life water, Mu Jun's arms regained some sensation and could move normally. Tick-tock, the pocket watch chimed. Mu Jun took another bottle from his pack and gulped it down. In a few breaths, power surged back into his body. He fixed his gaze on the distant Fred, his eyes sharpening. Fred, he roared. Fred, still distracted, snapped back at the sound of his name. Seeing Mu Jun charging at him, his eyes turned vicious. Fred swung his katana, but Mu Jun ducked and slammed his knuckle-duster-clad fist into Fred's jaw, sending him flying. Fred hit the ground, feeling his shattered jaw, and glared venomously at Mu Jun. Sensing his power waning, Fred seemed to make a decision. He pulled a bottle from behind, took a large gulp, but did not finish it. Seeing Fred's action, Mu Jun halted and observed the changes in Fred. As the divine water flowed into his body, Fred felt a tremor. His body grew hot, and even his breath came out like steam radiating heat. Exhaling slowly, Fred burst into maniacal laughter. Power boy, let me show you the true might of the divine water. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung forcefully toward Mu Jun. Amid the latter's stunned gaze, an arc-shaped slash shot forth. Too late to dodge, Mu Jun crossed his fists in front of him. With a crash, the silver knuckle dusters shattered, and the slash sent him flying. He had barely risen when several more slashes came at him. His leg muscles bulged, and Mu Jun vanished from the spot. Fred's eyes narrowed, he spun around and launched a flying slash behind him. Mu Jun, just landing, was struck again by the incoming slash. Steadying himself, he examined the wound on his chest, his expression grave. That liquid can actually allow him to unleash flying slashes. Before, he was only at the level of cutting steel. Hiding behind a large boulder, Mu Jun felt the slashes pounding against the stone, pondering how to eliminate Fred. As he thought, 3 small bottles slipped from his clothing and clattered to the ground. He looked down, and a gleam of realization crossed his eyes. Gamble. Fred, unleashing a barrage of slashes, sneered at Mu Jun, who was still behind the boulder. What's wrong? Where's your earlier spirit? Where's your justice? Can justice save you now? Drawing a deep breath, Mu Jun stood and slowly stepped out from behind the boulder. Seeing this, Fred swung his blade, sending a flying slash toward Mu Jun. Mu Jun sidestepped the slash, grazing past his body. His eyes locked onto Fred. Justice. Of course justice can save me, and it will kill you. Shave, he roared, vanishing from sight. Fred laughed mockingly. It's useless. I've already seen through your moves. Holding the katana with both hands, Fred thrust it forward. With a squelch, blood splattered on the ground. He saw the blade pierce Mu Jun's body. He couldn't help but sneer. Is this the justice that can save you, eh? Feeling the blade's location, Mu Jun's lips curled into a faint smile as he stared fixedly at Fred. He stepped forward, each step driving the katana deeper. Within seconds, the blade had pierced straight through his body. Fred was startled by Mu Jun's action. Have you lost your mind? Before he could finish, Mu Jun's fist slammed into his face. His left hand grabbed Fred's collar, and his right fist pummeled Fred's face blow after blow. Seeing Fred try to flee, Mu Jun bellowed, "Finger gun." His lightning-fast finger stabbed into Fred's right arm. A soft popping sound, and Fred's entire arm exploded, detaching from his body. Watching Fred stagger and fall, Mu Jun gripped the katana with both hands and slowly drew it out of his own body. Gritting his teeth, feeling the blade slide through his flesh, he roared inwardly, pain. Too much pain. Pulling out the katana, he thrust it into the ground before Fred. With a hint of mockery, he said, "Pick it up. Continue." Fred immediately snatched the katana and swung at Mu Jun, shouting, "You said it. Don't regret it." Sidestepping the attack, Mu Jun thrust out another finger, and another arm flew high into the air, falling to the ground. The agony of the severed arm made Fred scream uncontrollably. But Mu Jun had no intention of letting him off. He thrust the katana again before Fred, his voice as cold as polar ice. "Pick it up." Fred shook his head desperately, tears streaming down. Seeing Fred's state, Mu Jun's fury burned hotter. An ordinary villager could fight with a blade in his mouth. Why can't you? Another finger shot out, and one of Fred's ears exploded. "I said pick it up." Fred screamed in agony, knelt, and picked up the katana with his mouth. "Finger gun." Mu Jun rapidly extended his finger and burst Fred's other ear. The excruciating pain made Fred howl, and the blade in his mouth fell to the ground again. As if remembering Mu Jun's methods, he hurriedly knelt and picked up the katana with his mouth. Seeing Fred like this, Mu Jun's anger gradually subsided. Icy words whispered in Fred's ear, "Die." He snatched the katana from Fred's mouth and swung it down. A head flew high into the air. After it was done, Mu Jun looked up. Rain washed the blood from his body. Gradually the rain ceased, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, falling upon him. In distant Marineford, in the supply barracks, 3 incense sticks simultaneously went out. Not far away on a tree, Marcos, who had watched Mu Jun cut off Fred's head, wrote down a line, "Extreme. Psychologically twisted. Psychologically twisted." The battle between the mad plants and Jawezi and his companions had concluded. Exhausted in both body and mind, Mu Jun arrived at the pirates' camp, searching for their figures. As he approached a tent, he felt a sudden heat in his chest, and the jade stone kept flickering with light. Sensing the change in the jade, Mu Jun lowered his gaze and pretended to walk forward nonchalantly. The closer he got to the tent, the hotter the jade became. The people around were busy looting spoils, though they had to hand over 80. But the other naval bases were not Marineford after all. For those who had already graduated, they would need Berry in many places later on. Except for a few individuals, all who survived were scavenging. Entering the tent, Mu Jun saw bottles scattered everywhere, and his expression stiffened. These bottles were identical to the ones used for the so-called divine water during the fight with Falad. Looking around, he finally fixed his gaze on some leaves in the corner. He picked up a long sword from the ground and flipped the broad leaf aside. Seeing what lay beneath the leaf, Mu Jun's eyes narrowed. Before he could bend down to examine it closely, the jade stone broke free from the string around his neck and plunged into a pool of water with a thud. Startled by the sudden change, Mu Jun was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, intending to retrieve the jade stone, for it was the foundation of his existence in this world. But what happened next made his hand freeze in midair. The water in the pool kept decreasing, and within a few breaths the liquid that had filled most of the pool was completely absorbed by the jade. Mu Jun picked up the jade and hung it back around his neck. Someone outside the tent was already calling for him. Outside the tent, Jawezi and the others looked at Mu Jun's relaxed brows and said, "It seems you've killed him, haven't you?" Mu Jun nodded and thanked them, for he often asked them to train with him. Jawezi waved his hand, signaling Mu Jun not to worry. Noticing the gallbladders hanging at their waists, Mu Jun asked curiously, "What are those?" Everyone looked down at their waists, and then Dara replied, "These are the poison sacs of the mad plants. Inside them seems to be some unknown substance that causes the plants to go mad. It's also part of our assessment mission. I heard Vegapunk specifically requested it before Teacher Zifa set off. Hearing this, Mu Jun nodded and thought to himself, the unknown substance must be that liquid. One figure after another appeared before the crowd. Makisi, the highest ranking among them, announced the assessment is over. Everyone returned to the warship immediately. With that, he and the other monitors left the area. Mu Jun kept searching until his gaze settled on a corpse. He walked slowly toward it. Looking at his aunt who had always been kind to him, Mu Jun felt a sharp pain in his heart. He tore down a nearby tent and wrapped Meifu's body inside. He picked up a torch and lit it. As Mu Jun turned to leave, the sound of a den den mushi came from Falad's tent. Hearing it, Mu Jun went inside, picked up the den den mushi, and lifted the receiver. A magnetic voice came through. How is it, Falad? Did you break through the Navy's encirclement? Have you prepared my divine water? The voice struck him like a thunderbolt, pulling Mu Jun's thoughts back to the rainy night 4 years ago. The same voice, cold and magnetic. Hey, Falad, are you deaf? Silver Lion Jaisenkizi. Protect your head well. I'll come for it soon. He crushed the den den mushi with a snap. Somewhere in the south below, a ship flying the Silver Lion flag sailed on the sea. Hearing the words from the den den mushi, the silver-haired man was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into somewhat manic laughter, covering his face with his hands and revealing a vicious gaze. Come for my head. How interesting. Let's hold a banquet today, to mourn our fallen friend Falad. Jaisenkizi finished speaking and returned to his cabin, staring at the map on the table, lost in thought. To his left was a glass case the size of a fish tank. On the shore of the Mad Island, aboard the Navy warship, although the assessment had been passed, 6 people had died. Seeing the low spirits of the group, Garp patted Zifu on the shoulder and shook his head. The warship sailed on the sea, and behind them the island was engulfed in raging flames. The Mad Island was no more. In the Marine Academy dormitory, Mu Jun said goodbye to Jawazi and lay on his bed, carefully examining the jade stone. There was no change. The liquid extracted by soaking it in water was still the same green liquid as before. Just as Mu Jun was at a loss, he noticed the bottle of wine on the table, a gift from Lamb, before he left. A bizarre idea struck him. He opened the bottle and dropped the jade stone inside. With utmost concentration, he watched the change in the bottle. As time passed, the originally orange wine turned into a lighter orange. The color is fading. Mu Jun exclaimed with excitement. He then picked up the bottle and took a small sip. A minute passed, but his body showed no change. He took another big gulp. After a few breaths, Mu Jun felt as if something was gripping his heart. His body began to swell, and a surging power coursed through him, filling every corner of his being. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Mu Jun clenched his fists and felt the immense strength within his body, stirring a sense of elation. He swung his fist, causing the air itself to tremble. Suddenly, a surge of blood rushed to his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs felt as if they were burning. Sensing danger, Mu Jun grabbed the restoring water he had just extracted on the table at lightning speed and drank it all without hesitation. The green liquid flowed slowly into his body, and the burning sensation subsided instantly. Gradually, his body returned to normal. He opened his eyes, feeling the near-simultaneous rhythm of destruction and repair within him. Mu Jun's eyes shone with a sharp gleam. He looked at the liquid in the bottle and felt a surge of joy. Drinking it drives one mad. From now on, it's mad water. On an island somewhere along the great navigation route, yellow sands and jagged rocks stretched as far as the eye could see. A figure cloaked in dark green fabric recounted intelligence leaked from a Marine undercover operative. From this day forward, I am justice. From this day forward, all that I do is justice. From this day forward, every act I commit is justice. He repeated these 3 sentences endlessly, his voice growing fainter, yet his aura steadily intensifying. A verdant energy radiated outward from his core, spreading across the surrounding area. Marine creatures near the coast floated to the surface one by one, bellies exposed upward. Soldiers on the island collapsed unconscious one after another. Sensing something was amiss, a graceful female voice cried out, "Dragon!" Dragon, who had been lost in his own world, snapped back to reality and turned to the woman beside him. My apologies, Bellet." His gaze fell upon the woman clad in a crimson leather jacket, her lower half adorned with a flowing long skirt, red knee-high boots, and stockings striped in red and white. A red tie threaded between her bosom fluttered in the breeze, while her short crimson skirt rippled gently with each passing gust. Bellet crossed her arms, her chest heaving slightly as she asked with curiosity, "What is it? What could possibly excite you like this?" Dragon closed the thick notebook in his hands and gazed toward the horizon. Marcus has discovered an intriguing individual within the Marines, one who holds their own sense of justice. Though his temperament appears somewhat twisted, that is hardly a significant issue. I believe he will surely become one of our allies. Yet Dragon omitted one detail. Merely reciting the words Mu Jun had spoken caused Dragon's conqueror's haki to strengthen noticeably. Since declaring the founding of the Revolutionary Army and waging war against the world government, his conqueror's haki had already reached its pinnacle. He had once believed there was no room for further growth, but now it seemed otherwise. Whether for the noble cause of the Great Revolution or for his own haki's advancement, he had to recruit this person, or at the very least avoid making an enemy of them. By the way, Bellet, have the fish in the sea retrieved. We'll enjoy a feast tonight. Within the grand office of the Fleet Admiral at Marineford, the Navy's highest combatants had gathered. Are these the complete records of this year's graduates? Remarkable, every one of them. The half-hearted remark came from Borsellino's lips. Indeed, indeed. As expected of teacher Zeph, your teaching prowess remains as formidable as ever. Kazan, wearing his signature eye patch, concurred with Borsellino. Seated in the Fleet Admiral's chair, Sengoku restrained his rising anger and fixed his gaze upon Sakazuki. Well, Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki extracted a single document from the stack of files and slammed it heavily onto the table. Ignoring Sengoku's question, his eyes locked onto Zeph. Teacher Zeph, I hope he joins my ship after graduation. I will grant him the position he deserves. These words stunned Zeph, Sengoku, and the others. Even Borsellino, who had been meticulously filing his nails, paused and turned his head toward the files on the table. Tsuru picked up the file Sakazuki had chosen and slowly spoke 5 characters, Hades Mujan. Upon hearing this, Zeph immediately objected. Impossible. I will never hand this person over to you. Sakazuki showed no mercy. As the chief instructor of the Marine Academy, you have no authority to decide the fate of the cadets. Zeph rose to retort, ready to confront his so-called good disciple. But Tsuru caught his arm. Turning to her, Zeph saw her gently shake her head. Tsuru looked at Sakazuki. What exactly do you see in him? His aptitude is merely average. Yes, he killed amputee Fred, but that pirate carried a bounty of only 12 million berries. Sakazuki removed the cigar from his mouth, exhaled a thick plume of smoke, and slowly uttered 2 words, justice. He paused before continuing. He embodies the very image a Marine should possess. Hearing this, everyone recalled the words Sakazuki had spoken upon his promotion to Admiral, absolute justice. Glancing back at the file reviewing Mujan's actions, and those 3 sentences spoken to Fred, they all understood. Just then the troublemaker Garp piped up. Looking at it this way, he bears some resemblance to Sakazuki, doesn't he? Garp. Zeph and Sengoku shouted in unison. Sengoku in particular refused to let the Navy produce a second Akainu. Enough. Zeph declared firmly. I have decided. I will take this boy as my adoptive son. Seeing there was no room for compromise with Sakazuki, Zeph voiced what lay in his heart. Even Borsellino, who had been absorbed in his nail care, paused. The others wore expressions of astonishment. After the meeting, everyone left the Fleet Admiral's office, each lost in their own thoughts. Sakazuki thought, becoming your adoptive son does not conflict with joining my ship. Kazan mused, how interesting. This kid is worth meeting. Borsellino contemplated, my nail clippers have gone dull again. I'll need new ones. My salary barely covers expenses. Perhaps I should ask Fleet Admiral Sengoku for a raise. Inside the office, Garp crunched noisily on sanbei crackers, the sound preventing Sengoku from thinking peacefully. A flash of golden light erupted, and a figure burst through the wall. Retracting his devil fruit powers, Sengoku exhaled deeply. He looked at the figure before him. Have you made your decision? Zeph nodded. I have. From this day forward, Hades Mujan is my son. Hearing his old friend's unwavering tone, Sengoku nodded solemnly. After Zeph departed, Sengoku sought Tsuru's opinion. Tsuru burst into laughter. Sengoku, the so-called brilliant strategist. You haven't noticed yet. That child. Sengoku looked utterly bewildered. Noticed what? Seeing his confusion, Tsuru continued. From the moment I first laid eyes on that boy, I noticed something different in Zeph's gaze. The emotion known as paternal affection. That child bears an 8/10 resemblance to Zeph's deceased son. Hearing this, Sengoku bowed his head in silent contemplation. After Tsuru left, he retrieved a photograph from his drawer and whispered, Rasengan. Above the comm belt, a colossal hot air balloon suspended hundreds of massive birds circling endlessly in the windless expanse. Studying the photographs taken by the seabirds and the 3 sentences written on paper, a sharp laugh echoed through the room. Then a loud shout rang out, print 100 million copies. The title shall be Marine's New Rising Star. One newspaper after another spread from the world's greatest information hub across the globe. Along the Grand Line, inside a massive vessel shaped like a whale, Jozu carried today's paper toward the towering figure aboard. Father, take a look. There seems to be an extraordinary figure in the Marines. Jozu called out loudly. Whitebeard merely smiled indifferently, snatched the newspaper from Jozu's hands, and crushed it into fragments with a single grip. It's nothing but another Marine trick. Exactly. Jozu, father is the strongest man in the world. At this, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Sons, prepare the banquet. Inside Dressrosa Castle, an urgent voice echoed, Don Quixote. Don Quixote. A blue figure waddled into the palace waving a newspaper. Don Quixote, the Marines have made some new moves. As he spoke, he tried to approach Doflamingo, who was lounging on his throne drinking. Spotting Treble rushing toward him, Doflamingo sharply ordered, "Treble, I've told you many times to keep your distance from me." Halted by the reprimand, Treble froze in place, still brandishing the newspaper. With a slight flick of his fingers, Doflamingo sent a thin thread shooting out, piercing through the paper in Treble's hands, and pulling it gently toward himself. Doflamingo glanced at the front page and erupted into laughter. FLFLFLFL, what do the Marines intend? Do they truly believe a milk-drinking brat can intimidate the seas? Justice. That belongs to the victor. Tossing the newspaper aside, he gazed down at Treble. Rather than this, Treble, the first batch of cargo from our dealings with that person has already set sail. Treble nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Don Quixote. I understand. Everything will be handled flawlessly. Staring out the window at the overcast sky, Doflamingo murmured to himself, snow is about to fall. In Wano country's Onigashima, Kadu crushed the newspaper handed to him by a subordinate, sneering, just another marine parlor trick. Then he bellowed to the crowd below, men, let the banquet begin. At Marineford, the capital of the Marines, today was unusually quiet. No trace of that familiar figure could be seen on the training grounds. Meanwhile, our protagonist Mu Jun was engaged in an unconventional battle inside his dormitory. Inside the room, Mu Jun's face was dusted with flour, a faint smile playing on his lips as his hands moved swiftly, shaping one crescent-like dumpling after another. Gazing at the table full of dumplings with a faint green tint, Mu Jun clapped his hands. Yosh, these should be enough. He deftly dropped the dumplings into the pot. Steam rose, blurring his vision. Tilting his head to glance at the calendar on the wall, he thought, by now it should be around Spring Festival back home. I wonder how the old man is doing. Surely someone has gone to visit him. Just as Mu Jun was lost in thought, white foam began bubbling from the pot. Meanwhile, at the Marine Academy, a room thick with smoke, Zephyr stared at a photograph on the desk, his bloodshot eyes surging with emotion. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, followed by a voice, Master Zephyr, I'm coming in. With a creak, the door opened. Zephyr looked up, his eyes trembling. Amidst the swirling smoke, the newcomer's face seemed to overlap with the one in the photograph. Noticing Zephyr's dazed expression, Mu Jun turned and closed the door. What's wrong, Master Zephyr? Coming to his senses, Zephyr looked at Mu Jun with a faint smile. You came to find me. Is there something on your mind? Actually, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing this, Mu Jun grew curious about what Zephyr wanted to say, his gaze filled with anticipation. Zephyr took a deep breath and spoke hesitantly. Mu Jun, I wish to adopt you as my son. Startled for a moment, Mu Jun immediately dropped to his knees and bowed deeply 3 times. Honored father above, Mu Jun pays his respects. In his heart, he knew exactly what this meant. Zephyr stood among the top figures in the pirate world and held immense influence within the Marine High Command. To be chosen as his adopted son was a tremendous honor. Having lived through a past life, Mu Jun understood better than anyone the value of resources. In this world, with Zephyr's backing, even insulting the world nobles would carry no real consequence, as long as he didn't actually kill them. Zephyr had braced himself for rejection, never expecting such an immediate and heartfelt response. Hurrying forward, he helped Mu Jun to his feet, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. Wonderful. From this day forward, you are my son, Zephyr's son. Now then, tell me, what brought you here today? Mu Jun's expression softened with a tinge of melancholy. Master Zephyr, according to the customs of my homeland, today should be a day for family reunion dinners. Zephyr paused momentarily, thinking Mu Jun was referring to the traditions of Durian Island. Seeing no reaction, Mu Jun continued, my family is no longer with me, so I would like you to keep me company. It would also be my way of showing gratitude for your guidance and teachings. Very well, very well, very well, Zephyr said, repeating the word 3 times. Mu Jun opened the box and revealed plate after plate of dumplings. Zephyr sniffed the air appreciatively at the unfamiliar delicacy, picked one up with his chopsticks, and placed it in his mouth. This tastes quite good. Dipping it into the vinegar sauce added another layer of flavor. The 2 men gazed at each other warmly while outside the bitter wind and snow raged. The room remained cozy and bright. With a soft creak, the door swung open again. The visitor scratched his head awkwardly upon seeing the close pair. Have I interrupted something? Mu Jun turned to face the speaker, his pupils contracting. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Admiral Akiji. As Mu Jun prepared to rise and pay his respects, Kazan's large hand pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to stay seated. Zephyr laughed and teased, did you follow the aroma of the food? Kazan wore an innocent expression. Come now, Master Zephyr. I'm still your student after all. I came specifically to share a drink with you. Saying this, he shook the bottle in his hand. Seizing the opportunity while the other 2 were distracted, he pinched up a dumpling and popped it into his mouth. After savoring it for a moment, he gave Mu Jun a thumbs up. Not bad at all. Before Kazan could even sit down, the door exploded outward, slamming against the wall with a thunderous bang. A rugged voice boomed, Zephyr, old man's here to drink with you. Ha ha. Garp entered cradling a bottle in his arms and stared at the three people inside in mild confusion. Akiji, go grab that bottle for me. Do you want to exhaust the old man to death? Garp barked directly at Kazan. Hi. Kazan responded half-heartedly. Watching the noisy trio before him, a mist of emotion welled up in Zephyr's eyes. In the family quarters of Marine headquarters, 4 children around 10 years old were playing a game of pirates. Losses, you play the Marine. A sturdy yellow-haired boy said to a slightly slender boy. Losses shook his head and whispered in protest, but I played the Marine yesterday. Seeing Losses' refusal, the yellow-haired boy put on a fierce expression. If you don't play the Marine, we won't hang out with you anymore. Hearing this, Luo Seisai immediately agreed. In the children's game, the righteous Marines lost to the criminals of the sea, the pirates. Mujin observed everything from the sidelines. When the game ended and Luo Seisai walked away alone, Mujin silently followed. Arriving at a simple house, Luo Seisai took a deep breath, knocked on the door, pushed it open, and entered with a smile. I'm home. But no one answered. He walked to the table, picked up a photo, and said dejectedly, Dad, I lost again in today's game. I don't understand why they always let the pirates win. You Marines are the ones who protect the sea. But they're all very nice to me. I've made good friends, and they always include me in their games. Yet the photo offered no reply. Outside the window, Mujin watched silently. A knock came at the door. Confused, Luo Seisai wondered who it could be. Since moving here, only the monthly food delivery had ever come. Carefully returning the photo to the table, he opened the door. Who is it? Seeing his puzzled expression, Mujin smiled. Hello, Losses. I'm a cadet at Marine Headquarters Military Academy. He almost said, Zifa is my foster father, but remembered his instruction, use your title in public. He paused, then continued. My name is Hades Mujin, and I am a disciple of Zifa. Luo Seisai didn't know the visitor, but at the mention of Zifa his eyes lit up. He asked with a mix of hope and disbelief, the former Marine Admiral Zifa. Mujin smiled. Yes, the former Marine Admiral Zifa. Luo Seisai grew excited, looking at Mujin with envy. Then why have you come to see me? Instead of answering, Mujin said, Aren't you going to invite me in? Flustered, Luo Seisai's face reddened. How rude of me. Please come in. The two entered the house. Seeing the simple, no shabby surroundings, Mujin felt a pang in his heart. He picked up the photo on the table, and a name slipped from his lips, Kaliki. Recalling the memory, he continued. He was killed by pirates while capturing the pirate King Roger. After the battle, he was posthumously awarded as a first-class combat model. Your father was a brave man. He was once a comrade of my teacher Zifa. Hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably from Luo Seisai's eyes, and his body trembled slightly. In the village where he had lived after Roger's death, many villagers had set sail, and their praise for his father turned to scorn as if he deserved to die. Mujin straightened his expression and looked at Luo Seisai seriously. Losses, do you want to become a Marine? Luo Seisai quickly shook his head. I can't. I'm timid and cowardly. I could never be a Marine. But Mujin ignored his words and pressed on. Answer me, do you want to protect the sea your father protected? Do you want to protect the innocent people who are bullied like you? Do you want to end the great pirate era yourself? Yes, but Luo Seisai shouted, but before he could finish, Mujin placed a hand on his head, silencing him. Looking into his confused eyes, Mujin's eyes crinkled. If you want to, then follow me. Follow me, Hades Mujin. In that moment of uncertainty, a path seemed to appear before him. On the way back, they encountered the yellow-haired boy who had bullied Luo Seisai. The yellow-haired boy lifted his foot, signaling Luo Seisai to tie his shoelaces. Feeling Luo Seisai's trembling, Mujin leaned down and said, This is your first lesson. When dealing with evildoers, you usually try to reason with them and reform them. Luo Seisai seemed to understand. And if reasoning fails, then defeat them. Pirates don't reason with innocent civilians. And Marines don't reason with pirates who disrupt the peace of the sea. The only logic between Marines and pirates is life or death. Luo Seisai suddenly understood, clapping his hands. I see, Lord Mujin. You skipped the middle steps and went straight to the goal. Mujin was taken aback, not expecting this interpretation. But to maintain his image, he revealed a mysterious smile. They both looked at the yellow-haired boy ahead. Luo Seisai's right eye was swollen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but his face was filled with irrepressible joy. They walked on until they reached a villa. Is this Lord Mujin's home? It's magnificent. Mujin smiled. Strictly speaking, this is our home. Entering the courtyard, a group of youths stood before a tall, imposing figure as straight as a pine in the cold wind. The tall figure looked at Mujin and smiled. It seems you found another one. Mujin nodded, patted Luo Seisai's shoulder, and motioned for him to join the group. Then he walked forward and stood beside the tall figure facing the youths. Mujin declared, the Hades family is established. At that moment, an aura began to take shape within him. In the year 1519 of the sea circle calendar, time slipped by like a fleeting steed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. On the training grounds, two figures collided repeatedly, each impact accompanied by a violent air burst. Mujin, clad in a black training suit, ducked to evade the opponent's heavy punch and bellowed, "Six kings," while crushing fist. 3 vortices of energy took shape around his right fist, spinning rapidly as the fist moved. "Iron body, iron wall." The opponent shouted, tensing his entire body. The heavy fist collided with the body, unleashing a terrifying force that kicked up dust from the ground. Gusts of energy spiraled outward, the fierce wind blowing the hair of the onlookers. "Kid, you're not quite there yet." Black arm short strike. In an instant, pitch-black armament hockey enveloped ZFA's forearm, and the overwhelming pressure made Mujin's breath catch. The blackened forearm slammed into Mujin's chest. With a thud, he was sent flying, cracking the stone slabs in his path. The entire training ground had no barriers. Mujin crashed directly into the wall. His body embedded in the cement wall, he kept spitting out bitter liquid from his mouth. ZFA, retracting his stance, looked at Mujin, who was pulling himself out of the wall, and said with a smile, "Kid, your armament hockey is too weak. It's thanks to your restraint, Master ZFA, or else that blow would have knocked me unconscious," Mujin said, clutching his chest with a wry smile. After 5 years of training, Mujin had fully mastered the 6 Navy styles and developed his own combination technique, 6 King's Wheel. Although his armament hockey was only a thin layer, it was sufficient to handle most situations across the 4 seas. "Master ZFA, I still haven't made any progress with observation hockey," Mujin said, somewhat frustrated. "Even with such intense training, you still can't awaken observation hockey." ZFA stroked his chin, frowning slightly. Hearing this, Mujin recalled the training he had done to awaken observation hockey, throwing a short sword into the sky, letting it fall straight toward him. Every day he was covered in injuries. Only because ZFA believed Mujin's physique was extraordinary did he allow such training. The result was that 5 years had passed, observation hockey remained unawakened, and he had little of the life water left. By now Mujin had only 15 small vials of life water. The rest had been used directly or indirectly on ZFA. The two walked side by side to the perimeter of the training grounds. Someone handed them cloaks. ZFA thanked him, while Mujin simply nodded. "That plan, Sengoku has approved it," ZFA said, putting on his cloak and walking forward. Except for Mujin, everyone else was exceptionally excited. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku looked at the young man, brimming with confidence before him, recalling all that Mujin had accomplished over the past few years. He had uncovered 47 corrupt officials within the Marines, including a vice admiral. Because of this, Mujin had gained a group of steadfast supporters known within the Marines as the Hades family. All of them were people who hated pirates, orphans of slain Marines, those who had lost arms to pirates, and more. Sengoku slowly spoke, "Your plan, I approve it. However, for now you are only allowed to operate in the 4 seas. This is not only my assessment of you, but also your adoptive father ZFA's wish." Mujin nodded. He lacked combat experience, and if he recklessly entered the Grand Line with his current strength, he would likely die a miserable death. Munching on rice crackers as he lounged on the sofa, Garp looked up at Mujin and said, "Kid, if possible, I'd like you to go to Fusha village. Help me bring that boy Luffy onto the ship. Right now Luffy is brainwashed by Shanks, shouting every day that he wants to be the Pirate King." Mujin replied to Garp, "Mr. Garp, I'll do my best." Hearing Mujin's assurance, Garp laughed heartily. "Have some rice crackers." Mujin looked at the rice cracker in Garp's hand, covered in saliva, and swallowed nervously. Seeming to realize, Garp tossed the cracker into his mouth and fumbled in the bag. After fumbling for a while, Garp scratched the back of his head and grinned, all gone. The others were speechless. Sengoku's body began to emit a golden glow, and with a bang a figure crashed through the wall and flew out. Retracting his devil fruit ability, Sengoku took off his glasses and rubbed his brow. "Mujin, if possible, I hope you can help Garp out. After all, his other grandson Ace is already on Whitebeard's ship." Mujin nodded. "I'll keep that in mind. If there's nothing else, Fleet Admiral, I'd like to set off now." Sengoku nodded, watching the two leave the room. His gaze passed through the broken wall to the fluttering Marine flag. He murmured, "Pirate Hunter Squad." At the front of Marine headquarters, 2 lounge chairs were placed quietly. Such clutter was usually out of place in the solemn headquarters. But the people lying on them were an incumbent Marine Admiral and a Marine hero. "Mr. Garp, that's your 32nd flight this month. Only 3 more to break your record." Garp's expression turned unusually serious, and he said solemnly, "Looks like I need to step it up." Handing over a frozen bottle of sake, Akiji casually asked, "Mr. Garp, do you think Mujin's method will work?" Garp tilted his head back and drank heartily, unconcerned. "Maybe. But ending the Great Pirate Era won't be achieved by a single person alone." At Marinefords, no. 3 port 7 figures stood before a warship ready to depart. In the distance, a figure approached, looking at the 3 people and 1 ball waiting for him. Mujin's lips curled into a smile, and he shouted, "Hades, set sail. First stop, East Blue Kokoyashi Village." On the sea, a new star destined to ignite the ocean had already set forth. The scorching sun blazed. Looking into the distance, the air seemed to warp. On the deck of the Hades, a figure was doing push-ups with a black iron block on his back, inscribed with the words, 500 kilograms. Boss, didn't Vice Admiral Garp entrust you to go to Windmill Village? Why are we heading to Kokoyashi Village first? Bruce, who was at the helm, asked with some confusion. Before Mujun could answer, a fist directly hit Bruce's head, and a female voice rang out. The boss must have his reasons for doing this. Bruce rubbed the bump on his head, and was about to argue with Kalicia, but when he turned his head, he saw Helen leaning against the cabin, her sword already drawn. Swallowing his saliva, Bruce put his outstretched hands back on the helm. He didn't want to suffer a joint beating from the couple. With a thud, the black iron block hit the deck. Mujun looked at the rowdy group and said with a smile, I just heard that the oranges in Kokoyashi Village taste great, so I wanted to try them. Besides, it's on the way. Hearing this, Bruce clicked his tongue and thought to himself, who would believe that nonsense? Suddenly, a huge water column surged up from the side of the ship, slapping against the hull. The Hades rocked violently. Kalicia slammed her head into the railing, and the wooden railing actually developed fine cracks. Bruce, if you can't steer the ship, let me do it. Kalicia held her forehead and glared angrily at Bruce at the helm. Bruce said innocently, it's not my fault. Someone fired a cannonball. Hearing this, Kalicia exerted a little force with her feet, leaped up to the crow's nest, picked up the telescope, and shouted excitedly, Boss, there are pirates. It's the Cherry Blossom pirate crew. Bruce steered towards them. Mujun ordered directly, casually grabbing the cloak hanging nearby and draping it over his shoulders. Boss, that small warship is approaching. Should we retreat? What's there to fear? Lads, keep firing the cannons. Kill the Marines, seize the warship, the East Blue is ours. A man whose face was covered with scars drew the curved saber from his waist, a crazed expression on his face. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, bombs hurtled towards the Hades. Swish, 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 several flashes of sword light. Helen, wielding two famed blades, leaped up and sliced all the incoming cannonballs in half. After the violent explosions, the thick smell of gunpowder filled the sky. Landing on the deck, Helen shouted upward, Kalicia, send me over. Hearing Helen's call, Kalicia leaped down from the crow's nest, steadied herself, and grabbed Helen's ankle. Then she began spinning in place faster and faster. Big windmill, go. As her voice fell, a dark figure flew off the Hades, heading straight for the pirate ship ahead. Boss, it seems someone is flying over. I'm not blind. Prepare to engage. Bang! A huge sound came from the pirate ship, the wooden deck already cracked. As the smoke cleared, Helen raised her twin blades towards the pirates' marine headquarters. Pirate, guerrilla, swordsman, Helen, higher. Today, once again, I pronounce judgment on the Cherry Blossom pirate crew. Everyone, sentenced to death, immediate execution. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky. Hey, 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 Helen, you stole my line. Did I, eh? Helen asked with some confusion. Mujun nodded seriously. Yes, as punishment, I'll deduct half of your monthly performance bonus. Helen, the pirates. Boss, are they not taking us seriously? A minor pirate asked Captain Jack quietly. Seeing the arrogant pair, Jack roared, tear them apart. Two heavens, one style, half slash. Gripping the swords tightly, arms crossed, blades forward, Helen charged forward. A gust of wind stirred up, blood splattered, and dozens of pirates fell instantly dead. Mujun dodged Jack's curved saber while reciting Dalai Jiaku, a villager of Crescent Moon Village, brutal by nature. Since going to sea, he has killed 6 Marines, 642 civilians, and destroyed one island and village named Crescent Moon Village. According to Article 34, Section 3 of the Marine Code, Dalai Jiaku is sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Hearing the words from the Marine before him, Dalai Jiaku's ferocious expression intensified. Little brat, killing them is their honor. To become the victims of the future Pirate King's blade, they should feel glorious. Hearing this, Mujun's face turned cold. He took out a silver gauntlet from his pocket, which had 4 spikes on it. His fist met Dalai Jiaku's blade. With a clang, a piece of the blade fell off and stuck straight into the wooden deck. Jack's savage grin froze. He looked at Mujun in disbelief, watching the young Marine step closer. Jack drew a flintlock from his chest and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes continuously erupted. Swaying his body, he dodged bullet after bullet, then punched Jack in the face. The sharp spikes sank directly into Jack's flesh. Blood kept flowing from the wound. I won't let you die so easily. The cold words rang in his ears like the whisper of a demon. In the sky, a news bird with a camera hanging from its chest flew by and disappeared into the clouds. The Hades slowly approached. Looking at the jewels and heads beside the two, Bruce's eyes gleamed with greed. He pounced on them like a rabid dog, but Mujun kicked him flying. Looking up at Kalicia, he said, pack these things away. Someone will come to collect them. Hearing this, Kalicia patted her chest, signaling Mujun to rest assured that she would handle it. Bruce, getting up, shouted in protest, Boss, I can also take care of the jewels. Bruce said with a serious expression. Looking at Bruce's determined gaze, Mujun blurted out, with such a firm look, are you trying to join the party? Bruce was taken aback. What party? Along the way, Mu Zhen and his crew eliminated dozens of pirate crews of various sizes. But the bounties were all around 10 million berries. There were hardly any high bounty pirates left in the East Blue. In the distance, a strangely shaped ship came into view. Bruce asked curiously, "What kind of ship is that?" "It looks like a fish." Mu Zhen looked at the massive ship just ahead, which had fish-shaped figureheads at both ends, and couldn't help but smile. "This is a restaurant with pretty good food." The floating restaurant, Bar Tai. Thud, thud, thud. Military boots echoed on the wooden walkway, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. "Excuse me, young man, do you have any specialties?" asked Bruce, who had taken off his naval uniform as he observed the blonde man weaving between tables, bottle in hand. Hearing this, the blonde man replied without turning around, "Every dish in our restaurant is a specialty, every one made with the chef's wholehearted dedication. And please call me sous chef, Sanji." Mu Zhen burst into laughter. Not bad, interesting." Then, before he could finish, a voice came from outside the restaurant. "Father, this is the famous floating restaurant Bar Tai." With a creak, the restaurant door swung open. All eyes turned to see a tall figure enter, his right arm fitted with a giant axe, his skin dark and his chin replaced by a steel jaw. Mu Zhen was taken aback, never expecting to encounter him here. The newcomer was none other than Axe Emperor Morgan, who had once wounded a marine hero. "I want to see for myself what makes the renowned Bar Tai of the East Blue so special." The accompanying Marines stood outside the restaurant, barring all customers from entering. The slightly stooped Helmeppo shouted at Sanji, "Hey Blondie, introduce me to the specialties of Bar Tai." As before, Sanji replied without turning, "Every dish in our restaurant is a specialty, every one made with the chef's wholehearted dedication." Helmeppo was about to lose his temper when a voice emerged from the kitchen. "Marine sir, what would you like to eat?" A man with a tall chef's hat, two braided mustache-like strands, and a prosthetic leg on his right stood there. Morgan turned to look at Zeph, who had stopped at the table. "Are you the owner here? Have that kid cook for me. Anything will do. But if I'm not satisfied." Morgan raised the giant axe embedded in his right arm, the implication clear. Zeph glared at the hesitating Sanji and barked, "Didn't you hear? Sanji, go cook for this Marine, sir." Sanji slowly walked toward the kitchen. Clatter, clatter. A moment later, he emerged carrying a bowl of egg-fried rice. Morgan eyed the golden fried rice, picked up the spoon on the table, and took a bite. Feeling the juicy, perfectly separated grains of rice, Morgan couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Bar Tai, "Even the simplest dish is this delicious." The restaurant staff breathed a sigh of relief, but the soldiers outside burst in, a dozen flintlock rifles aimed at Sanji. Sanji was stunned. "He's satisfied, isn't he?" "Why?" Morgan slowly rose, looking at Sanji with a smirk. "The flavor is good, but I'm not satisfied." With that, he raised his right hand and brought it down on the table. With a loud crash, the table split in two. The Marine soldiers with rifles began to squeeze their triggers. Seeing this, Zeph tensed his left leg, but a voice interrupted him. "The reputation of the Marines is ruined by scum like you." Krisha, who had witnessed everything, her eyes blazing with fury. Morgan peered through the crowd at the three standing figures and sneered, "Are you trying to play hero?" Staring at the arrogant Morgan, Krisha rose and walked straight toward him, her face dark. Seeing her shorter stature, Morgan smirked, raised his right arm, and swung the axe down. Krisha flickered a few times and vanished from her spot. Morgan froze, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Was that shave? Before he could be sure, a loud shout from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Storm leg sky slash." With a kick, Krisha stirred up a gust of wind, sending several vacuum slashes flying toward Morgan. Morgan turned and raised his axe. The slashes clashed against it with a series of clanging sounds. Seeing this, Helmeppo shouted at the dazed soldiers, "What are you doing? Fire!" At that command, a dozen Marines pulled their triggers, sending a barrage of bullets toward the group. A dark figure darted out. Helen, wielding two swords, stood in front of the others, exhaling slowly. Her twin blades flashed continuously, cleaving each bullet in two. As the soldiers readied to fire again, Helen's gaze sharpened. She vanished, and two arcs of light swept through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The severed halves of the rifles clattered to the floor. Seeing this, Helmeppo tried to sneak out of the restaurant, but a figure blocked his path. Bruce smiled at him and asked, "And where do you think you're going?" Nearby, Morgan, under constant assault, grew increasingly certain that the woman before him was a Marine. Likely a secret elite from Marine headquarters, given her youth and overwhelming strength. As he retreated, Morgan said, "We can negotiate. Split the profits from taking over the floating restaurant 50-50. Hearing this, Krisha's fury burned even brighter. "Scum, go to hell. Storm leg death wind." Krisha leaped high, her legs spinning rapidly, unleashing one blade of wind after another at Morgan. The slashes, wrapped in a fierce gale, flew toward Morgan. Clang, clang, clang. He raised his axe horizontally to block them all, but the axe blade became riddled with nicks. Rip, rip. The powerful wind pressure tore Morgan's coat to shreds, then cut into his skin, leaving a trail of bloody gashes. Thinking she was dissatisfied with the offer, he quickly said, 2080. Krisha suddenly fell silent, her face dark. Bruce silently mourned for Morgan. Why did you have to say 2080? Helen looked at Krisha with a pang of sympathy. In Morgan's stunned gaze, Krisha vanished and reappeared right in front of him. One hand firmly clamped over his mouth, her crimson eyes blazing like a mad lioness. Take your 2080 and go to hell. Krisha's right hand tightened relentlessly, the steel jaw groaning under the strain. Morgan's expression shifted. He swung his right arm, aiming the axe at Krisha's neck. A scream rang out, but not from Krisha. Morgan's eyes bulged as he howled in agony. Helen sheathed her swift blade Frost Snow and stared at Morgan with cold indifference. After a few breaths, Morgan's jaw was crushed, and he collapsed unconscious. Krisha slowly released her grip, tossed him aside, and strode quickly out of the restaurant. Helen immediately followed. Mujan rose slowly from his seat, glanced at Bruce, who instantly understood, and led the others outside. In an instant, only Zeph and Mujan remained in the restaurant. Mujan spoke slowly, "Captain of the Chef Pirates, Redleg Zeph." The two exchanged glances, and Japu struck first, his right leg slicing through the air as a fierce wind blew toward Mujan. But Mujan did not dodge or evade, letting the howling gust wash over his face. Japu retracted his leg, a hint of pleading in his voice. "I have abandoned my past. Must the Marines really leave no stone unturned?" Hearing this, the shepherd paused, then burst into laughter, clutching his belly. "Abandon your past? At your age, that's unexpected. Unexpectedly naive, too. Since you formed your chef pirate crew, you've killed 178 Marines, 1563 civilians, slaughtered inhabitants across 12 islands. Let you go? Ask the wronged souls who perished whether they agree, ask their grieving families." Mujan's rage surged within him, and he roared at Japu. "You want to wash away your sins? Those fallen Marine souls won't accept it. The living Marines won't either." Upon hearing this, Japu fell silent, removed his chef's hat, and placed it down with great care before staring at the figure before him with grave seriousness. Rampaku Windbird. Cooking leg meat. The red and white slashes collided in midair, crashing together before dissipating. Japu's expression grew grave. "I never expected you so young to have kicking techniques that rival my own." Mujan said nothing further. He now understood that relying on leg techniques against Japu would yield no advantage. He retrieved his boxing gloves from his pocket and donned them, the silver leather gleaming with cold light under the lamps. 6 King Wheel Wind Pressure. His right fist swung forward, unleashing a powerful wind pressure. Clattering sounds erupted as the ferocious gale overturned everything before him, hurling debris toward Japu. Planting his right foot firmly, he relentlessly kicked away the incoming objects with his left leg. A slash cut through the air as his left leg struck, splitting the dining table, hurtling toward his face in two. From behind the shattered table, a figure surged forward, a silver fist driving straight into Japu's chest. With a thunderous impact, Japu was launched backward, crashing hard into the wooden wall. Planks crumbled and fell as Japu struggled to rise from the wreckage. Glancing down at his bleeding chest, he managed a bitter smile. But Mujan offered no respite for sorrow, delivering another devastating blow that sent Japu's body soaring through the air, crashing through the ceiling, before landing heavily on the ground below. Blood continuously spewed from Japu's mouth as he leaned against the wall, struggling to stand while his body swayed unsteadily. His long beard was stained crimson with blood, and his right prosthetic leg lay shattered. Cooking brain meat. Japu roared, channeling all his strength into his left leg. A ferocious slash sliced through everything in its path, aiming directly for Mujan's neck. With a metallic ring, Japu's eyes widened in shock at what he witnessed. His right glove had turned jet black and gleaming, firmly gripping the incoming slash. With a powerful squeeze, the attack shattered completely. Mujan regarded Japu with visible disappointment. "I thought someone who had sailed the Grand Line might actually excite me. You've disappointed me greatly. Here, take back your own slash." As he spoke, his right hand swept forward, and a blade of energy materialized out of nowhere, appearing before Japu in an instant. Blood sprayed in all directions as Japu's left leg was severed clean off, forcing him to his knees on the ground. Agonizing pain coursed through his body as sweat mingled with blood, continuously dripping downward. Japu, time to pay penance. 6 King Wheel Crushing Fist. Rampant power exploded outward, cracking the wooden floorboards beneath his feet inch by inch. Before the words had even finished echoing, Japu vomited a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he saw an arm piercing through his body. The restaurant door creaked open, and Sanji stepped out with an anxious expression. Wiping the blood from his hands, Mujan approached him with a serious tone. "Vince smokes Sanji. There are many ways to pursue your dreams, but do not become a pirate." Hearing his full name spoken aloud, Sanji was reminded of that wretched family, the one that disgusted him, the one he feared. "How is that old man?" Sanji asked urgently. But Mujan didn't respond, walking directly toward Bellamy. "Someone like you, trash. How could someone like you become a Marine?" Mujan gazed at the trembling blonde man kneeling on the ground, anger rising within him. "Bruce." Mujan headed toward the Hades, calling out loudly. Bruce. Upon hearing this, Bruce grinned. Received. He slowly pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced straight through Bellamy's head. His body collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. This is Sengoku. Who is this? Sengoku asked angrily. Marshal Sengoku, try to calm down. Along the way I've eliminated quite a few pirates. You brat, haven't you read the newspapers? The Navy massacring pirates. Do you want me to issue a public apology? Your actions, they're no different from those of pirates. Mujin picked his ear somewhat helplessly. I didn't expect Mogus to actually capture footage either. I'll be more careful next time. Hearing this, Sengoku's anger gradually subsided. What did you call for then? Mujin reported the matter of Colonel Maka to Sengoku with a serious expression. A loud bang echoed from the other end of the Den Mushi. Suppressing his anger, Sengoku spoke slowly. I'll have Smoker take over. The Den Mushi connection cut off with a snap. Mujin pouted. Could a marshal really hang up whenever he pleased? Putting away the Den Mushi, Mujin walked over to the unconscious Maka, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Coating his right fist in armament hockey, he delivered a punch that shattered Maka's heart. Flicking the blood from his hand, Mujin sneered. When Smoker arrives to take over, should I send him to impel down? After all, when the Navy makes mistakes, they should face the same punishment as pirates. Tossing the corpse aside, Mujin looked at the dozen trembling naval soldiers and offered a pleasant smile. Inside the restaurant, Sanji watched the dying Jipu, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Boy, don't cry. Don't seek revenge on that man. All my treasures are in the trunk passed down to me. Make good use of them. You must find the legendary All Blue. Looking at Sanji's continuous tears, Jipu's tone softened. Boy, I'm hungry. Cook me your signature dish. Hearing this, Sanji hurried to the kitchen. Moments later, he walked out quickly with a plate in hand, only to find Jipu already dead. With a clatter, the fried rice spilled across the floor. The boundless ocean stretched before them, a red naval warship cutting through the waves, appearing from afar as though a great fire blazed upon the sea. Hey! 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 Helen gripped one end of the barbell, wielding it like a sword in relentless strikes. Kracia sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, gazing vacantly at the endless sea, lost in thought. A large hand pressed gently onto Kracia's head, ruffling her hair. Helen, I'm fine. Watching her friend abandon training to comfort her, Kracia's previously calm heart stirred with a ripple of emotion. Helen sat down beside her, joining Kracia in watching the undulating waves. Bruce, manning the helm, looked on with a sour expression, a flash of envy in his eyes. Where's my love, I wonder? Mujin heard this, patted Bruce on the shoulder, and said earnestly, I think Sylvia is quite nice. Bruce shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. Who would like a woman like that? Mujin's lips curled into a smile as he quietly watched Bruce. Feeling unsettled under Mujin's gaze, Bruce looked toward the faintly visible island in the distance and quickly changed the subject. Captain, that's Kokoja Village. Mujin, however, ignored the island and called out loudly, Miss Cat Burglar, Kokoja Village has arrived. The others looked at Mujin in confusion. Hearing no response, he continued, Miss Nami, come out. My patience is running thin. You should have seen what I did at Bartai. With a creak, the cabin door opened, revealing a woman with short orange hair, a windmill, and orange tattoo on her left shoulder, and wearing denim shorts. Instantly, Bruce drew his flintlock and aimed at Nami. Nami quickly raised her hands in surrender. Good afternoon, esteemed Marines. Mujin patted Bruce's shoulder, signaling him to lower the gun. Looking at Nami kneeling on the ground, Mujin raised an eyebrow. Sneaking onto a naval vessel is an offense punishable by beheading. Nami quickly waved her hands. I was just lost and accidentally boarded this ship. Mujin continued unperturbed. So, Miss Cat Burglar, did you find anything you wanted on our ship? Hearing this, Nami muttered under her breath, not really. I didn't expect such a magnificent warship to have not a single berry. No sooner had she spoken than she clapped her hand over her mouth. Seeing the sly smile on Mujin's face, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Gurgle, gurgle, an ill-timed sound broke the silence. Everyone turned to the helm, where Bruce was grinning, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, Sorry, please continue. The scenery is lovely, no wonder the captain wanted to come here. Bruce walked along, admiring the beauty of Kokoja Village. The speaker was careless, but the listener was attentive. Nami chimed in, It really is nice. Yet the disappointment in her voice was plain, even to an ordinary person, let alone the Marines. They arrived at a small house. Nami stepped forward to knock. Nojiko, I'm back. With a creak, the door opened. A woman with short blue hair, a red headband, and a blue tattoo on her chest appeared. Her originally cheerful expression turned to one of fear, tinged with disgust upon seeing Mujin and the others in Marine uniforms. Her face changed instantly. Seeing Nojiko's reaction, Nami quickly explained, Nojiko, they're not that kind of Marines. Hearing Nami's words, Nojiko hurriedly ushered them inside. Spotting the food on the table, Bruce lunged at it like a ravenous dog. Just as he was about to grab it, a fist came down from above, smashing him to the floor. Please excuse us. He's not very bright. Helen explained to the two women. After the commotion, the awkward atmosphere eased. Especially after hearing about Nami's plight, Nojiko looked at her sister with concern. She turned to Mujun and said, "I apologize, Marine sir. Nami is not like this by nature." Mujun waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. He picked up an orange from the table, peeled it, and put a segment into his mouth. Bruce, eating like a wild dog, glanced at the others chewing slowly and scoffed inwardly. They've never known true hunger. He devoured the food at lightning speed, even picking up fallen breadcrumbs from the floor and shoving them into his mouth. Watching Bruce wolf down his meal, Nojiko couldn't help but laugh. "Bruce, how rude. How dare you call her rude?" Kreisha punched him on the head. Sensing the cheerful atmosphere, Nojiko and Nami exchanged a glance and smiled. Just then a commotion broke out outside. Several monstrous half-human creatures were in the village center, with a few elderly people lying on the ground, their condition unknown. Hearing the noise, Nojiko and Nami rushed outside. Mujun and the others followed. "This month's tribute hasn't been paid yet. Wretched humans, if you can't pay, you know the consequences." Seeing the villagers on the ground, Nami stepped in front of the fishman. "Arlong has promised me that once I collect 100 million berry, he will free the village. Are you going to tell on us?" An octopus fishman cut her off, his words icy. Nami's breath caught. Did she dare to? 100 million berry. With your thieving, how long will it take to save that much? Enough chatter. Hand over the tribute now, or else. Or else what? Eight-legged octopus. A voice came from behind. The fishmen turned to see four Marines in white coats of justice approaching slowly. Hachi sneered, looking at Nami. "So you found Marines to help you." He then turned to Mujun and the others. "You're under Mouse's command, right? Tell him the tribute isn't due yet, so wait." Bruce, Helen, and Kreisha exchanged puzzled looks. "Who's Mouse?" "Ratman." Squeak, squeak. Mujun said nothing. He stepped forward, draped his coat over Nami's shoulders, and spoke inexplicably. "The orange was delicious. As a repayment and as atonement for the Marines. How about I help you kill the fishmen on this island?" Nami was stunned, unable to believe what she heard. But she shook her head. "Arlong is very strong. You should leave." Mujun laughed heartily at her words. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at her. "I am very strong too." Mujun's laughter grew louder. He fixed his gaze on Nami with intensity. "I am also very strong." Mujun stared at the six-armed octopus Xiaoba before him, recalling that in his past life's anime, even such heinous crimes were eventually whitewashed. Disgusted, he said, "Helen, cut him down. Notoriu Inbu." With a flash of blades, Hailun instantly appeared before Xiaoba, two of his arms severed. The onlookers were stunned. Such a powerful fishman had been wounded. Enraged, Xiaoba drew the four swords at his waist and held them in a circle before him. Hailun looked at the fishman with some surprise, a hint of interest rising. "You are a swordsman too." "Four-sword style." Although the tone was flat, Xiaoba thought she was mocking him. "I'll cut off your limbs." Xiaoba roared and charged at Hailun, swinging his long swords. The two exchanged blows, blades clashing, sparks flying. Hailun was too fast to wound after wound appeared on Xiaoba's body. His eyes darkened. Xiaoba shouted, "Die!" Clang. 6 blades collided, sending sparks. The two began a struggle of strength, Hailun's calm expression contrasting sharply with Xiaoba's flushed face. "Huh." Hailun suddenly exerted force, deflecting Xiaoba's 4 swords. 2-sword style fox-splitting slash. She swung her right blade toward Xiaoba, and the onlookers seemed to hear a fox's cry as a fox-shaped slash flew straight at him. Sensing the immense power, Xiaoba quickly spun his 4 arms, crossing the 4 swords before him to block the slash. The moment the fox-shaped slash touched the blades, it shattered into 4 smaller slashes that struck Xiaoba. Drip, drip, blood slid down the blades. A searing pain shot through Xiaoba's mind. Looking down at his wounds, a wave of fear surged in his heart. "You two, hold him off. I'll go get Arlong-sama." With that, Xiaoba turned and fled. Seeing his move, Hailun was like lightning. Her twin blades swept, and 2 heads flew high, blood spurting like fountains. Running, Xiaoba turned his head to look back and saw the scene. His face turned pale, and he sped up even more. Turning forward, he stopped abruptly, his expression terrified, and he pleaded, "Spare me." He then added with a hint of threat, "I know the Dark King lately. I am his savior." Hailun hesitated, but then a voice reassured her. "The Dark King lately? Roger's right hand. I'll go find him, with your last words." Mujun said coldly, enunciating each word. Xiaoba wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Isn't that my body?" Just as they thought it was over, a village woman stepped forward and shouted at Mujun and the others, "You killed Arlong's men. Have you considered us?" Then more and more villagers came out, none expressing gratitude, all condemning them. Nami and Nuijigeo tried to defend them, but were drowned in spittle, unable to utter a word. Mujun picked his ear at that, then burst out his aura. Thud, thud. One by one the villagers fell, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. "Boss, your control over your aura is getting stronger." Kelly Adia praised, noticing that only the villagers had fallen. "Of course he's the boss. Bruce added another flattery. Paying no heed to their words, Muzhan said to Hai-Lun, cut off that octopus's arms, and I'll treat you all to a feast. In the hut, everyone looked at the yellow dumplings on the table, showing disgusted expressions, and pushed them away. Nami, I'm not hungry, you eat. Huh, I'm not hungry either, Master Muzhan, you have it. Hearing this, Muzhan expressionlessly pushed the dumplings in front of him over to Bruce beside him. The others all pushed their dumplings to Bruce. Bruce. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Damn, it's awful hard and fishy. Outside the door, Bruce knelt on the ground, retching incessantly. Then his eyes sharpened. Bruce will never eat octopus again. Ugh. Inside, Nami agreed to Muzhan's proposal, picked up a serving of dumplings, and walked out. Muzhan and the others followed behind, with Keliadia dragging the prone Bruce, heading toward East Long Park. Outside East Long Park, Nami looked at the fishmen blocking the way, hiding the fear in her eyes, and said in a firm voice, I have fulfilled the contract. I'm here to buy back the village. She paused, then continued, and my freedom. The two fishmen exchanged glances, withdrew their weapons, and let Nami in. Inside East Long Park, Arlong looked at Nami carrying a basket, his expression half smiling. 100 million berry, have you saved enough? Nami nodded, biting her lip tightly. Then where is it? Don't tell me that basket in your hand holds 100 million berry. Arlong bared his fangs, raising his voice. Nami shook her head and said in a sweet voice, this is a delicacy I discovered while fulfilling the contract. I brought it back specially to thank Lord Arlong for his protection. Arlong was curious. Nami slowly took out a golden dumpling and handed it to him. Arlong squinted at her, asking jokingly, you didn't poison it, did you? Nami quickly shook her head. I've already completed the contract. Why would I do such a thing? Could Lord Arlong be afraid that a weak human like me would poison the food? Hearing Nami's words, the pride of Arlong as a fishman took over. Noble fishmen are not afraid of human tricks. He picked up a dumpling, put it in his mouth, and chewed carefully. Ugh, ugh, such awful food, and you call it delicious. Do you humans like to eat something like shit? Before Arlong could continue, a sneaky voice rang out from the corner. Ha ha ha. Boss, I told you even sharks wouldn't eat that stuff. Arlong's face twisted in fury as he glared at Nami. Who did you bring them here? Tap tap tap. 4 figures slowly appeared. The black-haired Marine at the lead looked at the furious Arlong and asked curiously, how did the takoyaki taste? Arlong stared at the takoyaki ball on the ground, somewhat puzzled. Takoyaki. That's right, specially made by Hades Muzhan, the captain of the Marine Headquarters Pirate Hunter Squad. Hachi's takoyaki. Nami stuck out her tongue and giggled. Upon hearing this, a violent power erupted around him, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the group. An enraged voice rang out, bastards. Despicable humans. His saw-toothed mouth lunged toward Nami, who shrieked and fell to the ground in terror as the vicious Arlong approached. A gust of wind swept by, and the broad marine coat fluttered over Nami's head. A massive fist slammed into Arlong's jaw. With a loud crash, Arlong was sent flying, crashing through the wall and landing amidst the rubble. He removed his coat, loosened his tie, and tossed it behind him. A proud, confident voice rang out, protect Nami, oh, leave this to me. With that, Muzhan's figure flickered and vanished from their sight. Outside, Arlong clawed his way out of the rubble. With a mighty roar, he summoned his subordinates. In an instant, dust rose as hundreds of fishmen surged from all directions, gathering around Arlong. Arlong pointed at Muzhan, who had appeared before him, and bellowed, tear him apart. A fierce conqueror's haki erupted, an air dome instantly enveloping the fishmen. Thud thud. In moments, only 3 fishmen remained standing. Staring at the fallen fishmen, Arlong's face contorted in shock, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Karubi. Chew. Finish him. With that, Arlong charged first, sharp teeth protruding from his hands as he aimed for Muzhan's eyes. Muzhan swayed backward, easily dodging the claws. He clenched his fist, his arm bulging with surging violent power, and struck Arlong's abdomen. The incredible force passed through Arlong's body, dispersing the dust behind him. 100-tile fist. From behind, a hoarse voice rang out. A fist trailing several streams of water slammed toward Muzhan's back. High-pressure water cannon. On the right, a fishman shot a water jet from his mouth, heading straight for Muzhan. Muzhan turned his right fist into a palm, grabbed Arlong, and hurled him to the right. Seeing Arlong flying toward him, the fishman, Chu, hastily cut off his water jet, only to be knocked down by the incoming Arlong. Without turning to face his enemy, Muzhan placed his fists on his hips and shouted, Iron Body Mountain Ridge. His back instantly tensed, turning as hard as steel. With a metallic clang, Karubi's 100-tile fist struck Muzhan's back, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Karubi faltered, disbelief in his eyes, and quickly retreated to create distance. Suddenly, a grinning face appeared in his line of sight, and an intense pain exploded throughout his body. The spikes on the gauntlet tore through the tough skin of the fishman Karubi, and crimson blood flowed from the wound, staining his clothes red. From the ground, Arlong seized the opportunity and lunged with his mouth wide open toward Muzhan. A grating, teeth-chattering sound came from Arlong's mouth. His sharp, serrated teeth bit into the pitch-black arm. Cracks formed and teeth fell out one by one. She couldn't believe it. Arlong's fabled teeth couldn't even penetrate this man's arm. A left fist shot out its violent power aimed at Arlong's face. One punch was enough to break Arlong's nose. An excruciating pain shot through his mind. Staring at his nose on the ground, Arlong's face twisted with rage. Angry. This is just a little physical pain compared to what you've done to the villagers, to the civilians you've killed. This is nothing, isn't it? When weak villagers and their families knelt before you, didn't you revel in it? With each word, he broke another limb of Arlong's. Mujin's tone grew colder. He glanced indifferently at the crippled Arlong, then vanished and reappeared behind Karubi. Six King's gun death spear. As the words fell, his arm like a sharp lance pierced through Karubi's body and extracted the beating heart. He withdrew his arm, and Karubi collapsed instantly, his body convulsing. The entire process took only seconds. He tossed the heart in front of Arlong, his voice like a devil's whisper seductively tempting him. Eat it, and I'll spare the other fishman. Arlong roared and screamed at Mujin, but his limbs were broken. Though his regenerative ability was strong, it was useless. Mujin looked at the enraged Arlong and couldn't help but smile. He vanished again and reappeared behind the fishman Chu. His pitch-black arm shot out, directly crushing Chu's head. Blood spurted, splattering onto Mujin, staining the justice emblem of the marine with crimson. Every second you hesitate, I kill one fishman. Saying this, Mujin walked toward the fishman, knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki, and reached out. Arlong bellowed, I'll eat it. Spare them. Tears streamed from his eyes as he crawled forward. His teeth had all fallen out earlier, so he could only swallow it whole. Watching Arlong's actions, a flicker of admiration crossed Mujin's eyes. The world of pirates is full of filth and violence, but whether human or other races, everyone values their comrades deeply. I've eaten it. Now keep your promise. Mujin sneered, a mocking look in his eyes. Any proof? Who can testify? Arlong stared blankly at Mujin, then roared in fury. You're a marine. You can't break your word, you bastard. Mujin crouched down and patted Arlong's face. You're not exactly a fishman of your word either. Would you really have kept that contract? He grabbed Arlong's head with his right hand, and violent power surged through his arm into Arlong's skull. Arlong screamed in agony, the intense pain robbing him of speech. Nami, Mujin called out. Three figures escorted Nami out of the room. Seeing the blood everywhere and the fallen fishman, Nami stood frozen at a loss. Nami, Mujin called again. Nami snapped out of it and walked over to him. Mujin picked up the dagger that had fallen nearby and placed it in Nami's hand. A gentle voice whispered in her ear, End him yourself. Holding the dagger, Nami looked at Arlong on the ground, hatred blazing in her eyes. She raised the dagger high and thrust it toward Arlong's head. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She dropped the dagger and burst into uncontrollable sobs. I can't. Mujin patted her head, sighing inwardly. Just as I thought. If you could do it, you wouldn't be Nami. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as Nojiko led the villagers to Arlong Park. After Nojiko's explanation, the villagers steeled themselves for a fight to the death against Arlong. Entering the park, they saw the fallen fishmen, and disbelief filled Nojiko's delicate face. At the sight of them, Nami wept even harder. Nojiko, it's over. The nightmare is over. The village, our freedom. Everything can be like before. Nojiko stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Nami, tears streaming from her eyes. Mujin smiled slightly as he looked at the trembling villagers clutching various farm tools. He raised his voice and announced, I know nothing about what happened here today. With that, he led Helen and the others away. There was still someone waiting for them. In the park, the villagers glared angrily at the fishmen who had oppressed them for years. One by one, they discarded their farm tools and picked up the weapons that had fallen. Those who couldn't find a weapon used their teeth as the best means of revenge. The World Economic Journal reported, the highest bounty pirate crew in the East Blue, the Arlong pirates, have been annihilated. Their captain Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million, is missing. Not a single other pirate survived. Thank you. Nokiho and Nami expressed their gratitude to the group inside the house. Mujin shook his head, stood up, and bowed deeply to the two. I'm truly sorry that Kokoyashi village has suffered this. It is our negligence as the Navy. Protecting civilians and exterminating pirates is the Navy's duty. Nami quickly stood up, waving her hands, clearly flustered by Mujin's gesture. At the Kokoyashi village docks, several warships slowly approached. The leading figure wore a cloak of justice with a few whiskers on either side of his nose, resembling a rat. Twirling the whiskers by his mouth, a shrill voice rang out. It's been a while since I last visited Kokoyashi village. Where's the 100 million berries that Arlong mentioned? Hearing this, a nearby sailor quickly replied, they're hidden in the tangerine grove. Then let's go take a look. A dozen sailors headed towards the place where Nami had hidden the berries. Strangely, there was not a single villager in the village today, as if they had all vanished. But Captain Rat and the other sailors paid it no mind, for the villagers usually hid from them anyway. They probably figured the villagers were trembling somewhere in fear. Listless Bruce seemed to sense something and looked up to shout at Muzhan, "Boss, they're here." Muzhan walked to the door, casually grabbed the cloak hanging behind it, and pushed it open. "Then let's go see." The group of 6 arrived at the Tangerine Grove, where they saw sailors digging the ground with shovels. Nami's expression froze, panic flashing in her eyes. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Nokiho demanded angrily, seeing the sailors destroying the Tangerine Grove. Captain Rat stepped forward, stroking his whiskers, and said nonchalantly, "Someone reported contraband here. I've brought half the branch's sailors to investigate. These faces are unfamiliar. Which branch are you from?" Bruce stepped forward with a grin. "Captain Rat, we are subordinates of Captain Smoker from Roguetown, passing through Kokoyashi village for supplies." "Oh, this village is quite poor. If you don't mind, once I find the contraband, you can replenish at my branch." Muzhan squinted his eyes. "My branch." With a thud, a sailor's shovel struck something hard. After clearing the dirt, they uncovered a large wooden crate, which several sailors lifted together. "Captain, we've found a crate suspected of containing contraband." Captain Rat nodded, stepped forward, and opened the crate. A flash of gold caught his eye, and his originally narrowed eyes flew open. It was filled with glittering treasures. He slammed the lid shut and ordered it to be carried away. Just as the crate left the ground, a large hand pressed it down with a thud. Captain Rat looked at Muzhan, who wore a smile, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face, but he forced a grin. "Brother, is there a problem?" Muzhan tapped the crate with his fingers and feigned curiosity. "Captain, I'm curious what's inside. I've never seen contraband before. Would it be possible to open it and let us broaden our horizons?" The Rat Man replied sternly, "This contraband could destroy the village in an instant. It must be transported back to the branch for disposal immediately." He signaled several sailors to lift the crate, but Muzhan's hand held it firmly. No matter how hard the sailors tried, they couldn't budge it an inch. Captain Rat narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by this, young man? Don't take the wrong path. I'm in charge here." Muzhan ignored him and reached for the lid. With a click, Captain Rat drew a flintlock pistol and aimed it at Muzhan. Immediately, dozens of sailors raised their rifles, aiming at the group. "Obstructing official business. I can shoot you dead right now." The Rat's voice turned cold. Muzhan sneered, "Official business? Whose official business? The Navy's? Or yours, Rat?" As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with his palm, sending the lid flying off. Everyone looked inside. It was all gold, treasures, and berries. Bruce's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the Rat with righteous indignation. "So this is official business, you Rat? All these berries. You were planning to pocket them, weren't you?" Hearing this, Captain Rat dropped the pretense and spoke in a low voice. "Pocket them? These berries were always mine. Everything in my jurisdiction is mine. I was going to let you off, but now it seems I'll have to kill you." Muzhan could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He pulled out a den mushi from his pocket. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, did you hear that?" "I heard it. Committing such a crime, it would not be excessive to execute him on the spot. First you." With a click, Muzhan hung up the den mushi, smiling at the bewildered Captain Rat. "You heard him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku ordered me to execute you on the spot." The onlookers. "Captain Rat. Bruce, awesome. I'm going to hang up on the Fleet Admiral like that someday too. So cool." Muzhan straightened his expression. "According to Article 101 of the Navy Code, Captain Rat of G-16 branch for colluding with the pirate Arlong and harming villagers is sentenced to death. According to Article 106, Clause 3 of the Navy Code, Captain Rat of G-16 branch for forcibly seizing villagers' property is sentenced to 40 years in impelled down level 3. According to." With each crime Muzhan recited, the Rat's face grew darker, as if it could drip with gloom. "In summary, Captain Rat is sentenced to immediate execution." As the words fell, an arm pierced through the Rat's chest, shattering his heart. Muzhan withdrew his arm, looked around, and announced loudly, "As for you Navy scum, all of you will be imprisoned and impelled down. BZZ, 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 BZZ. Muzhan took out his den mushi and spoke into the receiver. "Moshi Moshi. You little rascal, who told you to hang up on me? I'll send someone to take the Rat to impel down for punishment. Why aren't you saying anything?" Muzhan rubbed his chin and replied with slight regret, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Captain Rat was so scared by your order to execute him that he's already fainted." Sengoku. With a snap, Muzhan hung up the den mushi and turned his gaze to Nami. "Thief cat, next time make sure to hide your treasure well. Let's go. Time to meet Vice Admiral Garp's grandson." The group arrived at the dock. Nami looked at Muzhan with reluctance. Muzhan leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Don't become a pirate. I hate pirates more than anything." After speaking, he patted Nami's head. The 4 ships departed from Kokoyashi village. Under the setting sun, the sun sank into the sea, and the warships flying the flag of justice grew smaller and smaller in the distance. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, an enraged Sengoku crushed the den mushi in his hand. He glared furiously at the 2 men seated, incessantly stuffing their mouths with senbei. "Zephyr, your precious adopted son. In just over 10 days since setting out, he has killed 2 branch captains. Burp, but they were trash, weren't they all? Garp said unconcerned, letting out a belch. Hey Sengoku, try this. Red tea-flavored senbei limited edition. Zephyr ignored Sengoku and handed him a red senbei. Not bad. Garp, save me some. Buddha's impact. The World Economic Journal. He is the second iron-blooded Marine. Whether to pirates or to his own men, he is truly impartial and merciless. A silver-haired man holding a newspaper in a bar on an island in the South Sea laughed heartily. Interesting. Such an interesting Marine. It's a pity he's not my subordinate. Beside him a pirate raised his glass, groping the hostess beside him, his lustful eyes wandering over the scantily clad girls. Watching his frenzied subordinates, the silver-haired man's expression turned cold. He raised his glass and placed the newspaper on the table. A breeze blew, unfurling the folded paper. The headline read 5 large characters, Brutal Marines. The accompanying image showed Muzhan pulling out Kalu Ubi's heart and forcing Along to eat it. On Fishman Island in Fishman Street, a group of fishmen, upon seeing the newspaper, roared in fury, swearing to tear apart the Marine in the photo. Fishman Karate, see current one-hand shoulder throw. A massive current surged into Fishman Street, slamming the originally ferocious and frenzied fishmen onto the ground. Along did wrong and must be punished. Are you only looking at the picture and not reading the content? The voice arrived before the person. A blue-skinned fishman with a lightning-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye, wild eyebrows and sideburns, a coarse black short beard on his chin, and a plump figure clad in a patterned bathrobe stepped into the sight of the fishman. Boss Shinping. Boss Shinping is back. Seeing the enthusiastic crowd, Shinping's anger dissipated. He opened his fanged mouth and said, Along's revenge ends here. But I will personally pay a visit to that Marine. Bruce, fiddling with the ship's helm, let out a bored yawn. Watching Muzhan and Helen training frantically, Bruce felt a bit bored. Being on the same ship with those two was stressful. Time to eat. Kellyadia's soft voice came from the cabin. As soon as the words were spoken, a blurry figure dashed into the cabin with a whoosh. Bruce tied on his apron, holding a knife in his left hand and a fork in his right, sticking out his tongue, waiting for the food to be served. The two who had finished their training walked into the kitchen one after another, their bare torsos, every muscle exceptionally full, brimming with immense power. Kellyadia watched Bruce wolfing down his food and said helplessly, Bruce, can't you train a bit more like the boss and Helen? Struggling to swallow the meat in his mouth, Bruce gently shook his head, tapping the air with the fork in his right hand. Kellyadia, I'm not on the brute force path. Technique, understand. Skill, you know. Hearing Bruce speak English, even Muzhan glanced sideways and asked curiously, when did you learn that? Bruce flicked his hair coquettishly, pulled out a book titled, How to Make a Strange Woman Fall in Love with You, pointed at it, and said with a grin, it's written in the book. Muzhan took it, looked at the price tag, and was shocked. 400 belly. You'd spend 400 belly on something like this. Somewhat displeased, Bruce snatched the book back. Boss, what do you mean? I, Bruce, also love reading. Swallowing the food in her mouth, Helen glanced at Bruce and muttered, isn't that the one you took from the pirate ship just now? Seeing the teasing looks from Kellyadia and Muzhan, Bruce awkwardly stared at the food on the table. Today's food is really food, huh? Ha ha ha. A silvery laugh rang out as Kellyadia couldn't help but laugh. Sailing at sea was boring. Muzhan and his crew hadn't encountered any pirates for 2 days. There were always two figures training frantically on the deck, but beside the helm, there was now a man with a gun shooting birds. With his eyes closed, holding a flintlock pistol in his right hand, a ripple emanated from Bruce's mind. With a bang, a bullet flew out of the chamber. A few seconds later, a seagull crashed heavily onto the ship. Looking closely, there were nearly 10 different seabirds on the deck. Phew. He turned his feelings, pursed his lips to the smoking muzzle, blew away the gunpowder smoke, and struck a flamboyant pose. With a dreamy look upward, he said, How about that, Kellyadia? Aren't you impressed by my coolness? Kellyadia, who was observing from the lookout, didn't hear Bruce's words. Instead, she shouted to Muzhan on the deck, Boss, we're about to reach Windmill Village. Looking at Bruce's strange pose, Kellyadia said disdainfully, so ugly. Bruce, fine. You've lost your chance to see my graceful figure from now on. The four of them walked through Windmill Village. The villagers were unperturbed, as they were used to seeing even the marine hero Garp, who would pay attention to an unknown little marine. Arriving in front of Machinua's bar before entering, they heard a childish voice. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Helen instinctively glanced at Muzhan, then shook her head. They pushed open the door and entered. The four figures drew the attention of everyone in the bar. Under the glaring sunlight, the patrons couldn't make out their faces clearly, but vaguely recognized that one of them was wearing a marine cloak. A deep magnetic voice rang out in the bar. Who wants to become the Pirate King? Hearing someone ask, Luffy, wearing a straw hat, stepped forward. It's me, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Upon hearing this, Muzhan entered the bar. Makino, looking at the familiar face, felt a trace of doubt. She glanced at the newspaper hanging on the wall, and her expression froze. She quickly covered Luffy's mouth, and said with a smile, "Marine officer, he's just joking, he's still a child." Upon hearing this, Luffy struggled to break free from Makino's hands, and asked angrily, "What are you doing, Makino?" "I'm serious. I'm going to become." Before Luffy could finish, he was punched, flying crashing into a big tree. Leaves fell, burying Luffy. "Give me a glass of wine, please." Muzan, retracting his right fist, said with a smile to the stunned Makino. Makino recovered from the shock and looked at Muzan in disbelief, but he is. Before she could finish, Muzan interrupted. "He is the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, but so what?" Hearing this, Makino said no more, and turned to walk into the bar. She was not a foolish woman, since the Marine officer in front of her knew Luffy's identity, and still dared to strike. It must be that person's idea again. Tasting the wine Makino had prepared under the sunlight, it was a transparent orange. Muzan praised, "Really good, no wonder it's the wine that even the Emperor Shanks can't forget." Hearing Muzan utter the three words, Xiong Kasi, Makino, who was wiping a glass, paused in her movements, lowered her head, and continued wiping in silence. Under the tree, Luffy held his dizzy head, somewhat confused. Was he the one who got punched flying by that person? He stood up, pushed open the door, and walked angrily into the bar, shouting at Muzan, "You bastard, why did you start a fight?" Without a word, Muzan drained the wine in his glass, and looked at Luffy with a calm gaze, whose head was now swollen with a big bump. "And now, what is your dream?" Luffy was stunned for a moment, then answered without hesitation, "I'm going to become." With a whoosh, Luffy flew out again, once again landing in a pile of leaves. Muzan followed him out, paused at the door, and said, "The wine bill and the cost of damaging the tavern, charge it to Vice Admiral Garp." Luffy stood up, looking at Muzan, who was leaving the tavern, and asked angrily, "How can you sneak attack?" Muzan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "This guy's train of thought is really different from others. I'll give you a chance. Defeat me, and the red ship at the harbor will be your gift for setting sail. How about that?" Luffy remembered the red warship he had seen when passing by the harbor earlier, and nodded excitedly, no backing out. "Gum Gum Rocket." Luffy stretched his arms back, and with a whoosh he struck at Muzan. Tapping his toes on the ground, Muzan leaped into the air, his arm wrapped in dark armament hockey. He punched Luffy in the face, sending him crashing into the ground. At that moment, the villagers from the tavern ran out, watching the battle between Muzan and Luffy. Whether drunk or encouraging, they shouted, "Keep going. Luffy, you are the man who will conquer the sea." A figure flew out of the pit. Luffy looked at the man before him with a grave expression. That punch just now had made him feel the sensation of his grandfather's iron fist. "What do you think? Still want to come? The man who will conquer the sea." Muzan looked at Luffy and said teasingly. Hearing this, Luffy stretched his arms and shouted, "Gum Gum Gatling." Dodging Luffy's punches by swaying his body, Muzan had unknowingly arrived in front of him. The dark fist once again struck Luffy's chin. With a bang, Luffy, sent flying high, fell to the ground. Dusk. The watching villagers had dispersed, but Luffy's battle was not yet over. He stood up again and again, fell again and again. Muzan's face showed an impatient expression, and he felt helpless in his heart. Is this the lucky one favored by this world? It's so unfair. Even though he has lost consciousness, there is still some power supporting him to stand up. He took off the gloves hanging on his chest and put them on. Looking at Luffy, who stood up again and charged at him, he began to exert force in his right arm. Muscles bulged, and his arm instantly swelled. Six Kings will collapse fist. White air currents swirled around his fist as he punched the staggering Luffy. Oh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Luffy's mouth, and his body flew backwards, smashing a thick tree. Muzan walked to Luffy's side and said in a calm tone, "If I meet you on the sea, I will kill you." Looking at Luffy, who had completely collapsed and lost consciousness, Muzan took off his gloves and thought to himself, "It's really hard to control the force. I can't kill him, nor can I let him set sail anytime soon. But I guess I've completed Vice Admiral Garp's mission." Taking the cloak from Kulaitia, the group walked toward the harbor. Watching the four leave, Makino quickly walked to Luffy's side. Sensing his strong and powerful heartbeat, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Carrying Luffy on her back, she walked into the tavern. At Marineford, Garp, holding his salary bag, angrily pushed open the door of the Fleet Admiral's office. He slammed the bag in front of Sengoku and shouted angrily, "Sengoku, I need an explanation." Sengoku, who was already troubled by Muzan's actions, was stunned by Garp's appearance. "What explanation?" Garp shook the bag, and a single berry fell out. Why is my salary only one berry?" Hearing this, Sengoku, who was already irritable, exploded, "Why, this month you have broken my office door 47 times and destroyed the walls 78 times. Shouldn't this be deducted from your salary?" Garp was stunned, then shouted, "You broke the wall." A golden light flashed in the office, and a figure flew out, landing in the sea. Akiji, who had lifted his eye mask, estimated the height of Garp's flight this time, and muttered to himself, "He flew higher than usual this time. It seems Fleet Admiral Sengoku is in a bad mood." I'll ask for leave tomorrow. In the dimly lit room of the windmill village, Doc Mu-jun picked up the secret letter placed on the table. His gaze shifted from calm to excited, and within seconds his eyes blazed with fury. His right hand clenched the paper tightly. A single sentence nearly drove Mu-jun to the brink of losing his composure. Nanhai, Faya Island, Silver Lion Jiesenkizi. He took a few deep breaths to calm the turmoil within, then tossed the letter into the oil lamp. Afterward, he strode out of the room. Ulysses. Full speed ahead, destination Nanhai. Mu-jun's deep, resonant voice echoed across the entire dock. The listless Ulysses turned his head to look at the chief, whose eyes seemed to burn with flames. Ulysses' spirits lifted involuntarily. At sea, a streak of fiery red cut through the shipping lanes of the East and South Seas. Wherever it passed, all pirate crews were sunk to the ocean floor, leaving no survivors. Inside the room, Mu-jun took a blue den mushy from a chest. Moshi ghost, this is boss. On the other end of the den mushy, upon hearing the word Mu-jun, the man excitedly stood up from his seat. Boss. Hearing the excitement in the other's voice, Mu-jun spoke slowly. I really appreciate this. When the time is right, I'll let you return to the family. Boss, this is merely what a family member should do. If I can help you, I wouldn't hesitate to give my life. Regardless, I still have to thank you. With a click, Mu-jun hung up the den mushy. On the other side, the dark street was illuminated by firelight as two factions clashed in a chaotic melee, blood splattering everywhere. The man who had put away the den mushy let his excitement fade, staring coldly at the desperados before him. He pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket, identical in appearance to Mu-jun's. He walked slowly into the melee ahead. The sea breeze blew, and Mu-jun, sitting at the bow of the ship, was lost in thought. Gazing at the schools of fish swimming in the sea, his eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and a trace of tenderness. The three behind him looked at Mu-jun, whose face carried a smile, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hailuan, you've been with the chief the longest. Have you ever seen him make such an expression? Kelatia asked Hailuan, who stood with arms crossed. Hailuan shook her head. Since I followed the chief 5 years ago, I've never seen him like this. I know. Ulysses patted his chest and said with a mysterious look. Upon hearing this, the two turned to him, curiously waiting for him to continue. Ulysses lowered his voice. There must be someone the chief likes in Nanhai. That expression only appears when a man is in love. Kelatia tapped her chin, skeptical. Really? Ulysses swore confidently. Definitely, just like that dumb swordsman usually looks at you. Bang! Ulysses was sent flying backward. Don't you dare talk about Hailuan like that. Hearing the commotion behind him, Mu-jun composed himself. His powerful voice rang out. Get ready, there's going to be a fierce battle soon. Ulysses, who had just gotten back on his feet, sounded puzzled. Are there any big pirates left in the four seas? Mu-jun nodded. A pirate crew that the Navy has consistently underestimated. Their true strength is 4 times, or even more, than their bounty suggests. Their brutality surpasses even the pirates of paradise. With their power, they could easily enter the New World. Hearing this, the three of them turned from playful to solemn. Kelatia, contact the Nanhai G-147 and G-149 branches. Have them surround Faya Island first. Kelatia nodded and turned to walk toward the cabin. Staring at the surging waves ahead, Mu-jun's thoughts churned. Yelena, you must still be alive, right? On Faya Island, the members of the Silver Lion pirates, just waking from their slumber, saw 3 warships approaching in the distance, and their faces turned pale. One pirate grabbed his gun, pointed it upward, and fired with a bang. The surrounding pirates were instantly startled. Curses erupted from all directions. What do you think you're doing? Which bastard fired recklessly? The pirate who had fired shouted, a hint of panic in his voice. The Navy is coming. Hearing the word Navy, all the pirates snapped awake. Soon news of the Navy's encirclement reached Jiesenkizi's ears. For a moment, Jiesenkizi was perplexed. How could 5 warships appear at once? Above the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Mariajoa. Inside a dojo, an old man with a shaved head, dressed in a loose kimono, and sitting in deep meditation, with a simple sword placed across his lap, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the CP9 member kneeling before him, he spoke in a low voice. What is it? The masked CP9 handed over a slip of paper. The old man wearing glasses looked puzzled. After taking the paper, his pupils constricted sharply. Then a flame ignited in his hand, reducing the paper to ashes. He dismissed CP9 with a wave, stood up, walked into the room, and picked up a den mushy. Far away in Marineford, Kazuru, who was clipping his nails, heard the big sound and stopped. He took out his portable den mushy. Moshi, this is Kazuru. In the sky above, a golden beam of light pierced through the clouds, flying southward. Intense sunlight bathed the island while hot winds continuously swept in from the sea. A pirate, his shirt thrown open, kept gulping down water and fanning himself, hoping to ease the sweltering heat. Why haven't they attacked yet? In the central area of Thay Island, a red-haired pirate murmured in confusion. Beside him, Baypal, wearing the champion's belt, said dismissively, Kelly, what are you afraid of? They're nothing but a bunch of rats. As soon as the captain gives the order, I can handle them all by myself. Jaffrey's a short-haired pirate sitting to the left of Jeek Sanking and holding a long spear rolled his eyes. Baypal, your bragging skills far exceed your boxing ability. Hearing this, Baypal glared furiously at the speaker. Jaffrey, are you looking for a fight? Just as Baypal was about to lunge forward, his fist, descending a slashing attack, cut through the space between them, cleanly severing a large tree ahead. The cut surface was smooth as jade. Slowly returning his blade to its scabbard, Taisai Kin, a man with golden hair, who looked like a Western noble, spoke up. Be quiet. Don't interrupt the captain's thoughts. Jeek Sanking, eyes tightly closed, continued his deep thought. Is it the old man coming? Or some other family behind this? To stop me from entering the Grand Line? As he pondered, a surge of spiritual energy returned to his mind. A smile curved his lips. His gaze seemed to pierce through the forest, reaching the sea. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and a magnetic, clear voice rang out. The main force has arrived. Upon hearing this, the remaining four perked up. Each of them was curious. After all, only someone with considerable power could mobilize 5 warships to surround them. Off the coast of Fei Island, the flaming red ship Hades docked at the shore. After a brief exchange with several brigade commanders, Mu Jun and his group headed inland. Hundreds of Navy soldiers landed simultaneously and launched an assault on the pirates. Along the way, every pirate who blocked their path was smashed into the ground by a single punch from Mu Jun, their fate unknown. The deeper they advanced, the more formidable Mu Jun's aura became. The 3 following behind could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him and exchanged alarmed glances. Finally, the quartet arrived at the island's center and came face to face with the 5 pirates waiting there. Seeing the iconic silver hair and blue eyes, Mu Jun no longer restrained his aura. A powerful conqueror's haki crashed against the 5 before him. The smile on Jeek Sanking's lips widened until he burst into loud laughter. No longer concealing his own aura, he unleashed pressure matching Mu Jun's. The 2 auras collided in the air, grappled, and then dissipated. Jeek Sanking looked at the Navy officer before him and said with a mocking grin, a Navy man with conqueror's haki. Do you have any idea how serious this would be if the Marines knew? The Navy's rising star, the Bloody Reaper. Mu Jun shook his head and said solemnly, they will never know because all of you are going to die here today. Before we begin, Jeek Sanking, there's something I need to ask you. Otherwise you'll never have the chance to speak again. Intrigued, Jeek Sanking wondered what his opponent wanted to ask. 4 years ago at Durian Island, when you slaughtered that village, did you take a little girl? Seeing the urgency in Mu Jun's eyes, Jeek Sanking grinned. Who knows? What is Durian Island? Have I ever been there? Kelly, have we ever been to Durian Island? Recognizing his captain's intent, Kelly played dumb. Who knows? After all, we've visited too many islands and killed too many people. Kelly stared challengingly at Mu Jun. Mu Jun smiled faintly, his eyes deepening. His voice turned dark. You will remember Silver Lion, Jeek Sanking. Come then. After I defeat you, I will head to the Grand Line and dethrone one of the 4 emperors. The new world will have only one emperor, and that will be me, Silver Lion, Jeek Sanking. Both men sprinted forward a few steps and leaped into the air, fists colliding mid-flight. Each impact sent a shockwave roaring through the air. Powerful force radiated outward, and the fierce gusts snapped trees like twigs. Both landed simultaneously. Mu Jun channeled his strength into his right leg and roared, Ran Jiao, splitting slash. In an instant, 3 vacuum blades shot toward Jeek Sanking. The pirate glanced at the incoming strikes with utter disdain. Armament haki, hardening. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Watching the 3 white scratches on his arm, Jeek Sanking looked at Mu Jun with disappointment. Is that all you've got? Mu Jun stepped forward, his figure flickering several times before vanishing. 6 king wheel, armament haki, flame kick. His right leg was wrapped in pitch-black armament haki wreathed in crimson flames. His right leg swung horizontally from the side, like a hammer thundering toward Jeek Sanking. With a cold snort, Jeek Sanking covered both arms with armament haki and braced to take the hit head-on. His right leg collided with his crossed arms. Red flames scorched Jeek Sanking's face, and the immense force drove his feet backward across the ground. With a crash, Jeek Sanking could no longer hold his ground and was kicked flying. After crashing through 2 large trees, he managed to stabilize himself, leaving 2 deep grooves carved into the earth beneath his feet. Gazing at his singed hair on the right side, Jeek Sanking's face wore an expression of anger unlike any before. A cruel smile spread across his features as he locked eyes firmly with Mu Jun. On the left side of the battlefield, Taisai Kin, dressed in a kimono and gripping a sword with both hands, watched his opponent with a serene smile. Bruce looked at Taisai Kin, who bore the air of a noble, and asked with puzzlement, someone with such an affluent life, why become a pirate? Wouldn't it be better to live peacefully as a noble? Taisai Kin's Adam's apple bobbed, and his crisp voice rang out. Because life is boring. Being kept like pigs doing the same routine every day. The sea is free, no restraints, no rules. As he spoke, a hint of madness and bloodlust completely unfitting for a noble flashed in his eyes. Bruce nodded, speaking earnestly. I don't fully understand, but what you say does make some sense. After a pause, Bruce continued. Since childhood, I envied people like you nobles most. You could ride magnificent carriages through the streets, enter any restaurant at will, and receive the respect of others. Unlike me, I couldn't even step into a restaurant. Taisai Kin remained silent, quietly observing the Navy officer before him, whose slightly roguish demeanor stood in stark contrast to his own refined appearance. Watching Jisenkizi, who had transformed into a half-beast while roaring slowly, opened his mouth, Zoan type, lion fruit. Jisenkizi let out a low laugh, and a rough voice came from the beast's mouth. Wrong. It's the ancient Zoan, silver lion fruit. In an instant, Jisenkizi's massive figure vanished before Muzhen's eyes. Muzhen's eyes widened. A giant palm came slapping toward him. He raised his left arm, coating it with armament hockey. With a loud bang, a tremendous sonic boom erupted along with a fierce gale. Muzhen was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Steadying himself, he sensed the overwhelming power of Jisenkizi, and his expression turned grave. Muzhen asked in confusion, with your strength you could have entered the Vita Honglu long ago. Why haven't you? Why, oi? Dead men don't deserve to know. With that, Jisenkizi took a few steps forward, tapped his right foot on the ground, flickered several times, and vanished again. Sharp, giant claws tore open Muzhen's back, leaving 3 bloody gashes. Feeling the burning sensation on his back, Muzhen clenched his teeth. Armament black elbow. His elbow wrapped with hockey, he smashed it toward the bear-like face behind him. A glint flashed in Jisenkizi's eyes. Before the elbow landed, he stepped back a pace and sent Muzhen flying with a palm strike. Too weak. It seems that Mogo's guy just exaggerated the report. Watching the figure rising before him, Jisenkizi said with a hint of mockery. Letting out a deep breath, Muzhen took out a silver glove, a bloodthirsty smirk spreading across his face. Clang, clang, clang. Tazijin kept slicing through the incoming bullets. Bulusi looked at the sword in Tazijin's hand, stroked his chin, and asked curiously, such a magnificent sword must be worth a lot of berries, right? Tazijin, upon hearing this, introduced with some pride, Great Gray Blade, 21 works. Jingxia. Black lacquered Tachi mount, straight blade. Great Gray Blade. Then this sword is worth more than your bounty. Bulusi said excitedly, staring at the ornately decorated blade. Hearing Bulusi's words, Tazijin's forehead creased with black lines. As a marine, is money all you see? Bulusi shook his head. You nobles, you simply don't understand the hardships of commoners. Of course you don't need to know. Sheathing Jingxia, Tazijin stepped back with his left foot and placed his right hand on the hilt, assuming a charging stance. One sword style, Iato slash. A crisp voice rang out, and a flash of sword light appeared, striking the spot where Bulusi stood. On the ground, a deep cut split the earth. Bulusi, completely unharmed beside it, patted his chest and said in a frightened tone, what a terrifying slash, it almost cut me in half. But the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Tazijin couldn't believe it. His Iato had been dodged. One sword style, flame extinguisher. In Bulusi's sight, Tazijin's figure vanished from where he stood. Jingxia, ablaze with flames, slashed toward Bulusi. His expression unchanged. Bulusi stepped back, but the gun in his hand was knocked away and embedded into a tree trunk. Without your gun, how can you fight me? Tazijin said, landing a backhand slash on Bulusi's chest. But with a clang, the expected penetration did not occur. Bulusi pointed at his torn coat and glared angrily at the astonished Tazijin. Do you know how many berries a marine uniform costs? Tazijin ignored him, instead staring at the steel plate exposed on his chest. Pointing, he asked, what is this? Bulusi looked down, following his gaze, grinned, and said, it's a custom steel plate. Pretty hard, huh? Do you always wear this in battle? Tazijin asked incredulously. Of course, it's a crucial means of survival. Bulusi replied earnestly. Silence. After a long while, Tazijin spoke, a man like you is more suited to being a pirate. Even though Tazijin had fought many marines, including commodores, this was the first time he had seen a marine so afraid of death. Thanks for the compliment. With that, he pulled out another flintlock from his lower back, its dark black barrel engraved with a red cross. Completely different from standard marine firearms. I'm getting serious. As he spoke, a red bullet shot from the muzzle. Tazijin's eyes narrowed and he swung Jingxia at the bullet. The moment the blade touched the bullet, a burst of flame erupted, a violent explosion roared, and a cloud of gray smoke engulfed Tazijin's upper body. Bulusi struck a cocky pose, twirling the gun, and asked, tastes good, right? Bulusi's special ammo. As the smoke cleared, a soot-covered Tazijin glared furiously at the marine before him. Unforgivable. He made me, the elegant one, lose my composure. Letting out a furious roar, I'll kill you. On the battlefield, Tazijin sheathed Jingxia. His gaze sharpened, he shouted, Iato flash. With a long cry, the sword light, like lightning, instantly reached Bulusi. The sharp blade sliced through the steel plate, like tofu cutting through without resistance. Within seconds, a dozen sword strikes landed on Bulusi, and the steel plates fell to the ground. Several cuts appeared on his body, continuously bleeding. Staring at the steel plates on the ground, Bulusi's heart sank. Even the custom steel plate couldn't withstand that guy's attack. Great Grey Blade 21 works. Truly magnificent. An excited expression appeared on his face as he kept pulling the trigger. Bullets fired one after another at Tazajin. After the previous lesson, Tazajin dared not use his sword to cut the bullets, and could only dodge continuously. He sought an opportunity to close in. Suddenly Tazajin saw Bulusi's expression change, and no more bullets came out of his gun. His eyes sharpened, he tapped the ground with his toes, and swung Jingja to attack Bulusi. When they were 3 steps apart, Bulusi's previously gloomy expression suddenly changed, and he said slyly, "Just kidding, how could I be out of bullets?" Bang! A red bullet shot out, hitting Tazajin directly in the chest. Flames burst forth, a violent explosion kicked up thick smoke. Tazajin knelt on one knee, clutching his chest with his left hand, blood spilling from his mouth. His chest was a bloody mess. Bulusi looked at the kneeling Tazajin and said, "My special ammo can prevent wounds from clotting." Hearing this, Tazajin, gripping his sword in his right hand, darkened his gaze and slowly rose. Pointing the blade at Bulusi, he grinned and shouted madly, "A noble can never lose to a scoundrel." One sword style armament, extreme panther slash. Armament haki covered Jingja, and with a powerful swing the raging force tore open the ground, sending a black panther charging toward Bulusi. The gun muzzle jolted, and a black bullet shot out, transforming into a giant bird in midair. The giant bird collided with the black panther, and with a crackling sound the black bullet was split in two by the slash, speeding toward Tazajin. The slash split the bullet and landed on Bulusi. Clang! Using all his strength, he deflected the half that was heading straight for his forehead, while the other half pierced through his body and embedded into the ground. Bulusi coughed, blood continuously collapsing to the ground. A huge gash ran from his shoulder to his abdomen. He watched the figure walking slowly toward him. With difficulty, he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger, firing at Tazajin. Whether it was blood splashing into his eyes, blurring his vision, or the pain making him unable to hold the gun steady, the bullet grazed Tazajin's face, leaving only a scratch. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Tazajin gripped the sword hilt with both hands in reverse and said, "It's over. Marine scum." Bulusi smiled softly and whispered, "Don't rush, let the bullet fly first." Almost at the same time, Tazajin's sword hilt plunged into Bulusi's chest, while Tazajin's heart was pierced by a bullet. He stared in disbelief at the fallen figure, then collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. As his consciousness faded, Bulusi struggled to pull out a green pill with his right hand and swallowed it. Seconds later, a powerful vitality filled Bulusi's body, and the bleeding stopped. Feeling his strength gradually returning, he gripped Jingja with both hands and pulled it out of his body. Looking at the fallen Tazajin, whose eyes were still open in death, Bulusi said seriously, "Compared to that guy, your swordsmanship and haki are too weak." He stood up, picked up the scabbard nearby, strapped Jingja to his back, and pulled the flintlock stuck in the tree. Clutching his still bleeding chest, he muttered, "Good thing my heart is on the right side." Almost at the same time, on another battlefield, a head flew high into the air and fell to the ground. A severely wounded Helen lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Turning her head to look at the unblinking Jaffes on the ground, Helen murmured softly, "Your bullets. Compared to that guy, they're not fast enough." On the central area of Faya Island, a man and a beast were furiously exchanging punches, their immense power shattering the ground. Every blow landed squarely on vital points, each strike hitting the weak spots. Though fists were flying continuously, upon closer inspection, Jaisenkizi always managed to dodge blows that would strike his vital points. A glint flashed in his eyes as he tilted his head to evade a heavy punch, then slammed his palm fiercely onto Mujun, sending him flying. "It seems your status in the Navy is not low. You even managed to get your hands on a sea stone weapon," Jaisenkizi said in a low voice. The powerful regenerative ability of the Zoan type was being suppressed by a force, and in this world only one substance could inhibit devil fruits: sea stone. With a crack, he reset his dislocated arm, and similarly covered in wounds, he stared at the beastman before him. His expression was equally grave. "I didn't expect you could withstand the sea stone without losing your strength." Jaisenkizi let out a rough laugh from his throat upon hearing this. "Knowing your own weakness, you naturally have to overcome it. I spend over 2 hours soaking in seawater every day." Mujun's eyes narrowed. What a ruthless man. Without further ado, Mujun stepped on the air with his left and right feet in succession, ascending higher and higher. When he reached a height of about 30 meters above the shop, Mujun spread his arms parallel and opened his palms, aiming them at Jaisenkizi below. 6 Kings wheel wind pressure. As the words fell, a fierce gale burst from Mujun's palms, the powerful wind directly pressing Jaisenkizi flat against the ground. The recoil lifted Mujun another 50 meters higher. Seizing the moment before the wind dissipated, Mujun roared, 6 Kings wheel armament, heavenly strike. His legs were coated with armament hockey, and he spun downward like a drill. His legs blazed with fierce flames resembling a falling meteor from afar. The savage force struck Jaisenkizi, blasting him into the depths of the earth. Gasping for breath, Mu Jun hadn't even had a moment to rest before a giant claw slammed him into the ground, burying him deep. A silver giant lion about 7 meters tall and 10 meters long crawled out of the deep pit, its ferocious eyes fixed on the Navy soldier before it. Roar! The giant lion roared, raising its forepaws to strike down at Mu Jun. The entire island, including the surrounding sea, could feel the tremendous impact. The astonishing force smashed Mu Jun directly into the earth, leaving a crater dozens of zhang wide. Suddenly, the silver giant lion's nose twitched, and its tail lashed backward without warning. A figure was sent flying again, crashing heavily onto a boulder. With a cracking sound, the boulder shattered, and Mu Jun knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his internal organs displaced, he revealed a wry smile. He picked up a red and green pill, and a green pill, swallowing them both together. The giant paw descended again. Although Jaisenkizi didn't know what Mu Jun had swallowed, his beastly instincts told him it was something disadvantageous to him. He rolled several times to the right, barely dodging the sharp bear claws. At this moment, Mu Jun applied life, returned to its extreme as powerful vitality and raging energy surged into every cell in his body. His stamina slowly recovered. Armament hockey coated his right arm once more. 6 Kingswheel armament million-ton heavy punch. A colossal force surged skyward as his right fist swelled several dimensions in a few breaths. Jaisenkizi roared roar. His beastly instincts told him this punch was fearsome, but the bloodline of the god made him unable to lower his dignity and dodge. He extended his giant claw to meet the heavy punch. In an instant, a powerful blast of air struck both man and bear, blowing away the rubble and dust on the ground. A teeth-grinding sound, crack, 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 echoed between them. Both figures were sent flying backward simultaneously. The spikes on the right glove had snapped, while on the other side, one of Jaisenkizi's giant claws also broke apart and fell to the ground. They exchanged a glance, and with a whoosh, the man and the lion clashed again. Thanks to the pill's effect, Mu Jun had no fear of injury. Now he possessed a recovery ability comparable to that of a Zoan type. The man and the lion fought blow for blow, flesh against flesh, neither yielding even as blood flowed. Jaisenkizi's bare eyes narrowed. He took a heavy punch from Mu Jun to the face, then extended his left claw, aiming to pierce Mu Jun's chest. Mu Jun's eyes widened as he stared at the unavoidable strike, his concentration sharpening. The white claw pierced through Mu Jun's body, drawing a spray of blood that scattered on the ground. Jaisenkizi was stunned, confusion in his bare eyes. Why did only one claw go through? It should have been 4. Not only Jaisenkizi, but even Mu Jun was puzzled. However, as if they both realized something, they spoke simultaneously. Observation hockey. Jaisenkizi roared, damn it. Of all times. Mu Jun said, how timely. Observation hockey. Their moods were completely different. Jaisenkizi glared at Mu Jun with rage, baring his sharp fangs. Breaking through in battle is the privilege of the god, not something a lowly commoner like you can enjoy. With a furious roar, Jaisenkizi swung his left claw, flinging Mu Jun away. Stabilizing himself, Mu Jun clutched his bleeding wound and sneered at Jaisenkizi, the god's right. You mean that bunch of pigs in the Holy Land? Today I'll kill a god and show you. A commoner can never slay a god. Jaisenkizi roared. At that moment, his right claw had already regenerated, and he was continuously pawing the ground, preparing to charge. With a whoosh, only rings of white smoke remained where the man and lion had been as their figures clashed together. A sharp glint flashed in Mu Jun's eyes, and he shouted in his heart, slower, slower. In Mu Jun's eyes, Jaisenkizi's movements were no longer as swift and ghostly as before, elusive and unpredictable. This time it's a feint on the right. The real attack is from the left. He altered his body's trajectory, shifting slightly to the right, dodging the sharp giant claw. Jaisenkizi's paw slammed into the ground, his eyes full of shock. Before he could react, a heavy punch landed on the silver lion's face. With a bang, the black fist drove the silver lion's head into the ground. Saliva sprayed from Jaisenkizi's mouth. Punch after punch rained down on Jaisenkizi, his body sinking deeper into the earth with rocks flying and dust swirling. A black shadow suddenly struck Mu Jun. Jaisenkizi took the chance to rise, shaking his groggy head and spitting out a few broken teeth. He glared fiercely at the Navy soldier before him. Your observation hockey. Is it future sight? Jaisenkizi asked curiously. But then he shook his head and muttered to himself. If it were that kind of observation hockey, you wouldn't have been hit by my tail. Navy, tell me about your observation hockey, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Mu Jun feigned ignorance upon hearing this. Did I awaken observation hockey? Jaisenkizi was taken aback, then quickly realized that this was the other party's retaliation for not telling him about his sister's whereabouts earlier. Fine. 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 The enraged Jaisenkizi kept pawing the ground, gathering his strength. On the right side of the central area of Faya Island, Keliadia held her own against two opponents. Her formidable armament hockey-coated fists clashed repeatedly with Baber and Kiliai. "Aren't you going to help?" asked the pale-faced Byelusi to Hailuan, who looked equally battered. Hailuan shook her head and said calmly, "Encountering Keliadia is their misfortune." She paused, then stared at the blade on Byelusi's back, a flicker of heat in her eyes. "Byelusi, let's discuss something." 300 million berry. Byelusi replied directly. "Hailuan, we've been through life and death together, and you're talking to me about money. Fine, but I'll pay in many installments since we only get one of the bounty for killing pirates." He took the blade off his back and tossed it casually to Hailuan. Hailuan quickly reached out with both hands and carefully caught the Jinja blade. She drew it out, gazing at the patterns on the blade with an infatuated expression. Armament hockey flowed through her arm into the blade, turning it black. After a long moment, she sheathed Jinja and placed it at her waist where the broken Ryoka blade Shuangxue had been. No one noticed that the instant the blade was sheathed, a faint arc of electricity flickered across Jinja, then vanished. Ahead, Keliadia grabbed Baber by the neck and slammed him hard into the ground. The immense force radiated through the earth, creating a large crater that spread outward. "You bitch, die." Kiliai, his right leg wrapped in armament hockey, swung a horizontal kick at Keliadia's head. She extended her left hand, index and middle fingers together, ring and thumb together, and shouted, "Armament Dragon Claw Fist." The moment they connected, a violent burst of energy sent a gale sweeping across the entire area. Her left arm suddenly thickened, and she gripped Kiliai's right leg, firmly squeezing until the armament-coated leg deformed. Outside the battlefield, watching, Byelusi swallowed hard. No wonder she has giant blood. That strength is terrifying. Hailuan nodded, her right hand resting on the hilt, ready. Keliadia sent the screaming Kiliai flying, then drove her left fist into Baber's face. The crater deepened, debris and dust flying in all directions. Baber blocked his face with his arms, watching Keliadia's punches through the gaps. In an instant, he roared an opening. He channeled all his strength into his right fist and slammed it toward Keliadia. Fist King Glory, right hook. With a clang, the fist struck her left cheek, but it felt like hitting steel. Keliadia had coated her left cheek with armament hockey the moment he threw the punch. Baber's expression changed, and he tried to throw another punch. But a hand seized his neck, cutting off his breath. She lifted him off the ground, then hurled him into the air. A voice as clear as an oriole rang out, "Iron Fist Explosion." Keliadia leaped into the air, instantly catching up to the ascending Baber. Her right fist glowed crimson, and flames erupted. The violent power radiated outward, and she drove her fist without reserve into Baber. A meteor streaked down from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and raising a massive cloud of dust. Baber, buried in the earth, coughed up blood. Just as he tried to climb out, he saw a streak of light hurtling toward him. "Armament Ripper Leg." Keliadia cried out softly, descending from the sky, with flames igniting at the soles of her feet. With a thunderous boom, the entire island shook violently. When the dust cleared, a crater 20 meters in diameter appeared before them. Baber, lifeless, lay motionless at its center. She turned her gaze to the stunned Kiliai. "Next, it's your turn." Kiliai clicked his tongue in disdain. "You only killed a weakling. All three of you come at me." As he spoke, Kiliai's form began to change. Black fur sprouted, his body grew taller, and a bare-headed half-beast appeared before them. A silhouette shot forward. Hailuan, now wielding two blades, arrived beside Keliadia, staring intently at the roaring half-bear. Byelusi raised his gun and fired 3 red bullets at Kiliai. The bear's maw split into a sneer. He let the 3 bullets strike him. Flames flared, and 3 explosions erupted before Kiliai. He waved away the smoke, looking at Byelusi with his rifle. "Tashjin died at the hands of a wretch like you." What Kiliai didn't notice was that after the explosion, tiny particles had entered his body with his breath. "Today, all of you die." His thick legs propelled him forward, claws aimed straight at Byelusi's face. "Ripper Leg." A clear voice rang out, and a graceful figure interposed herself before Byelusi. Fist met beastly palm. After a few breaths, Keliadia was sent flying backward. She skidded across the ground, carving 2 deep furrows, her expression grave as she faced the half-beast. Notoria Twin Thunder Slash. Gripping Jinja and Jinglei, Hailuan appeared before Kiliai in an instant. She slashed diagonally, landing heavy blows on his back. 2 spurts of blood erupted. Kiliai roared in pain, twisted his upper body, and swung his right fist at Hailuan. Her eyes narrowed as she crossed her blades in front of her. The immense force sent her flying, crashing into the inner wall of a pit. From a distance, Byelusi fired 3 more bullets. As they were about to hit Kiliai, they burst softly. Kiliai waved away the smoke again. "Kid, your bullets can't even pierce my skin, let alone singe my fur." But Byelusi ignored the taunt, constantly moving, seizing any opportunity to fire. Claws and twin swords clashed, neither side gaining the upper hand. Sparks flew from the relentless collisions. Both moved so fast their forms blurred. Keeley's eyes darkened. He found an opening, used his left paw to deflect both blades, and thrust his right claw at Hyluin. Just as the claw was about to pierce Hyluin, a figure descended from above, landing heavily on Keeley's right paw. A roar of agony escaped Keeley, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Regaining his stance, Hyluin brought both blades down, while a few more bullets streaked in from behind. Keeley's eyes sharpened. He yanked back his right paw, pushed off the ground, and began to spin. Beastman spinning top. He spun faster and faster, resembling a giant top, a breeze stirring around him. He sent the two before him flying, and the incoming bullets were deflected. Halting, Keeley targeted a direction, ran a few steps, and grabbed Kellydia's right leg as she landed. Beastman giant windmill. They began to spin faster and faster until a small tornado gradually took shape. It sucked in all the surrounding debris. Hyluin tried to approach, but was driven back by the high-speed rocks. With a sharp whistle, Kellydia was flung from Keeley's grasp. She disappeared into the earthen wall buried under rubble. Dazed, Kellydia tried to rise, but a searing pain shot through her. She looked down to see her right leg deformed. She pulled out a green pill and tossed it into her mouth. Hyluin, swinging her blades frantically, kept attacking Keeley. Your breathing is erratic. Keeley roared, his right paw striking Hyluin with full force. The tremendous impact drove her into the ground, creating a crater. Keeley grinned. No one's coming to save you this time. His sharp claws descended. With a clang, a black bullet was deflected, and simultaneously Keeley's claw fell. Keeley froze, then turned. He saw a figure holding a gun collapse to the ground. Belusi lay on the ground, gasping for air. Coating his bullets with armament hockey and firing just once had drained all his stamina. When he came to, Hyluin had vanished from before him. Enraged, Keeley roared, stomping the ground repeatedly. Damn it. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. Why does someone always interfere when I'm about to kill you? Armament ripper leg. A clear voice rang from above. Keeley looked up. Kellydia plummeted toward him like a blazing meteor. He bellowed and raised both paws to block. The immense force drove Keeley's legs into the ground. Both roared in exertion. After a few seconds of stalemate, Keeley's defense crumbled. Flaming legs slammed into his face. With a thud, a massive crater appeared, and Keeley vanished. Before Kellydia could catch her breath, a beastly roar echoed across the island. Both pirates and marines shuddered. Mujin, who had been fighting the Silver Lion, was momentarily distracted and was slammed into the ground by Jaisenkizi. The giant lion spoke slowly. Your companions are remarkable, forcing Keeley into full transformation. But their journey ends here. Before Jaisenkizi could finish, a black fist struck the Silver Lion's jaw, sending it tumbling. The one ending is you. Mujin roared, engaging Jaisenkizi once more. A massive, beastly paw emerged from the deep pit, followed by a colossal figure leaping out. It roared at the sky, venting its fury. The clouds above were scattered by the roar. The bear's eyes fixed on the two, its giant paw descending toward Kellydia. Notoriu blade storm thunder. A figure streaked like lightning toward Keeley. Hyluin twisted her body, spinning like a rapid windmill, her form a blur. Blue blade light met the giant paw, grinding and struggling. The bear paw was flung high. Kellydia roared, armament giant leg sweep. Kellydia's body began to grow. Within moments, she expanded from a little over 2 meters to 5 meters, nearly matching the fully transformed Keeley. Her thick right leg swept across, striking Keeley's chin with force. Saliva and blood spurted from his mouth. With a crash, Keeley fell heavily. A thick cloud of dust rose. A large tree trunk shot through the dust, hurtling toward Kellydia. Caught off guard, it smashed into her face, sending blood spraying. Kellydia! Hyluin screamed. Before Kellydia could respond, a massive shadow loomed over Hyluin. A giant bear paw descended, sending her flying. Keeley raised his right claw and plunged it deep into Kellydia's abdomen. Die, he roared. Hyluin screamed in fury. Kellydia. She tried to rise, but found her thigh pierced by a tree branch. Belusi's heart tightened. Faster, faster. It should be time by now. Kellydia gripping the claw with both hands, her eyes filled with defiance. How could I die in a place like this? Keeley raised his left claw, aiming for her heart. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded violently. A wave of weakness washed over him. His form shrank, reverting to half-beast. Then in a few breaths, he lost his devil fruit ability entirely. Keeley fell to the ground, bewildered. What's happening? Belusi relaxed his taut nerves. The explosive bullets were loaded with sea prism stone powder. That's for devil fruit users like you. Though I'm not sure why it took a minute longer than planned. He paused, then continued. In this world you need brains, you idiot. Before Keeley's incredulous eyes, a large foot descended. Armament ripper leg. Stinking saliva dripped incessantly onto the ground. The Silver Lion's face twisted with rage as it glared at the marine who stood unyielding before it. Both man and beast were covered in wounds. Even the terrifying regenerative power of the Zoan type and the elixir, mixed with life water, could not keep pace with the rate at which new injuries appeared. Their gazes locked, then clashed once more. Armament hockey coalesced on their foreheads. With a bang, the shockwave from their collision blew away the gravel and dirt on the ground. The beast let out a low growl, and Mu Jun roared in fury. His fist coated in armament hockey landed without mercy on the lion's head, eliciting a pained cry from the beast. Jie Senkizi's claws also tore into Mu Jun, leaving 3 bloody gashes. Man and beast exchanged blows, neither willing to retreat a single step. Mu Jun sidestepped a gleaming claw, driving a heavy punch straight into the lion's jaw. A dark shadow lashed out. Caught off guard, Mu Jun was knocked down by a thick tail. Shaking his dizzy head, Jie Senkizi fixed his gaze on the marine before him. A low, hoarse voice rasped, "If you weren't a marine, I would definitely make you my crewmate." But Mu Jun snorted coldly. "Even if I weren't a marine, I would never become a pirate." Shave sonic speed. As the words fell, Mu Jun's form flickered, instantly appearing above Jie Senkizi. His jet-black fist descended toward the silver lion's head. Boom. The massive lion crashed to the ground, its head buried deep in the earth. Before Mu Jun could land, a thick tail coiled around his body, tightening relentlessly. The huge beast's jaws clamped down, its sharp fangs piercing through his body. Then, with a violent toss, Mu Jun was slammed heavily onto the ground. Jie Senkizi's form began to shrink, transforming into his hybrid form. Jie Senkizi spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, eyeing the marine, who slowly rose with disgust. The blood of a commoner. How utterly nauseating. Staggering, Mu Jun ignored his wounds and rasped, "Commoners. You world nobles rely on your overwhelming power to divide people into castes. You make the common folk call you gods. Do you deserve it? You're nothing but parasites dwelling at the top of the world, the celestial dragons loathed by all. Answer me." Zambaron v. Jie Senkizi. Saint. The hybrid Jie Senkizi was taken aback, saying in surprise, "I didn't expect you to know my name. Even so, do you dare to kill me? Do you know the consequences?" Mu Jun let out a cold laugh. "Consequences? You won't live to see them. Go to hell. Let me show you the fruits of my 5 years of revenge." He shouted with all his might. Black arm. In an instant, jet black armament hockey engulfed Mu Jun's entire arm. "Black arm? Your master is?" Jie Senkizi said, a hint of shock in his voice. But all he got was Mu Jun's roar. "You celestial dragons have no right to utter that name." How interesting, how interesting. The surprise on Jie Senkizi's face vanished, replaced by a maniacal grin. He coated his beastly claws with armament hockey, channeling all his strength. The ground beneath their feet cracked and shattered, the battlefield split in two. Their towering auras materialized, clashing incessantly. Blood red and dazzling silver interwove, colliding. Armament hammer arm. Armament earth splitter. The jet black arm met the claw that tore through everything. The shockwave from their clash devastated the surroundings, ripping apart the persistent cumulus clouds above. Everyone on the island stared in awe at this display of inhuman power. The two figures crossed paths, blood gushed from Mu Jun's body, and he collapsed helplessly. Jie Senkizi let out a maniacal laugh, turning his head and saying, "In the end, God wins." But then a violent cough erupted and a torrent of blood spilled from his beastly mouth. His form slowly shrank, a searing pain in his chest. He curled up on the ground, looking down at the hollow hole in his chest. Mu Jun slowly rose, step by step, approaching Jie Senkizi. In his hand was a still beating heart. Thump, thump, thump. Mu Jun spoke slowly. "So even the heart of a god is red." And with that under Jie Senkizi's incredulous gaze, he crushed the crimson heart in his hand. Rumble. Rain poured down in torrents, washing the blood from the ground, forming tiny rivulets. A flash of golden light, and a figure slowly materialized before Mu Jun. Kizaru, wearing sunglasses that hid his eyes, stroked his chin and said with a hint of regret, "Looks like I'm late." "Indeed, Admiral Kizaru, you're late again. The most fearsome pirate crew of the 4 seas, the Silver Lion Pirates, has been annihilated. Their captain, the Silver Lion, Jie Senkizi, has been executed." Under the pouring rain, the two figures faced each other. Kizaru's lips curled upward. He slowly raised a finger, and a golden beam shot past Mu Jun's cheek into the forest behind him. Lowering his hand, Kizaru rubbed the back of his head and said in a languid tone, "Since its overall head back now." A golden light streaked across the sky. In the forest behind Mu Jun, a corpse wearing a white mask lay still. The den mushy in the corpse's hand kept roaring, "What's going on?" Mu Jun looked up, letting the rain wash over him, but the smell of blood lingered stubbornly. 3 figures supporting each other came before Mu Jun. Mu Jun grinned, "Well done." The 3 exchanged glances, and their laughter grew louder, almost drowning out the storm. The World Economy News reported on September 27th of the Sea Circle calendar, the near-continuous rainfall was confirmed to be the heaviest in nearly 800 years. The drought-stricken land was nourished, and crops that were difficult to harvest revived overnight. Up in the sky, Kizaru reached into his pocket and pulled out a den mushi. "Moshi Moshi, Jie Senkizi has been slain by the Marine Pirate Task Force Captain Hades Mu Jun." A hoarse, dignified voice came from the Den Den Mushi. You've worked hard. Click. Kizaru put away the Den Den Mushi, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. Far away on the red line in the holy land of Mary Geos. At the end of the sacred staircase, inside a vast meeting room. For elderly men of varying postures listened to the report from the Den Den Mushi, a look of relief on their faces. This will undoubtedly provoke the displeasure of Nezashiro Saint. Displeasure? So what? All who have offended Im-sama, even celestial dragons, must be punished. But Jiesenkizi is a celestial dragon after all. Even if he needs to be disciplined, it should be done by us. Has the identity of that marine been confirmed? Is he a D? It's impossible to confirm whether he's a D, but he is the adopted son of Zephyr. At these words, the other three elders were taken aback. Contact Morgans have this news spread. With this identity, there will naturally be those who seek trouble for him. In Mary Geos, inside a modest dojo, an enraged old man crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand, muttering a name, Hades Mujun. In the new world somewhere on the sea, a tall man lay with his eyes closed, receiving intravenous drips with tubes inserted into both nostrils. Dad, big news. Kulala Marco as the captain of the 1st Division, when will you grow up? Whitebeard Zakai looked at the shocked pineapple-headed man with a stern gaze. It's former Marine Admiral Zifa. Whitebeard's expression froze, his voice somewhat low. Has Zifa passed away? Marco shook his head and said, no, Zifa has adopted a son, named Hadisimujin. He took the newspaper and looked at the headline, Zifa's adopted son. The black arm returns. A glint of nostalgia flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, followed by a strange laugh. Kulalala, you'll have a rival from now on. Jozu snorted disdainfully upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the burly man with an afro hiding in the corner fell into deep thought. In the Dressrosa Royal Palace, a strange laugh echoed, Fufufu. Foolish Jaisenkizi. Do you truly believe you can conquer the sea alone? Zifa's adopted son. Hadisimujin. This sea is about to become interesting. In the Alabaster Royal Palace, a graceful figure with blue hair gazed at the photo in the newspaper. She bit her lip tightly. Can he help this country? In the Devil's Sea, a massive island slowly drifted forward. Moria, with a demon-like appearance, looked at the newspaper in his hand and smirked. If I can get that guy Shadow, my zombie army will become even stronger. In the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, Big Mom, with a black and a white cloud floating above her head, stared at the photo of Mujin in the newspaper, her eyes gleaming. Mama, Zifa's adopted son. The child I bear with him will surely be strong. Above the land of Wano, on the floating Onigashima, Kaido crushed the newspaper in his hand, transforming into a giant dragon and soaring into the sky, heading straight for Marineford. Zifa's adopted son. Let me test your mettle. But what Kaido cared about more was the silver-haired man in the photo who had fallen, one of the gods of this world. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Why won't you let me in? Outside a hospital room, Kapu glared angrily at the doctor before him. The doctor pointed to a sign on the wall reading, Please keep quiet in the hospital. Kapu, ignoring it, prepared to force the door open. A fist landed, and instantly a large bump swelled on Kapu's head. I apologize, or I'll make sure he stays quiet, Zhanghua said softly to the doctor. Unable to deal with Kapu, Zhanghua threw a sharp glance at the doctor blocking the entrance. As soon as he stepped into the room, Kapu's gaze locked onto Mujin, who had already woken up on the bed. A rough voice rang out. Kid, you've got guts. Those celestial dragons. I've long been fed up with them. Ha. Kapu. Zhanghua, furious, was already radiating golden light. Kapu immediately shut his mouth, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Zhanghua too was inwardly thrilled, but as the fleet admiral, he had to restrain himself. Mujin, although the Holy Land didn't pursue this matter, your identity has been exposed. If I'm not mistaken, it must be related to them. Zhanghua spoke with some concern. Zifa said angrily. I was planning to reveal your identity after you grew stronger. But Mujin smiled nonchalantly and said softly, Since I have inherited my foster father's conviction and abilities, I am not afraid of the trouble it brings. Otherwise I would not have agreed. Looking at the resolute Mujin, Zifa smiled with gratification. Zhanghua nodded and promised Mujin, I will have Vegapunk forge a pair of seastone gloves with higher purity for you. A sudden munching sound came from the adjacent bed. Zhanghua yanked open the curtain and saw Bulusi eating fruit, his forehead veins bulging. He roared directly, Bulusi, you're barely injured at all. Why are you still in the hospital? Do you think the Navy's budget comes from a flood? Startled by Zhanghua's roar, Bulusi almost choked on a piece of apple. He kept pounding his chest, his face turning red. Zhanghua landed a heavy punch on his head. With a gulp, the apple stuck in his throat went down smoothly. Gasping for air, Bulusi looked at Zhanghua with some grievance. Fleet Admiral Zhanghua, I also put in a lot of effort. I still haven't fully recovered my stamina. Shut up. I order you to be discharged by today. Zhanghua gave Bulusi no chance to explain and left the room with Kapu and Zifa. Knock, knock, knock. After the sound of knocking, a fiery red figure entered. Mujin was startled to see the visitor, while Byelusi immediately pulled the curtain and dove under the covers. A low, rough voice spoke. Mujin, what you did this time was good. Are you interested in becoming my vice admiral? Mujin was taken aback at first, then shook his head. Admiral Sakazuki, I already have my own guerrilla unit. Sakazuki nodded, set down the rose he was holding, and turned to leave. With a rustle, a head poked out from behind the curtain, cautiously observing. Is Admiral Sakazuki gone? Before Mujin could answer, the door creaked open again. Aoziji entered carrying a bottle of wine. La la, you're awake. But given your current condition, you probably can't drink. Byelusi spoke up. Admiral Aoziji, I can drink. I've fully recovered. With that, Byelusi jumped off the bed and bounced a few times in front of them. Whoosh! A cold wind blew past, and an ice sculpture appeared before the two. Did someone just speak? Aoziji rubbed the back of his head, looking at Mujin with some confusion. Mujin held back a laugh, and said seriously, no one. Taking a swig of wine, Aoziji said casually, your situation afterward will be very difficult. Mujin nodded, his gaze firm. I am fully prepared. Aoziji nodded, finished the bottle, set it on the table, and rose to leave. At the door, his crisp, lazy voice came through. If you need anything, you can come to me. Mujin felt a warmth in his heart, and responded. The frozen Byelusi let out muffled sounds, his eyes rolling frantically, signaling Mujin to release him. Before Mujin could act, the door creaked open again, and a figure stepped in. A languid voice filled the room. Aye, since they all came, I can't be left out. Seeing the frozen Byelusi, Kazuru exclaimed dramatically, is this some new form of art? Boom! A massive explosion resounded throughout Marineford. An enraged roar spread across the Navy base. Mujin. Inside the hospital, Kazuru looked at Mujin, who was half dead, and said, are they here for you? You've been targeted by the world's strongest creature. How unfortunate. With an exaggerated expression and a sarcastic tone, anyone could detect the mockery in his words. Mujin nodded, stepped off the bed, grabbed the marine coat hanging nearby, and pushed open the door. His voice echoed through the corridor. Then let's go meet Kaido, the Emperor of the New World. A massive shadow coiled in the clouds. The colossal head with antlers and a camel-like face emerged from the cloud layer. Monster. Is that the legendary dragon? Panic spread among the Marines on the base. Sengoku's furious voice echoed across Marine headquarters. Kaido, aren't you staying in your Onigashima? Are you courting death by coming to Marineford? Do you want war? All the Marines stirred. It's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With eyes like copper bells, Kaido stared at Sengoku and said, Sengoku, I'm not here for you. Hand over Hades, Mujin. I want to test his mettle. A world-shattering aura erupted from Kaido. Then one after another, Marines collapsed unconscious with eyes rolled back and foam at their mouths. Kaido. Sengoku roared, his own aura exploding outward. The two auras collided in midair, then crumbled and dissipated. The clouds parted, revealing Kaido's massive body entirely. Kaido's eyes narrowed. Sengoku, your haki has improved quite a bit. Heat breath. With a roar, his mouth slowly opened, gathering scorching and violent energy. On the ground, Garp punched the sea surface, sending a colossal water curtain into the sky. Ice time. A lazy voice sounded. The towering water curtain, before it could fall, was instantly frozen, forming a thick and tall ice wall. Almost simultaneously, the blazing flames struck, colliding with the ice wall, emitting a hissing sound as steam filled the sky above Marineford. Since you're here, don't bother leaving. Meteor volcano. A cold, ruthless voice rang out. His fists rose, transforming into magma, launching one magma fist after another into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huge lava fists descended with explosive sounds, continuously striking Kaido. Roar. The burning pain made Kaido roar repeatedly. His eyes locked onto the blazing figure on the ground. What a mad dog. A figure leaped high, punching through the air. A powerful shockwave accompanied by black-red lightning surged toward the dragon in the sky. Kaido's eyes narrowed, and another heat breath gathered in his mouth. The two energies collided, the flames were scattered by the fist wind, and landed on Kaido. Pain seared through Kaido, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the descending figure. Garp, your punches lack power. Are you getting old? Ha ha ha. His arrogant laughter rang out. Great Buddha impact. A colossal golden Buddha statue rose from the ground, unleashing a golden shockwave straight at Kaido. Since you don't want to leave, then stay. Sengoku roared. How many years had it been since a pirate dared to storm Marineford alone? A dragon's roar that shook the heavens erupted, and thunder rumbled across the sky. The enormous dragon body spun like a top, generating massive wind blades laced with lightning that clashed with the shockwave. Wild energy leaked everywhere. Fine wind blades continuously pierced through the shockwave and struck the headquarters. Three figures raised their arms. Kazan, Garp, and Zephyr, who had only one hand left. An invisible force emanated from their palms, forming a transparent barrier dozens of meters wide that blocked all the wind blades. In the sky, the two energies had dissipated. Before Sakazuki could act, a deep magnetic voice rang out, Kaido. The voice was not loud, but in the silent battlefield it was exceptionally clear. In the sky, Kaido's colossal dragon eyes fixed on the marine on the high platform. His mouth slowly opened. Hades Muzan. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted again, fiercer and more violent than before. Muzan's eyes narrowed and his conqueror's haki surged uncontrollably. The two auras clashed in the air. Just as Muzan was about to falter, a large hand rested on his back. Muzan was startled and turned to see Zephyr smiling. No longer suppressing his haki, he unleashed his violent aura. All conscious Marines were stunned, then their eyes sharpened. The second known conqueror's haki in the Marines. It has appeared. A flicker of cunning light passed behind Kizaru's sunglasses. Boom. The two auras vanished. From the sky, Kaido's arrogant laughter echoed, Muzan. I'll be waiting for you in the new world. With that, the massive dragon body began to twist, preparing to leave Marineford's skies. Did I say you could leave? Sakazuki roared furiously. He used Moonwalk to its extreme, shooting toward the sky like a red lightning bolt. For a moment, Kaido was not faster than Sakazuki. In a few breaths, Sakazuki caught up. Dog bite Red Lotus. His right arm rapidly turned into magma, forming a dog's head that stretched and bit directly into Kaido's body. Sengoku looked at the only Marine with aerial combat advantage on the high platform and roared, Borsellino. What are you standing there for? Hearing this, Kizaru quickly put away his nail clippers and turned into a beam of light shooting into the sky. The immense force of the bite held Kaido as magma continuously corroded the scales. You mad dog. Death Wind. The dragon's mouth opened, releasing several wind blades. Just as they were about to strike Sakazuki, a slightly sleazy voice sounded. Yasukani, no Magatama. Countless circular light waves collided with the wind blades, continuously striking Kaido. Roar. Kaido bellowed in pain. Ice block Pheasant Beak. A crisp voice accompanied by cold air appeared above Kaido's head. The enormous ice bird slammed heavily onto Kaido's head. Kaido spat out saliva, his eyes rolling back, then began to struggle violently. Kaido, let me vent my anger on you. Garp, who was sent flying by Sengoku every day, reached the sky in a few breaths. His fist covered in armament haki, he shouted, Bone Fist Impact. With black-red lightning, the heavy punch directly struck the top of Kaido's head. The powerful impact sent the three admirals flying. Kaido's eyes rolled back, showing the whites, and he passed out. Akainu and the others landed, watching the figure falling from the sky. How terrifying. Vice Admiral Garp, Kizaru said nonchalantly, but a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Watching Kaido floating on the sea, Sengoku ordered him to be locked in a sea stone cage and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Although they couldn't kill him, they couldn't let him leave so blatantly. A year had slipped by in silence. At the Marineford training ground, Zepha's colossal mechanical arm continuously spewed sparks, bullets flying out as if they cost nothing. In Muzan's eyes, the bullets that were normally invisible to the naked eye became exceedingly slow. He tilted his head, lifted his leg, turned, and dodged each bullet one after another. His form steadily closed in on Zepha. Kid, I'm cranking up the firepower. With his left hand, he grabbed a flintlock pistol while his right mechanical arm accelerated its firing rate. A dense barrage of bullets swept toward him, yet Muzan remained completely at ease. He twisted his body into various contortions, evading the relentless hail of gunfire. With a sharp slap, Muzan's palm pressed down on Zepha's mechanical arm. Master Zepha, this time I win. A glint of light flashed in Muzan's eyes as he smiled at Zepha. Zepha's lips curled upward, the corners of his brows arching. Not bad. Your observation haki has reached the level of mastery. Come on, let's go find Zhonghua. Holstering their weapons, the two walked side by side. The blinding sunlight elongated their shadows, and Zepha's figure seemed slightly stooped. Bang! Just as they reached the office door, the sound of a furious desk slam echoed from within. Zhonghua roared in anger, Kapu, it's your grandson again. Kapu burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Just as I'd expect from my grandson, he declared, shoving rice crackers into his mouth as he spoke. A crunching sound filled the air. With a creak, two figures entered the office one after the other, and one of them skillfully found his usual seat and sat down. He snatched the rice crackers from Kapu's hand, stuffed a handful into his mouth, and chewed hastily. Speaking of which, Kapu, your grandson is quite the troublemaker. He actually assaulted a Marine branch captain. Kapu waved his hand dismissively, a hint of pride in his voice. That guy was a scumbag, wasn't he? If it were Muzan, he'd probably have killed that captain outright. Zepha sighed, helplessly pressing his forehead. This adopted son of mine. He's good in every way, but his bloodlust is too strong. Zhonghua turned his gaze to Muzan, who stood nearby, and spoke in a gentle tone. Your request, after reviewing it with he, I've approved it. But you must not enter the new world. Muzan's face lit up with a smile. He thumped his chest in assurance. I swear I won't enter the new world. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Zhonghua. Zhonghua snorted at Muzan's promise. I wouldn't trust a single word of your assurance. You idiot. With that, Zhangguo produced a letter and handed it to Mu Zhen. This is a plea from Princess Weiwei of Alabasta requesting the Marine's assistance. Mu Zhen took the letter and scanned its contents. Oh, it's about one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Evildoer. Should I kill him? Zhangguo's face flushed with fury. You're sent to investigate, not to murder, and don't you dare hang up. Zhangguo was mid-sentence when he saw Mu Zhen already heading for the door. I haven't finished speaking. Zhangguo slammed his fist on the desk in rage. Mu Zhen closed the door, his voice drifting back into the room. But I've already heard everything. Zhangguo's face twisted in bewilderment and fury. Zifa, this feels familiar. What a unique child. Kapu a golden flash streaked by, and a figure burst through the wall, flying out. Oh, the fleet admiral seems exceptionally angry today. Walking through the corridor, Mu Zhen picked up a transponder snail. At the same time, in the chaotic north blue and the impoverished west blue, 3 transponder snails rang. Assemble. Target warlord of the sea, Evildoer. Uttering this concise order, Mu Zhen hung up the phone. In a blackened town of the west blue, flames soared into the sky. 2 figures mercilessly slaughtered thugs wielding various weapons. 2 heavens, 1 style tornado. Their arms extended, bodies spinning rapidly. A whirlwind swept up hundreds of thugs who then crashed heavily to the ground. A massive giant-like figure stomped the ground in fury, causing tremors that collapsed buildings and buried the thugs beneath the rubble. Both of them set down their transponder snails, simultaneously exchanged a glance, and accelerated their slaughter. Do you know whose territory this is? This is Jibason's territory. Hearing that name, Kalidia's eyes blazed with even greater fury. With a single stomp, the thug lost his life. After annihilating everyone, the 2 returned to the ship. Gazing at the fearful eyes before her, Kalidia stepped forward, slowly crouched down, and patted the head of a 7-year-old girl. A tender voice rang out. It's all right. From now on, I am your family. Hearing this, the hundreds of children on the ship burst into tears. They had been sold here by traffickers, their organs harvested and sold. Kalidia looked at Hailuan, who nodded in return. 1 sword-style fox fire slash. A flaming slash shot into a tall building, followed by a violent explosion. The entire town erupted in successive explosions, smoke and dust blotting out the sky. In the north blue on Fufu Island in Fuli Village, a group of children all around 10 years old gathered around a figure, their laughter unceasing. Time to eat. A gentle female voice announced, and a woman with a scar on her face appeared before everyone. Bilusi set down the child in his arms and gazed at the figure in a yellow dress. A ripple of emotion stirred in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. At the dinner table, Shuiya, seeing Bilusi silent and brooding, spoke up. You're leaving again, aren't you? Bilusi nodded. I am a Marine after all. I have to go on a mission soon. The children who had been eating put down their bowls and chopsticks, pleading with Bilusi to stay a few more days. Bilusi, usually eloquent, found himself at a loss before the children's entreaties. Fortunately, Shuiya stepped in. If Brother Bilusi doesn't go on his mission, you won't have any meat to eat. After the meal, they went to a gravestone, and Bilusi's eyes grew nostalgic. Back then, the village risked defending the Marines to take me in. Bilusi reminisced. Shuiya remained silent beside him, quietly listening to his story. My father was killed by pirates, but his pension was embezzled by the Marine in charge of distribution. I almost died at the hands of that Marine. I drifted at sea for 3 days before the village chief fished me out. But you've already avenged yourself, haven't you? Shuiya said instinctively. No, I'm still far from it. Far from the world I want to create. At the dock, Shuiya watched the departing ship, sighing inwardly. She still hadn't found the courage to say those words. On the ship, Bilusi clawed at his hair in frustration, lamenting why he hadn't spoken those words. The first half of the Grand Line. In the kingdom of eternal snow, the cherry blossom kingdom, more and more people had arrived over time. The original royal family vanished overnight, and the guard corps was completely absorbed. Everyone called this place Hadisi. In the first half of the Vida Honglu, the fiery red Hadisai how cleaved through the waves, racing across the sea. Along the way, all encountered pirate ships were sunk to the bottom by Mu Zhen and his companions. The Hadisai how had gained over a dozen slaves and civilians, making the already cramped space even more crowded. A long iron chain was fastened to the stern, and at the other end of the chain was a figure that outran the dust and chased the lightning, running continuously on the sea by its own strength. From the lookout, Kaliadia's soft voice rang out, "Boss, Alabastan, we're almost there." The sound reached Mu Zhen's ears. His swinging hands grabbed the iron chain, pulled hard, and his body soared high before landing directly on the ship. Such immense force made even the speeding warship tremble. Wiping the moisture off his body, his muscular upper body was covered with powerful muscles, each harboring tremendous strength. Looking at the yellow continent ahead, Mu Zhen's expression was calm, without any sense of urgency, about to fight the Wangsha Kueihai. On Shengting Dao, the wind howled, and sand drifted into everyone's nostrils. The civilians and slaves kept sneezing, "Achoo! Achoo!" Seeing this, Mu Zhan tore his cloak into pieces and distributed them to everyone. Everyone was startled and carefully took the pieces. The group of 21st arrived at the Marine base stationed in the port. Rear Admiral Mu Zhan. The base colonel saluted the leading Mu Zhan. After a standard return salute, Mu Zhan introduced the group's background to the bearded base commander Basatu. After receiving his assurance, the dozen or so civilians and slaves knelt down facing the direction where Mu Zhan had left. As he walked farther away, Mu Zhan raised his right hand and waved. Basatu exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being the adopted son of Instructor Zifa. His style is so similar to his. Is this Alabastan?" Keliadea, looking at the emaciated Alabastan citizens they encountered on the road, said in disbelief, "It's really." Mu Zhan took over and asked, "Really what?" "Poverty. Drought." Keliadea stuck out her tongue. After all, there were many Alabastan citizens on the road, and as a Marine, she couldn't say certain things directly. Mu Zhan smiled and continued, "Alabastan was once very prosperous. It was one of the 20 allied kingdoms. If the king back then hadn't withdrawn from the alliance, we would now add Saint or Palace after the names of its royal members." The three were shocked, never expecting Alabastan to have such a glorious history. Hailuan asked incredulously, "How did such a powerful country become like this?" Mu Zhan snorted coldly, "Why? Go meet our ally, one of the Wangxia Kueihai Kelikider, and you'll have the answer." The three immediately understood. At the same time, they landed inside the Alabastan kingdom. In Udi, a luxurious building, a scar-faced man stared intently at one person in a photo. Why did the annoying Marines enter Alabastan? Kelikider looked at the shadows with confusion. A crisp voice came from the shadows. "It's probably aides summoned by Wei Wei." Kelikider scoffed disdainfully, "Dare a mere Marine meddle in my affairs? If he doesn't know his place, we'll make sure he never returns." Under the light, the gold-plated hook gleamed. "You'd better be careful. After all, this Marine is somewhat unusual." A tall figure emerged from the shadows and approached Kelikider. Kelikider sneered, his hoarse voice saying, "That's just Marine propaganda." "That's best." At the entrance of Alabastan's royal palace, Mu Zhan and his group were blocked by guards. Barusi stepped forward, taking out the letter Wei Wei sent to the Marines. "It's a plea for help from your princess." The two guards exchanged glances. One took the letter and ran inside the kingdom. Moments later, a blue figure appeared at the corner. Seeing the Marines who had actually arrived, she covered her mouth in disbelief. She quickened her pace and came before them. She curiously examined the legendary Marine Zifa's adopted son. Mu Zhan looked at the lively Wei Wei, smiled gently, and said in a magnetic voice, "Nice to meet you, Princess Wei Wei. I am the captain of the Marine Headquarters Pirate Hunter Team, Hadisai Mu Zhan." Inside the palace, Barusi looked at the luxurious interior and couldn't help remarking, "This decoration doesn't look like a poor country." Hearing this, Wei Wei, who was walking ahead, instantly became heavy-hearted. Realizing his mistake, Barusi quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. A huge fist had already landed on his head. With a bang, Barusi fell straight to the ground, twitching occasionally. "Sorry, Your Highness, my partner is a bit slow-witted." Hailuan, walking on Mu Zhan's right, immediately explained. Hearing this, Wei Wei stopped, turned around, and waved at them. "It's fine." Anyone who has seen the situation inside and outside the palace would think the same. At the dining table, Barusi, seeing the exquisite delicacies, wolfed them down without regard for his image. Eating and grabbing, he was like a starving ghost. Seeing Wei Wei slightly uncomfortable, Mu Zhan put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth. He spoke first. "Princess Wei Wei, you entrusted us to deal with the rebels, but the Marines cannot interfere in internal affairs of a country. You should know that." Hearing this, Wei Wei's body began to tremble. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Seeing this, Mu Zhan was not in a hurry. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the poor people everywhere on the streets. He slowly said, "To gather this table of delicacies, I suppose you have nothing left to pawn, Princess." Wei Wei was taken aback, wondering why Mu Zhan said that, and how he knew. Mu Zhan reached into his pocket and tossed out an earring, which landed precisely in Wei Wei's hand. "I saw at the port that your guard was pawning this earring." Wei Wei looked at the earring in her hand, silent. "I think you have some misunderstandings about the Marines." For the Marines, catching pirates is the Marines' duty, even if they are legal pirates recognized by the world government. But the Marines never acknowledge that. "I will make Kelikider confess the truth himself, and I will kill him personally." Somewhere in the Vida Honglu, inside the world's largest casino, the Huangjinsheng. Completely different from the luxurious decoration outside, in a spacious room, a girl in splendid clothes looked at the yellowed newspaper in her hand. Her eyes were filled with joy. "Miss Yelena, Lord Diswayuo is looking for you." Yelena, hearing this, carefully folded the newspaper and placed it on the table, then turned and walked out the door. A breeze blew, flipping the newspaper open, revealing the content on it. Former Marine Admiral Blackwrist Zifa's adopted son, Marine Rising Star, Hadisai Mu Zhan. In the spacious room, Mu Zhan sat with his head bowed in deep thought. Meanwhile, Hailuan sat in meditation nearby, eyes closed and heart at peace. By the window, Kaladia gazed at the starry sky, a serene smile playing on her lips. The only discordant note was Bruce's voracious munching sounds. Having packed all the delicacies from the dining table, Bruce devoured them with ravenous appetite. At that moment, Mujun opened his eyes, a smile on his face as he looked at the group. There is a very important mission that requires someone who is intelligent, strong, and quick-witted. Bruce, who was chewing on roasted meat, shuddered as he felt someone's gaze upon him. Swallowing with difficulty, he gave an awkward smile. Boss, I'll admit to being clever and quick-witted. But as for being powerful, I believe Hai Luan's strength surpasses mine. Hai Luan's tightly shut eyes opened slightly. Seeing Mujun's gaze still fixed on Bruce, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes again. Decided then. It's you, Bruce. Mujun struck his right fist into his left palm, finalizing the decision. Mujun calmly explained the plan, and Bruce's expression grew increasingly vivid with each word. After listening, Bruce studied Mujun carefully. Boss, don't tell me you're trying to use Crocodile's hand to get rid of me. I never speak ill of you normally. I only complained after drinking last time, but those were just drunken words. Mujun paused in surprise. You spoke ill of me. Bruce quickly clamped his hands over his mouth, signaling he had said nothing. Banquet. Screams echoed throughout the room. The next day, Bruce emerged from the Alabaster Royal Palace with a bruised and swollen face, limping as he spat fiercely at the palace. This place doesn't need me. There are plenty of other places. You'll regret this. It's all because you're relying on being Zeph's adopted son. Whoosh, a brick shot from within the palace, heading straight for Bruce. Seeing this, Bruce ignored the pain in his left leg and took off running. Fong Keeley, disguised as a commoner, watched all of this unfold. He followed behind Bruce, moving cautiously. Inside the palace, Kaladia clapped her hands and asked Mujun, who was lounging on the boat, Boss, what do we do next? Mujun stretched lazily and replied in a slightly drowsy tone, Nothing. We wait for someone. Wait for someone. Who? Kaladia asked, looking at Mujun in confusion. Mujun raised an eyebrow. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin. The desert night brought a sharp drop in temperature with bitter northern winds howling. Mujun, lying on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes and rose to stare at a corner. A low voice came from Mujun's throat. Since you're here, come out. Nico Robin. Moonlight spilled into the room as a tall figure appeared before Mujun. The figure asked curiously, You knew I was coming? Mujun grinned. Not really. I was just guessing. The figure was momentarily surprised, but quickly realized she was being teased. In truth, from the moment she had stepped into the palace, Mujun's observation haki had already enveloped her. Then Miss Nico Robin, as a wanted criminal of the world government, and as the Devil's Child, who gave you the courage to stand before me? Dark-skinned Robin walked directly to the table and sat down. If you truly wanted to arrest me, Admiral, you wouldn't be asking so many questions. Hearing Robin's response, Mujun's lips curled into a smile. He rose and took a seat across from her. Let's talk then. You as a scholar of O'Hara, and I as a member of the Navy. Under the moonlight, the dark night no longer seemed so frightening. Walking along the main road, Nico Robin pulled her coat tighter, her mind racing through everything that had just transpired. What an interesting Navy officer. In the capital of Alabasta, within Baroque works, Crocodile, a cigar clenched between his teeth, stared at the person Fong Keeley had brought back, his brows deeply furrowed. Crocodile exhaled smoke directly at Bruce's face. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Bruce forced a smile. The smoke from Lord Crocodile smells quite wonderful, sir. Fong Keeley watched in astonishment as Bruce remained utterly unfazed. Crocodile burst out laughing. I never expected someone like you to be aboard Mujun's ship. Bruce sighed heavily, his voice filled with bitterness. How can someone like us compare to that bastard Mujun? It's because he found such a good father. And how many pirates has he actually killed himself? Wasn't it us who did all the work? There's no helping it. His adopted father is former Navy Marshal Zeph. For us Navy officers with no connections, even risking our lives at the end means nothing compared to a single word from his adopted father. Crocodile continued smoking his cigar, his eyes narrowed as he waited for Bruce to continue. Bruce quickly changed his expression to one of eager defection. I heard that Lord Crocodile is recruiting henchmen, so I wish to join your Baroque works. After a long silence, Crocodile set down his cigar and asked in a raspy voice, What can you offer me? On what basis would I anger a Navy officer with a marshal-level connection? Bruce instantly understood. He removed his shoe and took out a small pouch hidden in the sole, from which he withdrew a multi-folded piece of paper. He bowed respectfully. Lord Crocodile, this is a Rubbing's copy of the poneglyph, and it is the purpose of our journey. It seems to be related to the legendary ancient weapons. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's breathing hitched, his eyes locking onto the paper in Bruce's hands. But after a long moment, Crocodile composed himself and nodded to Bruce. You may stay, but you must undergo evaluation. Bruce hurriedly bowed deeply to Crocodile. Thank you, great and respected Warlord Crocodile, for taking me in. Feeling somewhat disgusted, Crocodile glanced at Fong Keeley, signaling for him to take Bruce away. Once the two had left, a sandy arm emerged from Crocodile's body, wrapping and unfolding the paper. Gazing at the chaotic patterns upon it, Crocodile felt a wave of dizziness. He refolded the paper and extended the sandy arm toward the shadows. Appraise the contents. What if it's fake? Robin asked. Then kill that Navy officer immediately. Crocodile's expression turned vicious. Robin asked curiously, and if it's genuine? Crocodile's eyes gleamed with excitement. If it's real, kill that Navy officer, and then search for Pluton. Robin was not at all surprised. After all, this was exactly what one would expect from a sand crocodile. Requesting leave? Who approved that? Sengoku roared furiously at the note on his desk, his voice echoing across Marineford. Meanwhile, a figure riding a bicycle glided effortlessly across the sea, leaving an endless stretch of ice trail behind them. On the outskirts of Sailing Island, a ship, flying the naval flag, was slowly sailing into the port. A man with short silver hair, wearing a large coat with the word Justice emblazoned on the back and goggles hanging around his neck, steadily exhaling smoke rings, scowled as he gazed at the sky. Cartlia, the Alabasta rebel army's stronghold. You're telling me Vivi brought the Navy to destroy us? A blond man with a scar on his left cheek and sunglasses with purple lenses looked utterly incredulous. The soldier reporting to Koza pulled a letter from his chest and said, "That's correct. I found this in Princess Vivi's room, and those 4 Navy officers were holding the very same letter when they arrived." The soldier raised his head. If Mokuzan and the others had been present, they would have recognized him as the palace guard who had stopped them at the entrance several days prior. Kaibi, wearing goggles on his head, snatched the letter from disbelief to shock, then angrily threw it toward Koza. Koza reached out and caught the paper swirling in the air, glanced at its contents, his face contorted with rage. His furious roar echoed across the sandy ground. "Everyone, prepare. Tomorrow we attack the royal capital of Alabasta. Roar, roar." Most of the rebels were thrilled, their faces alight with excitement. Koza looked at the infiltrator who had come to report and said slowly, "You go back first. Tomorrow I'll fire a signal flare into the sky, and at that point you'll join all your colleagues inside the palace to launch the attack." The soldier wearing a helmet nodded at these words and turned to leave. At the border of Cartlia, Mr. 5, gem-clad in a dark red trench coat with an afro, was gazing ahead. A figure emerged from the wind and sand, and upon seeing the person waiting ahead, quickened their pace. "Mr. 5, I've already delivered the intelligence to that group of rebels," the soldier in the helmet said excitedly. Seeing Mr. 5 didn't respond, he cautiously ventured, "Mr. 5, I've completed my mission, so what about joining Baroque Works?" The soldier looked at Mr. 5 before him with a flattering smile. Hearing this, Mr. 5 picked his nose and flicked a brown object forward. With a bang, flames and smoke erupted alongside a massive explosion. The soldier slowly collapsed, and the howling wind kicked up yellow sand, burying him completely. Mr. 5 wrapped his trench coat tightly around him and turned toward the rainy land. Click-clack, the sound of leather shoes striking the floor rang out clearly. A raspy voice echoed in the secret chamber. "How much longer until the translation is fully complete?" The rustling of pages ceased. Nico Robin looked at Crocodile and spoke in a delicate voice. "At least one more day?" Hearing this, Crocodile said coldly, "Then 1 day. If you can't finish the translation by tomorrow, you'll be buried in this desert along with this country." Click-clack, the crisp sound echoed, leaving only Nico Robin in the secret chamber. Snap. A book was closed and a paper was pulled from beneath it, bearing the completed translation. Suddenly, the oil lamp on the table began to flicker, and a gust of wind and sand surged into the chamber. "Miss All Sunday, you've betrayed my trust in you." A face pressed against Nico Robin's shoulder. Robin turned to look, and under the flickering light, that scarred face appeared especially terrifying. Coming to her senses, Robin reached out the paper into the flame. But she was too slow. Crocodile snatched the letter from her hand and tucked it into his coat. He then grabbed Robin around the neck as she tried to flee, his raspy voice growling. "You've already met with that Navy officer, haven't you? On the night he first arrived in this country." Upon hearing this, Robin's pupils contracted sharply, her face filled with disbelief. "How foolish you are, woman. Do you truly believe you could earn the Navy's trust? You're nothing but a pawn, whether with me or anywhere else." Crocodile looked at the suffocating Nico Robin with disdain, his left golden hook slicing through the air as purple venom dripped to the ground with a hissing sound. "You stay here and watch as I destroy this nation. The new world will be conquered by me." Gwahaha! Crocodile dissipated into a whirlwind of sand and left the secret chamber. Robin, curled on the floor, stared intently at the direction he had departed. The Hana Nomi activated, keenly observing the surroundings outside. Confirming Crocodile would not return, Robin reached into her bosom, and after some fumbling, a green pill appeared in her palm. After examining it for a moment, the poison in her body began to take effect, making her feel dizzy. With a determined expression, she swallowed the pill. The intense dizziness caused her to pass out immediately. Within her body, a stream of green energy circulated throughout, dispersing the poison. The following morning outside the capital Alabasta of Alabasta Kingdom, the once silent desert suddenly stirred with a whirlwind of yellow sand with muffled roars emerging from within. The drowsy guardsman, witnessing the fierce rebel army approaching, hastily blew his horn. Woo! The clear, loud horn echoed throughout all of Alabasta. In an instant, dust clouds rose within the royal capital. The royal army assembled, confronting the rebels with war on the verge of breaking out. Outside Sailing Island, a group of kung fu fish was guarding a blue bicycle. Watching the vast crowd before the palace, Wei Wei's heart pounded violently. She rushed inside, but found no trace of her father Kubula. A shadow of gloom enveloped her heart, and she immediately ran toward the room where Mu Zhan was. Outside the palace, Bayer and Jaka stood beside Kubula, watching the rebel army locked in battle with the royal guards below. Bayer's heart twisted in anguish. These people, once the subjects of Alabastan, were all his comrades. Kubula, standing in the center, acted out of character and directly ordered the royal guards to take the offensive. The dark-skinned jackal Jaka watched the civilians caught in the battlefield below, a sharp pain stabbing through his heart. As he looked at the calm-faced Kubula, Jaka felt a surge of confusion, but he quickly suppressed it, because the rebel army had already begun to gain the upper hand over the royal guards. With a loud clang, the heavy door was pushed open. The anxious Wei Wei looked at Mu Zhan inside the room, and her agitated mood could not help but ease considerably. In an urgent tone, Wei Wei said to the figure standing by the window, gazing into the distance, "Lord Mu Zhan, the rebel army has already breached Alabasta." Mu Zhan slowly turned around and walked straight toward Wei Wei, his clear voice resounding through the room. "Hailuan, go kill all of Kelokitair's subordinates. Kaliadie, protect Princess Wei Wei's safety." "Yash!" Kaliadie shouted upon hearing Mu Zhan's command. Hailuan then stood up and walked out of the palace. Mu Zhan approached Wei Wei and said calmly, "Prepare to welcome the rebirth of this nation." Inside Alabasta, the rebel army swept through like locusts, devouring every royal guard they saw. Blood spilled onto the ground, filling one pothole after another. The rebel army's momentum grew fiercer, and the royal guards retreated step by step. Standing on the palace wall, Jaka could hardly contain himself. He said to Kubula beside him, "Your Majesty, let me capture Kusha. Once we seize Kusha, these people will be like headless flies without a target." Kubula, however, waved his hand and said calmly, "Your duty is to protect the safety of our royal family. As long as I am here, Alabastan will not fall into chaos." Jaka wanted to say more, but was stopped by Kubula's fierce glare. At that moment, Wei Wei appeared on the wall and placed a din mushi on it. This action drew the attention of Jaka and the others. Kubula, who was actually Fong Kiliai in disguise, wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Wei Wei, but seeing the two people who never left her side, he suppressed his murderous intent. He looked down at the battle below, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. The resting place of the successive kings of Alabastan. A figure in a black fur coat dragged a man wearing clothes identical to those of the current Arabasta king Kubula on the wall, walking toward the royal mausoleum. Suddenly, Kelokitair, wearing a black coat, stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at the blue figure, the cigar in his mouth, sending up smoke that mingled with the wind and sand. Recognizing the person's appearance, Kelokitair's hoarse voice rang out in the desert, "Are you Zifa's adopted son?" Mu Zhan, who had stopped walking, looked flattered upon hearing this, and said with sincere expression, "I never expected that you, Lord Kelgo, would know of me." Then Mu Zhan pointed at Kubula behind Kelokitair. "Respected Lord of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, could you hand over the person behind you to me? I need him to quell the rebellion in the city." Kelokitair raised an eyebrow and said in a hoarse voice, "Rebellion? After I get what I want, there won't be such a thing in this country." Mu Zhan, upon hearing this, said cautiously, "But I need this credit, you see. After all, I need some achievements to get promoted." Gwaha! Kelokitair laughed wildly and arrogantly. He sneered at the marine before him. That guy was right. "You really are a worthless piece of trash." Mu Zhan's face showed confusion. "That guy? I wonder who you are referring to, Lord Warlord." With a mocking expression, Kelokitair listened to Mu Zhan's question and slowly said, "It's the marine who came with you named Bulusi." "How ridiculous. It sounds like a dog's name. Speaking of which, I should thank him. If he hadn't given me the copy of the poneglyph, I don't know how long it would have taken me to find what I want." Gwaha! Mu Zhan nodded inwardly. Indeed, the name did sound like a dog's. But on his face he still put on an angry expression and said indignantly, "Since you, Lord Warlord, already know, why not do me a favor? Hand over Kubula to me, and you go find what you want. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Upon hearing this, Kelokitair looked at the marine with disgust and sneered without concealment. "The former marine hero would actually take in a person like you as his adopted son. Everything in this country, it began with me, and it will end with me. Whether drought or rebellion. After I obtain what I want, I will personally destroy this country." Mu Zhan's eyes lit up and he asked in disbelief, "Could it be that the drought in Alabastan was caused by you?" Kelokitair scoffed disdainfully, his arrogant voice ringing out, Of course I did everything. What guardian deity? What I have wanted from beginning to end is only the ancient weapon, Pluton. With it I can conquer the new world, reach the final island, become the pirate king. Not giving Kelookitaru a chance to indulge in self-admiration, Mu Jun directly waved his hand to interrupt his frenzy. He took out a din mushy from his bosom, pointed it at the microphone, and said, Wei, did you hear that? In Alabama before the palace square there was dead silence. Everyone listened to the words coming from the din mushy, faces filled with disbelief. Meanwhile Fong Qiliai had already been seen through by Kaliadie, who knocked him unconscious. Sobbing sounds came from Wei's mouth and her hoarse voice rang out, I heard it. Everyone heard it. With a clang, Kusha threw his long sword to the ground. Then more and more rebels threw their weapons onto the ground. The royal guards also dropped their weapons, relief evident on every face. A raging fire swept through Rainbase, the Baroque works, and the Rain Dinner's Poison Hall, all engulfed in flames. As if to burn away all the sins here. On the streets of Alabama, Hailuan wielded Jingja, slashing across the neck of Jimu the bomber. Then she raised Jinglei, pointing it at Mr. One Dazibanasai, whose arm had turned into a blade. Putting away the din mushy, Mu Jun looked at the still-dazed Kelookitaru and said teasingly, impressive indeed. Lord of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to the Marine Code, warlord regulations, I hereby sentence Sankungiter to death. Strip him of his title as warlord. Kelookitaru snapped out of it and roared in fury, damn you Marine. His legs turned into sand grains as he dashed across the desert like lightning. In mere breaths, Crocodile arrived before Mu Jun, swinging the venomous scorpion needle on his left hand to slash viciously at Mu Jun's body. Mu Jun's gaze darkened as he raised his right foot to block the golden hook. A clang of metal rang out and a surge of force erupted between them, stirring up several sandstorms around. Mu Jun pinned the scorpion needle firmly under his right foot and taunted, Is this all you've got, Crocodile? With a sudden burst from his left leg, he leaped into the air and twisted his body to deliver a fierce kick at Crocodile. Crocodile neither dodged nor flinched, clicking his tongue in disdain. Useless. Ordinary attacks mean nothing to me. I ate the sansan fruit. I'm immune to all physical attacks. Is that so? Mu Jun's left leg whipped out, carrying immense force, and the desert sand with it, striking Crocodile squarely. With a thud, Crocodile was sent flying. Wiping blood from his mouth, his hair disheveled, he stared at the man before him in utter disbelief. Mu Jun raised his right arm, dark armament haki coating it. Hurts, doesn't it? Armament haki is an effective means to counter Eulogia devil fruit users. The armament haki on his right arm flowed slowly, converging entirely on his index finger. With a soft shout, 6 King's gun, armament death pistol. Mu Jun began to sprint, his figure flickering and vanishing from the spot. Crocodile's eyes narrowed as he swung his golden hook backward. With a clang, the sharp hook collided with a pitch-black finger. Violent energy erupted, and a powerful force pierced straight through the hook. With a crash, the golden hook snapped and fell heavily onto the sand. Suddenly the sand beneath Mu Jun's feet began to collapse, and his body sank into the grains. A hoarse, indifferent voice sounded, Desert Sunflower. His gaze fixed on Mu Jun. Stay here forever. Mu Jun brought his arms together and pushed his palms outward, shouting, 6 King's gun, wind pressure. A powerful force erupted from between his palms, and the immense recoil propelled him out of the sand pit. Moonwalk. In midair, Mu Jun pushed off with his feet, his figure moving like a phantom to close in on Crocodile. TCH. Desert Imperial Diamond Blade. Crocodile snorted coldly, both arms turning into sand before coalescing into 4 sand blades. Fists coated in armament haki met the sand blades with a series of clangs. The blades constantly crumbled, only to rapidly regenerate as if they could never be destroyed. Mu Jun studied Crocodile standing in the desert and thought to himself, truly worthy of the sansan fruit. In a desert environment, he's practically invincible. Crocodile snorted, You're only delaying your death. In the desert, I am invincible. He swung the blade heavily, sending Mu Jun flying back with a single blow. Heavy sandstorm. A small sandstorm took shape in his right hand, and he hurled it at Mu Jun. The moment it touched the ground, it rapidly expanded, devouring everything around. Mu Jun darted around while Crocodile's right hand followed his movements, the massive sandstorm steadily closing in on Mu Jun. Seeing the sandstorm relentlessly chasing him, Mu Jun stopped and thrust his palms outward again, shouting, 6 King's gun, wind pressure. A gale surged from his palms, battering the base of the sandstorm. The two opposing winds eroded each other, and the sandstorm shrank until it vanished. Crescent moon, sand dune. Crocodile's right arm enlarged and morphed into a crescent shape. His legs turned to sand as he raced across the desert. His gaze sharpened. The moment the sand blade touched his body, he leaned backward. With a whoosh, the sand blade narrowly passed just above Mu Jun. Not impressive at all, Crocodile. Mu Jun turned around, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the scowling Crocodile. Suddenly the sand around Mu Jun surged upward, and in a few breaths, 4 enormous sand fists surrounded him. With a wave of Crocodile's right hand, the 4 massive sand fists slammed down, boom, boom, boom. When the dust settled, not a trace of anyone was visible in the sand pit. 6 King's gun flame kick. A deep magnetic voice sounded behind Crocodile. The moment he turned, a right leg wreathed in flames kicked him squarely in the face. With a crack, Crocodile's entire head was shattered, but his body erupted with sand that enveloped Mu Zhan's right leg. The scattered sand in the air coalesced, and Crocodile reformed, cracking his neck. Die? Desert prison. He grabbed Mu Zhan's leg, trying to drain the moisture from his body. But strangely, no matter how hard Crocodile tried, Mu Zhan's body remained unchanged. Mu Zhan sneered, "Didn't I just say it? Armament Haki is one of the best ways to counter you devil fruit users." Drawing power from his waist, Mu Zhan bent his body 90 degrees and slammed a fist coated in Armament Haki into Crocodile's face. Stunned, Crocodile released his grip and was sent flying backward. Desert Hell thrust. Crocodile, having barely regained his balance, clenched his right fist. The sand beneath Mu Zhan began to shift, and then several sand spikes burst from the ground. Sensing the anomaly beneath him, Mu Zhan pushed off with his legs and leaped high. Crocodile revealed a sinister grin and shouted, "Chaos." The sand spikes that had just emerged suddenly accelerated, shooting upward toward the air. Mu Zhan's eyes narrowed and his body began to spin rapidly, the high speed whipping the surrounding sand into a humanoid tornado. The sand spikes kept crashing into Mu Zhan only to shatter and disintegrate. What a nuisance. Mu Zhan landed, looking at Crocodile, who seemed unfazed after 2 punches, and cursed. These Logia users are just unreasonable. He let out a deep breath, his arms hanging loosely at his sides. His gaze fixed on the sand crocodile before him, he said, "I'm not that so-called second generation of the sea they talk about. All show and no substance." Black arm hammer fist. His right arm, enveloped in pitch-black armament Haki, Mu Zhan seemed to meld into the air and vanished before Crocodile's eyes. Crocodile's heart jolted. Seeing Mu Zhan already before him, he swung his right arm, carrying sand with it. Slow. Too slow. Under the influence of Mu Zhan's observation Haki, Crocodile's attack appeared in slow motion. With a thud, a phantom giant hammer appeared on his arm, smashing heavily into Crocodile's waist. The violent force blew away the dust and sand around them, and the incessant desert wind seemed to tear apart in that moment. The dark figure rolled across the sand, shattering one boulder after another. With a loud crash, Crocodile slammed into the wall of the royal tomb. His cigar was long gone, his hair disheveled, and he coughed up blood. Mu Zhan approached slowly, staring at Crocodile. "After losing in the New World, you sought to become king through external forces?" Seeing the sneer on the man's face, Crocodile chuckled. "You've never seen the monsters of the New World. What right do you have to lecture me? I am Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Enraged, Crocodile roared like a crocodile, baring his sharp teeth. Mu Zhan said nothing, raising his right arm coated in dark armament Haki, and slammed it toward Crocodile's head. Suddenly, a red glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes. As if by some mystical force, he jerked his head to the right, dodging the fatal blow. Mu Zhan was startled, and Crocodile was even more bewildered. He swung his right fist, fiercely striking Mu Zhan's abdomen and sending him flying. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Mu Zhan's anger flared as he glared at the sand crocodile, who had just awakened his observation Haki. Why can't you ever die, eh? Damn worlds will. Since you won't let me kill him, I'll kill him, just to spite you." Mu Zhan roared at the sky, slowly drawing a pair of silver gloves from his waist. Recovering from his dazed stupor, Coloca de Air seemed to recall something, his heart leaping. Could it be the legendary observation Haki? To verify his suspicion, Coloca de Air merely assumed a defensive stance as Mu Zhan charged. With a sharp whoosh, Mu Zhan's right fist lashed out, and a tremendous shockwave punched clean through the wall behind Coloca de Air. Yet a strike that had reached Mu Zhan's absolute peak in both speed and power was effortlessly sidestepped by Coloca de Air. Feeling the fierce wind whistling past his ears, Coloca de Air's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he had dodged. But before Coloca de Air could celebrate, a devastating pressure of wind assaulted him from the left, slamming heavily into his cheek. His body rapidly liquefied into sand, scattering toward the distance. Mu Zhan's gaze sharpened. He turned and fixed his eyes on the ground, fully activating his observation Haki while enveloping his legs in armament Haki to guard against the surprise attack. While Coloca de Air could merge seamlessly with the desert, Mu Zhan took a great leap, soaring above the royal tomb. Swish, swish, swish. The tomb beneath his feet began to tremble violently, its rock walls eroding and gradually turning to sand. The moment he landed, 3 scythe-like sand blades slashed toward him. Mu Zhan thrust his right fist forward, shattering one blade outright, then launched himself skyward as the remaining 2 collided midair. They dissolved into a drift of scattered grit. Landing softly, Mu Zhan wore a mocking sneer. "What's wrong, O noble warlord of the sea? Too afraid to even appear before me?" Finding no response from below, Mu Zhan pressed his taunt. "Warlord of the sea, You're nothing but the world government's stray dogs set to tear each other apart. And you Kuluaka de Air are little more than a beaten hound. I've been curious for quite some time. Exactly what gender are you Kuluaka de Air? Before the words had barely left his lips, a sandstorm erupted from the ground, engulfing Mujun. Countless sand spines and razor blades continuously surged from within the vortex, pummeling him. Blood trails welled up one after another, dripping crimson lines onto the sand. Die! Kuluaka de Air's roar pierced through the storm from above as a massive razor-sharp sand drill plummeted downward. Armament Steel Fist Double Strike. Enveloping both fists entirely in armament, Haki Mujun aimed at the rapidly descending sand drill. He struck with a deafening boom, the colossal force nearly dispersing the surrounding sandstorm. His legs sank deeper with each impact, but his double fists relentlessly hammered the drill until the hardened sand crumbled into scattered grit. Desert Holy Blade. A thunderous shout rang out from outside the storm. A gigantic sand scythe sliced the tempest in two, cleaving straight up from the subsoil toward Mujun. Mujun ducked, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes as he tilted his torso to narrowly evade the strike. Crash! Following the resounding impact, a bottomless fissure had been carved straight through the desert. Relighting his cigar, Kuluaka de Air gazed at his opponent, his prior contempt entirely melted away. He now understood that the person before him was no mere fortune-seeking show-off as he had initially presumed. A man valued and adopted by ZFA, truly living up to his reputation as the Navy's newest supernova. It's time to end this. Fighting you hasn't granted me the slightest increase in strength whatsoever. Mujun took a deep breath, produced a red and green pill from his pocket, and flicked it precisely into his mouth with his thumb. Flash step. With a sharp cry, Mujun vanished and reappeared instantly before Kuluaka de Air. His sea-stone gauntlets, shimmering with a silver sheen, were aimed squarely at the man's cheek as he unleashed a crushing punch wreathed in terrifying power. A crimson flash flashed across Kuluaka de Air's eyes as he arched his upper body backward. Just as he inexplicably evaded the initial strike, the overwhelming force slammed directly into his face. His face crashed heavily into the ground, sending him tumbling backward several times, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and sand. Lifting his right foot, Mujun crushed the fallen cigar beneath his sole. Gazing down at the half-kneeling Kuluaka de Air, he slowly spoke. In my homeland there's an old saying, smoking is harmful to your health. Kuluaka de Air paused, utterly baffled by the Navy officer's nonsense. What in the world are you rambling on about? The sand crocodile roared, jamming his right hand into the earth as several sand blades erupted upward toward Mujun. Watching the disturbance on the ground, Mujun shouted loudly, what I mean is you should smoke Seagull brand cigarettes. You damn bastard. If you smoke cigars, the Navy gets zero commission. 4 slashing strikes breached the surface, simultaneously cleaving toward Mujun. Violent foot. Muscles bulged in his legs as Mujun launched himself into the air, his feet endlessly stamping against the atmosphere, his silhouette moving like a phantom from a fairy tale. Kuluaka de Air bellowed, Desert Diamond Holy Blade. His right hand transformed into 4 razor-sharp sand scythes, striking downward at the approaching Mujun. Whoosh! Propelling himself forward again, Mujun sprinted straight toward the sand blades. His right arm was sheathed in armament, hockey fingers curled tight, held horizontally across his chest. Black arm short strike. His kingly aura erupted outward. Kuluaka de Air was momentarily stifled by the oppressive pressure, but only for a fleeting instant. The moment his arm met the sand scythes, a crimson light flashed in his eyes. Mujun brought his right arm down in a hammer strike, his figure phasing cleanly through Kuluaka de Air to reappear at his back. Stunned, Kuluaka de Air stared at the wound, gashing his waist, still trying to twist around for a counterattack. All he could hear was Mujun taking a deep breath and speaking slowly, detonate. Beneath a sky heavy with gathering clouds, a golden flash streaked across the desert. A tremendous explosion shattered the silence. Thus fell Kuluaka de Air, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The long-awaited raindrops finally fell at that very moment. Feeling the cool rain soak through his clothes, a faint smile graced Mujun's lips. Plink plink. Within the royal palace, drop after drop of rainwater fell gently onto Wei Wei's face. Her delicate features tilted upward, watching the sweet dew descend endlessly from the heavens. Spreading her arms wide, Wei Wei shed tears of joy, embracing the life-giving rain and welcoming the rebirth of Alabasta. On the streets of Albana, Hai Luan flipped her wrist and sheathed her dual blades. Gazing at the man who had died standing before her, Hai Luan couldn't help but render him a silent salute. A man willing to sacrifice everything for his boss. Coincidentally, he was the same. Everyone possesses a reason they must win, yet fate dictates only one can walk away alive. At the port of Shinting Island, Qingji, with his distinctive flat top, blocked the path of a dark-skinned woman. Staring out at the sea, Qingji remarked casually, Ni Kaluo, Bin, you still haven't found your sanctuary, have you? Ni Kaluo Bin's eyes darkened. She didn't know how to answer, nor did she know how to face the man before her. Observing Ni Kaluo Bin's silence, Qing Ji shifted the subject, his languid voice drifting out. You've already met him, haven't you? That man. Upon hearing this, Ni Kaluo Bin nodded. After a brief pause, she replied, he might be a man capable of changing the world. Is that so? Qing Ji murmured in agreement. Off the coast of Shinting Island aboard a blue naval warship, they watched the dense black clouds gathering over the island ahead, punctuated by intermittent rumbles of thunder. CMO Gu frowned deeply, smoke constantly curling from the cigar clenched between his teeth. After letting out a dismissive scoff, he steered the warship away from the location. With a swift whoosh, a figure leaped aboard. CMO Gu froze for a split second before drawing his blade and swinging. Oh my, don't be so hot-tempered, CMO Gu. It's me, Kuzan. Recognizing the familiar voice, CMO Gu sheathed his weapon, his brows knitting together as he demanded, how the hell did you end up here? Kuzan glanced up toward the harbor. To meet a friend. CMO Gu frowned in confusion. A friend? In the desert, Muzhan's chest stopped bleeding, and the wound slowly healed. The Den Mushi rang. Moshi, this is the marine pirate hunter Captain Muzhan. The Den Mushi transformed into Sengoku's visage, and a deep voice emanated. This is Sengoku. Muzhan took a few deep breaths and recounted everything that had happened in Alabasta to Sengoku. A furious roar burst from the Den Mushi, damn warlords of the sea. At the end of the day, they're just pirates. You did well this time. I'll send someone to escort Crocodile to impel down. Muzhan scratched his head and said slowly, I have already slain Crocodile. Silence fell on the other end of the Den Mushi. Sengoku massaged his forehead and said reluctantly, in that case, I'll leave the aftermath in Alabasta to you. With a click, the Den Mushi was disconnected before Muzhan could reply. Muzhan put away the Den Mushi, feeling a bit puzzled. He found Cobra, who was buried in the sand, and together they returned to Alyabarna. At the Marineford Fleet Admiral's office, after hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku gazed at one of the three figures seated before him. He couldn't help but complain, why is Muzhan so bloodthirsty? In this regard, he doesn't resemble you at all. Garp, who was munching on rice crackers, defended him. I tell you, Sengoku, he's just a pirate. Killing him is no big deal. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed, took off his glasses, and pressed his fingers against his eyes. Toru, with her graying hair, explained, Garp impelled down exists to imprison those who possess disastrous devil fruits. Crocodile's Suna no Mi is one of them. Garp showed a look of sudden realization. Saka. Toru turned to Sengoku and said in a crisp voice, our top priority now is to find the Suna no Mi, at least to keep it from falling into the hands of pirates. Sengoku nodded. A golden light burst around him, and with a crash, a figure smashed through the wall and plunged straight into the sea. Phew, Sengoku let out a deep breath. I feel much better now. Inside the Alabasta Royal Palace, King Cobra and his ministers were holding a banquet to celebrate Alabasta's rebirth. Cobra raised his glass, cleared his throat, and his resonant voice filled the entire hall. To Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Hades Muzhan. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, but Muzhan and his companions were not at the banquet. Cobra made his way to the balcony where Vivi was standing. Seeing his daughter's distracted expression, Cobra sighed. That man belongs to the sea. Vivi forced a smile and said to Cobra, I understand. Looking at the stiff smile on Vivi's face, Cobra shook his head and gazed at the endless desert ahead. He felt he had grown old. Vivi, Cobra murmured. Vivi was puzzled. What is it? Prepare yourself. You will become the new king of Alabasta. This very night. As the words fell, a gentle breeze blew, scattering Vivi's blue hair. Vivi's eyes grew brighter. Cobra turned around, recalling the first time he saw Muzhan. A doubt had always lingered in his mind. This marine looks far too much like his rebellious sister. At the port of St. Tyne Island, under the glow of lights, the roar of engines awakened the nearby residents. The Crimson Hades slowly departed from St. Tyne Island. Muzhan stared at the Den Mushi on the table, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. The Den Mushi rang. Driven by curiosity, he picked up the receiver. The deep, resonant voice startled Muzhan, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Outside the Hades, a strong wind swept across the sea's surface and vanished. Bruce, lying on the deck, opened his eyes, glanced toward Muzhan's cabin, then closed them again. The world's most wanted criminal, Monkey D. Dragon. Muzhan gazed at the tall man before him and slowly uttered the name. The other man smiled nonchalantly and said softly, Sir Muzhan, I am very interested in your philosophy of justice. Is that so? Muzhan's eyes darkened as he threw a punch, his fist moving so fast it became a blur. Dragon grinned, and with a sharp crack his right hand firmly caught Muzhan's fist. Sir Muzhan, I have come to meet you with the utmost sincerity. Dragon raised his head, and under the lamplight his tattooed face was revealed. Muzhan withdrew his right hand, feeling a dull ache, and thought to himself, Dragon's strength is at least at the Admiral or Yonko level combined with his terrifying haki. He pointed to the chair in front of the table and said casually, have a seat. Dragon pushed back his cloak and sat down, meeting the marine's gaze. They exchanged a look and then laughed in unison, the atmosphere turning relaxed and conversational, devoid of the earlier tension. Like old friends reuniting after years apart, they spoke freely about everything. Yet Muzhen couldn't understand why Dragon said. His heart was somewhat twisted. After a long while, a gust of wind swept over the Hades. Muzhen looked out the window. Golden light shimmered on the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, they had talked through the entire night. No one knew what they had discussed, but one thing was certain. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had gained some inspiration. Not long after their meeting, the Revolutionary Army unexpectedly slowed down the pace of liberating nations. Instead, they focused on governing the liberated countries, abolishing the hereditary monarchy and the institution of slavery. More and more civilians and slaves voluntarily joined the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army shifted its target from large nations to prioritizing the liberation of small remote countries. Thus a vast encirclement took shape. The wind of fate had already set the windmill of the era in motion. The World Economic Journal reported, Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, conspired to seize an ancient weapon and caused a 3-year drought in the kingdom of Alabasta. He has been executed by Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Hades Muzhen. The North Sea Minion Island was originally the territory of the Tangjike family, but since they occupied Dresses Rosa, this place has been left unattended. A man with yellow curly hair carrying a black briefcase walked into a massive building on the island. A spiral staircase ascended with an armored guard stationed every 100 steps. Dong dong dong. With a creak, the brown wooden door was pushed open. The curly-haired man's high-pitched voice rang out, "Luosei, boss, I'm back." Whoosh. The man called Luosei threw the book in his hand. The yellow-haired man dodged by tilting his head, looking at the man smoking a cigarette with some confusion. The man with short hair slowly stood up with deep-set eyes and a towering figure fully 3 meters tall. He said with displeasure, "Likinuo, how many times have I told you? Call me boss, not my name." The yellow-haired man scratched the back of his head and echoed, "All right, boss." Luosei looked at the curly-haired man and asked, "Did you bring back the goods?" Likinuo nodded and said, "I've brought them back. This time the quantity is large. According to the information left by that person, an unprecedented war will occur in the near future. He asked you, boss, to speed up." Luosei nodded and took the box from his hand. Then he turned and pushed open the bookshelf behind him, revealing an elevator. They took the elevator straight down underground. The underground space of the manor was several times larger than the surface. On both sides of the elevator stood warriors in white uniforms with a black reaper holding a scythe embroidered on the back. Passing through the corridor, the two arrived at a door. Likinuo pushed open the heavy iron door, and noise came from within. The two entered one after the other, passing through the iron door. Bang, bang, bang. Inside a transparent glass enclosure, 2 shirtless men were fighting continuously, their fists landing like raindrops, each blow striking flesh. Looking around, there were a total of 300 such glass enclosures of various sizes. Among them, quite a few devil fruit users were engaged in combat. The two walked through the corridor and entered a small room. With a click, they opened the black briefcase, took out a dark green liquid, and injected it into a tube. The dark green liquid flowed through the tube and dripped into a huge pool of water. The pool, which had only a trace of green, grew deeper in color as the liquid continued to drip. Figures were immersed in the pool one after another as green energy surged through wounds into their bodies. After finishing all this, Luosei looked at the pool below and asked, "How is the encroachment on Feared's forces going?" Likinuo thought for a moment and said, "About 30% of the industries have been taken by us, but after all, he is one of the emperors of the underworld." Luosei frowned and said with displeasure, "Too slow. The boss needs a large amount of belly." Likinuo sighed and said helplessly, "He has connections with Joker, and we are a new force after all, so." Luosei raised his hand to interrupt him. "I will handle the Joker problem. You must speed up. Strive. No, we must save up 50 billion belly before that war." After a pause, Luosei continued, "We must not only deal with the slave traders, but also those who supply them with slaves. We must solve the problem at the source." Likinuo nodded. In the first half of the Grand Line, a fiery red warship cut through the waves. Bielusi looked at the increasingly deviating route and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ever since he shot a barrel to pieces just now, he had a strange feeling. He picked up the log post to check and found it spinning wildly. Looking around, Bielusi sensed something wrong and quickly shouted to the deck, "Boss, something's wrong. It's not just a little wrong, it's completely wrong. We're surrounded by thick fog and can't find direction." Kelatidia jumped down from the crow's nest and said to the others. Muzhen, upon hearing this, took off his weights, slowly stood up, and looked at the fog outside the ship with a grin. "We're almost there. The legendary Demon Sea, the Magawe Sanjiao, and the largest ship on this sea, the Kongbu Sanwei Fanchuan." The three of them, upon hearing this, came to the deck. Ahead in the mist, a towering wall appeared before them. Suddenly a ghost appeared before the group. Bilusi was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He pointed at the ghost stuck halfway in the cabin, only half visible. Ghost? Huh? The others turned around and saw a white ghost floating in the air, its red eyes gazing at them as if counting. Mujin showed no fear, only excitement. With a bang, the Hadasai How was stuck on a huge spider web, and the ghost disappeared. Let's go. Meet our ally, the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Molia. Inside the Kongbu Sanwei Fanchuan in a room, a ghost slipped into Pailuna's body. Pailuna's already pale face turned instantly white. I must report to Lord Molia. Thinking this, her spirit body left her body and flew toward the castle on the island. The tranquil and peaceful marine fort saw several seabirds leisurely gliding across the sky. Garp, what has your grandson done? A furious roar shattered the atmosphere. Inside the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku angrily hung up the din mushi, berating the Navy hero, who was nonchalantly munching on belly. Garp. Invading Eni's lobby, just to rescue the survivor of O'Hara, Nico Robin. Garp, however, paid no heed to Sengoku's roar, his laughter ringing out. Puhaha! Truly worthy of my grandson. Sengoku's forehead veins bulged, but before he could speak, a knock interrupted him. With a soft creak, a Navy soldier entered, saluted Sengoku, and handed him a confidential report. Sengoku scanned the contents and the attached photograph. His initially furious expression turned somber. Tsuru immediately sensed something amiss and asked softly, "What's wrong, Sengoku?" Sengoku handed the report to Tsuru. Frowning, she examined the contents, and her face grew heavy with concern. Garp, who had been eating belly, noticed their actions and paused. Sengoku exhaled deeply. I never thought that after disappearing for so long he would appear there now. Tsuru nodded, finding it hard to believe that he would suddenly reappear. Garp, utterly bewildered, asked eagerly, "What happened? What happened?" Tsuru placed the report on the desk. Garp snatched it impatiently, and upon seeing the familiar silhouette, he froze for a moment before his expression darkened. Has Shiki just appeared and slaughtered an entire island? Sengoku roared, "Idiot! Can't you read the words?" Hearing this, Garp cast his eyes upward. A single line bore immense information. The great pirate golden lion Shiki has appeared in the North Blue. At Mad Island. Garp asked in confusion, "What's he doing there?" It's already a deserted island, all vegetation burned to ashes, right? Sengoku and Tsuru both lowered their heads in thought. Even they could not fathom why Shiki after 20 years would reappear on a barren island. But they were certain Shiki had some purpose. He was not a man to waste his efforts. With a squelching sound, a pale-faced, blue-haired man, wearing a blue and yellow spotted scarf, approached Shiki. A low, hoarse voice rang out, "Found it." Indigo twirled the bottle in his hand, making exaggerated gestures. "Since it's found, let's go." As he spoke, a massive ship broke through the clouds above, hovering over the two. Dozens of oars were mounted on both sides, and a gigantic golden lion head exuded an air of majesty. A chilling wind blew. Bilusi crossed his arms, rubbing them constantly as he glanced at the eerie surroundings and the countless tombstones. Bilusi looked at the figure walking ahead, Mujin, and asked, "Boss, what are we here for?" Mujin grinned, a crisp voice emerging from his throat, slowly uttering two words: "Kill. Steal." Bilusi. He gave Mujin a thumbs up. "Truly, my boss. Coming to another's turf, killing and stealing." Rustling sounds came from the tombs on both sides. Mujin watched the zombies crawling out of the ground and remarked, "How amazing." Hailuan drew her twin blades and swung at the charging zombies. With a few flashes of light, the once ferocious zombie army was cut in two. Hailuan couldn't help but wonder, these zombies are far too weak. Mujin smiled. These zombies are just cannon fodder. The real threat lies ahead. Ahead? I don't see anyone. Kelatia squinted, staring into the mist ahead. Bilusi. Mujin called out. Bilusi pulled out a flintlock pistol from his thigh, a red glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet sparking flew out, then clinked as it was deflected. A figure slowly emerged before them. A man in flamboyant attire with a hideous face appeared. Upon closer inspection, he had a lion's mouth and nose. Bilusi asked, puzzled, "Are you a lion man, or a man lion?" Absalom flew into a rage, his mouth opening wide with a bestial roar. Mujin patted Bilusi on the shoulder and said lightly, "This one's yours." Bilusi nodded, fixing his gaze on the strange man. Seeing that Mujin and the others dismissed him, Absalom growled, "Kill the men. That woman will be my bride." Hailuan raised an eyebrow and said to Bilusi, "Leave this one to me." The three continued walking forward as a carriage emerged from the fog, its bells chiming with a clanging sound. The horse in front was no ordinary steed. Its body was wrapped in bandages, and it possessed an upper torso resembling that of a human. "A half-beastman," Corlicia exclaimed in surprise. With a clang, the carriage came to a halt before them, and a bat with golden hair and a pig's head flew out. Flapping its wings, it landed before the group. "It's been ages since I've seen living souls. I'm Hiltonheim." But before the creature could finish, Mu Jun struck with her right hand at blinding speed, leaving everyone present utterly caught off guard. His conqueror's haki surged forth, and Hilton froze mid-motion, his entire body trembling. "Go wake Moria, and tell him someone has come to kill him." With a fierce flick of her wrist, she hurled Hilton skyward. Inside the towering castle, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Blood-red irises locking onto Perona, the one who had roused him. A shrill voice pierced through. "What's going on?" Perona relayed the news of Mu Jun and the others boarding the vessel, and Moria's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing it. Moria laughed with glee. Thrilled, he rose to his full 7-meter height. "Here he comes, my strongest shadow warrior." At that moment, the bat-like Hilton appeared before Moria. "Lord Moria, someone claims they're coming to kill you." Moria responded with a dismissive, eerie chuckle. They entered a massive castle where the walls were adorned with bizarre paintings. The zombies depicted within began to writhe. In the blink of an eye, the corridor filled with zombies. Ichiryu-style circle dance. Wielding Jingja in his right hand, Helen spun in motion. Within mere breaths, severed limbs littered the hallway. Descending the stairs at the corridor's end, a man in kimono stood as an obstacle. Helen's gaze darkened as she took in his attire. "Are you a samurai?" Helen asked curiously. Zombie Ryoma seemed to cherish the title, slowly responding, "Son." "What an ancient term." With a swift motion, Ryoma drew his black katana, a weapon featuring the distinctive chaos blade, inverted crossguard design. Helen's eyes lit up at the blade, excitement coloring her voice. "I never expected to encounter the legendary dragon-slaying swordsman here. I'm quite fascinated by your sword," Helen declared, drawing her twin blades with a chilling gleam. Zombie Ryoma's eyes widened in surprise. "One of the great grade swords, Jingja? I last saw it when those in white garments carried it away from Wano country." Helen didn't grasp the reference, but clarified, "I seized it from a band of pirates." They locked gazes. Both surged forward simultaneously. Steel clashed repeatedly, sparks flying. They leaped backward together, then Zombie Ryoma charged his right hand and thrust toward Helen's head. Helen's eyes narrowed. She swung her blade upward, deflecting Chioshui. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted through the wall behind her. As expected of a legendary samurai, even in this state you wield considerable power. Helen glanced at the shattered wall, speaking with seriousness. "Sake barrel dance, advance." Without hesitation, Zombie Ryoma pressed forward with Chioshui, his strikes so rapid they appeared as multiple blades converging. Clang after clang rang out as Helen retreated, parrying each assault. Suddenly her left foot met the wall behind her, a moment of distraction. Zombie Ryoma lunged forward, his raspy voice cutting through the air. "Don him true thrust." Chioshui, wreathed in devastating power, drove straight toward Helen's skull. A crimson flash ignited in Helen's eyes as she shifted just enough to the right. The blade grazed her cheek and embedded itself in the wall. The rock wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving a massive breach. Ryoma swiftly withdrew his blade and delivered a devastating kick that sent Helen flying. Ryoma bounded after her, calling out, "Show me your swordsmanship." Helen stabilized mid-air, raising her twin blades to block his descent, then crashed heavily onto the ground. Dust billowed as a slash tore through it, racing toward Ryoma. He countered with Chioshui's powerful cleave, their strikes colliding mid-air and dissipating. Helen let out a battle cry, Nitten Ichiryu Dual Lightning Zenith. Lightning crackled across both blades as she surged forward like a storm, striking at the samurai. Snort, 3 strokes, arrow feather slash. Ryoma roared back. 2 figures, one white, one blue, crossed paths in the air. With a sharp clink, Ryoma sheathed Chioshui. A crimson line split Helen's chest as blood erupted. Ryoma turned to look and discovered 2 wounds gashing his own body. Lightning flickered within the wounds. Helen slowly turned to face the stunned Ryoma. "Not bad. A true heir of Nitten Ichiryu. And technically you're my junior from Wano." Ryoma spoke with a note of levity. "My warrior body has now known defeat." There was a touch of self-mockery in his tone as he tossed Chioshui toward Helen. She caught the legendary black blade, her expression growing somber. "I merely exploited the advantage of my physical form." Ryoma opened his mouth wide and a dark shadow emerged, rising into the sky. With a thud, his body collapsed lifeless. Gazing upon the legendary god of blades, Helen sighed. Ichiryu-style foxfire. Wielding the black blade, she swept it forward, and a fox-shaped flame raced toward Ryoma's body. She turned and departed. She still needed to find Mu Jun and the others. As the flames dissipated, only ash remained on the ground. Looking at the towering castle ahead, Mu Jun cracked a grin. He unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint, its terrifying aura sending the surrounding zombies fleeing. Bruce stepped forward and shouted, "Moria, if you don't come out soon, I'll level your castle." As his words faded, a towering figure appeared atop the castle. Gazing at the trio below, Gecko Moria let out a strange laugh. I never expected the Marines to have another man with Conqueror's haki." "I crave your shadow even more," Bruce retorted bluntly. "Get down here and die, you're just a mere warlord." Bruce then turned back and said, "Right, boss." Corticia and Mu Jun both stepped back. Corticia parted her lips, slightly smiling. "You're the boss, you go ahead." Mu Jun nodded in agreement. "Go for it, Bruce. You can do it." Seeing this, Bruce scurried behind Mu Jun and began kneading his shoulders. "Don't be like that, boss. I'm just a wolf in sheep's clothing," Bruce said ingratiatingly. Seeing that the three were ignoring him, Gecko Moria's anger flared. Shadow Spear. With a roar, the shadow beneath his feet transformed into a spear and thrust toward them. The three quickly scattered. In midair, Mu Jun shouted, "Go grab Perona, the ghost fruit user." The two exchanged glances, flickered, and dashed into the castle. "Huh." Moria grunted, his shadow instantly catching up to the two and turning into spikes to pierce them. Clang. Corticia and Bruce spun around, coating their arms in armament hockey to block the attack, then used the powerful recoil to rush into the castle. Moria intended to pursue, but heard a furious shout. "You've underestimated me too much." Before the person arrived, the fist wind came. Mu Jun's figure instantly appeared behind Moria. Six Kings wheel wind pressure. The violent gale sent Moria's nearly 7-meter body flying, spinning wildly in the air. Pushing off the ground, Mu Jun shot like lightning and quickly caught up to the tumbling Moria. Crushing fist. His right fist, coated in armament hockey, slammed into Moria's face. The brutal force landed heavily on Moria, his body crashing into the ground like a cannonball, leaving a large crater in front of the castle. Hundreds of black bats swarmed out of the pit, attacking Mu Jun with relentless bites. Within moments, his clothes were torn to shreds. Dozens of shadow bats slowly lifted Moria's massive body out of the pit. Finger gun barraged. Surrounded by the bats, Mu Jun shouted, his fingers thrusting like machine guns. The shadow bats fell one after another, dissolving into dark streaks and merging into Moria's shadow. Gecko Moria's eyes darkened. A hoarse voice sounded, "I am a Shichibukai recognized by the world government. Aren't you afraid of the world government's censure for attacking me? Moreover, I am currently in a cooperative alliance with the Marines. Are you trying to tear up the treaty?" Mu Jun sneered. "Huh? Cooperation? The Marines never cooperate with pirates. As for the treaty, that's something to fool children. As a pirate, how can you believe it? In this world, it's always been the Marines chasing pirates. There is no such thing as cooperation between Marines and pirates. The Marines have never recognized the Shichibukai system." Seeing reason was useless, Moria stopped wasting words and roared, "Shadow Mage." As his voice fell, the shadow beneath Moria's feet began to writhe slowly. A few breaths later, a pitch-black Moria rose and stood side by side with him. Shadow Spear. Two black spears rose from the ground and shot toward Mu Jun. His eyes flashed red as he sidestepped one massive spear, then grabbed the other. "Huh." With a roar, his arm bulged and he yanked the black shadow toward him. He dashed forward, swinging his right fist to meet the incoming Moria. With a loud crash, the shadow Moria flew backward, smashing through a row of houses. Moria stared in shock, clearly not expecting the Marine before him to possess such strength. As Mu Jun charged, Moria roared, "Shadow Box." Whoosh. The shadow Moria instantly dissolved into countless shadow bats. Just as Mu Jun's fist was about to land, the bats gathered in front of Moria. They blocked the blow, then twisted and merged into a pitch-black box. Thump, thump, thump. Mu Jun's fists pounded the shadow box, which was on the verge of breaking. Moria launched another shadow spear, piercing it into the box. "Slow. Too slow." A deep voice came from the cracked box. With a furious shout, the shadow box shattered and countless bats turned into shadows and re-entered Moria's shadow. Six Kings wield death gun. Mu Jun leaped high, his right arm transforming into a massive spear aimed at Moria's head. The immense power, accompanied by howling wind, drove it forward with a thud. But it didn't pierce Moria's body, it was blocked by his shadow. The giant shadow's head was shattered. Thud. Mu Jun landed, watching Moria slowly swap his real body with the shadow. He took a deep breath, then ran forward and leaped high. In midair, Mu Jun shouted, "You who have lost your ambition no longer deserve to stand on this sea. On the day you failed your challenge, you should have died, not lived on in shame. Because of you, your comrade Absalom has just died." Moria froze for a moment, then swung his fist in fury. Two fists, one large, one small, met in midair. The impact sent everything around them flying. Mu Jun landed while Moria staggered back a few steps. Mu Jun curled his lips. "Is this all it takes to make you lose your mind?" Then he snapped, "Have you ever thought about the Marines and civilians you've killed? They too had families and comrades." Two figures, one large and one small, clashed repeatedly within the colossal castle, each collision generating violent gusts of air. Fist met flesh as they unleashed their raw, unrestrained power upon each other without reservation. Moria's eyes were fierce as he shouted, "How dare you? How dare you kill my comrade?" Mu Jun countered without hesitation, "Are you the only one allowed to kill Marines? There is no such law under heaven." Armament flame kick. He raised his right leg, kicked off the ground with his left, and leaped into the air. His right leg wreathed in flames slammed viciously into Moria. The massive body flew backward, crashing through dozens of houses and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Before Moria could rise, Muzan flipped both palms outward, unleashing a powerful surge of air that propelled him into the sky. Gale step. Armament hockey coated his legs as he smashed down toward Moria on the ground. Flames blazed from his legs, and from afar, he looked like a meteor falling to earth. Panic flickered in Moria's eyes as he shouted, "Shadow Mage." A colossal shadow rose from the ground, desperately blocking Muzan's full-force strike. But the fragile shadow could not withstand the descending blow. Within seconds, Shadow Moria dissipated. As Muzan descended from the sky, a glimmer of despair flashed in Moria's eyes. With a thunderous boom, dust and rubble flew, and the entire thriller bark seemed to tremble. In the crater, Muzan stared grimly at the tall man wearing a black and white hat. "Bartholomew. Kuma." Muzan uttered the name coldly. His voice sharp with anger, he demanded, "Did the Holy Land order you to stop me?" Kuma did not answer. Instead, he looked at Moria, who lay on the ground with eyes wide open. A low voice emerged almost casually, "If you wish to travel, where would you like to go?" Moria was stunned, utterly confused by the words of the man who had saved him. But Muzan's face hardened. Those words meant Kuma intended to protect Moria. Seeing Muzan's expression grow colder, Kuma explained, "Lord Muzan, for certain reasons I do not wish to fight you." "So?" Kuma was cut off by Muzan's roar. "Moria must die today." Kuma tried to speak again, but Muzan's fury silenced him. "The balance of the sea has never been maintained by a few pirates." Kuma paused, for Muzan had spoken the very words he himself wanted to say. Taking a deep breath, Kuma removed his gloves. "If that is the case, I believe the other party will understand." Pressure cannon. His right hand thrust forward at high speed, unleashing a powerful shockwave in the shape of a bear paw toward Muzan. In an instant, another bear paw-shaped crater was blasted into the enormous pit. Muzan appeared behind Kuma, thinking to himself, "What an unreasonable devil fruit." He roared, "Armament steel fist double strike." His fists, coated in armament hockey, smashed down fiercely toward Moria on the ground. With a bang, Muzan was sent flying by Kuma, slamming deep into the stone wall. He fell out of the wall and was about to counterattack when he saw Kuma toss a den mushi. Muzan caught it behind him, looking at Kuma with confusion. He picked up the receiver. Moshi, this is Marine Headquarters, Rear Admiral Muzan." A dignified voice came through. Muzan's expression changed. After a few seconds, he hung up the den mushi and tossed it back to Kuma. At the Holy Land, Mary Gios J. Garcia, Saturn hung up the den mushi leaning on his cane. He nodded to the four people before him, signaling that the matter was resolved. Before the castle, Muzan faced Kuma and spoke slowly, "You take Moria. I will take over the thriller bark." Kuma's face remained expressionless. He nodded, raised his right hand, and slapped the prone Moria into the distance. Near the Devil's Triangle, dozens of pirate ships saw a meteor burst out of the mist. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. "How much of your body has been modified now?" Muzan sat on the ground looking at Kuma in the crater. Kuma showed a momentary look of surprise, then regained composure. "According to Vegapunk, after the third experiment, I will lose consciousness 3 times. Muzan murmured under his breath. Then he asked, "Is it worth it? Worth going this far? Without losing your consciousness, you would be more helpful to the Revolutionary Army." Kuma did not answer that question. Instead, he asked with some confusion, "After speaking with you, Mr. Dragon changed his original liberation plan. Can you tell me why?" In Kuma's understanding, Dragon was a man of strong convictions who rarely altered his own ideas. Muzan slowly uttered 2 words, "The people's will." "How many Marines are there on this sea? How many pirates?" Liberating the sea and overthrowing the world government are not achieved by one person alone. Kuma nodded with a hint of understanding, then said, "I will consider your advice, Lord Muzan." With a whoosh, Kuma slapped his own palm against himself and vanished from the spot. "Boss, is the battle over?" Carisha emerged from the castle entrance carrying 2 people over her shoulder. She walked up to Muzan and dropped the repentant Bruce to the ground. "I'm sorry for being alive." Ignoring the dejected Bruce, Muzan looked at Perona, whom Carisha carried on her shoulder, and grinned. Although he had failed to kill Moria, he had achieved 2 of his 3 objectives. North Blue Minion Island. Bigga. The man in the seat picked up his portable den mushi and spoke respectfully, "Boss. The thriller bark in the Devil's Sea has been taken. Transfer everyone to this ship." Losses acknowledged, and then said, "Boss, I've run into some trouble here. It involves a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo. I've been rescued." On the Hades, Bruce, now awake, looked utterly incredulous. Muzan nodded. There was no other choice. He had already slain a warlord of the sea, and the world government would never tolerate such recklessness now. Moreover, with his current strength, it was nearly impossible to kill Moria under the command of the tyrant bear. The power of the Nikyu fruit was simply too overpowered. Seeing this, Bruce asked, "Where are we heading now?" Muzan pondered for a long while before a certain place flickered through his mind. With a hint of excitement, he declared, Osaka Island. Bruce frowned in confusion. Osaka Island. What kind of place is that? Yet a glint ignited in Helen's eyes as she spoke. Legend has it that a legendary sword, the seven-star blade, awaits there. At the word treasure, Bruce instantly perked up, hastily producing a map to pinpoint the location of Osaka Island. In the blink of an eye, the roar of the Hades echoed across the waters. The three exchanged weary sighs. Just as silence fell among them, the cabin door creaked open. In Navy. Perona had barely stepped out when she spotted the four figures on deck. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed her negative souls, sending four spectral ghosts hurtling toward them. Mujin's conqueror's haki descended upon the area instantly. Perona's eyes rolled back, and she fainted while the negative souls dissolved into nothingness before passing through them. Life at sea was tedious, and within just 2 days Perona had already fainted 13 times. Finally, plucking up her courage, she approached Mujin. Hey, are you going to send me to prison? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Mujin paused his cultivation, his expression grave. Indeed. It is the most formidable prison in the world, impelled down. Upon hearing this, Perona's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming freely. But I've never killed a civilian nor attacked the Navy. Noticing this, a subtle smile flickered at the corner of Mujin's eyes before he suppressed it. In a serious tone, he continued, however, there is a chance to make amends. Hearing this, Perona immediately rose to her feet, her delicate voice laced with urgency. What opportunity? Mujin composed himself and revealed his true purpose, a trace of anticipation in his voice as he asked, Can your fruit ability summon the souls of the deceased? Perona shook her head in bewilderment. She had never considered her ghost fruit capable of such use. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mujin's eyes as he muttered, Then it can't be done. Perona shook her head once more, nervously replying, I have never attempted such a thing. Yet Mujin's eyes gleamed anew as he fixed his gaze intently upon her. Under Mujin's piercing stare, Perona blushed and hurriedly averted her gaze. Regaining his composure, Mujin spoke in a calm, measured tone, You will remain on the ship. I shall ask Fleet Admiral Sakazuki to revoke your bounty. Perona could hardly believe her ears. Had she truly been granted another chance at life? The trio walked along a path on Osaka Island. Corellia and Perona had stayed aboard the Hades. Lush trees and shrubs dotted the landscape, and Bruce grew increasingly excited, his eyes scanning like a microscope as he searched for traces of the legendary treasure. Boss, are you certain the seven-star blade truly exists? Helen, a swordsman at heart, still found it hard to believe that a legendary sacred sword was real. Mujin nodded, his expression grave. In fact, the owner of the seven-star blade also serves in the Navy. Bruce deflated like a punctured balloon, his energy vanishing instantly. Boss, why didn't you tell me the sacred sword had an owner? Mujin raised an eyebrow, teasing, You never asked. It was Helen, however, who grew invigorated, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword, a fierce glint igniting in her eyes. I wonder how skilled the current wielder of the seven-star blade is. Helen's combat spirit flared. Sensing her intent, Mujin spoke slowly. I advise you not to entertain overly high hopes. That person has already been controlled by the blade. Edge. Helen froze, taken aback. Mujin continued, Perhaps the seven-star blade was once a sword of justice, but through years of warfare it has been soaked in human blood and resentment until it became a genuine cursed blade. Whoever harbors evil in their heart and touches it will be corrupted by the wraith within. Feeling their gazes fall upon him, Bruce protested indignantly, I'm as pure as a blank sheet of paper. The two responded in unison with a dismissive scoff. Seeing their disregard, Bruce leaped up, defending himself vehemently. Following the small path, the group found the naval training grounds on the island. 2 naval soldiers stood at the entrance, their fierce gazes warning that they were not to be trifled with. Before the 3 could reach the entrance, the guard stopped them. Bruce stepped forward and said, We are the Marines' pirate guerrilla force from headquarters. However, the 2 guards remained silent, simply blocking the doorway. Seeing this, Mujin took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Saka. The shockwave laced with supreme haki swept through the hillside in an instant. Within the hall, dozens of Navy personnel who had been moving in perfect unison froze mid-step, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed one after another. The 3 senior disciples of Saka all felt a sudden palpitation as if they could barely breathe. Meanwhile, Saka, seated at the head position and gripping the seven-star sword, merely furrowed his brows. With the protection of the seven-star sword, ordinary supreme haki had no effect on him at all. Mujin and the other 2 crossed over the fallen guards and proceeded into the training grounds. Footsteps echoed from within the room as a silver-haired man emerged, clad in a red coat and wielding a green longsword, his gaze fixed on the 3 visitors. Swallowing hard, he asked with visible irritation, Was that the pressure you released just now, Hearing this, a smirk spread across Mujin's lips as he crossed his arms and retorted, Is this how you greet your superior officer? Saka paused briefly before reluctantly rendering a salute. At ease, sir. Mujin gave a nod, and then shifted his attention to the sword glowing with emerald light in Sokka's grasp. Sokka, quite an impressive blade you've got there. Mind if I take a closer look? Muzan asked with a knowing smile. In a tone that feigned concern for Muzan, Sokka replied, Sir, not everyone can lay hands on this sword. The irritation in his voice was unmistakable, even to a child. Muzan stroked his chin skeptical. Is that so? But I'd like to give it a try. Sokka's annoyance flickered, then something clicked. He abruptly tossed the sword toward Muzan and gestured for him to proceed. After a moment of observation, Muzan extended his right hand and slowly grasped the hilt. The world spun violently, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself amid a bustling metropolis teeming with traffic. Glancing down at his modern attire, Muzan felt disoriented. His gaze sharpened upon spotting a towering skyscraper. He scanned his surroundings, locked onto a direction, and broke into a sprint. The pressing crowd around him felt utterly real, making him wonder if his journey to the pirate world had been nothing but a dream. After winding through a maze of alleys, he finally reached a door. Gathering his courage, he knocked on the wooden door. After a tense silence, it creaked open. Tears welled in Muzan's eyes as he gazed at the elderly figure before him. The old man's weathered face broke into a warm smile. You're back. Military life must have been harsh, hasn't it? At the dining table, the old man kept piling food onto the young man's plate, insisting, Eat more? You won't find flavors like this where you've been. Muzan ate in silence, burying his face in his bowl. Once he'd finished, watching the old man bustle about clearing away, a faint smile crept across his lips. Sitting down before the old man, Muzan asked, Grandpa, is your health holding up? The elder waved off the concern. I'm fine. The pension covers everything. Good to hear. Nodding, Muzan rose to leave. But the old man's grip tightened around his wrist, his voice growing hoarse. Stay with me a while. It's lonely here alone. His expression darkened as Muzan's fist curled with force, driving straight into the elder's face. He spoke quietly. Your grandfather would have hated me coming back to visit him. Watching the old man fade away, Muzan sighed inwardly as the entire space began to collapse. Slowly opening his eyes, Muzan gazed down at the 7-star sword in his hand and the burn marks on his palm, muttering, as expected of a cursed sacred blade. Looking up at Sokka's stunned expression, Muzan sneered, surprised, I wasn't controlled by the sacred blade. Sokka's face twisted in shock, unable to comprehend how Muzan had pierced through his thoughts. Muzan tossed the 7-star sword back, which Sokka caught and held before him. With an intense gaze locked on Sokka, Muzan said, Stop pretending. With the sword's control over you, it's becoming impossible to suppress the bloodlust within, isn't it? The shock melted from Sokka's features, replaced by a bloodthirsty grin, as his remaining left hand raised the 7-star sword, pointing it straight at the three of them, his eyes burning crimson. Demon flame slash. A corona of green fire erupted from the sacred blade. Sokka lunged forward with explosive speed, swinging the sword down with devastating force. A sharp clang rang out as Helen darted forward, her twin blades crossing to block the strike. Excitement flashed across her face, eyes blazing as she faced the sword-wielding Sokka. Grumbling in annoyance at the blocked attack, Sokka pivoted his blade and slashed upward along the incoming strike. Helen's eyes widened as she recoiled, narrowly evading the counterattack. While the two clashed fiercely, three figures emerged from the room and immediately turned their assault toward Muzan. Dodging their attacks, he called out their names, Duma, Bismarck, Bikongo. All accomplished Navy officers. The words barely left his mouth as Muzan's foot touched empty air, and he materialized behind Duma like a phantom. His voice rang clear against Duma's ear, Light-speed swordsman. Your Iaijutsu seems rather slow. A powerful punch drove into Duma's back before he could react, sending him flying backward into the wall unconscious. Without pause, Muzan appeared before Bismarck with a smile, Iron Knight. Your body doesn't seem quite as impenetrable as they claim. A reinforced punch coated in armament hockey slammed into Bismarck's chest. A sickening crunch echoed as the steel armor fractured and splintered. Bismarck's body flew backward and crashed into the wall beside Duma. As Muzan retracted his fist, his calm voice cut through the tension. A voice that sounded like a whisper from hell to the sweating Bikongo. Another body launched through the air with a dull thud. On the wall, the three were embedded in perfect alignment. Inside the naval training hall, two figures swung their long swords without ceasing. Three blades crashed against one another, incessantly, sparks flying like fireflies in the twilight, illuminating both of their faces. Sokka struck with tremendous force, forcing Helen to retreat. Demon flame bullet. Sokka's mad voice rang out. Green flames instantly erupted upon the 7-star sword. With a fierce swing, the emerald fire projectiles rained upon Helen like an unending barrage of bullets. A crimson glint flashed across Helen's eyes as he parried the flame bullets with his twin blades. Scattered green flames consumed everything in their path, even licking at the blade of Jingja. Armament hockey enveloped Chioshui and Jingja, and in an instant the flames upon the blades dissipated. The two exchanged a glance and clashed once more. Foxfire. A flame slash hurtled towards Sokka, taking the shape of a fox mid-flight, its mouth emitting a piercing howl. Sokka sneered dismissively, swinging the seven-star sword with his left hand and cleaving through the incoming flame slash. Hiss! Where the attack met the sword, the flames withered and vanished entirely. Return the favor. Sokka laughed coldly and brought down the seven-star sword with great force. A torrent of green flame slash shot forth, bearing down on Helen at incredible speed. Red light flickered in Helen's eyes as he sidestepped the incoming strike. Before Helen could react, Sokka swung the seven-star sword again. Demon Snake Fang Strike. The demonic fire took the form of a serpent lunging straight at Helen. Ding! Helen blocked the snake bite with Chioshui. Seizing the opportunity, Sokka yanked hard, sending Helen flying through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Bruce, who was yawning nearby, looked at Mujin and asked with confusion, "Boss, is this sword really that weak?" Mujin explained he has only grasped the surface of the seven-star sword's power. The blade has yet to be truly sealed away. Sealed away? Bruce asked curiously. He then pressed on, "What does it look like after it's fully released?" Mujin paused, recalling memories from his past life, and said solemnly, "After full release, it might grant the power to destroy this entire sea." Bruce was stunned. The power to devastate the sea. But Mujin quickly shook his head and replied, "It's impossible for a single sword to overturn this vast ocean." However, its power after release would indeed be formidable. While the two spoke, Helen and Sokka's battle was drawing to a close. Two heaven-style chaos blade thunder. Helen exploded from the ground and launched himself skyward, his body spinning like a whirring saw blade as he came down directly on Sokka. Sparks showered everywhere as Sokka held the seven-star sword horizontally before him, blocking blow after blow, his face contorted in agony. Huh! With a mighty roar, Helen sent Sokka flying. The seven-star sword slipped from Sokka's grasp, its brilliance dimmed. With a flick of his wrist, Helen sheathed his twin blades and looked at the approaching Mujin with a puzzled expression. This sword does possess some peculiar abilities, but it's far too weak. It doesn't live up to its reputation. Mujin's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone mysterious. Don't rush. It should happen soon. In the village of Aska Island, after tossing Sokka in front of the blue-haired maiden, Maya, Mujin went to find the island's elder. Ailentia looked at the young Navy officer, whose words were utterly chilling, and refused without hesitation. "The power of the sacred sword is beyond your imagination," she declared sharply. "Only by resealing it can peace be restored." Mujin remained unfazed. "Sealing is never the solution to this sword. Only by finding someone capable of controlling it can the matter be settled permanently." Ailentia, whose expression had grown agitated, clearly understood this principle. She asked resignedly, "After it's released, can you guarantee the safety of Aska Island?" Mujin's eyebrow rose. "Of course. Protecting you is the mission of the Navy." Ailentia sighed deeply. "The blood moon will appear in 3 days. I hope you won't regret this." With that, Ailentia turned and departed. Mujin turned his head, listening to the noisy voices outside, then pushed open the door and walked out. Sokka's 3 senior disciples, bound together, struggled endlessly. Bruce crouched before them, teasing them with tufts of foxtail grass. Meanwhile, the newly awakened Sokka lay in the arms of the young girl Maya, his face twisted with shame. Mujin slowly approached his towering 3-meter frame, casting a heavy sense of oppression over the pair. Sokka looked up at Mujin's expressionless face and said with deep shame, "Please, while I still have my senses in my life." Hearing this, Mujin bent down, hoisted Sokka up, and regarded him with cold indifference. To the astonishment of everyone present, a heavy fist crashed into Sokka's body. Sokka spat out bitter water, unable to comprehend Mujin's actions. Mujin's calm voice echoed, "Listen carefully. I did not come here to kill you. Has your sword of justice not yet been swung? Do you intend to simply flee and abandon everything? Escaping reality and using death to atone for your sins is merely the excuse of a coward." Sokka lowered his gaze, ashamed under Mujin's burning stare. With a thud, Mujin dropped Sokka to the ground and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Follow me and wield your sword of justice. This is nothing but a mere demonic sword. If you cannot overcome this trial, I will end you myself. In 3 days the blood moon will descend. Prepare yourself to master the 7-star sword." Sokka bowed his head deeply, his gaze falling upon the young girl beside him, who worried for him. A fire ignited within his eyes. He stood up, looked straight at the Navy officer before him, and said with solemn determination, "I will not let you down." Mujin affected indifference. "I only require results. I trust you won't disappoint me." Inside Alabasta Palace, quicksand swirled through the vast archive room. Vivi's heart plummeted as she read the file in her hands. Disbelief washing over her, she double and triple-checked, and suddenly her grip loosened. The file slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Under the glow of the lamp, a family genealogy chart lay half visible and half shrouded in darkness. The once silent Demon Sea was unusually lively today. One ship after another sailed into this area, then vanished into the mist. Each vessel was connected by thick iron chains to prevent them from losing their way. "This damned place is truly chilling," muttered a man with yellow hair. Luo Seisai with disheveled hair glanced at Likinuo and said calmly, "This will be our base from now on." The mist parted, revealing a colossal island before them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, Maya tightly clutched Sokka's hand, her eyes brimming with worry. All the villagers had been evacuated to the dojo. Beneath the altar, only Mujin and the 2 others along with Sokka and Maya awaited. Under their gaze, a crimson moon slowly ascended. Sokka involuntarily picked up the 7-star sword planted beside him. Maya, watching, tensely clasped her hands together, ready to pray and shroud the red moon. "Ha! Ha!" Holding the 7-star sword, Sokka burst into maniacal laughter and raised it high above his head. Under the red moon's illumination, 7 points of light lit up along the sword in sequence. Then streams of green energy emanated from Sokka's body, his bloodshot eyes wide open. Agonized howls erupted as cold sweat dripped from Sokka's face. The eerie green energy continuously scoured his body, bringing both pain and... Sokka cried out, "My right arm!" To their astonishment, his severed right arm slowly regrew, adorned with strange patterns. A violent tempest surged from Sokka, its immense power tearing apart everything around. The floorboards were ripped up and shot outward. Hyluan flashed to Maya's side, swinging her twin blades to deflect the flying debris. At the storm's center, Sokka, amid his roars, drove the 7-star sword heavily into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the massive storm dispersed, unleashing a colossal shockwave that blasted everything away. "Ha ha!" Feeling the potent power within the possessed, Sokka let out a wild laugh. Now nearly 3 meters tall, his short hair had transformed into long blue-silver locks under the demonic energy. Sokka's ethereal voice rang out, "Let me show you the true power of the sacred sword." As he spoke, he raised the 7-star sword with his right hand and slashed directly toward Bruce. A furious slash tore through the ground, racing toward Bruce. Bruce's expression stiffened, he pushed off the ground and vanished in a flicker. Whizzing and Hyluan wielding autumn water, an awakening thunder appeared behind Sokka in an instant. Armament Haki coated her twin blades as she swung them down without mercy. Clang! A sneer twisted Sokka's face. "Such tricks are useless against me," he scoffed. "Huh!" he bellowed. The 7-star sword ignited with eerie demonic flames, which traveled along the twin blades toward Hyluan. Hyluan's eyes darkened. She pushed off with her arms to widen the distance. Gazing at the flames still burning on her blades, Hyluan exclaimed in surprise, "His fire can burn Haki." Whoosh! A figure silently appeared before Sokka, delivering a heavy punch aimed at his head. Clang! The fist met the sword, and the eerie flames seeped through the blade, scorching Mujin's fist. Ignoring the burning pain, Mujin pressed his arm forward. With one punch, he slammed Sokka into the ground. A rain of fists descended, but Sokka held his sword horizontally, blocking them continuously. With a roar, Sokka, eyes bloodshot, slashed out in fury. A green crescent shot toward Mujin. Whoosh! Mujin vanished and Sokka slowly rose. The demonic flames slash-wrapped in gale hurtled toward Maya on the altar. Panic-stricken Maya collapsed to the ground in terror and closed her eyes in despair. In the distance, Bruce's eyes flashed red as he aimed at Maya and pulled the trigger. A bullet trailing several streams of air shot toward her. Clang! The slash collided with the bullet, momentarily locked in stalemate, emitting a white shockwave. Bang! A second bullet fired, shattering the slash completely. Two-sword-style armament thunderstorm of blades. From the sky above, Hyluan's voice rang out as her attack, like a spinning saw blade, descended. Sokka snorted and swung his sword at the approaching Hyluan, sending a 3-meter-long demonic flame slash. The moment it met Hyluan, it was cleanly split apart. Sokka's face showed disbelief as he raised his sword horizontally to block Hyluan's assault. Sparks flew as they both shouted. Sokka stumbled backward, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Huh! Hyluan roared, spinning even faster. Whoosh! Sokka was sent flying, crashing into a cluster of houses and buried under the rubble. Bang! A sword emerged from the debris, followed by a figure leaping out. The crimson light bathed Sokka, and his aura surged ever higher. Taking off his cloak, Mujin's figure instantly appeared before Sokka. Bending down, he delivered a powerful upward punch that struck Sokka's chin squarely. Sokka's eyes rolled back, but he quickly regained his composure and endured the blow. As he swung his sword downward, a red gleam flashed in Mujin's eyes as he leaned back. Rip! The sword tip tore through Mujin's clothes, which immediately ignited with green flames. Seeing this, he grabbed his collar with his right hand, ripped off the black suit in one pull, and tossed it aside. The silver gauntlets gleamed with a chilling, awe-inspiring light under the moonlight. Death spear far. With a loud shout, Mujin leaped high into the air, his right arm wrapped in wisps of white smoke, and swung heavily down towards Sokka below. The fist pressure, accompanied by raging wind, transformed into the shape of a spear in the air, thrusting towards Sokka. Useless! Useless! An attack of this level. Sokka grinned as he swung a slash toward the sky, sending a demonic flame cutting rapidly outward, colliding with Muzhen's attack. Boom. Wind and fire intertwined in the sky, then dissipated. Whoosh. Muzhen had already appeared behind Sokka in the blink of an eye. Steel fist double strike. The silver fists ruthlessly slammed into Sokka's back. Sokka was sent flying backward, and Muzhen flashed to follow, directly hovering above Sokka. Armament crushing fist. His right fist wrapped in gale fell heavily onto Sokka's chest. With a loud bang, the stone floor shattered. Sokka was embedded into the ground, his eyes rolling back, blood gushing from his mouth. Muzhen directly straddled Sokka, punching him again and again, each blow landing on his body. Rock splattered. The pit beneath Sokka, originally only half a meter deep, was forcibly pounded nearly 2 meters into the ground under Muzhen's lightning-fast assault. Roar! A green light glowed on the 7-star sword as Sokka bellowed. He swung the longsword, forcing Muzhen back. Whoosh! Sokka leaped out of the pit, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the 3 people before him. It seems you won't come to your senses easily, Sokka. Muzhen roared, his figure appearing before Sokka once more. Rain-like fists kept falling, forcing Sokka to retreat until his feet even left the ground. Muzhen's gaze sharpened and he gathered power in his right fist, delivering a heavy blow to Sokka's abdomen. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Sokka blocked Muzhen's attack. Taking advantage, Sokka slashed back. With a squelch, the 7-star sword cut through Muzhen's chest. Blood sprayed, but was entirely absorbed by the sword. Seeing this, Helen and Bruce in the distance launched their attacks. Nitten Ichiryu Iedo. Helen's feet moved like wind as she charged toward Sokka at incredible speed, her hands resting on the hilts of her blades. Bruce aimed his flintlock pistol, the sights fixed on Sokka. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets trailing spiral air currents shot out in succession. Huh! Sokka roared, thrusting the 7-star sword straight into the ground, twisting the blade with both hands. A powerful gush of air surged out, repelling everything around him. Ugh! Helen, who was charging, faltered for a moment, then gritted her teeth and sped up even faster. Ding! Bruce's bullets were blocked by the wind wall for an instant, but the 3 bullets collided with each other, breaking through the wind wall and shooting toward Sokka. Twin thunder extremity. Helen, who had closed in, roared as she drew both blades in a flash. The bullet passed through Sokka's right shoulder, tearing out a chunk of flesh. 2 slash marks appeared on Sokka's chest, and blood gushed out. Sokka's figure swayed, but he still held the 7-star sword tightly in his right hand. Wake up! Follow me and uphold justice on this sea. A roar echoed through the sky as Muzhen flashed before Sokka. The pitch-black fist smashed into Sokka's face, sending him flying backward to land in the ruins. Sokka! Maya cried out on the altar, tears streaming from her eyes. Inside a white space, Sokka woke up, clutching his groggy head, observing his surroundings. Finally, his gaze locked onto a giant python wreathed in green flames. Looking at the python locked in a cage, Sokka blurted out without thinking, "You are the evil spirit sealed within the 7-star sword, aren't you?" The green python, upon hearing this, actually spoke in human tongue, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "Evil spirit. It was you humans who created me. Without human greed, I would not have appeared. After all, you are just a fellow who wants to use my power to fulfill your ambitions." The flame python looked at Sokka with a mocking expression. Sokka, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. The python's cold voice sounded, "What are you hesitating for? Come here, let me devour you, and you can master my power. Without me, how can you swing the sword of justice? With your broken body." As the words fell, Sokka noticed his right arm had silently disappeared. He stared wide-eyed at the python. A flicker of mockery passed through the python's eyes as it continued, "See that? Without me, even your body is incomplete." Sokka seemed swayed by the python's words, and like a zombie, he walked straight toward the python. "This!" The python flicked its tongue excitedly, watching Sokka draw closer, unable to suppress the joy in its eyes. Just as Sokka touched the cage with a squelch, a short blade pierced through the python's head. Sokka's eyes regained clarity. He looked at the 4 letters engraved on the hilt, Zoro. He slowly spoke. "If that guy knew I had become like this, he would probably be very disappointed." The python let out a roar, and then began to shrink, its originally 5-meter-long body shrinking to about 1 meter in an instant. Demonic flames surged along the short blade into Sokka's body. Feeling this power, Sokka shouted, his body ablaze with flames, yet his eyes remained clear and transparent. The little snake roared unwillingly, "You cannot escape your fate. I will devour you sooner or later." The blood moon receded and sunlight drove away the night's biting wind, casting its golden glow upon the vast expanse of the sea. Upon Asuka Island, a butterfly fluttered its wings and settled gently upon Sokka's nose. Feeling a slight tickle, Sokka instinctively reached out to scratch, only to discover his right arm pinned beneath him. He froze for a moment, then in sheer disbelief turned his head to gaze at his own arm and clenched it tightly. "My, Maya opened her eyes and sat upright. Seeing Sokka awakening, she let out a startled cry. Sokka. A delicate, tender voice rang out. Sokka looked at the awakened girl and tried to rise from the ground, only to realize he was bound in iron chains. Yo, you're awake. Whoosh. Bruce leaped down from the tree. Seeing Sokka fully conscious again, he crouched beside him and untied the iron chains. Tap, tap, tap. Two figures approached from the altar, one after the other, with Helen cradling 3 luminous purple orbs in her arms. Swish. Muzan tossed the 7-star sword towards Sokka's position. He spoke mildly, "Pick it up." Hearing this, Sokka took several deep breaths, rose to his feet, and firmly gripped the sword hilt with his right arm, its surface covered in intricate patterns. A gentle breeze swept past, yet nothing happened. Muzan grinned, turned, and began walking toward the island's edge, his deep voice echoing behind him. "I'll give you some time to say goodbye, but don't keep us waiting too long." Helen placed the orbs before Maya and walked alongside Bruce toward Muzan's direction. Sokka and Maya exchanged a glance before embracing each other tightly. On the shore, the man bearing a scar across the center of his face cried out in parting, "Big brother, you must come back." Aboard the Crimson Hades, Sokka disregarded the weeping man and watched the girl who kept waving, his fist clenched tight. He shouted loudly, "Maya, wait for me. I'll come back." On the return journey to Marineford, the sound of clinking echoed ceaselessly across the Hades deck. Gripping the 7-star sword with both hands, Sokka sparring with Helen, honing his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Muzan relentlessly performed strength training, lifting an iron slab weighing 1 ton above his head while doing the simplest squats. Perona, holding a floral parasol, watched the trio training on deck and could not help but feel a surge of admiration. She then glanced at Bruce, who lay beside the ship's helm yawning lazily. Curious, she walked over. "Moi." Feeling the sun blocked by a shadow, Bruce opened his eyes. "What is it?" His languid voice drifted through the air as he gazed at the young woman before him. Perona asked curiously, "Why don't you train? For so many days those 3 have been practicing non-stop, while you've just been sleeping. Aren't you afraid of falling further behind them?" Hearing this, Bruce pursed his lips and loudly retorted, "Who says I'm not training? Maintaining my energy every day is also a form of cultivation." Thud. Kiridia jumped down from the lookout tower and said to Perona, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is a genius." Pausing briefly, Kiridia continued, "His natural talent arguably surpasses even our leader Muzan." Hearing this, Perona covered her mouth in utter disbelief. She looked at Bruce lying on the ground, then at the youth on the deck training fiercely, having landed several punches against Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She regarded Bruce with deeply skeptical eyes. Seeing Perona unwilling to believe it, Kiridia went on, "He was the top graduate of the previous Navy Military Academy class." Perona asked curiously, "Navy Military Academy? What kind of place is that?" Kiridia's eyes shimmered with pride. "That is the cradle of monsters. Every one of the current 3 fleet admirals and all the officers within Navy headquarters underwent their training there. And the head instructor of the academy is the former Fleet Admiral Zifa, known as the Black Arm." At these words, even Sokka, who was refining his swordsmanship, stopped. With longing in his expression, he said enviously, "The Navy Military Academy. That is the training ground every Navy officer yearns for. Instructor Zifa has the ability to draw out the potential within everyone." Upon hearing this, Helen twisted her wrists and sheathed her dual blades, murmuring softly, "There will be an opportunity." Sokka, having barely caught her words, asked, "Huh? What opportunity?" With a thunderous crash, Muzan set the iron slab onto the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble. Sweat trickled down through the grooves of his muscles, his upper body lean and free of any excess flesh. A voice tinged with excitement rang out among everyone, "We've arrived." Looking up, the group saw through the mist a towering gate faintly taking shape. Bruce also rose to his feet. Gazing at the magnificent gate before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly grand. No matter how many times I see it, I never tire of it." With an expression full of reverence, Sokka stared at the enormous gate before him, for this was his first time laying eyes upon the legendary Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice slowly creaked open, and a beam of light pierced through the fog, falling upon the group and forcing them to squint. A deep, resonant voice echoed, "Welcome to the center of these seas, the holy land of the Navy, Marineford." In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku and the others gazed gravely at the intelligence reports in their hands. Garp, who was usually full of jokes and laughter, wore a solemn expression, his eyes filled with guilt and fury. Knock, knock, knock. A steady rhythm of 3 knocks echoed through the room. "Enter," Sengoku's low voice commanded. The wooden door creaked open and Muzan felt the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on him the moment he stepped inside. "Fleet Admiral, these are the results achieved by the guerrilla forces this time." Muzan stepped forward and placed the report on the table before Sengoku. Sengoku removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Rather than this, there is a mission that requires your immediate attention." Upon hearing this, Mujin hesitated, recalling Garp's earlier behavior. His thoughts raced. Could it be? Ace. After a pause, Sengoku continued, it concerns the 7 warlords of the sea. With a soft creak, Mujin pushed open the door and stepped out, his mind already racing with plans. His steps grew firmer, his gaze brighter. Clenching his fists, a broad smile spread across his lips. At last, it's finally here. Not long after Mujin left, Garp could no longer contain his rage. Sengoku, must it be done this way? Sengoku slammed his palm against the desk and rose to his feet, thundering back, Garp. He is born of a cursed bloodline, and you, the Navy's hero, know this better than anyone. But Garp began, only to be cut off sharply by Sengoku. Sengoku's tone was grave beyond measure. This time it is a matter of the Navy's honor. Watching Garp lower his head, Sengoku let out a deep sigh, stepped forward, and placed a hand on his old friend's shoulder. There is no other way. When you made that promise, you should have known this would come. Within the Naval Memorial Garden, Mujin led Perona along a narrow pathway. Gazing at the rows of headstones, Perona's heart grew heavy and complicated. This person was only 21 years old. Perona exclaimed upon reading the age inscribed on a tombstone. Mujin stopped and studied the photograph and inscription on the grave, his mood darkening. It is here, he said calmly, his eyes meeting Perona's. Try summoning this person's soul. With that, Mujin stepped aside. Perona trembled as she placed her hands upon the tombstone. Activating her fruit ability, seconds ticked by, but nothing happened. A disappointing silence. Seeing this, Mujin coiled his right fist and swung toward Perona. Perona let out a startled scream, and a ripple emanated from her palm. Suddenly, a spectral figure slowly rose from the ground, curiously observing its surroundings. The massive fist hovered mere inches from Perona's nose. Tears trickled down Perona's cheeks as she wept uncontrollably. Mujin withdrew his fist and gently patted the little girl's head, offering a pure smile. Well done. I will ask Fleet Admiral Sengoku to revoke your wanted order. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit confused about the situation, the summoned spirit said, turning to look at Mujin in his Navy uniform. Just as Mujin was about to explain, the spirit suddenly dispersed. Mujin blinked in surprise and looked toward Perona, only to find her already fainted. Sigh. He bent down, hoisted Perona onto his back, and headed toward his residence. The next day at the Navy Academy. You're far too lax. Everyone, run 400 extra laps. On the training ground, a burly purple-haired man scolded the current batch of cadets. You are the worst class I have ever trained. Zephyr's roar echoed across the entire training field. From a distance, a figure caught Zephyr's attention. Upon recognizing the face, a faint smile appeared on Zephyr's lips. Excuse me, Teacher Zephyr, Mujin said with a playful smile, looking at the middle-aged man before him. Even though he had been formally acknowledged as Zephyr's adopted son, he still found it awkward to call him so. Zephyr did not mind, what mattered was that both of them understood. Boy, let me see if your strength has improved. Before Zephyr's words finished, he had already vanished and reappeared behind Mujin, delivering a devastating punch. Mujin pivoted swiftly, coating both arms in armament hockey. A vivid clash erupted. Blue-black lightning flared between them, and the shockwaves scattered all the dust around. Hep. Zephyr's eyebrows lifted, clearly pleased with Mujin's response. The two exchanged a glance and withdrew their fists. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mujin revealed his true purpose. Teacher Zephyr, I would like to show you something, Mujin said, his expression growing serious. Zephyr asked curiously something. Mujin smiled mysteriously and led Zephyr to the Naval Memorial Garden. At the entrance, he produced a black cloth and gently covered Zephyr's eyes. They walked slowly, turning several corners until Mujin came to a stop. Teacher Zephyr, the rest is up to you. In the next instant, Mujin swiftly removed the cloth from Zephyr's eyes and vanished in a blur of movement. The bright sunlight temporarily blinded Zephyr. Then a voice clear and sweet as a nightingale's song rang out, trembling as it spoke 2 words, Zephyr. Zephyr stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Tears pooling in his eyes, he stared helplessly at the woman before him, whose own eyes shimmered with tears. A gentle breeze lifted the cape on Zephyr's back, dancing in the wind. This reunion, decades in the making, left them both speechless. In a distant high-rise building, a tall man wearing sunglasses watched the scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He murmured softly, truly remarkable. Perhaps even he failed to notice the slight upward curve of his own lips. Oh, I'm going to the Navy Military Academy for training. A cry of surprise came from a yard in the Mailing Fanduo residential area. Sokka pointed at himself in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. Mujin looked at Sokka's excited state, picked up the water glass on the table, and drank it down. Putting down the glass, Mujin looked at the calming Sokka and said with a smile, That's right, but it's a short time. I'll have Master Zifa invite the candidate Admiral, Taudu, to train you. This is a rare opportunity. Hearing this, Sokka clenched his fists secretly. He said loudly, Don't worry, I won't let you down. Mujin smiled and said, I look forward to the moment when you wield the sword of justice. At the G5 port of Mailing Fondwa, a tall figure stood there for a long time. Watching the 4 people approaching, the tall figure seemed nervous. With footsteps, the 4 arrived before the Hadasai, and Mu Jun gestured for the 3 to board the ship first. Looking at the man who had devoted his life to the Navy, Mu Jun sighed heavily in his heart. But he still asked with a smile, "Vice Admiral Kapu, is there something you need from me?" Kapu forced a smile. If it weren't for the lack of alternatives, Kapu really didn't want to come to Mu Jun. With a hoarse voice, Kapu slowly said, "AC." Hearing this before Kapu could finish, Mu Jun interrupted. He said seriously, "Vice Admiral Kapu, AC will receive his due punishment." Kapu looked at the stern-faced Marine, gave a bitter smile, stepped to the right, and made way. Mu Jun walked past Kapu, and just as he was about to board the ship, he turned back and said loudly, "I also hate Heihuzi." On Banayuo Island, Heihuzi faced the bound AC. He showed a mocking expression. "AC, don't blame me. I've given you many chances. Who told you not to join my command? I spent over a decade on the old man's ship just to obtain this yami yami no mi. No one can stop me in this matter. Even Baihuzi can't." Zehaha. As AC was about to retort, he heard an angry shout. "You'd better stop that disgusting laughter of yours now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you." As the words fell, 4 figures appeared before Heihuzi and his crew. Zehaha. Seeing the newcomers, Heihuzi laughed even louder. He paid no attention to Mu Jun's words. "I am about to become one of the Wangsha Kawei. I am an ally of the Navy." As soon as the words were spoken, Mu Jun instantly appeared above Heihuzi, his silver gloves emitting a chilling gleam. His right fist gathered terrifying power and slammed down fiercely toward Heihuzi. Bang! Dust flew everywhere, and a huge crater appeared before everyone. Mu Jun's cold voice rang out. "I said, stop your unpleasant laughter." At the same time, Fan Aoka, wearing a telescopic sight on his right eye, instantly raised his flintlock pistol, aimed at Mu Jun on the edge of the pit, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet pierced through the dust, carrying several white spirals, and shot toward Mu Jun. Just as the bullet was about to hit Mu Jun from another direction, a bullet shot toward Mu Jun at an extremely fast speed. Ding! The 2 bullets collided in midair, then ricocheted into the tree trunk. Moi! Fan Aoka looked to his left in confusion, where a man with a lollipop in his mouth was retracting a short gun and smiling at him. Heihuzi in the pit came to his senses. "I am your ally. A Wangsha Kawei. If this gets out, how can the Navy maintain its authority?" Mu Jun snorted coldly and said indifferently, "The Navy's authority has never been sustained by trash like you." He paused, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. "Wangsha Kawei. I've killed them before." Death Spear. Mu Jun roared, and his right arm transformed into a spear, slamming heavily onto Heihuzi's right shoulder. Boom! The violent power was unleashed on Heihuzi, and the sea stone-made gloves prevented him from using his devil fruit ability. A bloodied arm flew up high and landed outside the pit. Up! The intense pain made Heihuzi scream loudly. Bang! A heavy fist landed the spikes on the gloves, leaving scars all over Heihuzi's face. Shoo! Mu Jun withdrew his fist and placed his index finger in front of his mouth. He said slowly, "I told you don't make a sound. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill you." Hearing this, Heihuzi looked at Mu Jun's serious expression and actually endured the intense pain, clenching his mouth shut. His eyes widened, staring fixedly at the Marine before him. Seeing this, Mu Jun couldn't help but praise, "Oh, not bad. Truly worthy of the man who is about to become a Wangsha Kawei." As he spoke, his fist landed unceremoniously on Dicky. Another arm was torn from Heihuzi's body and thrown out of the pit. Bugu 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 bugu. Just as Mu Jun was about to tear off all of Heihuzi's legs, the sound of a din din mushi rang out. Heihuzi heard the sound and seemed to see a savior. "Moshi moshi. Mu Jun, your mission is only to escort Port Gasti. AC to impel down. Don't do anything else." Zhanggua's angry voice came from the den den mushi. Mu Jun picked his ear. He replied somewhat helplessly, "Hi. I understand, Marshal Zhanggua." With a click, Mu Jun hung up the den den mushi. Looking at the barely restrained smile on Dicky below him, a cold smile flickered across Mu Jun's lips. Collapse fist. Mu Jun roared, and a violent surge of power erupted. His right fist, trailing several white streaks, smashed heavily on Heihuzi's legs. With a loud bang, Mu Jun leaped out of the pit. Looking at the several people being restrained by Hailuan outside, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Tapping his toes, he shattered the ground with immense force and instantly appeared behind the champion Jesus Bajizi. His right fist shot out, piercing straight through Bajizi's chest. Bajizi looked in disbelief at the heart held in that large hand, blood gushing from his mouth. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. Crushing the heart, Mu Jun turned his gaze to the stunned Fan Aoka. Swoosh! Mu Jun's figure appeared before Fan Aoka, grabbing the barrel of his gun and exerting force. He directly crushed the barrel until it deformed. "Sound speed, Fan Aoka. Your speed isn't that fast after all." Death Spear. With a roar, his right arm transformed into a spear and thrust toward Fan Ioka's heart. Layfight, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, transformed into a white dove to fly away from the island. Muzhan looked up at the white dove soaring higher in the sky. Using moonwalk to its extreme, he stepped on the air and climbed rapidly. The air crackled with explosive sounds. Layfight, in the air, turned to look back and saw the nightmare-like figure rapidly approaching him. He turned his head and flapped his wings desperately. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his sight. His pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "Where do you think you're going, mister?" "Sheriff of the Devil," a cold voice sounded in his ear. "Armament hockey storm kick." Layfight felt a tremendous force hit him, and his body uncontrollably crashed toward the ground. He landed precisely in the pit on the ground, heavily hitting Dicky. Muzhan, descending from the sky, grabbed Layfight's head. Right in front of Dicky, he crushed it brutally. Blood splattered onto Heihuzi's face. Dicky looked at the Marine in disbelief, unable to understand why, despite the orders from Marshal Zhangua, this guy still attacked them. Muzhan released his right hand, and Layfight's body fell onto Dicky. He turned to leave, but then seemed to think of something. Muzhan turned back with a smile and said to Dicky, "Congratulations on becoming the esteemed Wangxia Kueihai." At the dock of Panama Island, the Crimson Hades drew the attention of passers-by. Journalists with cameras kept taking photos. On the Hades, the bound Ace sat cross-legged on the deck, his head bowed, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Bruce yawned and asked casually, "Why did the boss go back? Didn't he send everyone except Blackbeard to heaven?" At this, cool idea touched her chin with her finger, looked up at the seabirds gliding across the sky, and said softly, "The boss said he wanted to verify something, so he went back." "Is that so?" Really can't figure out the boss's thoughts. Somewhere on Panama Island, after waiting for a full half-hour, Blackbeard made sure no one was around. Blackbeard's body writhed from the broken limbs. Tentacles slowly grew out. In just a few seconds, the tentacles transformed into new limbs. The limbs writhed continuously, as if jointless, as flexible as octopus tentacles. He stood up, kicked off the Lafitte pressing on him, and burst into wild laughter. "Ziaha, just a naive brat." Hiding in the tree, Muzhan witnessed everything and thought to himself, as expected, this guy has another devil fruit ability. Cough, cough. Watching Teach's uncontrollable laughter, Muzhan jumped down from the tree trunk and coughed a few times. Hearing the familiar voice, Teach's laughter abruptly stopped, and cold sweat kept pouring down his face. A teasing voice echoed around Teach's ears. "I found out your little secret." Teach was greatly alarmed, looking at the figure jumping down from the tree trunk, the shock in his eyes impossible to suppress. "Why, shouldn't you have left already?" Blackbeard roared. Muzhan snorted coldly. "Do I need to explain to you? I told you, stop making that laugh." Swish. Muzhan's figure instantly appeared behind Teach. The silver gauntlet ignored the dark aura emitted by Teach and landed directly on his back. Bang! Teach's figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the tree trunk. Watching Teach struggle to get up, a glint of curiosity flashed in Muzhan's eyes. He said, "I wonder how many times can you, the warlord, recover?" Seeing Muzhan's smiling face, Teach seemed to see a devil bearing its fangs. "Edge. Boss, why are you covered in blood?" "Cool idea," asked curiously, looking at Muzhan boarding the ship. Muzhan laughed and said, "I just saw a land octopus on the island, and I was thinking of cutting off a few tentacles to make takoyaki." Upon hearing this, Bruce, standing nearby, immediately reacted. He dashed to the helm, started the engine, and a huge roar echoed across the dock. A red lightning streaked across the sea, splitting the wind and waves. Tap, tap, tap. Muzhan walked over and sat beside Ace. A clear voice said, "Vice Admiral Garp asked me to take care of you." Hearing this, Ace's pupils contracted sharply. He looked up in disbelief at the Navy officer before him. Then he lowered his head and said self-deprecatingly, "I really let him down. Even though I'm like this, he still cares about me." Muzhan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I really hate the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Even though I've never met him, his actions indirectly caused my parents to lose their lives. And now my sister's whereabouts are unknown. Without his dying words, my family might have been happy. I might not have become a Navy officer. Maybe I would have become a teacher. Teaching is also joyful, right? Son of Roger Portgas D. Ace." Ace's pupils trembled violently, staring at the Navy officer in disbelief. "You actually know? I am that man's child." Muzhan nodded and said softly, "To me it's not a secret." Ace nodded and said in a hoarse voice, "That's true. After all, you are the adopted son of former Navy Admiral Zephyr." After a pause, Ace continued with a hint of anger in his tone, "But I have no choice, don't I? I am that man's child. I am destined to be a pirate." A crisp slap echoed across the deck. Ace turned his head, looking in disbelief at Muzhan, who had slapped him. Muzhan's originally calm face turned somewhat angry. "No one is born evil. I hate the theory of bloodline crime. Your actions have severely affected the peace of this sea. Both you and Whitebeard will return to the sea in this war." Ace wanted to say something more, but saw a majestic gate slowly opening in the mist ahead. We've arrived. The world's largest prison, impelled down. Hearing this, Ace looked at the towering building behind the gate, and his heart sank instantly. So many warships, Kuladia exclaimed, gazing at the dozens of vessels anchored in the harbor. Muzhan glanced around and murmured with emotion, truly the most impregnable prison in the world. With a clang, the Hades gradually docked. The group disembarked one by one. The Marines of Impel Down had already been waiting. A man with horns protruding from his head stepped forward and saluted Muzhan. Vice Admiral Muzhan, I am the Warden of Impel Down. Wait, no. I am the Assistant Warden Hannibal. I let my true thoughts slip out by accident. That was terribly rude. Hannibal covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. Muzhan smiled and said, I have long heard of you, Hannibal. Me, eh? You mean me, eh? Pointing at himself with his finger, Hannibal wore an expression of utter disbelief. Standing aside, Magellan, a towering figure whose appearance resembled a demon from hell, did not hesitate to deliver a fist blow. Thud, the massive fist landed on Hannibal's head. Please forgive my colleague's rudeness, Vice Admiral Muzhan. Magellan extended his right hand and shook Muzhan's. What a... Magellan, you're just afraid I'll steal your position as warden. Coming back to his senses, Hannibal glared resentfully at Magellan, who was still shaking Muzhan's hand. Shut up, Hannibal, you are being terribly rude. Magellan roared at Hannibal. Ha! Kuladia could hardly contain her laughter, and the others struggled to suppress their amusement. The other inmates of Impel Down, however, had long been accustomed to this. Their assistant warden was simply that blunt and outspoken. Muzhan composed himself and waved his right hand, signaling Helen to bring Ace forward. Clank, clank, the sound of chains rattling echoed until they stopped before Muzhan. This is Portgas, Ace, known as the Fire Fist, an extremely dangerous individual. Muzhan addressed the towering Magellan. Nodding slowly, Magellan said seriously, rest assured no one can escape from Impel Down. Muzhan nodded and turned to lead the group away. Do come back and visit often, Vice Admiral Muzhan. Unexpectedly, Hannibal pulled out a handkerchief and wiped at the non-existent tears in his eyes. Muzhan raised his right hand and waved continuously. You've got to be kidding me, Hannibal. Are you trying to climb your way to Warden by leveraging his connection? Hearing this, Hannibal's face filled with terror. How did you know? He immediately covered his mouth and shook his head wildly. You really do think that way? Magellan declared loudly at the candid Hannibal. Domino, standing nearby in uniform, pressed a hand to his forehead and then instructed the surrounding Marines to take Ace inside. Moshi, Admiral Sengoku, this is Muzhan. Fire Fist, Ace has been imprisoned in Impel Down. With a click, Muzhan hung up the Den Mushi. Bruce set course for Punk Hazard in the New World. Full speed ahead. A glint flashed across Muzhan's eyes. There was something he had delayed for far too long. I see. Thank you for your hard work. In the Admiral's office at Marineford, Sengoku watched as Garp continuously stuffed Sunbei into his mouth. Sengoku sighed and said, Ace has been imprisoned in Impel Down. Garp's hand paused and he replied casually, is that so? Then lock him up. He's just a disobedient brat anyway. Sengoku paused and continued, I have already reported this matter to the world government. Ace will be executed. Garp suddenly clenched his palm, gripping the bag of Sunbei tightly. In a low voice he said, Sengoku, I want to visit Impel Down. Before Sengoku could respond, Garp had already risen and walked out. Sigh. In the vast room, only a heavy sigh remained. Ding ding ding, on the Marine rookie training ground. Two figures constantly clashed their swords. Too slow. Your strength is far too weak. A delicate voice rang out. The woman with a spider tattoo on her left leg continually wielded her golden longsword. Sokka, wielding the 7-star sword, continuously parried and retreated. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to withstand her relentless assault. Huh! Sokka roared, gripping his sword with both hands and swinging forcefully forward. A slash of sword light flashed through and a gale of white airflow surged forward. The delicate voice spoke again, slightly critical. Your power is adequate, but your swordsmanship is terrible. Dodging aside, she swung her golden sword and struck Sokka's wrist. Clink! Sokka winced in pain, and the 7-star sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself straight into the ground. You're too weak in both strength and technique. You haven't mastered either armament haki or observation haki. With your current abilities, hoping to be of any help is pure wishful thinking. Now go to the sword dojo and undergo training to stimulate the awakening of your observation haki. Hearing this, Sokka picked up the 7-star sword from the ground and bowed deeply to the woman before him. Thank you sincerely for your guidance today, Tao Tu. I will continue coming tomorrow. After Sokka left, a lecherous-looking man from the side approached. Adjusting his brim, he said, Tao Tu, you don't need to be so strict. After all, he is still a newcomer. Tao Tu cast a sideways glance at the faintly profound Cha Zhu and huffed. Cha Zhu quickly amended his words. I think tomorrow should be even stricter. This intensity is still too low for him. Waving his hands, Cha Zhu said earnestly. Tao Tu rotated her wrist, sheathed Jinpi Luo, and turned to leave. Cha Zhu immediately followed. There's a newly opened noodle shop. The taste is quite good. Under the sunset, the two shadows grew longer and longer, drawing ever closer, yet always maintaining a certain distance. Sokka pushed open the door and picked up the specially designed helmet on the table. Walking to an open area, he looked up at the dense array of short blades above and took a deep breath. He then signaled the attendant to activate the machine. Swish, swish, swish. Short blades rained down one after another. With his eyes closed, Sokka's figure moved like a startled rabbit, constantly dodging. This was a specially designed mechanical training device created by Mu Jun, using lethal short blades to continuously stimulate and awaken observation haki. Additionally, the sword dojo contained a pool of green water that could accelerate wound healing. With these advantages, more and more Marines were awakening observation haki. The combat effectiveness of the Navy was growing stronger and stronger. In the West Sea, a warship was pursuing a pirate ship. Cannons were fired continuously, but the distance was too great. Not a single shell struck the enemy vessel. During the relentless pursuit, the pirates on the ship kept jeering and taunting the Marines behind them. With a loud bang, the pirate ship suddenly came to a halt, the immense recoil causing all the pirates on board to stagger. What's wrong? Why did we stop? Can't you see the Marines are chasing us? Are you a Marine spy? The crew member, whose head was pressed against by a spear, trembled with fear. Stuttering, he said, "No, Captain Ear. It seems we hit a reef." Hearing this, the one-eyed pirate walked to the bow and looked down. He saw the ship's bow had struck a protruding reef, and seawater was pouring into the hull through the damaged opening. Turning to look at the approaching Marines, the one-eyed pirate drew his longsword. He shouted, "Men, kill the Marines. Seize the warship. Rule the West Sea. Roar. Kill the Marines. Kill the Marines. Seize the warship. Seize the warship." On the warship, the soldiers watched the pirates, jeering, ahead a sneer on their faces. These pirates had no idea whose ship this was, nor did they understand how miserable their own fate would be. "Colonel Wall." A Marine stepped forward holding a longbow in both hands and respectfully presented it to the tall man before him. Much obliged." Wall took the longbow and thanked the Marine behind him. The moment Wall extended his arm, a red armband was revealed. Embroidered on the armband was a black figure of death holding not a scythe, but a set of scales. He drew an arrow from the quiver at his thigh, knocked it on the bow, drew the string fully, and aimed at the approaching pirate ship. With a swoosh, the arrow flew out at an invisible speed. The moment it struck the pirate ship's mast, a violent explosion erupted. The mast snapped and crashed down heavily. In an instant, the entire pirate ship fell into chaos, with shouts and screams ringing incessantly. The warship slowed down, and the moment the two vessels touched, well-trained Marine soldiers leaped onto the pirate ship. Swords flashed and gunfire erupted continuously. Wall set down his longbow, drew his saber, and with a powerful push from his feet landed directly in front of Ear. Ear sized up the tall Marine before him. Suddenly, Ear's eyes contracted sharply, as if he had seen something horrifying. Ignoring Ear's stunned expression, Wall swung his saber down, aiming straight for the other's head. Ear snapped back to focus, gritted his teeth, and swung his longsword to block. Bang! The moment the two blades clashed, a violent explosion sounded. Clang! Half of the blade fell to the ground. As Ear stared blankly at his broken sword, a gentle voice spoke. "It seems your sword is not as sturdy as mine." Hearing this, Ear snapped back to attention, only to see the gleaming blade bearing down on him. There was no gushing blood as expected, only a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Ear collapsed. The deck had been blown into a large hole. Wall looked down and was instantly filled with rage. A cold voice rang out across the ship. "All pirates, leave none alive." Roar! The Marines let out a furious roar, their offensive growing even more ferocious. The reckless fighting style, ignoring injuries, gradually overwhelmed the pirates. After a few minutes, the sounds of fighting subsided. The fallen mast blocked the entrance to the hold, so Wall forcefully tore open the deck of the pirate ship. After setting up a ladder, one by one, women covered in filth emerged from the hold. "We are truly sorry. We discovered too late." Wall loudly apologized to the unfortunate people before him, bowing deeply. 1,000 apologies. Then all the Marines bowed in unison, apologizing to the women. The panicked crowd, never having encountered such a scene, grew restless and uneasy. At that moment, an elderly woman stepped forward. Looking at the Marines, she cautiously asked, "Sir, what arrangements will be made for us?" Wall straightened up and said to the crowd, "We will arrange for Marines to escort you all back to your hometowns." At these words, nearly half of them lowered their heads, their eyes dim. Clearly, in this turbulent era, many have been sold by their own families. Wall naturally understood this and continued, "For those who don't remember the way home, or don't wish to return, we will send them to the ideal land, Hades. There everything is in perfect order. There all criminals will receive severe punishment. Their guardians of justice protect everything. Their justice never arrives late. As his words fell, the trafficked people lifted their heads, their eyes sparkling with light. Is it really that good? A voice of doubt came from the crowd. Wall smiled back and said calmly, Hades is even better than I described. Then he turned around, his wide cloak brushing against the faces of the crowd, and a gentle voice rang out, set sail to Hades. Such incidents occurred frequently in the Four Seas, and even on the Grand Line. The name of the ideal land, Hades, gradually resounded across the seas. In the Holy Land Mary Geos, within a magnificent council chamber, 5 figures stood. Has that ideal land been thoroughly investigated, Oi? Who has the leisure to care about such matters? Lord M's enemy is always only one. Whether it's the Revolutionary Army or the ideal land, they are merely temporary. Compared to this, Don Quixote Doflamingo has been restless lately. Then teach him a lesson. On the sea surface, a fiery red warship pierced through the water, emerging from the depths. With a pop, the membrane coating that had enveloped the ship shattered, turning into a sky full of bubbles. Under the sunlight, it emitted colorful shimmering spots. Cool Idea looked around curiously. So this is the new world. It doesn't seem much different from other places. Bulusi, lying by the ship's wheel, heard this and called out loudly, the biggest difference between the new world and other seas is. Before Bulusi could finish, a water column dozens of meters high rose beside the ship, causing the Hadasai to shake violently. A pirate ship slowly sailed toward them, the pirates on board shouting and jeering. Cannonballs rained down continuously. Hailuan stood at the bow, dual blades in hand, precisely slicing each cannonball in half. Seeing this, Bulusi continued, it lies in the fact that in these waters the roles of the navy and pirates are almost completely reversed. Because this sea has 4 of the most powerful pirates on the ocean. The 4 emperors. Mujun removed the weights from his body, looked up at the pirate ship ahead, and grinned. Bulusi tossed me a few cannonballs. The previously serious Bulusi twitched his ear, immediately stood up, and kicked open the box at his feet. He took out several specially made shells. Catch, boss. With that, he threw 4 shells into the air. As the shells slowly descended, Mujun stepped back with his right foot and cocked his right fist. He shouted, wind pressure. The shells about to hit the ground encountered a gale in midair. They then howled forward, their speed faster than that of gunpowder-propelled projectiles. The shells roared through the air. Seeing this, the pirates used various means to shoot down one shell after another. In the sky, smoke and dust filled the air. After a few breaths, one small shell after another pierced through the smoke and landed precisely on the pirate ship. A huge fireball erupted, and the violent explosion sank the ship directly. Watching the vanished pirate vessel, Mujun turned to Bulusi and gave a thumbs up, good power. Along the way, countless pirate ships passed by the Hadasai, most of them ignoring them completely. A small number even launched attacks, but without exception, all were sunk by the group. Looking at the island ahead, Cool Idea shouted, we've arrived. Pankahazade. The other 3 heard this and gazed at the island before them. Desolate, lifeless. The 4 walked along the main road of Pankahazade, when suddenly an iron gate blocked their path. Bulusi stroked his chin and leaned close to examine it, exclaiming, this has the emblems of the Navy and the world government. Looks like it's world government territory. Is it really a good idea for us to go in? Mujin glanced at Hailuan upon hearing this, and Hailuan immediately understood. She placed her hands on the hilts of her blades, and with a flash of 2 sword lights, the iron gate crashed to the ground. Bulusi touched his head, found his hair still intact, and glared at Hailuan as she sheathed her sword. Can't you give a warning before you swing? Hailuan replied nonchalantly, don't you have innate observation haki? And I have confidence in my swordsmanship. Bulusi glared at her angrily, but suddenly a red glint flashed in his eyes. Startled, Bulusi walked toward the grass beside the gate. After a rustle, he pulled out a surveillance transponder snail. Cool Idea looked at the discovered snail and said in surprise, oh, your sense of smell is quite sharp, Bulusi. Bulusi snorted, what do you mean? This is my observation haki. A large hand reached out and took the surveillance transponder snail from Bulusi. Tapping the snail's eye, Moshi Moshi is Kaisa Kalong home. Somewhere on the island inside a large research institute, a mass of gas watched the arrogant Navy soldiers on the screen. It let out a strange laugh, Shororo. Then it pressed a button beside it, and the institute's doors slowly opened as soldiers in hazmat suits marched out. On the outskirts of the island, the 4 continued walking. Suddenly, a huge fiery red creature blocked their path. The monster slowly turned its head, revealing sharp fangs and wings. Oh, is this a dragon? It looks kind of stupid, Cool Idea said, stepping forward and patting the dragon's belly. Bulusi nodded. Since a year ago when they had witnessed Kaido's dragon form at Malinfanjuo, they seemed to have become immune to such creatures. Roar. I'll crush you. Oh, it can talk. I didn't think there was a second talking dragon besides Kaido, Bulusi said in amazement. Mujun walked straight on, his deep voice ringing out, stop playing, time is tight. Hearing this, Hailuan gave the dragon no chance to attack. She leaped into the air, soaring high. Drawing Chioshui, she shouted, one sword style, blazing heavenly fire. Flames ignited on the blade as she swung it straight down toward the dragon's neck. The dragon had no time to defend, and its massive head and body were severed in two. With a single grip, he crushed the person's throat in his hand. Bruce stretched lazily and said in a somewhat bored tone, "These guys are too weak." Corlicia stepped forward and delivered a punch to the top of Bruce's head. "You damn guy, you always run backward whenever a fight breaks out." Bruce offered an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. Makuta gazed at the massive research facility before him, stepping forward to run his hand along the thick steel door. He turned and called out, "Corlicia." Right away, Corlicia responded upon hearing this. Armed power. Gathering strength in her right fist, she slammed it heavily against the door. The steel-made door collapsed with a thunderous crash and several figures stood in a neat row behind it. "We've been waiting for you for a long time," several individuals said with sinister smiles. Makuta looked at the several people in front of him, calling out their names one by one. The rope controller, Chape, Yeti, Lockscotch. "They are all notorious pirate kings. I'm in a hurry, so come at me all together." Makuta extended both hands and beckoned to the three. "Who do you think you are?" Chape wielded the long rope in his hand and swung it toward Makuta. Just as the rope was about to strike Makuta's cheek, he grabbed it firmly with one hand. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out. Chape said with a sinister grin, "Tastes good, doesn't it? My explosive rope. It is quite satisfying." Makuta instantly appeared behind Chape wielding the long rope and wrapped it around Chape's neck in a flash. With a forceful yank, the violent explosion drove back the two people beside him. Gazing at the unconscious Chape, Makuta exerted force once more directly, using the long rope to snap the former's neck. "Now it's your turn. If I recall correctly, you have a nickname. Snow Mountain Killer." "Correct." Makuta tilted his head regarding the Beastman duo who had retreated to the side, a cruel smile gracing his face. "As expected of our boss, eliminating 3 people in an instant," Bruce said with both hands resting behind his head, swaying back and forth. Behind the group in front of the Research Institute's main gate, 3 figures lay perfectly straight, all devoid of vitality. Inside the monitoring room, Caesar Clown watched Makuta, who had effortlessly defeated his 3 strongest subordinates. He couldn't help but feel a sudden palpitation in his chest and retrieved a den mushy from his bosom. After answering, Caesar said anxiously, "The Research Institute has been discovered. The Navy has rushed in with people." On the other end of the phone, in distant Dressrosa, the figure upon the throne instantly rose. "The Navy? Are you joking with me?" Caesar said with an anxious expression. "It's that rising star of the Navy, Zephyr's adopted son, Hades Makuta." In Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo's brows knitted tightly, several veins pulsing on his forehead. "Wait for me." Before he could finish speaking, with a deafening crash, the monitoring room door collapsed, and a severed head rolled to Caesar's feet. Caesar's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in shock, "Monet, what are you babbling about? What happened to Monet?" A voice filled with shock and fury emerged from the den mushy. Makuta observed the panicked Caesar before him and flashed a grin. "Found you. Caesar Clown. Who are you talking to?" "Let me guess, who are you talking to? Is it Emperor Kaido? Or one of the 4 emperors' Big Mom?" "Seems neither. Then it must be Don Quixote Doflamingo." With each name called out, Caesar's heart sank a fraction, further his expression growing increasingly grim. Especially when Makuta spoke Dover's name, Caesar's panicked demeanor reached its zenith. "Caesar, throw the den mushy to him." Upon hearing this, Caesar, without hesitation, tossed the phone toward Makuta. Makuta extended his right hand to catch it just as he lifted the mouthpiece. He then heard a bizarre laughter emanating from the phone. "Fufu." Makuta immediately interrupted. "Do all your villains laugh this hideously?" Doflamingo on the other end of the phone paused, then suppressed the anger surging within his heart, and asked, "What have you done to Monet?" "Obviously killed. Can you not even fathom such a simple matter? She was just moments ago trying to take my life. Why would only her actions be permitted, but not my counterattack? There is no such reasoning in these seas, honorable warlord of the sea." Makuta said mockingly. "Fufu. Excellent. Excellent." Makuta feigned surprise and asked, "Could it be that Birdman shares some connection with you, Lord Warlord? She was conducting illegal human experiments with rays. If that is indeed the case, I shall have to report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and conduct a thorough investigation into you." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo uttered a peculiar laughter from his lips. "Fufu. How could that be? I am a law-abiding good citizen." Hearing this, Makuta let out a long sigh and said, "Is that so? What a pity. Since you share no connection with him, Lord Warlord, please do not interfere with my law enforcement duties. Perhaps I shall pay Dressrosa a visit as a guest after some time." Having said that, he promptly hung up the den mushy. With a click, Caesar gazed at the deactivated phone, his mood plummeting straight to the ocean floor. Makuta donned his gloves, his eyes fixed intently upon the gas before him. "Caesar Clown, now it is your turn. Conspiring with Emperor Big Mom, illegally conducting human experiments. Conspiring with Emperor Kaido, illegally developing artificial devil fruits. conspiring with warlord of the sea Don Quixote Doflamingo, illegally manufacturing weapons of slaughter. Each charge alone is sufficient to sentence you to death. Upon hearing this, Caesar continuously retreated, desperately shouting, Wait. I still possess utilitarian value. I have already developed a bioweapon called Death Kingdom. Once unleashed, everyone within range will be petrified. You Navy absolutely require my services. Upon hearing the four characters, bioweapon, the fury within Makuta's heart could no longer be contained. Instantly materializing behind him, the silver-gloved hand seized Caesar's neck in a flash. Caesar collapsed immediately, utterly incapable of mustering any strength. He panicked and exclaimed, Those on your hands are sea stone weapons. A chilling voice resonated, Take your bioweapon and go meet God. As he spoke, a phantom of a spear manifested upon his right arm, thrusting straight into Caesar's chest. In an instant, blood gushed everywhere, but what struck Makuta as strange was the absence of a heart. Makuta sneered. It seems that fellow Doflamingo does not trust you after all. Dead gun chaos. With a fierce roar, immense power vented throughout Caesar's body. Within mere breaths, Caesar bled from all 7 orifices, completely losing his vitality. In the New World, Dressrosa, the plateau of the kings. Staring at the den mushy that had been hung up on him, Doflamingo, unable to contain his rage any longer, crushed it in his hand. How dare he? How dare he? Doesn't he know that Monet is my subordinate? Doesn't he know that I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea? He waved his fingers, and white threads cut through everything around. His conqueror's haki erupted without restraint, instantly stirring a gale across Dressrosa. Daffy! What happened, Daffy? A blob of slime walked in from the door, looking at the furious Doflamingo with confusion. Seeing Treble enter, Doflamingo suppressed his anger. Treble, how many times have I told you? Don't come near me when you speak. Doflamingo dodged the approaching Treble, speaking with disgust. That Caesar fellow has probably been captured by the Marines. Knowing his personality, he'll spill all our dealings to save his own skin. Frowning, Doflamingo walked to the window and looked down at the bustling crowd in the royal city, speaking irritably. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the palace. A man wearing a white fur hat and carrying a long sword over his shoulder walked in. Hearing the sound, Doflamingo turned to look at the man and said, Law, what is it? Law, seeing no sign of anger on Doflamingo, replied, Just now Caesar's heart stopped beating. Doflamingo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Fufufu. Interesting. He waved his hand, dismissing Law. As Law walked out the door, his mind filled with Doflamingo's furious roar. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. My chance is coming. On the main street of Dressrosa's royal city, the gazes of passers-by were drawn to a man wearing. He wore yellow briefs and a pink-white lacy baby bonnet, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The man paid no heed to the jeers around him, a smile on his face. I'm about to see you, Lucian. Standing at the door of the hospital room, the man pushed the door open with hope. Lucian, Before he could finish, he saw a man in a suit sitting by the bed. Putting down the flowers, the man said slowly, I don't recall Lucian having any relatives. Hearing this, the man in the suit grinned, his clear voice ringing out as he smiled. Mr. Senor Pink, I am indeed not a relative of Miss Lucian. As soon as the words were spoken, Senor Pink's body instantly merged into the wall, as if swimming through it. In an instant, he appeared above the suited man, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as his fist was about to land on the suited man's head, a sentence made Senor Pink stop. Senor Pink, I can help Miss Lucian recover. The force of the punch blew onto the man's head, tousling his slicked back hair. Feeling the man's fist stop, the suited man smirked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Engels from the Utopia, Hades. Senor Pink, however, cared little about where the man came from, and asked urgently, You said you can restore Lucian's consciousness. Engels said cheerfully, That's right, I can restore Miss Lucian's consciousness. But are you ready? Are you sure Miss Lucian can accept your identity as a pirate? One of the Don Quixote family's spade army officers, Senor Pink. Senor Pink was silent for a moment, then asked, What's the price? The price for restoring Lucian. I don't believe you came from paradise to the New World just to help me. Engels didn't waste any more words. The Hobie no me user. Sugar. He paused, then continued, more precisely Sugar's location. Senor Pink was stunned at first, then angrily retorted, Who do you take me for? How could I ever betray Lord Doflamingo? Unfazed, Engels stood up, walked to the door, and took down the hat hanging on the rack. His figure suddenly vanished from the room, as if he had become invisible. His voice lingered in the air, Enjoy yourself, Mr. Senor Pink. In the near future, Dressrosa will be liberated. Senor Pink shook his head, then looked at Lucian on the bed. He suddenly froze. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, his trembling voice echoing in the room. Lucian. Outside the hospital room, Engels leaned against the wall, listening to the commotion, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Having grown up in Dressrosa, he had always heard of such a devoted man in the royal city. He took a small vial from his pocket, looking at the emerald liquid that had only 1/3 left, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. This was specially allocated resources for this mission. Engels sighed and vanished again. On Punk Hazard inside the research lab, Bruce was holding a camera taking photos continuously, not missing a single corner. As Boss Mujan said, how can you work without leaving a trace? Who knows if it might be needed later? In the biscuit room, Credia watched the children being used as experiments. The rage in her heart was hard to quell. Mujan found the boy with a samurai topknot and his guard in a room. After knocking them out and placing them in a room, he locked the door tight. After sending all the children to the harbor, Mujan activated the lab's self-destruct mechanism. A towering blaze engulfed the entire island as if all the evil was burned away. On the sea, several ships were sailing toward the harbor. A figure stood on the bow of a ship. Mujan exchanged a glance with him, and they smiled at each other. Doflamingo, having hung up the phone, spread his arms and laughed wildly. Fufufu. Enjoy it, Mujan. This is a grand gift I prepared for you. The towering red earth continent, the resplendent, holy land Mary Geos. Within the chamber of flowers, the colossal iron throne stood with 5 figures kneeling below. If Sengoku were here, he would surely recognize them as the 5 men holding the highest authority in the world, known to all as the Wu Lao Xing. Above the throne, the figure wearing a massive crown rose, gazing at the photographs hanging on the wall. A wanted poster bearing a straw hat was pierced by a dagger. To the right, there was another photograph, a man with black hair and black eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Though his features were ordinary, they were unforgettable at first glance. The colossal figure murmured, "A light," then shook his head, dismissing the thought. There could be only one light. His archrival Nika. A gentle breeze swept through the immense flower branches, petals dancing in the wind, obscuring the figures. Farewell. Kulaitia waved her hands at the departing ship. On board were the children used in the experiments at the Punk Hazard Research Facility. Biga 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 bigu, the transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi, this is Mujan. Mujan, where are you now? Sengoku's furious roar came through the snail. Startled, Mujan dug a finger into his ear. Somewhat helplessly, he said, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, even if I'm in the New World, there's no need to be this angry, right? Sengoku snarled, what? The New World? Who allowed you to set foot there? Mujan paused, thinking, he doesn't know I'm in the New World, so why is he so furious? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I discovered the trail of the world government's wanted criminal Caesar Clown and chased him all the way to the New World. And I've already killed him. Mujan added, raising his voice. Sengoku, taken aback, then praised him, well done. Then what exactly did you want to discuss with me? Sengoku calmed himself and said urgently, go to the Sabaody archipelago immediately. Straw Hat Luffy has assaulted a celestial dragon. Mujan shrugged and said contemptuously, so what if he beat up those the celestial dragons? Sengoku choked on Mujan's blasphemous words. What are you saying? Even if they are trash, you can't say that during a call. What if someone catches you? Mujan looked utterly unconcerned. I don't think the world government has the ability to monitor the fleet admiral's calls. Mujan, Sengoku roared as Mujan showed a completely carefree attitude. Fleet Admiral, please calm down. I'll head to the Sabaody archipelago right away. Mujan quickly appeased him, seeing Sengoku's genuine anger. With a click, Sengoku hung up the transponder snail. His fingers clenched and the snail emitted a squeaking sound. Sigh, thinking of the Navy's budget, Sengoku sighed, released his grip, and placed the snail on the table. The snail, having narrowly escaped, panted heavily. Seeing Garp, who was continuously stuffing sunbae into his mouth on the seat, Sengoku was furious. Garp, it's your grandson again. This time no one can protect him. Sengoku snatched the sunbae from Garp's hand and poured them all into his own mouth. Wiping his mouth, he fumed. And that brat Mujan saying such disrespectful things. How dare he call the celestial dragons trash? Garp chimed in, indeed that boy's understanding is still insufficient. Isn't that an insult to trash? Garp, Sengoku howled. A flash of gold and a dark figure flew out of the fleet admiral's office. Akiji, who was sunbathing, pushed up his blindfold and murmured, 289 meters. A new record. Looks like the fleet admiral is really furious today. Sengoku, retracting the golden light, couldn't help but curse, trash. As soon as he spoke, an aura burst from him, but he quickly suppressed it. He looked at himself in astonishment. My conqueror's haki has increased. Saru, sitting on the sofa, sensed the aura and stared at Sengoku thoughtfully. Then, as if a thought occurred, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. A furious roar came from the sky, and pedestrians on the road quickened their steps. That damn brat. He ruined my devil fruit. Kaido, swinging his kanabo and destroying everything in sight, roared in rage. Mujan, standing beside him, Jack with his 2 massive tusks, heard the name and, lost in thought, vanished from the room. A powerful conqueror's haki radiated without restraint, enveloping the entire whole Cake Island. Thud thud. One by one the island's residents collapsed. Damn Mujan. I'll tear you apart. Big Mom, whose giantification plan was ruined by Mu Jun, roared furiously, plundering souls one after another. A towering figure enduring the pressure of the conqueror's haki walked toward Big Mom, who was destroying buildings. The instigator of all this, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was preparing for a transaction with the mysterious figure who had taken over most of the businesses and territories of the King of Loans Feld. At that moment, an unimaginable riot broke out on the Sabati archipelago. The 11 supernovas of the worst generation had all gathered there. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the celestial dragon, wearing a glass bubble, slowly fell. Screams and roars of fury rose one after another. "Hey, do you know what you've done, eh?" Jewelry Bonnie, the big eater, with lipstick on her lips, stared at Luffy, who had thrown the punch. "It's just hitting a scumbag. Why are you so surprised?" Zoro, yawning nearby, picked his ear indifferently. "Ha ha ha, things are getting interesting." Red-haired kid watching the clueless Straw Hat crew burst into wild laughter. At the corner, magician Basil Hawkins looked at the tarot cards in his hand, frowned, then turned and left the scene. "Hey, aren't you all going to run? You've hit a celestial dragon. The Admiral will come. That's someone at the top of this sea." The dutiful Drake shouted at the clueless crew. Outside, a black and white figure appeared outside the auction house. On the Shampoo Archipelago in the First Grove, a crimson warship slowly docked at the harbor. Four figures disembarked one after another. The young man with black hair and dark eyes, noticing the astonished gazes around him, curled his lips into a smirk. "Clear out the nearby pirates and destroy all their ships. Leave the supernovas to me." As he spoke, Mu Jun's form vanished, leaving behind only white smoke rings. The three exchanged glances, then stretched languidly, a glint of sharp light flashing in their eyes. Hai Luan drew his twin blades. Bu Lucy pulled out the flintlock pistol holstered at his thigh, and Kule Di began to enlarge at a visible rate. "All pirates on this island. Today none of you will leave." Kule Di bellowed, slamming her fist down onto the nearest pirate. With a wuxia man clad in a navy coat appeared before Jida and the others. A cheerful voice rang out. "Where do you think you're going?" "Garbage of the sea." Jida looked at the Navy officer, an excited expression on his face, the rumored Navy prodigy. "I heard no pirate has ever survived under your hands." Jida stared at the black-haired officer blocking his path, a battle intent flickering in his eyes. Da, like seeing Mu Jun blocking the way, breathed a sigh of relief, then positioned himself at the rear and frantically signaled to Mu Jun with his eyes. Mu Jun, observing the arrogant Jida, took out a pair of gloves from his pocket and slowly put them on. Before Mu Jun could make a move, several figures in white robes and white hats emerged. Pointing at Mu Jun, they spoke arrogantly. "Navy, execute all these people. How dare they blaspheme against the great celestial dragons?" Mu Jun shifted his gaze, a flicker of disgust in his eyes, and in an instant appeared behind the celestial dragon's guards. He thrust out a fist, and a bright red, pulsating heart was caught in his hand. Then, under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he crushed it in his grip. Without giving the other guards time to react, Mu Jun vanished again. Within a few breaths, all the guards lay in pools of blood. Like and the others swallowed hard, staring at the Navy officer in terror. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Aren't you afraid we'll tell? A Navy officer killing people of the world government." Jide sneered at the officer before him. Mu Jun, upon hearing this, spoke in a cold voice. "Supernovas Jida da, like Luo Ji La and Xiao Aliboni, to escape the archipelago you have wantonly killed the celestial dragon's guards." At these words the group exchanged glances, disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Aliboni said angrily, "Do you think everyone around is blind?" Mu Jun shook his head nonchalantly and said, "Do you think the Navy will believe me or them?" He flipped his palm, swallowed a red and green pill, and a red gleam flashed in his eyes. Mu Jun pushed off the ground with his feet and shouted, "Shave." His feet repeatedly stomped the air, leaving white trails behind him, and he appeared behind Jida in an instant. Dead Gunway. A phantom spear materialized over his right arm, aimed at Jida's left arm, and came crashing down with immense force. With a squelch, a line of blood sprayed into the air, splattering on the faces of the group. An arm flew high into the air, then landed heavily on the ground. Jila was the first to react, swinging his scythe toward Mu Jun's neck. With a swoosh, Mu Jun vanished in a flash, evading GLA's attack. The group, now recovering, stared at the Navy officer in disbelief. Jida looked at the arm lying on the ground, enduring the indescribable pain without a sound. He threw his head back and laughed, then fixed his gaze on the officer. "Is that all you've got?" Luo and the others stared at Jida in shock. "What are you saying? Your arm was cut off. You didn't even react." Jida ignored the others and raised his remaining right hand. Instantly, all the metallic objects around surged toward him. In a few seconds, a massive mechanical arm appeared on Jida's left side. The enormous appendage slammed down toward the Navy officer. Mu Jun roared, his muscles bulging and his figure abruptly expanding. He swung both fists against the descending mechanical arm. With a boom, the ground trembled at the moment of impact. Jita bellowed and countless pieces of metal surged from the surroundings instantly, enveloping Mujun. Magnetic cord. The colossal mechanical arm clamped down on Mujun, smashing him into the ground and raising a massive cloud of dust. Now's our chance, run. Dalek shouted, knowing better than anyone the terror of the Navy officer. During his time at the Navy Academy, the man he was most curious about was the one who spent nearly every hour immersed in training. He remembered challenging him, and with a single punch the man had knocked him out of his beast form. Now Dalek only wanted to escape the Shampoo Archipelago. Jita, puzzled, called out, "What? Are you joking? Didn't you see I've already suppressed him?" Dalek was exasperated, turned around, and after confirming his direction sprinted frantically. With a creaking, grinding noise of metal deformation, Mujun broke free from the steel restraints. He grabbed the mechanical arm and yanked hard. Jita felt an immense force tearing at him, gritted his teeth, and struggled against it. Jila saw this and yelled, "Release the arm." He then swung his scythe, sending 2 slashes cutting through the air toward Mujun. Mujun raised his left hand, coating it in dark armament hockey. He showed no concern as the slashes rushed toward him, simply catching them with his bare hand. With a slight exertion of force, he crushed Gla's slashes. Xiao Aliboni and the others were stunned by the sight. A cheerful voice rang out, and Mujun, looking at the white marks on his palms, said, "Not bad. Take it back." He then swung his left hand, sending a vacuum slash hurtling toward Jila. At that moment, Jita deactivated his ability, and countless metal pieces rained down, shattering Mujun's attack. Seeing Jita still wanting to fight, Xiao Aliboni grabbed him by the neck. In an instant, Jita's body began to shrink, becoming like a child of 5 or 6. "You damn woman. What are you doing? I can still fight." The tiny Jita struggled wildly in Boni's grasp. With a thump, Boni gave him a sharp rap on the head, silencing him. Watching the others flee at full speed, Mujun's eyes narrowed. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, the immense force sending scattered swords and knives into the air. Wind pressure. A gale burst from his palms, causing the airborne blades to tremble before shooting forward. Swish, swish, swish. Dalek's ears twitched as he heard the whistling behind him. He turned his head, mouth agape. A long sword brushed past his cheek. One after another, the blades flew past the group, but none struck them. Mujun clicked his tongue, inwardly resentful. These guys are truly favored by the world. Their luck is enviable. Then, with a clear tapping of leather shoes on the ground, even amidst the chaos, the sound was unmistakable. A man in a yellow and white striped suit and sunglasses looked at the island in turmoil, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He stared at the pirates before him and said listlessly, "Scary." Kid riding on top of Bonnie tore at her hair furiously. "Old hag, restore me to normal now." Jewelry Bonnie, in pain, roared angrily, "You brat. What are you doing? You're the old hag." Drake, running at the front, turned and said, "The most important thing now is to leave this island and get to the new world. You don't understand how terrifying that man is. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was killed by him." Kid, upon hearing this, licked his lips and said excitedly, "As expected of the man I've set my sights on. Strong enough. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Kid felt a mysterious power within his body, yet upon careful perception, he could not locate its source. Law, who was continuously using his ability to create obstacles for Mujun, looked at Killer beside him and asked curiously, "Is your captain out of his mind? What's so funny about this?" Killer sighed helplessly. Despite having advised Kid many times about his arrogance, he just couldn't change. While the group was talking, a figure appeared beside them like a ghost. "You seem quite relaxed, don't you?" The cold tone was like ice, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. "Room." Law instantly conjured a blue dome that expanded, enveloping the group. Suddenly a look of shock appeared on his face as he roared inwardly, "I can't move them." "Why?" Law realized he couldn't swap the marine in front of him with another object. Feeling the tremor in his body, Mujun grinned at Law and said, "Your hockey is too weak." Crushing fist chaos. In an instant, countless fists seemed to rain down on them simultaneously. Law gritted his teeth and moved his fingers. The group's figures vanished, instantly replaced by massive boulders. The immense force shattered the boulders into dust through the fists. The group, having dodged Mujun's attack, wore expressions of relief at having survived. Trafalgar Law gasped heavily. Swapping the positions of 5 people in an instant was a bit strenuous for him. Suddenly Drake ahead stopped, and Bonnie, unable to halt, crashed into him. "What are you doing? Why did you stop suddenly?" Bonnie demanded, clutching her forehead. She moved aside and saw the scene ahead, her expression changing. Countless pirates, led by Capone Beej, were surging toward them frantically. Seeing the stunned group, Capone Beej shouted, "Run! There's an Admiral Kazuru behind us." Hearing this, Drake and the others froze. With a swoosh, a figure flew from afar, crashing into a large group of pirates and smashing a huge hole in the thick wall. Law asked in confusion, "Was that Urich who just flew past?" With a whoosh, another figure shot from behind and precisely crashed into the rubble. Killer's face beneath his mask showed uncertainty. "Was that a Pua who just flew past?" he said hesitantly. With a swish, Mugen caught up to them, looking at the gathered pirates ahead. He grinned and said in a low voice, "Good. Good. All the scum of the sea are gathered together." The crisp sound of leather shoes tapping against the ground echoed through the area. Looking at the figure ahead, Kizaru said in surprise, "Isn't this Captain Mugen?" "Sabayati." Hearing this, Mugen curled his lips. "Sabayati, Admiral Borsellino." The pirates trapped between the two looked at Kizaru on the left and Mugen on the right. On one side was a marine admiral, on the other was a marine rising star who had slain a warlord of the sea. With a clatter, two figures rose from the rubble. The monk Urij with wings on his back and Apu with his long braids slowly walked out. Capone Beej took the cigar from his mouth, blew out a puff of smoke, then threw it to the ground and ground it out fiercely with his toe. His body expanded rapidly, and within a few breaths a massive castle appeared before them. One after another, gangsters in black suits emerged from it holding cannons. A hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. "Everyone, unite. Break out with all your might. Now I declare the formation of the Supernova Alliance Escape Union. My men, full assault to the right. Roar." Kid, having returned to his true form, burst into wild laughter. "Come on, come on." The monk Urij's body began to swell. With a ripping sound, the clothes on his upper body were torn apart. He charged at Kizaru, who had kicked him away. Bonnie and Law watched as the others grew increasingly excited and simultaneously slapped their foreheads. Then they drew their weapons. The cursed sword ghostly cries emitted a chilling gleam that seized the soul. Mugen looked at the passionate pirates and let out a deep breath. A surge of aura burst from his body, and in an instant the heavens and earth lost their color. The Conqueror's haki continuously swept over the pirate alliance ahead. Thud after thud, one pirate after another fell, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth. Mugen's cold voice rang out, "What fine fighting spirit! But have you got the wrong script?" Kid, feeling the sweep of Conqueror's haki, had an uncontrollable surge of aura from within that actually resisted Mugen's pressure, but only for a few seconds before being overwhelmed. "Oh!" Even Kizaru was startled. Mugen narrowed his eyes at Kid, who had released Conqueror's haki, and thought to himself, "Truly a fortunate one, favored by this world." Bonnie, standing beside Kid, said in surprise, "You have Conqueror's haki too." Kid, who had been stunned a second ago, now burst into arrogant laughter, pointing at Mugen and saying arrogantly, "Mugen, you're not the only one with Conqueror's haki." Kizaru flickered instantly, turning into a beam of light appearing in front of Kid and asking in a low voice, "Have you ever been kicked by light?" Kid was startled, then saw a yellow light kick toward him. Bang! Kid looked at the old man who had blocked the attack for him, somewhat bewildered. Smoker stared at the one who had intercepted his strike and said in astonishment, "I never expected to encounter you here. Hell, I cannot let you crush a budding pirate of the new generation right here." A warm voice echoed forth, its aura no less formidable than the Marine Admiral before them. Bonnie gazed in shock at the silver-haired old man who had suddenly appeared and could hardly believe what she was seeing. Could it be Rayleigh? The moment those words left her lips, the pirates erupted into uproar. "Rayleigh? Who is that?" "You don't even know Rayleigh. He is the man known as the Pirate King's right hand, the Dark King Rayleigh." Another wave of commotion swept through the pirates. As everyone was still marveling, Capone Beej's massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Above them, Mugen stood frozen mid-punch, his silhouette coming into view. Fury step. His fierce cry boomed like thunder from the highest heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Flames ignited beneath his feet, and like a meteor plummeting from the sky, he drove straight down toward the fallen Capone Beej. Fierce and overwhelming force surged through his legs, transmitting directly into Beej's head. Boom. Fragments of stone exploded outward in all directions, piercing through dozens of pirates and painting the air with sprays of blood mist. Beej's colossal body slowly shrank, his form convulsing relentlessly. Moments later, the once arrogant crime lord lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog, completely lifeless. Mugen turned his gaze toward Rayleigh, who stood before the gathered pirates, and spoke coldly. "I ask you, do you have any idea what's going on here?" "The Dark King Rayleigh. Just because the Navy has chosen to ignore you doesn't mean you can interfere with naval affairs. Do you know that a fishman is oppressing civilians in the East Blue, wantonly slaughtering human beings? Hey. Before he died, he uttered your name, hoping I would spare him." Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed sharply. Conqueror's haki surged from Rayleigh's body like a tangible force. Enraged, he roared like a furious lion. "You killed little oars." Mugen felt that pressure and did not back down. His own Conqueror's haki erupted, colliding with Rayleigh's. Black-red lightning crackled through the sky. The two forces canceled each other out. Mugen sneered, scoffing, "So only pirates are allowed to massacre civilians, but the Navy cannot hunt them down? Or is it simply because that octopus once saved your life, so he now deserves special privileges? Answer me." "The Dark King Rayleigh." In an instant, Rayleigh's figure vanished. He materialized before Mugen, his long blade slashing downward with murderous intent. Before anyone could react, a golden flash erupted before Mugen's eyes. Smoker's right foot stomped heavily onto Rayleigh's blade. And just what do you intend to do to our rising Marine star? Beneath his sunglasses, Borsellino's eyes carried a trace of amusement as he regarded the furious Dark King before him. Leave the battlefield here to the young ones. As soon as those words fell, Smoker lifted his right foot and delivered a devastating kick toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh was sent flying backward, flipping through the air before driving his blade into the ground to steady himself. Seeing Rayleigh pinned down by Smoker, the pirate's morale plummeted instantly. But there was one person whose face was filled with excitement and battle lust. Mugen, come on, Kid shouted excitedly as a massive mechanical arm erupted outward, aiming a devastating punch at Mugen's face. Armament Steel Fist Double Strike. Mugen let out a furious roar as black armament hockey instantly enveloped both fists. Facing the oncoming iron arm, he snorted coldly and swung his fists in rapid succession. Piece after piece of steel was shattered and sent flying by Mugen. In merely a few breaths, the mechanical arm that had once stretched dozens of meters was reduced to a mere fragment. Mugen's figure darted forward, appearing before Kid in an instant. His sea-stone-coated glove shot out and clamped around Kid's throat. Suddenly, Kid felt all his strength drained away, unable to resist in the slightest. Just as Mugen prepared to end Kid, a sword flash streaked past. Killa swung his scythe downward toward Mugen. Ding! The razor-sharp blade was blocked by Mugen's left arm. Armament hockey collided with the steel, sending sparks flying. With a forceful push of his left arm, Mugen deflected the scythe and immediately seized Killa by the neck. Swinging both arms, he smashed Kid and Killa violently into each other. Your journey ends here. Mugen roared and tightened his grip, preparing to snap both their necks. In a flash, Law activated room nearby, teleporting the two away from Mugen's grasp. Watching the surgeon's power materialize in his palm, Mugen sneered and crushed it instantly. Fury Step. His feet stomped the air, and like lightning, he shot forward, leaving rings of white smoke in his wake. Seeing Mugen closing in at tremendous speed, Law and Drake each grabbed one of Kid and Killa and sprinted away as fast as they could. Damn it, how can he be this strong? Is he some kind of monster? Bonnie cursed furiously. Are you talking about me? Above them, Mugen looked down at Bonnie and wore a chilling smile. His right fist shot out, aiming squarely at Bonnie's head and striking with full force. But he struck only empty air. Bonnie's body rapidly shrank before their eyes, barely dodging Mugen's devastating punch. TCH, what a troublesome ability. Mugen's feet pushed off again, and in an instant he appeared behind Drake, delivering a devastating punch to his back. Taken completely off guard, Drake felt immense force surge through his back. He tumbled forward, and Killa, who had been resting on his shoulder, was thrown to the ground. Killa slowly rose to his feet and saw a pair of black combat boots coming into view. Before he could react, a large hand clamped around his neck and hoisted him into the air. Killa's expression hardened as he swung his scythe in a counterattack. A crimson flash flashed through Mugen's eyes. His left hand shot out, seizing Killa's right wrist and forcing it downward against his own left arm. In barely a breath's time, Killa's left arm was severed clean, crashing to the ground. Crack! Mugen's right arm muscles bulged, and he crushed Killa's neck with a single squeeze. Thud! Mugen released his grip, and Killa's corpse fell to the earth. Staring at Killa's fallen form, Kid's face twisted in disbelief, his voice trembling as he screamed, Killa! Law grabbed the enraged Kid and shouted loudly, the most important thing right now is to survive. We are no match for this guy. Kid, consumed by fury, acted like a maddened lion, refusing to heed anyone's advice. Meanwhile, Drake, standing directly in front of Mugen, frantically blinked at him, his eyes twitching continuously as if sending Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. Lieutenant Mugen, I am a spy sent by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to infiltrate the pirates. But Mugen appeared not to notice, completely ignoring Drake's frantic eye movements. Drake's mind screamed, he's not receiving the signal. Does he not know I'm a spy? In an instant, countless possibilities flooded Drake's mind. Drake, what's wrong with your eyes? Bonnie asked, curiously watching him blink incessantly. Drake. Magnetic sharp cone spear. With a roar, Jide made the scattered steel tremble and rise rapidly, piercing toward Mugen. Watching the overwhelming blades and swords, Mugen's expression remained unchanged, a red gleam flashing in his eyes. He continuously dodged the deadly swords and iron blocks, closing in on Jide while evading. Bonnie watched Mugen moving through countless steel as if on level ground, her mouth agape. Is he a monster? How can he dodge such dense attacks unscathed? Mugen's figure flickered, and he was already in front of Jide. His fist unceremoniously smashed toward Jide's face. Bang! A piece of steel had somehow appeared in front of Jide, and the heavy fist slammed into the iron plate, the immense force directly denting it. The tremendous force transmitted through the iron plate to Jide. With a swoosh, the steel carried Jide flying backward, crashing into a row of buildings. Looking at Luo beside him, Mugen lifted his right foot and lightly shouted, Armament Flame Kick. His right leg shook violently as a ball of flame ignited on it. Luo, unable to relocate in time, drew his demon sword Giku to block. Clang! The powerful force kicked Giku into deformation, and the burning right leg heavily struck Luo's cheek. Swoosh! Luo was sent flying by the immense force, smashing a large crater into the huge hard red tree. Feeling the pain on his face, Luo spat out a mouthful of blood with 2 teeth mixed in. Just as Mujin was about to advance and deal with Bony, a huge pencil descended from the sky, accurately smashing toward Mujin. With a loud crash, the pencil plunged straight into the ground, sending debris flying around. "Don't underestimate us pirates, Navy," said the monk Werji with a smile on his face, speaking seriously. Crack crack. Sounds came from beneath the pencil. Seeing this, Werji pressed down on the pencil body with both hands, using all his strength, trying to suppress Mujin below. Collapsing fist. A furious roar came from deep underground. The pencil began to violently tremble, continuously rising upward. Werji's arms were numbed by the shock, and he could no longer suppress it. Bang! The huge pencil was sent flying, and Mujin leaped out of the crater. Looking at the towering Werji before him, Mujin took a deep breath. He thrust out his right fist, striking Werji's abdomen squarely. The immense force penetrated Werji's body, piercing through the dust cloud kicked up behind. Werji spat out bitter water, his whole body limp. Bang 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 bang. Continuous heavy punches mercilessly rained down on Werji, the silver gloves stained with blood. Werji, restrained by sea stone, could not exert any power. Just as Mujin was about to finish the man before him, a slashing wave struck. A red gleam flashed in Mujin's eyes, and he instantly ducked his head. Swish! The slash passed over Mujin, shaving off a few strands of his hair. Werji also regained his strength. His body began to grow taller, and he kicked out with his right leg toward Mujin. Mujin's gaze darkened, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! Fist and leg met, a gust of wind brushing Mujin's face. High-frequency scalpel. Behind him, Luo held Giku and slashed toward Mujin. High-frequency electricity coiling around the blade, emitting crackling sounds. Mujin's eyes flickered, and he instantly turned, sidestepping Luo's attack and grabbing Luo's wrist. With a forceful twist, Giku left Luo's palm and stabbed toward the ground. Just as Mujin was about to attack Luo, Giku seemed to have a will of its own, rising from the ground and spinning continuously, slashing toward Mujin. Werji's giant fist and Oppo's sonic slash struck almost simultaneously. Mujin's eye sharpened, he released Luo's wrist, and his figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. Bang bang bang. 3 attacks landed. In the dust, Werji and Luo felt their attacks miss, their hearts sinking. "Oppo, watch your back," Bony shouted at Oppo, who was on the high building. Hearing this, Oppo was about to turn his head when he felt a tremendous force surge from his back, followed by intense pain spreading throughout his body. Mujin had somehow appeared behind Oppo, his heavy fist unceremoniously smashing into his back. Oppo's body was sent flying into the air, and Mujin flashed to follow. He said slowly to the astonished Oppo, "Violent step." His jet black legs aimed at Oppo's heart and chest, smashing down fiercely. Falling like a meteor, Oppo's body slammed heavily into the ground. The hard ground was forcibly smashed into a pit, and Mujin's figure dropped from above, precisely landing on Oppo's heart. The remaining few supernovas, taking advantage of the moment when Mujin was fighting Oppo, frantically fled. Mujin stepped out of the crater and looked in the direction of their escape. He moved his feet, his speed increasing until he seemed to be flying just above the ground. "Think of something," Bony shouted loudly, running in the lead. Luo, on the other hand, had a grim expression, continuously running through feasible methods in his mind, but all were rejected. The disparity in strength was too great, any method was futile. Dalik didn't even bother thinking of a way to defeat Mujin. His mind was solely focused on escaping the island as quickly as possible. Jide, still immersed in anger, kept replaying the battle with Mujin in his mind. He kept muttering under his breath, "Hockey, hockey, hockey." Suddenly Bony stopped, staring blankly ahead. The others also looked grimly at the figure standing before them. "Overwhelming power, a tough body, lightning-like speed," Dalik said somewhat despairingly. "Maybe we should surrender." A flash of inspiration struck Dalik, and he spoke. Jide directly roared, "Surrender? Are you kidding? Since we became pirates, we should hold our lives firmly in our own hands." The monk Werji also spoke. "Dying on this sea is the true end for pirates." Luo said nothing, extending his left hand, and a blue air dome instantly enveloped everyone, including Mujin. "Command." Luo's fingers twitched, and instantly several giant rocks rose simultaneously, smashing down toward Mujin. Jide raised his right hand slowly, closing his fingers toward Mujin, magnetic cage. The surrounding steel began to tremble, then flew up to tightly bind Mujin. Mujin's gaze hardened, and he mobilized all his strength, breaking free from the steel bindings in an instant. Armament hockey coating his fists, he aimed at the falling boulders and swung his fists continuously, so fast that it seemed like dozens of fists. Roar! Dalik transformed into a giant Allosaurus, opening his fang-filled maw to bite at Mujin. Karma! Werji roared, his body continuously expanding. In a few breaths, he became a 9-meter giant. His massive fist like a meteor carried a howling wind as it smashed toward Muzhan. Seeing this, Muzhan leaped to dodge Dalik's attack and shouted at the oncoming fist. His whole body surged with power, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he thrust out his right fist to clash with Werji's. The moment they collided, a fierce gale erupted. Jide had covered Werji's fist with a layer of metal, causing Muzhan's seastone gloves to become ineffective. A tall and a short figure exchanged blows, each strike landing with solid impact, yet neither took a step back. Meanwhile, Muzhan also had to evade attacks from others. Sensing the fading potency of the medicinal energy within him, Muzhan's expression shifted. A clear, cold voice rang in everyone's ears. "It's time to finish you all." As the words fell, pitch-black armament hockey coated his wrist, black arm short strike. A furious roar exploded like a thunderclap, echoing in Uraj's heart. Uraj's eyes narrowed, the smile on his face vanishing. With a roar, he poured all his strength into a single punch. His right foot slammed against the ground as he charged straight toward the Muzhan before him. The black arm met the massive metal fist. In just 1 second, Uraj was sent flying backward, crashing through building after building, triggering a thunderous explosion. At the harbor, the trio led by Cortia jointly subdued the magician, Basil Hawkins, who was about to flee by ship. Bruce sat atop Hawkins, and the ground around them was littered with straw. Yet Hawkins showed no concern now. According to the most recent prophecy, he would not die here today. Instead, he chatted with them calmly and casually. At the auction house entrance, the Straw Hat crew was locked in combat with Senamaru and PX-1. But they were clearly no match for Senamaru. PX-1 kept firing lasers from its mouth, forcing the crew to dodge constantly. The massive Allosaurus Drake's body was covered in a layer of steel armor. He kept clashing with Muzhan. Despite his enormous size, he moved with surprising speed, nearly matching Muzhan's pace. Behind them, Law gasped for breath. Using his ability repeatedly to reposition, everyone had drained his stamina. Meanwhile, Kid charged at Muzhan again and again, only to be knocked back each time. Feeling the dark iron fist, Kid sensed something inside him being drawn out. Monstrous fists rained down like raindrops upon Drake's colossal body. The steel armor covering him kept falling off. Seizing the moment, Muzhan threw a punch. Drake roared in pain, and his massive body was slammed into the ground. A glint flashed in Kid's eyes as a storm of steel fell from the sky, directly crashing down on Muzhan. With his remaining right hand, he pressed down forcefully, and the steel on the ground groaned as it compressed further. Bonnie's face lit up with excitement. "We've finally suppressed that monster." As if answering her call, from beneath the steel plates tightly pinned to the ground came a series of thumping sounds. As the sounds grew louder, 1 plate, 2 plates, 3. All the steel plates were blasted away. A figure shot out, swinging a silver gauntlet toward Kid's face. Kid licked his lips and raised his right arm to block. To Muzhan's astonishment, Kid's right arm gradually turned pitch black. The hard gauntlet struck Kid's right arm, sparking a shower of sparks. Muzhan's eyes narrowed. He exerted force in his right arm and sent Kid flying backward. Stabilizing himself, Kid looked at his blackened right arm and burst into laughter. "Just as I thought. I'm the strongest. Even this power I can master in no time." Witnessing this, Bonnie couldn't help but stare at Kid intently. First awakening conquerors hockey under Muzhan's pressure, now mastering armament hockey in battle with him. This guy's talent is truly extraordinary. Muzhan couldn't help but recall the former Yonko Kaido's other title, Kaido the Teacher. And now he seemed to be playing that very role. Muzhan the Teacher. Good, good, good. Muzhan said 3 goods in succession, but rage was written all over his face. "Let me show you what true armament hockey is." As the words fell, Muzhan appeared in front of Kid in an instant. His broad palm clamped down on Kid's face and slammed him into the ground. The hard floor shattered as Muzhan pressed Kid's head and slid forward. The immense force carved a long scar across the ground. Seeing Kid's bloodied head, he flung his right arm upward, sending Kid flying like a cannonball into the sky. Muzhan kicked the ground, fracturing the hard surface, and turned into a streak of light. In mere seconds, he appeared above Kid. Black arm. Arm hammer. His pitch-black wrist crackling with lightning slammed heavily into Kid's waist. Shush! Kid plummeted at tremendous speed, the sheer force driving him deep into the ground. From the moment Muzhan struck to the moment Kid was buried alive, only a few breaths had passed. Bonnie and the others stared in shock at the Marine Rear Admiral, barely able to contain their astonishment. Drake gave a bitter smile. "So this is the Gap. The one hailed by Sengoku as the most talented Marine in physical arts since the founding of the Navy, Hades Muzhan. He is terrifyingly powerful." Withdrawing his observation hockey, sensing Kid's faint presence, Muzhan's eyes burned like torches as he fixed his gaze on the remaining few. Just as he was about to strike at Law, several figures ran over from the distance. "Hey, isn't that Tereo?" Luffy, running in the middle of the group, waved excitedly when he spotted Law. But when the Straw Hat crew scanned the people present, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their expressions turned from excitement to seriousness, their eyes fixed on the man in the Marine uniform. Nami saw Muzan blocking their path and averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Sanji, like an enraged lion, glared at the Marine who had killed Zeph. Yo, long time no see. Muzan waved at the Straw Hats. If not for the chilling smile on his face, they might have been willing to respond. Rear Admiral Muzan. Sentamaru, who had been chasing them, called out with slight surprise as he saw the Marine blocking the pirates. Yo, Sentamaru. Long time no see. Muzan replied. So if I cut down this guy now, we can escape this place. Zoro drew his two swords, his gaze fixed on Muzan blocking their path. Luffy stepped forward to stop Zoro, his expression grim. This guy in front of us is no ordinary strong. In the distance, Rayleigh, locked in fierce battle with Kizaru, watched the intercepted group with a grave expression. His small frame burst with immense power, trying to break free from Kizaru's entanglement. You seem to care a lot about those people, Kizaru remarked, casually sensing Rayleigh's sharp attacks. You all, get out of here. I'll hold him off. Let me show you Marines. With these words, Zoro charged at Muzan, wielding his dual swords. Ding! Muzan reached out with both hands and directly caught Zoro's dual swords. Zoro's gaze sharpened, then he twisted his neck, and the Wado Ikemanji gleamed with a cold light as it swung toward Muzan. Muzan's eyes flickered, and he leaned back, the blade grazing past his neck. He raised his right foot, spun his body, and delivered a side kick to Zoro's waist. A tremendous force struck Zoro, sending him flying dozens of meters like a cannonball. Zoro! Luffy shouted, glaring at Muzan ahead. His body writhed, turning crimson and radiating heat. Nami! Robin! Get out of here! Luffy bellowed, stretching his arms back. Goma Goma no! Jet Bazooka! With a furious roar, his arms snapped forward, hurtling toward Muzan. Armament! Tekai! Facing Luffy's attack, Muzan stood firm, his muscles tensing as armament hockey spread across his chest and abdomen. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Muzan withstood Luffy's powerful blow without a scratch. Before Luffy could retract his arms, Muzan grabbed hold of him. The moment the sea stone gloves touched Luffy, he seemed to melt, collapsing limply to the ground. Let go of our captain. Mutton shot. From the air, a suited Sanji roared, his leg aimed at Muzan's neck. Sanji, I recall advising you, didn't I? Muzan's eyes flashed red. Sanji's lethal kick in Muzan's vision slowed down. He slowly raised his left hand, caught the kick before it landed, and squeezed hard. Sanji let out a scream of pain. Twisting his wrist, Muzan slammed Sanji viciously into the ground. Looking down at Luffy at his feet, Muzan said mockingly, I truly wonder how you lot managed to get here. Your strength. It's far too weak to survive on this sea. With that, he swung Luffy by the arm, smashing him repeatedly into the ground, leaving crater after crater in the hard floor. I said, let him go. Zoro bellowed, charging from a distance. One sword style. Aye aye. Lion song. In a flash of lightning, Muzan saw only a streak of light pass through him. Zoro sheathed his sword. A rending slash emerged on Muzan's chest, tearing a gash in his clothes. The others' faces lit up with hope. It hit. But only Zoro knew that strike had not even breached the Marine's defense. With a rip, Muzan tore off his damaged clothes, revealing his powerful, scarred body. Everyone looked. His chest and back were covered in countless scars. Not bad swordsmanship, but not fast enough. This farce ends now. With that, Muzan vanished and reappeared before Zoro, his right leg ablaze with fire, slamming into the latter's waist. Pushing off the ground, Muzan leaped into the air, his gaze sharpening as he spotted Urich trying to flee. He turned into a streak of light, charging toward Urich behind the red tree. Boom. The hard, thick red tree was smashed through, flames licking at the edges. Hearing the noise, Urich turned just in time to be slammed away by the streak of light. He tumbled several times in the air, steadied himself, and faced the oncoming Muzan. Urich roared karma. His body began to swell, and within moments he transformed into a giant nearly 10 meters tall. His massive fist came crashing down toward the charging Muzan. Muzan snorted, thrusting both fists outward, deflecting Urich's nearly meter-wide punch. He leaped high, kicking Urich under the chin. The colossal body was lifted several meters into the air. Black arm. Hammer. His blackened right arm smashed into Urich's chest, the sheer force sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Urich's massive form spun as it crashed to the ground. He's incredibly strong, Vice Admiral Muzan. Sentamaru couldn't help but exclaim, watching Muzan dominate the battlefield. Muzan took a deep breath and dashed toward Law, who was not far away. Suddenly, a massive mechanical arm slammed down at the sprinting Muzan. Muzan's eyes shifted and he leaped onto the mechanical arm, running along it straight toward the bloodied kid. Crackling arcs of electricity appeared on the mechanical arm. Pieces of steel trembled, floated into the air, and shot toward Muzan. Watching Muzan approach, Kid howled, fall down already. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King, the ruler of the seas. He swung his right fist, the black, gleaming armament hockey, emitting white steam. Pirate King. One of those is enough. Muzhan's cold voice rang out. Their two blackened fists collided, the air rippling outward like waves. Blue-black lightning crackled between them, hissing. Kid gritted his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Just as he was about to give way, two figures appeared beside him. Gear third. Giant pistol. Injection shot. A giant fist smashed toward Muzhan. Law gripped the middle of Kikoku, aiming at Muzhan's heart. Kid, who had been on the verge of collapse, slowly turned the tide with the aid of the two, even gaining a slight edge over Muzhan. Muzhan's eyes widened as he stared at the three blocking his path. Rage surged into his mind. 1, 2, 3. Even with the favor of this world, you're far too arrogant. The justice carried by the Marines is something you cannot comprehend. With that, Muzhan took a deep breath and roared, "Fall down obediently." He summoned all his strength, locking horns with the three. To the shock of the onlookers, a blinding white light burst forth, followed by a violent explosion. After the gale, the dust settled. Only a tall figure stood before them. Drip, drip. Muzhan's chest, wounded by Law, dripped blood steadily. Ignoring the bleeding wound, he walked toward the nearest Kid. This is the end. Muzhan grabbed Kid by the head, lifted him, and punched him square in the face. Kid coughed up a mouthful of blood and went limp, devoid of life. Muzhan tossed him aside, then raised his right foot over Luffy and brought it down with crushing force. His right leg carried several white vortexes of gas, relentlessly smashing toward Luffy. Swish, just as the attack was about to land, a figure descended from the sky. A palm with flesh pads blocked this fatal blow for Luffy. Muzhan's eyes narrowed, and after clearly seeing the newcomer, he questioned, "Warlord of the Sea Bartholomew Kuma, are you interfering with the Navy's mission?" Kuma raised his head, said nothing, and spoke to Luffy lying on the ground. "If you want to travel, where do you want to go?" Before Luffy could respond, Kuma raised his right palm and slapped Luffy. With a pop, Luffy disappeared before everyone's eyes. Luffy, Nami, and the others screamed in shock. "You guy?" Rumble Ball. Chopper roared, his body instantly expanding, and swung his hoof at Kuma's head. Kuma turned and slapped Chopper with his palm. But Chopper's figure instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. "I say, Bartholomew Kuma, aren't you too dismissive of the Navy?" Muzhan roared angrily and threw a heavy punch at the great bear before him. With a whoosh, Kuma's figure disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared behind Nami and Robin. With two pa-pa sounds, Nami and Robin disappeared from everyone's sight. "Nami! Robin!" Sanji's eyes widened in fury, and despite the pain in his right leg, he slowly stood up. "Demon! Wind leg!" Sanji leaped high into the air, his right leg engulfed in flames, and kicked toward Kuma. At the moment of approach, Kuma's right palm instantly struck out. With a pop, Sanji disappeared before everyone's eyes. The great bear's figure vanished again, and immediately afterward Frankie and Zoro disappeared in an instant. Bonnie watched the great bear before her with tears in her eyes, biting her lip tightly. The expressionless Kuma looked at the crying Bonnie, gently stroked her head, and then waved his right hand. With a pop, Bonnie instantly disappeared from the island. Kuma turned to look at the angry Muzhan and shook his head at the latter. Seeing this, Muzhan snorted coldly and punched Drake, sending him flying. He roared, "All the pirates on the island. Send them all to impel down." Rayleigh, who was fighting Kizaru, saw that the battle on this side had ended. With one strike, he repelled Kizaru and said with a smile, "Let's end it here. This old body of mine can't take any more beating." Hearing this, Kizaru's sunglasses reflected a flash of light. He dismissed the Ama no Murakumo sword in his hand, stretched lazily, and then transformed into a ray of golden light, flying into the sky. Drake, wearing seastone handcuffs, had his mind racing, impelled down. Could Junior Admiral Muzhan really not know my identity? I clearly tried my best to signal him. I was just one shout away from yelling out that I'm a spy. Even so, as Drake was being taken away and passed by Muzhan, he still blinked his eyes frantically. Muzhan walked along the streets of Sabaody, seeing the pirates fleeing in panic without knowing which way to go. He stepped forward and punched each one down. When he reached the harbor, Muzhan looked at Hawkins under Briss's body and immediately understood. "No wonder I didn't see him during the battle just now." Muzhan walked up to Hawkins and asked sternly, "I heard you're very good at fortune-telling. Have you calculated that you would die today?" Hearing this, Hawkins calmly replied, "No, I will not die today." Before the words had even finished, Muzhan's iron fist fell directly, shattering Hawkins' heart. "Congratulations. You answered wrong." Muzhan retracted his fist and led several people toward the ship Hades. Cordelia stood beside Muzhan, looking at the prominently white hair on Muzhan's head, and her heart suddenly tightened. Muzhan, walking ahead, seemed to notice Cordelia's gaze and reached up to pluck out that white hair. He held it in front of him, staring at the white hair with a calm smile. "There's nothing to worry about. While gaining power beyond that of ordinary people, one must also bear the pain brought by this power." Releasing his fingers, a gentle breeze blew, carrying the white hair, drifting into the distance. A few days later, a world-shocking major news spread across the seas. The era of evil has suffered a complete defeat. The Navy's supernovas have almost annihilated all the pirate supernovas. Killer Samurai Killer. Don Godfather Capone Beach. The Magician Basil Hawkins. Scratchman Apo. The Strange Monk Big News Mukai. Eustace Kid. And the rest, 7 in total, were all killed. The Straw Hat Crew's whereabouts became unknown while Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, and X-Drake were imprisoned and impelled down. In the first half of the Grand Line at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Sengoku looked at the intelligence in his hand, removed his glasses, and rubbed his brow with his fingers. Why, Zephyr? Why is Mujin's killing intent so heavy? My order was clearly arrest, not execution. Sengoku stared at Zephyr, whose complexion had clearly improved, and asked. Hearing this, Zephyr put down the belly in his hand and rubbed his fingers on Garp's body. With a helpless expression, he said, "Who?" Crane put down the teacup and his gentle voice rang out. I think there's nothing bad about it. Wanting to rely on pirates to balance pirates is itself a fantasy. If there were no 7 warlords of the sea, there would be the tragedy of Alabasta. Moreover, we now have Mujin and his guerrilla team. Can they not also play a balancing role? Hearing this, Sengoku let out a long breath of relief. At port number 3, the fiery red ship Hades slowly docked. Rest for 3 days. Gather here again after 3 days. After speaking, Mujin walked straight toward the building ahead. The spiral staircase upward seemed to have no end. Tap, 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 the crisp sound of leather shoes striking the wooden boards echoed in the empty corridor. Before a wooden door, Mujin stopped. With a creak, Mujin pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the man on the chair, Mujin's eyebrows raised slightly. On the training ground, Mujin paused to watch the 2 figures locked in fierce combat. Slashes rained down like droplets, spattering in all directions and tearing through the floorboards. Flower rain. Tao Tu called out softly, thrusting her golden pira towards Sokka with blinding speed, as if a dozen blades shot forth at once. Sokka's expression hardened, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. He constantly dodged Tao Tu's attacks. Not enough, not enough. Faster. Tao Tu shouted, her sword accelerating as she thrust at Sokka. He kept evading, searching for an opening in her guard. Suddenly, Sokka's eyes narrowed. Gripping his sword with both hands, he brought it down heavily toward Tao Tu's face. Seeing this, Tao Tu curled the corner of her mouth. With a twist of her wrist, the golden pira swept upward like a rainbow, sending Sokka's 7-star sword flying. The sharp blade of the golden pira pressed against Sokka's throat. Sokka raised his hands in surrender, forcing a bitter smile. I lost again. Tao Tu twirled her wrist in a flourish and sheathed the golden pira. She patted Sokka's shoulder. You've done remarkably well. Mastering both observation haki and armament haki in such a short time. You're a true genius. Sokka smiled wryly, a figure appearing in his mind. Mujin, seeing the fight, and leaped down and instantly stood before Sokka. Sokka was startled, then exclaimed in surprise, Rear Admiral Mujin. Tao Tu nodded at Mujin. Well done. You wiped out so many pirate supernovas in one go, you'll probably be promoted to Vice Admiral soon. Mujin smiled. That's for Fleet Admiral Sengoku to decide. Then I'll leave you 2 alone, Tao Tu said, turning and walking away. Sokka watched Tao Tu's retreating figure and called out loudly, Thank you, Vice Admiral Tao Tu. Mujin took in the scene and said slowly, Come on, let me see what you're made of. With that, he tore off his cloak and tossed it behind him. The seemingly light garment shot through the air like a cannonball propelled by Mujin's immense strength, landing precisely on the viewing stand with a whistling sound. Sokka immediately widened the distance and pulled the 7-star sword from the ground. The 2 exchanged glances, then erupted with fighting spirit. Night fell on Ma Lin Fan, duo serene and peaceful. Glowing sea insects danced on the water's surface. In the bustling tavern, the Marines were holding a banquet in celebration of Mujin's victory, most of them trained by ZFA. To the righteous Marine, Hades Mujin. In an instant, everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Yo, everyone's here. Akiji, dressed in a blue and white suit, pushed open the door and walked in surprise to see so many familiar faces. What? It's Admiral Kazan. Someone hastily stood up to salute, but Akiji waved them off. He picked up a glass from the table and seamlessly blended in with the crowd. Leaning against the counter, Akiji said to Mujin beside him, Good work. This is the biggest haul the Navy has had in years. You haven't disgraced Master ZFA. Mujin smiled in reply. Not enough. I'm still far from it. Akiji paused, his eyes scanning Mujin's expression. Suddenly he said, No wonder you have conqueror's haki. Now I understand a little. Amid the clinking of glasses, Bulusi inexplicably gripped the hilt of the 7-star sword. In an instant, a green energy invaded his mind. Bulusi shuddered, then burst into manic laughter. I, Bulusi, am the strongest man on the whole sea. Roar. The confused Marines, thinking Bulusi was just drunk, cheered him on. Meanwhile, the sword's owner, Sokka, had already passed out, slumped motionless on the table. With a creak, a tall figure entered, A white baseball cap, a fiery red suit, and the signature rose on his chest. Even though most of the Marines present were dead, drunk, they instantly recognized the newcomer. The lively tavern fell silent. Bulusi bellowed, "Drink up." "Why stop?" Noticing everyone's gaze shift behind him, he turned to see the stern-faced figure. He spoke slowly, "Yo, if it isn't Admiral Akainu. Come, drink." With that he shoved his glass into Akainu's hand. Snatching someone else's glass, he attempted to clink with Akainu. Seeing Akainu unmoving, Bulusi cursed, "Not giving face, huh? You're so tough, why don't you go fight the fleet admiral?" The assembled Marines were so frightened they could barely hold their glasses. Even Muzan and Akiji stared in shock at the ranting Bulusi. Seeing Akainu's expression darken, Muzan quickly stepped forward. "Admiral Akainu, he's drunk and not in his right mind." As he spoke, he snatched the 7-star sword from Bulusi. The moment he lost the sword, Bulusi shuddered, looked around blankly, and when his gaze landed on the man before him, he shouted, "Admiral Akainu." Akainu ignored Bulusi's impertinence, downed his drink in one go, then gave Muzan a meaningful glance. The two had barely stepped out of the tavern when a burst of laughter erupted inside. Bulusi looked cluelessly at his comrades' admiring expressions. Akainu walked ahead and stopped by a pond. Muzan stood beside him. "Admiral Akainu, is there something you want to discuss with me?" Akainu replied in a low voice, "Muzan, do you think the Navy belongs to the world government or to this sea?" Muzan answered without hesitation, "The Navy has always belonged to this sea." Akainu's eyes flickered. "If one day the Navy were to break away from the world government, what would you do?" Muzan paused, then said solemnly, "Then I would stand unwaveringly with the Navy. If necessary, I would lead the charge." Akainu's eyes lit up at Muzan's answer. He continued, "Muzan, would you be willing to serve as my adjutant? If you do, I'll request Fleet Admiral Sengoku to promote you to Vice Admiral." Muzan shook his head gently, his tone firm. "Admiral Akainu, I have my own justice to pursue." Akainu said no more, nodded and left. Passing the tavern, he barked, "Bruce, be at training ground now. For at 7 tomorrow morning." The tavern fell silent for a moment, then erupted in roaring laughter. Time flew, 3 days passed in a flash. At training ground no. 3 Zfa slowly brought his left hand close to a stone before him. When his palm was about 5 centimeters from the stone, Zfa gave a soft shout. A ripple emanated from his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the intact stone instantly turned to dust. Zfa looked at Muzan beside him. "This is the advanced application of armament haki. In the land of Hijigwa it's called Ryu Sakura. But ultimately it destroys objects from within." Muzan nodded, aimed at another stone, coated it with armament haki, and thrust forward. In the peaceful east blue, a gigantic island-like ship cut through the starlight. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, within the vast conference room, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. All the Marines' top combatants were assembled here, even the vice admirals responsible for guarding Marineford were present in their seats. Sengoku, seated at the head, gazed at the intelligence in his hand, his face dark and gloomy. Garp, usually laughing and joking, was now solemnly lowering his head, as if asleep. Finally Sengoku could no longer bear it, and slammed his fist onto Garp's head. "Garp!" Sengoku shouted. Garp, with sleepy eyes, rubbed the back of his head, and looked blankly at the Marines below who were staring at him. Kale scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily, "Ha ha, I actually fell asleep." Sakaski, sitting on the other side, snorted coldly, "Merely a remnant of the old era. Let me go and I can annihilate them in an instant." Tsuru, sitting beside Sengoku, spoke seriously, "Golden Lion Shiki, a user of the float fruit, possesses the ability to fly, if he insists on avoiding battle." Tsuru's words trailed off, but everyone present understood. Among the Marines, only one possessed formidable aerial combat capabilities. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on that yellow figure. Kizaru, who was trimming his nails, said nonchalantly, "That's a legendary pirate. I'm afraid if I go alone." Before Kizaru could finish, he noticed Sengoku glaring at him furiously. "Very well, I'll make the trip." Saying this, Kizaru rose and walked outside. In addition, Momosaji Shitan and Muzan, you three will go as well. Sengoku looked at the 3 figures below and said. With a response, the 3 followed Kizaru and walked out. Before boarding the ship, Kizaru tossed a rod wrapped with chains to Muzan. "This is the weapon you requested. Its shape is quite peculiar." Muzan reached out to catch it, unfolded it, and saw a long chain connecting a short rod. After wrapping it around his hand, Muzan expressed his thanks to Kizaru. "Oob." Shitan, upon seeing Muzan's warship, his eyes lit up. "I say, Muzan, how about we swap ships? My ship was built to Admiral standards. Although your ship is a bit small, I don't mind taking a loss," Shitan said to Muzan with a sincere expression. Muzan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to refute this thick-skinned pig. With a thud, Momosaji punched Shitan on the head. "Admiral Kizaru has already flown away." Then she turned to Muzan, smiling sweetly. "Our ships are not as fast as yours." At sea, a streak of red sped forward, rushing toward the east blue at full speed. Shaitan walked to the helm, looked at the exhausted Bruce, and nudged his shoulder. I heard you got drilled by that kind of guy, eh? Shaitan asked with a gossipy tone. Bruce, upon hearing this, snapped. How can you use such an ugly nickname? You should call him Admiral Sakaski. Shaitan paused for a moment, then clicked his tongue, patting Bruce's shoulder with pity. Meanwhile, the once peaceful and tranquil East Blue had become chaotic. On Goat Island, a group of pirates was locked in battle with a huge elk sporting horns. Captain Alvida, we can't hold out. Maybe we should surrender. A pirate shouted to the tall woman at the forefront. Alvida wavered for a moment, then shook her head, refusing. That guy is going to destroy the East Blue. Aren't you also a native of the East Blue? Hearing this, the pirates shouted and charged forward to fight the ferocious beast. Unlike Alvida, most pirate crews chose to submit. Some even personally participated in the plan to destroy the East Blue. In Kokoyashi village, Jinzo desperately blocked the winged ancient saber-toothed tiger. His body was covered in wounds, blood flowing endlessly, while behind him lay Nami's sister Nojiko unconscious. As the beasts rampaged, more and more villages fell. Kiwi, who had replaced Mouse as the base commander of the East Blue branch, wore a grim expression. Simply dealing with the beasts was already overwhelming, let alone the pirates seizing the opportunity to kill civilians and plunder treasure. On the sea, one ship after another flying the flag of the flying pirate crew sailed toward various towns. High above, a massive island shaped like a lion's head circled endlessly over the East Blue. Watching his handiwork below, Shiki couldn't help but laugh with delight. Capture all the Marines. Tie them to stakes. Contact Morgans and tell him to announce to the world, I, the Golden Lion Shiki, am back. I'll graciously take the throne of the Pirate King. Meanwhile, varying degrees of pirate riots erupted in the other three seas. In the West Blue, Peter Ball fired arrow after arrow. With the aid of the explosion fruit pirate ships were sunk one after another. What's going on today? Are these pirates courting death? Ball frowned as he watched the endless waves of pirate crews attacking the marine base. Similar situations were occurring in the other seas. The pirates, acting out of character, threw themselves into frenzied attacks against the Marines. It seemed as if they were trying to replace the Marines. At Marine headquarters, warships were being readied for departure. Among them, some Marines wore Red Death's Head armbands, clearly distinguishing them from the others. These Marines with the Death's Head armbands included some missing an arm, others missing an eye, and even some with gray hair. On the Grand Line, a ship bearing the flag of the Beast Pirates sailed toward the four seas. A burly man stood at the bow, his eyes wide with fury. Two massive fangs on his chest gleamed with cold light. At the same time, a small boat also traveled from the New World to Paradise, its destination being the East Blue. A streak of light flashed across the sky. His gaze swept downward where ferocious spirit beasts ran rampant through the town. Countless pirates slaughtered the sea folk wantonly, plumes of smoke rising straight into the heavens. Blood was everywhere and corpses littered the ground. Cries of agony and the roar of cannon fire filled the air, an unending cacophony. The once bustling town now lay desolate and devoid of life. A pirate raised his blade, butchering unarmed civilians without mercy. A woman cradling a newborn infant, her leg injured, struggled to escape this area. As the pirate drew closer, the woman bowed her head deeply and prayed, God, save me, save your people. With the pirate approaching, her prayer changed. Whoever you are, save us. The pirate sneered and raised his sword. No god will save you. If there is a god in this world, it must be me. With that, the long blade descended. The woman tightly shut her eyes and twisted her body to shield her child from any harm. Seconds passed. The woman lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the tall figure standing before her. She murmured, Is it God? Hearing this, the newcomer shook his head slightly, his clear voice uttering words that brought her peace. No, not God. It is the Navy. The pirate whose attack had been blocked roared, God or Navy, I'll kill you all. Scum like you pollute this sea with your existence. Mujun bellowed, crushing the blade in his hand with sheer force. He then turned the blade around and drove it straight into the pirate's heart. Unfastening the cloak from his shoulder, he draped it over the woman. From his pocket, he took out a green pill, placed it in her palm, and said softly, This pill will heal your wounds. Head in the direction I came from. Behind me lies safety. With that under the woman's gaze, Mujun slowly walked toward the center of the town. Walking along the shattered streets, Mujun beheld the hellish scene. The screams that reached his ears stoked a fury he could barely contain. His conqueror's haki erupted without restraint. In an instant, heaven and earth faded. A pirate exposing his chest was forcing himself upon a woman when suddenly his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. People screamed in terror as they were about to fall into the gaping maw of a spirit beast. Suddenly, the beast lost consciousness and crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. But the powerful spirit beast, enraged by the pressure, sensed the source of the aura and immediately abandoned its prey, turning around. In an instant, the vast town was swept by waves of dust surging from all directions. Within a few breaths, dozens of massive spirit beasts surrounded Muzan. Muzan exhaled, deeply tore off his tie, and tossed it high into the sky. Come on, you beasts. With a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot, Muzan disappeared in the blink of an eye. A beast with a goat's head and an ox's tail crashed to the ground, its entire skull deeply caved in. The moment Muzan landed, a massive claw swung at him. Crushing fist. Without dodging, he punched the claw, his immense power piercing straight through it, splattering blood that dyed his body crimson. The lion-bodied, bare-faced beast roared in pain from its injured claw. Your roar is ugly as well. Muzan's legs powered him into a high leap, and with a bare fist he smashed it into the creature's head. The enormous body shot into the town's ruins like a cannonball. Feeling the pain in his fist, Muzan snorted and surveyed the area. His conqueror's haki surged once more. The enraged beast surged forward, sharp claws and gleaming fangs. A glint of red flashed in his eyes as he sidestepped the saber-toothed tiger's fangs. Armament haki instantly enveloped his right fist, and with a powerful blow he shattered the 4-meter-long fong. Turning, he stabbed the broken fong into the palm of another beast. Ducking under the attack of a giant baboon, he leaped high and punched it squarely in the face. In less than a minute, Muzan had dispatched all dozens of spirit beasts. Muzan advanced deeper into the town. Every pirate that came into his sight met a pebble through the center of their forehead. After several minutes of battle, Muzan had cleared the island of all pirates and beasts. Yet his heart was heavy. The East Sea had countless islands. If every island were like this, then. Selecting a ship at random from the harbor, Muzan set sail toward the nearest island. Just after he left, a figure descended from the sky, seeing the dead beasts and the civilians trembling in the ruins. The figure raised a hand, and the ground violently shook. Everything on the surface was swept up by an unseen force. Gradually, spiraling spikes rose, exposing countless heads. Let these be the burial for my beasts. With that, the towering figure shot into the sky, vanishing into the clouds within seconds. Seeing the pirate ship flying the flag of the flying pirates ahead, Muzan leaped. His feet kicked the air repeatedly, and in a flash he was among the pirates. While the pirates were still stunned, Muzan began a slaughter. In a few breaths, his right hand gripped the ship's captain by the throat. Where is Jean Shitsi? Muzan roared, his presence shifting. The fat pirate trembled in fear, pointed to the sky, and stammered. We were all sent down by Boss Shiki from above. I don't know where he is either. Seeing the Navy officer's face darken, the fat pirate's lower body quivered, and a pungent odor spread through the air. Muzan glanced at the pirate in his hand with disgust, and crushed his neck. Looking at the island nearby, he leaped forward, his body shooting out like a bolt. At the same time, on the other side of the island, 2 warships landed almost simultaneously. Marines streamed down the ships in tight formation. One of the warship's commanders wore an eye patch, his face covered in scars, and a red armband on his arm. He stared at the billowing smoke ahead. Not a single pirate or beast on this island is to be left alive. He charged ahead toward the town. Instantly, dozens of Marines followed. Time was everything. Every second earlier could save a life. The other warship was led by Ka Pu's adjutant. The once bustling town was now desolate. In the ruins, survivors stared in terror at the beasts prowling outside. Muzan moved through the ruins like a fish in water, unimpeded. Suddenly, a small, thin spirit beast burst out from the rubble. Its sharp claws aimed directly for Muzan's throat. His eyes flickered, and he leaned back. His right hand shot out, grabbing the attacking beast. It was a baboon with sharp claws. Even though its beastly instincts told it this human was beyond its match, a surge of impulse drove it to tear him apart. Muzan snorted, crushed its skull with a single squeeze of his hand. His conqueror's haki radiated outward without restraint. He noticed that it attracted these beasts like an addict to a drug. In an instant, beasts from all over the town surged toward Muzan. He lifted his head, looking at the blood-covered creatures. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, all of you. As if provoked by his words, 4 massive spirit beasts attacked simultaneously. He casually picked up a strip of cloth from the ruins and wiped the blood from his hands. Behind him, 4 massive heads lay quietly, blood pooling into a crimson lake. In the town, a pirate was chasing an unarmed civilian. He laughed maniacally. Run, run. Live prey is more fun to cut. Suddenly, the little girl tripped over rubble. She turned to see the pirate approaching. Tears fell down her cheeks as she stared in terror. With a whoosh, a figure descended from the sky, crushing the pirate into a pulp. The newcomer smiled at the girl behind him. Forgive us for being late. As he spoke, one figure after another swept past them, launching attacks on the pirates and beasts ahead. At the East Sea Branch 153, pirate ships arrived from all directions, besieging the branch so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Inside the branch were over 1,000 civilians. The Marines stood before the trenches, repelling wave after wave of pirate attacks. DRA, with his curled mustache, watched the relentless onslaught with a grim expression. A full 30 pirate ships, nearly 500 pirates, surrounded the branch of only 150 Marines. Even if the pirates did not launch and attack, the food within the base could not sustain the Marines and civilians for long. Suddenly, all the pirates stepped aside, clearing a wide path. In DRA's perception, an entity exuding a terrifying aura slowly approached the base. Under the astonished gaze of the Marines, a red gorilla wearing pink shorts and a pink suit appeared at the front line. Following closely behind were dozens of massive rare beasts, their mouths emitting foul gas, drool hanging from their lips, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Lord Scarito, the leading pirate, stepped forward and addressed the red gorilla respectfully. Scarito glanced at the bald pirate, then opened his mouth wide and let out a yubu-yubu cry. In an instant, the rare beasts behind Scarito roared in unison and charged at the Marines in front. Seeing the front line of Marines in turmoil, DRA roared, "No retreat. Behind us are civilians." As he spoke, DRA's body began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a were-beast nearly 7 meters tall, covered in coarse hair, appeared on the battlefield. Roar! DRA opened his massive mouth and roared at the front. The charging rare beasts suddenly halted, their sharp claws digging into the ground as they let out uneasy growls. Seeing this, Scarito opened his huge mouth and let out another yubu-yubu sound. Dozens of rare beasts opened their reeking maws and charged forward. DRA stomped the ground with both feet and soared into the air. Adjusting his posture mid-flight, he descended rapidly, his sharp fangs piercing through the body of a mammoth without obstruction. DRA wrapped his arms around the mammoth and hurled it into the throng of pirates. The pirates screamed in terror. In an instant, the once orderly pirates fell into chaos, fleeing desperately. The mammoth crashed down, shaking the entire base. Inside, the civilians, hearing the commotion outside, covered their ears and looked anxiously at the sealed gates. Among the crowd, a dozen figures exchanged glances, confirming their plan, and drew short blades from their waists. Outside, DRA fought 7 rare beasts alone, but several still charged toward the Marine base. Ordinary cannonballs were far from enough to inflict fatal damage on these thick-skinned beasts. At the same time, the pirates launched their assault. While battling the rare beasts, DRA also had to dodge the pirates' cannonballs. For a moment, the Marines were slaughtered. Hearing the screams echoing from the base, DRA roared in fury. His form changed again, and in an instant a wild boar dozens of meters long appeared before everyone. He scraped the ground with his front hooves, then charged at a corpse tiger. With a squelch, a pair of sharp tusks pierced through the tiger. DRA carried the tiger's corpse and charged toward the pirates. Cannon fire roared incessantly, but all were blocked by the tiger's massive body. Amid the pirates, DRA spun his body, lifting his front legs to trample pirates into pulp, while his thick tail sent pirates flying one after another. Roar! A rare beast howled, its form like a phantom. In an instant, it appeared behind DRA, opening its bloody maw to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a squelch, a large chunk of flesh was torn away. DRA grimaced in pain and turned his head to see a lion with ox horns swallowing the torn flesh. DRA's eyes turned ferocious. He swung his thick tail with lightning speed, striking the lion beast squarely on the face. The oxhorn lion was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into a building and buried under rubble. The remaining rare beasts growled lowly, circling DRA, occasionally lashing out with claws and fangs to tear away large pieces of flesh. The bald pirate directed the others to fire all cannonballs at DRA's wounds. The pirate cannonballs rained down like hail, constantly striking DRA. Even with the terrifying regenerative power of the Zoan-type, DRA could barely recover under the concentrated assault. Seizing an opportunity, he grabbed another rare beast, stomped its head with his front hoof, and crushed it. DRA looked around, his body drenched in blood made him appear like a beast from hell. The Zoan's powerful regeneration and the attacks from pirates and beasts kept him in constant agony. His gaze hardened as he spotted the red gorilla commanding among the pirates. DRA roared, leaped high, broke out of the rare beast's encirclement, and charged at Scarito. Along the way, pirates were either knocked flying or crushed by DRA. Instantly, the pirates scattered in panic. Scarito watched the charging boar beat his chest with his arms and let out a "you" cry. DRA's speed increased, the distance between them shrinking rapidly, yet Scarito showed no sign of dodging. They collided, but there was no fountain of blood as expected. The tusks did not pierce Scarito's body. Scarito's solid muscular arms firmly grasped DRA's 2 long tusks. With a low growl, his arms suddenly expanded to another dimension. With a heave, he lifted DRA's massive body off the ground. His body began to spin with his feet, the speed increasing rapidly. Within a few breaths, a small tornado formed, sucking in the surrounding rubble and any pirates who came too close. Scarito's eyes sharpened, he braked abruptly and released his arms. DRA's body shot like a cannonball into the town, the immense force making it impossible for him to stop himself. He could only slow down by crashing through buildings. After smashing through countless buildings, DRA's flying form finally came to a halt. His body was riddled with steel bars, and his entire form was a mass of blood and flesh. Scarito examined the thick tusks in his hands, toyed with them for a moment, then suddenly shoved them onto his own tusks. Though it looked extremely odd, Scarito seemed quite satisfied with his reflection in the blood puddle, admiring his now long tusks. Dra, gritting his teeth against the pain, slowly rose and stumbled step by step toward the battlefield. The 6 rare beasts pressed in, each revealing their sharpest parts, constantly tearing at Dra's flesh. Meanwhile, the Marines at the base, witnessing their base commander being brutalized, roared and charged out. But it was all in vain. One by one they fell to the rare beasts' attacks and the pirates' cannon fire. Under the siege of the rare beasts, the already gravely wounded Dra could no longer hold on. With a thunderous crash, he fell onto the land he had once sworn to protect. Dra lay in a pool of blood, slowly reverting to human form, gazing at the distant smoke-filled base about to be overrun. A trail of blood tears flowed from his eyes. There are still over 1,000 civilians inside. That was Dra's final thought. Scarito let out a low roar toward the sky, and all the rare beasts, except one bloodthirsty tiger leopard, returned to his side. He roared again, but the tiger leopard, still in the throes of killing, seemed deaf to the command and continued its rampage. Enraged, Scarito let out a low growl. In an instant, the 8 rare beasts behind him shot out like lightning and tore the tiger leopard into pieces. Yubu, yubu. Scarito roared, summoning all the rare beasts back. They still had to conquer the next marine branch. The pirates gathered all the marine bodies, erected wooden stakes on the ground, and tied the corpses to them. In the sky, a newsbird carrying a camera flew overhead. It pressed the shutter on its chest, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The World Economic News: this may be the darkest day since the founding of the Marines. The bodies of Marines were tied naked to wooden stakes. Even when discovered, some Marines were still alive. Countless seabirds, drawn by the scent of blood, madly pecked at the flesh of the heroes. In that photograph, rows of stakes stood in orderly lines with a blood-stained pirate flag at their center. Fluttering in the air was a pirate flag bearing a golden mane. On Goat Island, a group of pirates were surrounding and killing a rare beast. The tall Eurolita stood at the forefront. The beast's attacks slid off her body without causing any harm. At the same time, the Marines, who had eliminated all the rare beasts and pirates in the town, were gradually converging here. Through their observation and perception, they sensed that there was still a ferocious beast with considerable presence. Luzfew, his face covered in scars, arrived first and knocked the beast to the ground with a single punch. The elk with bull horns rose, shook its head, exhaled 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils, and charged at the attacking Luzfew. Luzfew grinned viciously. "Damn beast, I'll send you to hell right now." With that, he drew the tachi from his waist. A red gleam flashed in his eyes, and he sidestepped to avoid the fatal charge. With a single slash, the massive elk's head fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. After Luzfew finished off the elk, Bogiate arrived with several Marines. One of the Marines let out a clear sigh of relief, his trembling hands gradually calming down. Luzfew looked at the group fighting the ferocious beast and hesitantly took out a notebook. After careful comparison, he pointed his blade at Eurolita and the others. "You are the pirates lurking on this island, aren't you? Perfect timing to take you down now." Eurolita and the other pirates showed grave expressions. But thinking of how easily the man before them had dealt with the ferocious beast that had troubled them for so long, they chose to surrender, dropping their weapons and kneeling to beg for mercy. Luzfew grinned, swinging the fine sword Blizzard in his hand. A flash of blade light, and a head rolled on the ground until it stopped at KB's feet. Seeing this, Eurolita was first startled, then shouted angrily, "Why did you attack? Didn't we already surrender?" But what came was not an answer, only Luzfew's sharp blade. KB watched the pirates being slaughtered, a flicker of reluctance in his heart. Even though these were the pirates who had once kidnapped him, he still felt a trace of pity for them. He struggled to move his feet, then his steps grew larger. After a few breaths, KB stood in front of Eurolita, looked up, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Why? Weren't they just fighting the rare beast? They clearly begged for mercy. They did a good thing, didn't they, eh? Why must you kill them all?" Hearing this, Luzfew was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. After a few seconds, he looked at Bogiate and said mockingly, "Bogiate, don't tell me. This is the kid Vice Admiral Garp has his eye on." Faced with Luzfew's taunt, Bogiate could only nod helplessly. Seeing Bogiate's confirmation, Luzfew laughed even louder, then suddenly stopped and said to KB, "Kid, let me teach you a lesson. So-called spare those who surrender is merely a momentary whim of mercy from the strong." As he spoke, Luzfew removed the eye patch covering his right eye. Where there should have been a right eye as lively as the left, there was nothing now. No flesh, no blood, only a pitch-black socket, like a black hole. "See this, eh? This is the handiwork of those pirates in the New World. One naval vessel, 132 men, and I'm the only one left. In the eyes of those brutal pirates, your words are nothing but a joke." He paused, then continued, "I once believed in sparing those who surrender, but now." KB was stunned into speechlessness, stammering as if wanting to say something. Just then a figure appeared before the group. Mujin with a gloomy face glanced at KB, then looked at the pirates behind him and spoke in a low voice. Your Lita pirate crew since its founding has killed 34 civilians and 8 Marines directly or indirectly. Looking at the bowing KB, Mujin's cold voice rang out. The repentance of the wicked before death is meaningless. Those who plead for them are accomplices. If wrongdoings go unpunished, who would still believe in the glory of the Marines? This is the first time, KB. Next time I will kill you directly. As his words fell, a fist brushed past KB's cheek and slammed straight into Eurlita. Blood splattered on KB's face, leaving him unable to snap out of it for a long time. Boji-8 standing nearby sighed as he looked at the dazed KB. Biga Bigu. Just as Mujin withdrew his right fist, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket emitted a sound. Listening to the information from the Den Den Mushi, Mujin's face darkened as if it could drip water. Suppressing his anger, he slowly put away the Den Den Mushi. To KB he said, "Let's go. I'll show you what your pitiful mercy brings to the Marines." With that he turned and walked toward the dock. In the New World, on Onigashima, Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and let out an exaggerated laugh. Shiki, you bastard appearing in the East Blue. I want to fight with you. I want to tear off your head. Ha ha ha. In Tato Land, Big Mom let out a strange laugh. Memaha, Shiki, you've really gotten old. To think you'd attack the weakest sea. The whole world trembled at Shiki's actions. Meanwhile, a pirate ship evading everyone's sight silently arrived at the red line. The sky was a blood-red hue as countless seabirds ceaselessly circled overhead. The once pleasant cries now resembled a requiem for the departed. 2 warships arrived simultaneously at the port of the 153rd branch of the East Blue. Mujin walked amidst the ruins, his observation haki pushed to its limits, enveloping the entire town. Yet he detected not a single sign of life. The entire island lay in deathly silence. The Marines following behind him all wore grim expressions. Strangely, pools of blood flowed across the rubble, but few corpses were visible. Were they devoured by those beasts? Someone speculated. Until they reached the Marine base. All the Marines stared in horror at the sight before them. Some rubbed their eyes repeatedly, others slapped themselves hard. Is this? Hell, a Marine exclaimed in disbelief. The crimson blood had already coagulated, emitting a stench so pungent it stung the nostrils. Seabirds were pecking relentlessly at the corpses tied to wooden stakes. He dashed forward frantically, his gaze sweeping across the rows of stakes. Suddenly the Marine halted, standing frozen before one stake. He swung his arm violently to drive away the seabird perched upon it. Tears streamed uncontrollably. With a thud he fell to his knees before the stake. His anguished sobs struck a chord in the hearts of the other Marines. Then 2 more Marines rushed forward, followed by cries of grief. Mujin walked forward with a dark expression, passing row after row of stakes. He stopped before the last stake, lifting his head. The blood from Della's wounds had long since dried. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Marine flag on the ground. With a wave of his hand, 2 air blades shot forth, severing the ropes. Della's body fell. Mujin caught it, picked up the Marine flag from the ground, and wrapped the corpse in it. He continued deeper into the base. The further he went, the stronger the stench of blood. Realizing that he had seen no civilian corpses along the way, Mujin's heart trembled. He approached a large door from beneath which blood was still flowing. Voices came from within. I killed the most this time. 105 exactly. No, I killed the most. 106, one more than you. Is that so? What a pity. But on the next island I'll definitely surpass you. With a creak the steel door was pushed open. Dozens of corpses tumbled out, scattering at Mujin's feet. The door was covered in bloody claw marks. The faces of the corpses at his feet were twisted in terror, their mouths agape, as if screaming for help. Mujin's body trembled, not from fear, but from rage. He forced himself to move forward, trudging into the room. The bodies of infants were pierced by blades, heads lay scattered on the ground, their faces frozen in the terror of their final moments. A dozen figures sat atop a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood, playing with daggers in their hands. Yo! Finally someone opened the door. I thought they'd forgotten about us. A pirate leaped down and walked toward the entrance. Did you do all this? Mujin asked in a low voice. That uniform. You're a Marine. The pirate at the front snapped out of his surprise, then swung his dagger toward Mujin. Answer me. Did you do this? His right hand shot out, grabbing the pirate's face. The trapped pirate struggled in vain, then burst into laughter, shouting arrogantly, You damn Marine. You have no idea how intoxicating their screams were before they died. They were nothing but worthless rabble. Even if I hadn't killed them, they'd be dead anyway. S-sama will become. Before the pirate could finish, Mujin crushed his head with a single squeeze. He slowly raised his head, looking at the dozen or so pirates closing in. You. Have you never seen hell? Leaving the room without looking back, he swung his right arm behind him, unleashing a slash that soared into the sky. The pirate flag fluttering there came crashing down. The blazing flames burned the hearts of every Marine present. Everyone, fire your guns. Rutherford roared, raising his rifle and firing into the sky. Bang after bang, the flames grew fiercer. Muzhen walked toward the warship and pulled out a transponder snail. Meanwhile, in a giant hot air balloon floating over the new world, the deepest office echoed with the snail's ring. Morgans pulled the transponder snail from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He spoke in a falsetto, "Rear Admiral the Grim Reaper, what brings you to call me? I need all information on the pirates who massacred the East Blue 153rd branch, and their whereabouts." Muzhen, having no mood for pleasantries, stated directly. Morgans narrowed his eyes at the words. "Hades, Muzhen, even if you are Zifa's adopted son, you must understand. I am a businessman. What can you offer me? I will give you a big story that will shake the world. A story about GOLD. Roger." Morgans' eyes flashed with brilliance. Lowering his voice, he said, "Then I hope you, Lord Muzhen, will not disappoint me. The information you want will be delivered to you shortly." With a click, Morgans hung up, his mind filled with the big story Muzhen had mentioned. In the East Blue, a messenger bird flew over Muzhen's head, dropping a package that landed precisely beside him. Drawing a deep breath, Muzhen flipped through its contents. Exhaling slowly, Muzhen murmured to himself, "Golden Lion. Shiki." Above the Red Line in the Holy Land, Mary Geos, a ship slowly sailed away from the port. Within the grand conference room, the 5 elders deliberated on the turmoil in the East Blue. That Shiki fellow stirring up such a commotion right from the start. He's showing no regard for the world government or the Navy. The urgent matter now is to suppress the rebellion in the East Blue. Exactly, if we don't stop it, the world government's authority will be shattered. This is highly detrimental to IM's rule. Who should we send? At these words, the 5 fell silent instantly, as every force in the Holy Land had an irreplaceable role. What if the Revolutionary Army attacks the Holy Land in the meantime? At that moment, the bald elder V. Nustero spoke up. "Then perhaps I should go myself." The other 4 were startled, then promptly vetoed Nustero's proposal. The blonde elder shepherd Jew Peter made the final decision, leaving no room for argument. "Our duty is to guard Ansama. Leave this matter to CP9. Nustero's gaze turned cold, then he closed his eyes. The other 4 exchanged glances, remaining silent. Meanwhile, a pirate ship slowly entered the East Blue. At every island it passed, it slaughtered everything. Pirates, rare beasts, and civilians alike. 3 days passed in a flash. Golden Lion Shiki still hadn't appeared, but Muzhen had found a way to force him out. At East Blue Branch 157, under the leadership of Shikaleduo, the flying pirate crew captured one base after another. G. Wasey fought fiercely at the front against 4 ferocious rare beasts, while behind him a tide of pirates relentlessly assaulted the base. Blood streamed from the wound on G. Wasey's abdomen, his face pale, and even his haki was difficult to maintain. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his steps faltering. One rare beast fixed its gaze, lunged forward, and struck him with a massive claw, sending him flying. Falling from the air, G. Wasey crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling and slamming into a broken wall. G. Wasey stood up shakily, trying to gather his armament haki, but it was depleted. In a daze, he seemed to see his comrades training. "Della, I'm coming to see you. I'm such a disgrace. I couldn't even hold the base." The roar of the rare beast snapped G. Wasey back to reality. He lifted his head and saw the beast charging at him. He roared, "Come on, you beasts." But no matter how much he wanted to move his legs, his body had already given out. As he took a step forward, his legs gave way, and he fell to one knee. The beast's roar grew closer. G. Wasey knelt helplessly. "I've reached my limit." He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death. The foul stench-filled odor drew nearer and nearer. Whoosh! A figure descended from the sky, landing before G. Wasey and stomping the rare beast's head into the ground. A warm voice sounded in G. Wasey's ear. "I'm sorry I'm late." G. Wasey looked up in disbelief at the figure. Death had indeed come, but it was the death of pirates. Exhaling deeply, Muzhen's figure blurred. In the blink of an eye, Muzhen tore the throats of 2 rare beasts, leaving them writhing weakly on the ground. A crocodile with sharp claws let out a low growl, watching the human who had effortlessly killed its companions. It moved its limbs, retreating backward. Shikaleduo, seeing this, let out a series of yubo-yubo cries, urging the giant crocodile to charge at Muzhen. But in the face of death, even the commands of Shikaleduo, the king of rare beasts, were useless. The giant crocodile fled toward the shore without a second thought, moving with astonishing speed. "Do you think you can escape?" A thunderous roar exploded in everyone's minds. Muzhen dashed toward the giant crocodile, a fierce gale trailing behind him. Seeing the shore just ahead, the giant crocodile's eyes gleamed as it sped up. But before it could rejoice, a whistling sound rang in its ears. The giant crocodile turned its head only to see the human who had just killed its companions catching up. In its terrified gaze, a massive fist hurtled toward its eye. Boom! The giant crocodile was sent flying backward. Muzhen quickly followed, descending from above and smashing it into the ground. A thick steel bar pierced through the giant crocodile's body. Within a few breaths the beast that had been wreaking havoc moments ago lay lifeless. Mu Jun withdrew his gaze and looked at the red gorilla ahead. Your turn, Shikaleduo. That thing in your mouth. Are those Della's teeth? Shikaleduo roared in fury, beating his chest, and charged at Mu Jun. Mu Jun stood his ground, red arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes. After eliminating all the pirates on the island, Mu Jun found Ji Weisi, who was bandaged like a mummy. Thank you so much for this. Otherwise I would have followed them. Ji Weisi forced a bitter smile, but the grief in his eyes was impossible to hide. Mu Jun listened in silence. After a long moment he asked in a hoarse voice, who has fallen? Ji Weisi opened and closed his mouth, naming one after another, Della Zibalai Inasai. Even Lam, who was always afraid of death, died protecting the civilians. Of the entire 15th military training camp now, only I remain. Perhaps I should have died in this battle too. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face, unable to contain his pain. Mu Jun patted Ji Weisi's shoulder, since you're the only one left alive on carrying their will. What about you? Where are you going? Ji Weisi looked at Mu Jun's pale face and asked softly. Mu Jun stood up and walked outside to pull Golden Lion Shiki off his throne. Walking with head bowed on a blood-soaked road, Mu Jun felt a surge of anger in his heart. Pitter-patter, the gloomy sky, after brewing for a long time, finally let loose the rain it had long planned. Mu Jun looked up at the sky, letting the rain soak his face. What a detestable weather. Step by step he walked to a huge cage, took out a Den Den mushi from his pocket, and placed it on the ruins before him. The Den Den mushi trembled, then its eyes opened, scanning Mu Jun and the surroundings. At the same time screens around the world went black, and a few seconds later the image reappeared. But the content had changed. A man in a marine uniform appeared on the screen. My name? Hades Mu Jun. I am a rear admiral of the marine headquarters. An ordinary marine. Golden Lion Shiki, on behalf of the civilians and marines who died in this East Blue turmoil, I declare war on you. I'll be waiting for you at the East Blue Marine Branch 153. I'll give you 4 days. When the time is up, I'll kill that ridiculous pet of yours, Scarlet. As he spoke, Mu Jun yanked off the black cloth covering the cage behind him. Inside, a creature with its limbs bound, blood continuously flowing from the corners of its mouth. Its teeth had all been pulled out, and it let out whimpering cries. Mu Jun's eyes hardened, and he gathered power in his right hand, then chopped down at Scarlet's right shoulder. With a squelch, Scarlet's right arm was severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto the eyes of the Den Den mushi. Mu Jun turned his head, staring directly at the Den Den mushi. Every 24 hours, I'll cut off another part of this gorilla's body. This time it's the right arm. Next time it might be the liver. Don't be late. After all, you pirates love to talk about justice. With a click, Mu Jun shut off the Den Den mushi. The screens around the world returned to normal and then erupted into uproar. Big news. Must inform the chief before other newspapers publish it. On the Sabaody archipelago, all the reporters staring at the screens began to act. The civilians were still immersed in the declaration of war just now. The name Hades Mu Jun, the sound of this man's voice, had now spread across the entire sea. In Marineford, in the war room, all the senior marine officers, except for Kazuru, who had gone to the East Blue, were assembled here. Sengoku, his face gloomy, stared at the turned-off screen and said angrily, such behavior is no different from pirates. But secretly he clenched his fists and roared in his heart, kid, well done. The others saw through, but said nothing. Sakazuki stood up and was about to walk out. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Sengoku loudly called out to the red dog, who was about to push the door open. Sakazuki raised his hand and pressed down on his hat brim, his low voice sounding, going out to sea. To fish. Saying this, Sakazuki pushed the door open and left under the slightly envious gaze of the others. Yara yara, in that case I'll also. Akiji was about to stand up when he heard a roar. You sit down? At a time like this, how can Marine headquarters not have an admiral on standby? And, where the hell is that bastard Garp? Sengoku shouted at the standing Akiji. Akiji, like a deflated ball, slumped back into his seat and said weakly, Vice Admiral Garp has already returned to the East Blue. He said he wants to protect his hometown. Sengoku nodded upon hearing this. The East Blue was after all Garp's homeland. Sengoku took off his glasses, rubbed his brow, and slowly said, dispatch all reserve warships and marines. Surround the East Blue Branch 153. The previously listless Akiji gradually sat up straight. Fufu. At the sea connecting the New World and Paradise, Doflamingo stared at the dark screen and let out a hearty laugh. Hades Mu Jun. I hope you survive this time. But how could that be possible? Even if the lion is old, it's not something a hound can handle. He took out a Den Den mushi from his pocket. Treble sell all our weapons to the East Blue. With that click, Doflamingo hung up the Den Den mushi, walked out of the room, spread his arms, and savored the pleasure of manipulating everything behind the scenes. 10,000 meters above the East Blue, the Flying Lion ship circled endlessly in this airspace. In the splendid hull, Golden Lion Shiki stared gloomily at the pitch-black screen. He clenched his fists tightly, and the objects around him began to tremble, slowly rising and floating in midair. His fierce eyes stared fixedly at the screen before him. Suddenly Shiki stood up, and a slash shot out, splitting the huge screen in two. Indigo. The lion's roar echoed throughout the building. After a few breaths, a puff-puff sound came from the dark corridor. Shiki looked at the figure and asked, suppressing his anger, "Have you found a way to remove the ship's rudder?" Indigo, upon hearing this, began to dance excitedly. Shiki's eyes flashed with excitement. He slowly raised his right hand, and the flying lion ship changed direction, its speed suddenly increasing. Then let him live 2 more days. Now, begin the surgery. At the same time, all pirates in the East Blue received an order to head to Marine Branch 153. Meanwhile, a large and a small ship sailing on the sea also changed course and headed for East Blue Branch 153. Really, all the good words have been said by that bastard alone. On an island in the East Blue, T-Pig picked up his cloak and walked toward the warship. On the warship was Peach Rabbit, who had been waiting for a long time. Peach Rabbit's almond eyes stared ahead, her aura suddenly rising, and she slowly spoke, "Set sail. How could I be left out of something like this?" On another island, Bruce dispatched the last pirate, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. An unprecedented storm was sweeping across the entire sea, and Mujun took out another Den Mushi, took a deep breath, and said, "Moshi Moshi." In the blink of an eye, 24 hours had passed since Mujun broadcast to the entire sea. The closed-circuit television across the ocean plunged into darkness once more, and that figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. "Golden Lion Shiki, this time, it is your right leg." Mujun spoke softly, transforming his right hand into a blade, and striking down heavily, forcibly, severing Scar's powerful right leg. With those words, the screen went black, once more switching back to the original footage of a naval base. The blue and white that once symbolized holiness was now stained with blood. Even after being washed by heavy rain, it was hard to restore its original appearance. The entire base was devoid of life, silent and desolate. 24 hours had already caused most people in other sea areas to forget about this and return to their own rhythms. But Mujun's appearance this time made people realize that this navy was not just empty talk. He was serious. The people of the East Sea, watching the figure on the closed-circuit television, saw their trembling hearts steady at once. At the same time, a large quantity of weapons flooded into the East Sea from unknown sources, and the navy, already at a disadvantage, suffered another devastating blow. On this day, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki showed no movement. 48 hours had passed, and people began to anticipate, hoping to see that figure appear on the screen once more. As if responding to everyone's expectations, that figure draped in the justice cloak reappeared before the crowd. Without wasting words, he directly severed Scar's left arm, leaving him on the brink of death. But relying on his beastman's powerful physique, Scar would not die so easily. Mujun stared at the screen with both eyes and said softly, "See people suffering hardship. Pick up your weapons. Whether a scythe or a hammer, lift them up, grip them firmly in your hands. Fight against the pirates. Hope lies in your own hands. The ones oppressing you are nothing but mere pirates. Pirates are human too. As long as they are human, they will die." Meanwhile, a fierce wind descended upon a large island in the East Sea. A red figure appeared before a group of refugees. Taking a deep breath, waving the flag in hand, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, pick up the weapons on the ground. The hero is none other than yourselves." With that, an invisible wind emanated from the waving flag. A man covered in grime stood up, and soon more and more people rose to their feet. A woman with disheveled hair picked up a wooden stick from the ground, her gaze gradually turning resolute. The next day, there was still no news of Shiki. In the blink of an eye, it had come to the 3rd day, and Mujun had already arrived at the East Sea 153 base. Staring at the ashes on the open ground, Mujun began to sing softly, "The origin of the world, even the sea knows it. The end of the world, so lead me along the path I should walk, guide me toward the correct world. It embraces pain and sorrow, wrapping me within its vast, gentle embrace. The sea watches." Several voices joined in singing alongside. Should what flies be the pirate flag or the navy flag of justice? Who can say for certain? Hearing this, Mujun turned his head to look at the several people approaching him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He declared firmly, "What flies upon this great sea is the navy flag of justice." "Boss, you didn't even notify me about something like this. That's really not very fair," Coralidia said in a hoarse voice, waving her fist. Mujun shook his head at her words. "This time is different from before, it's very dangerous." Before he could finish, Coralidia interrupted. "Boss, from the moment I joined the Navy and the Hades family, I've been prepared to sacrifice myself at any time." Mujun was taken aback, then looked at everyone's expressions and gave a relieved smile. Reaching out, he took out several pills. The red one is a frenzy pill that can awaken human potential. The green one restores injuries and stamina, and this red and green one possesses both properties. Several people stepped forward to take them, but Mujun clenched his right hand and said in a trembling voice, "Whether it's the red frenzy pill or the red and green one, they all come at the cost of your lifespan." A tall figure stepped forward and swiftly took their share. Then softly said, "If you don't have the resolve to die, you wouldn't have joined the Navy. What is mere lifespan?" Chaperon chuckled lightly, stepped forward to take 3 pills, and patted Mu Jun on the shoulder. "Kid, you underestimate our justice too much." Bruce, Helen, and Cora Lydia all stepped forward one after another to take their portions. Mu Jun looked at his empty right hand, struggling to suppress the tremor in his heart. Slowly pulling out that din mushy with a click, the whole world fell silent, as if only that one voice remained. "My name is Hades. No, my name is Navy." The entire sea, everyone was watching this inconspicuous branch of the East Sea through the screens. 6 figures stood silently behind them, with Shirka Le Duo, who had been mutilated into a human pig. In the Holy Land, Ma Li Chiao Yi, the 5 Elder Stars, sat before the television, watching every move of Mu Jun and the others. At the Marine headquarters, Ma Lin Fan, Duo Zhanghua, and the others stared intently at the screen, the entire war room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In the Xian Shijia, aboard the massive white whale Whitebeard, and the squadron captains raised their barrels of sake, while watching the impending great battle. Mo Gen C summoned all the visual din mushy to broadcast live from every angle. Outside, the branch pirate ships were densely packed, but without orders to attack, all the ships circled around this marine base. Time ticked by. Mu Jun glanced at the time. Noon had arrived. Mu Jun turned around and drew the long blade inserted at his side. Slowly he placed it on Shirka Le Duo's neck. Yubo. Even the king of rare beasts would show a begging expression when facing death. Mu Jun said slowly with a hint of mockery, "It seems the Golden Lion never regarded you as a comrade." As he spoke, he was about to swing his katana and cut off Shirka Le Duo's head. Suddenly Mu Jun's movement froze. A shadow enveloped the entire branch and kept expanding. The several people looked up, their faces showing shock. All over the world, everyone watching this war wore expressions of disbelief. Was that a ship? No. It was an island. A sky island flying in the sky, blotting out the sun. A figure flew out from the island and slowly appeared in their sight. All the din mushy were also aimed at that figure. The iconic golden hair, legs missing, replaced by 2 renowned swords. At this moment, whether pirate or civilian, anyone who saw that figure would tremble. He appeared. The pirate who rivals Luo Jie and Whitebeard. The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shirji. Mu Jun looked at the Shirji before him, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. Different from the Shirji in my memory. Mu Jun's eyes continuously scanned Shirji, trying to find where this feeling came from. Finally, as Shirji slowly descended, Mu Jun saw his full appearance. His eyes narrowed sharply. The helm. His helm should not be so short. Compared to the length of the helm on Shirji's head in his memory, it had been reduced by at least half. Shirji's gaze swept downward, looking at Shirka Le Duo, who had been stripped of his limbs in the iron cage. A burst of aura suddenly erupted, spreading outward. In an instant, the world lost its color, and a storm emerged. Inside, Ma Lin Fan Duo Zhanghua watched that visibly tangible aura, his eyes trembling. He slammed the table in disbelief. How is that possible? That guy? Could it be? It's Conqueror's Haki. Mu Jun's heart tightened, somewhat incredulous at this scene. Is it because of my arrival? Mu Jun shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind, and stared intently at Shirji. Cha Tun took a deep breath and stubbed out his cigarette. What a monster. This aura is like an Azura. Tao Tu drew Jean Pai Luo, steadying her trembling hands. Kule Diya's body suddenly enlarged. Hai Luan drew her twin blades, and Bu Lu Si pulled out a long and a short firearm. Everyone's gaze was solemn. Shirka Le Duo looked at the newcomer, letting out Yubo cries, both a lament and a plea for help. Shirji looked at the group expressionlessly. A hoarse voice sounded, "Let you be buried with him." Mu Jun's eyes hardened, and an aura suddenly rose from his body. It collided with Shirji's Conqueror's Haki, the two forces constantly clashing and wearing each other down. Be buried with him. That line should be mine. Today I'll make you dye the sea red with your blood. Use your blood to honor the fallen marine spirits. Mu Jun roared in anger, his eyes wide open, staring at the golden lion in the sky. Above, a large hole was punched through the clouds, and the sunlight that had been blocked showered down on the group. Mu Jun shouted in a low voice, "Be careful. The one in the sky is probably a golden lion in his prime." The other 5's hearts tightened, their eyes fixed on the man. Shirji looked at the group, fixing his gaze on Mu Jun at the front. "Come on, boy, let me see how much of ZFA's skill you have." Mu Jun's eyes sharpened. He stomped the ground and shot towards Shirji like a cannonball. The combination of moon step and violent step was used to the extreme by Mu Jun, like a comet rising from the earth. The silver gauntlet shone with dazzling light under the sun. At the moment of their crossing, a red gleam flashed in Shirji's eyes, and he confidently sidestepped. Suddenly Shirji was struck hard, his eyes wide with disbelief, and his body flew backward. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see a streak of light knocking Shurji away, but they didn't know the cause. Only the top experts could see a hint of the truth. Interesting. Special observation Haki. Shurji stabilized himself looking at Mu Jun rushing toward him. But, didn't ZFA teach you that observation Haki also has levels? And Golden Lion Shurji possessed the most supreme observation Haki on this sea. So saying, he charged toward Mu Jun. Almost simultaneously as they passed each other, red arcs of lightning flashed in their eyes. In Mu Jun's vision, the Golden Lion, who should have been frozen, actually turned his head, slowly grinning savagely at him. His mouth moved, saying mockingly, slow. Too slow. Bang. A huge fist smashed into Mu Jun's face. Like a falling meteor, he crashed into the ground. As the dust cleared, a deep crater appeared on the hard ground. First round observation Haki duel. Mu Jun suffered a complete defeat. Bang bang bang. Ulusi's twin pistols quivered as bullet after bullet shot towards the Golden Lion. Shurji, seeing this, clicked his tongue disdainfully. Flintlock pistols. In my era, such things were merely children's toys. Pong Pong, Sakura Tin, and Kariki spun, effortlessly slicing through the incoming bullets. Ulusi, witnessing this, lightly cried out, explode. Instantly the cut bullets erupted in a violent explosion. Black smoke enveloped Shurji. Whoosh whoosh. Tao-Tu, wielding Kenpyra, swung it towards the Golden Lion in midair, sending a giant slash hurtling towards Shurji. Amid the smoke, a red lightning flickered in Shurji's eyes as he soared upward. The colossal slash pierced through the smoke, cleaving it directly in two. Not bad power. Judging by your appearance, you must be the little girl who was by Crane's side back then. The Golden Lion observed Tao-Tu's face, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. Since you are the sister of an old acquaintance, I'll grant you a whole corpse. Lions might earth roll. As his words fell, the Golden Lion slowly raised his palm, and the ground beneath the group began to tremble. In almost an instant, the ground was upheaved, enclosing them within. It then transformed into 4 massive lion heads, roaring as they charged at the group. Hailuan, seeing this, glanced at Kaladia, and the two exchanged a look. Kaladia grabbed Hailuan's legs and began to spin. With a whoosh, Hailuan shot forward like a cannonball, shattering one lion head with a single blow. Her dual blades crossed before her as she slashed towards Shurji. 2 Heavens 1 style armament dual thunderbolt. With a furious cry, Hailuan's figure flashed like lightning, instantly arriving before Shurji. Not bad, not bad. 2 Heavens 1 style. I haven't encountered it in a long time. You must be a descendant of those samurai, right? The Golden Lion gazed at the vaguely familiar swordsmanship, unable to help feeling nostalgic. Spinning forward in a somersault, Sakura Tin and Kariki clashed with Jinja and Chioshui, sending a shower of sparks. Blocked. Hailuan's heart skipped a beat. The blades are decent, but your swordsmanship is too immature. If you want to fight me, wait another 100 years. Shurji laughed loudly, exerting force, suddenly transmitting a tremendous power through the twin blades on a Hailuan, who then plummeted downward, crashing heavily onto the ground. At some unknown moment, Mu Jun had already appeared behind Shurji, his silver fist ruthlessly slamming into Shurji's back. Shurji's expression turned cold, and Kariki appeared behind him in an uncanny posture, blocking the blow. Mu Jun's eyes sharpened, gathering all his strength, and roared, "Get down!" After all, the defense was crude, and Shurji was sent flying by this fist, producing a sonic boom as he crashed into the ruins. On the ground, the fully formed lions roared and charged at the group. Ji Yuan sheathed Kenpyra, stepping back with her right leg. One sword style Iato dancing spider. Ji Yuan leaped high, and the moment the 4 lion heads drew near, Kenpyra was unsheathed, raining countless slashes upon the lion heads. Within just a few breaths, the originally 100-meter-tall lion heads were shattered. Yet soon they reformed. Kaladia called out, "Leave the lion heads to me. You guys go take down the Golden Lion." With that, she kicked off the air, soaring upward, and her massive fists rained down like hailstones on the lion heads. The earth and stone lions were repeatedly destroyed, yet they kept reforming as if endless. Armament Skywalk. Mu Jun, who had been ascending by treading the air, bellowed. His legs wrapped in armament Haki, he plummeted violently towards Shurji on the ground. His legs rubbing against the air ignited into blazing flames. Shurji's gaze darkened as he slowly lifted off the ground, lightly crying, "Slash wave." Swishing Sakura Tin and Kariki, he kicked out 2 massive sword beams, slashing straight at Mu Jun. Huh. Hailuan roared, leaping high into the air, spinning Jinja and Chioshui in her hands. 2 Heavens 1 style armament blade Chaos Thunder. Spinning her body, she collided with the 2 massive sword beams. In a flash, Hailuan tore the gigantic slashes apart from the middle, dispersing them into the air. The others watched Mu Jun descending from the sky, silently shouting in their hearts. Across the world, people before their screens held their breath, watching this spectacular strike. Fire. Growing fiercer. Speed. Growing faster. The air, unable to bear it, emitted explosive sounds. Fall. Down. Mu Jun roared like a fire dragon, hurtling straight towards the Golden Lion. Shirji watched the impending attack, his solemn expression suddenly vanishing. It was replaced by a smile. Kid, let me teach you the advanced application of armament hockey. He gently raised his palms, and a pitch-black denser armament hockey quickly coated his hands. Armament guard, Shirji lightly cried, and an invisible wave spread forward. Boom. Mu Jun crashed down heavily, then looked downward with a grave expression. In front of Shirji, there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking Mu Jun's attack. As Mu Jun exerted force, the air itself became distorted. The Golden Lion grinned ferociously. Kid, let me show you the true usage of armament hockey. Shirji withdrew his right palm, and in that instant Mu Jun advanced another inch, about to kick Shirji. The Golden Lion roared, his flowing golden hair blown by a gust as he gathered strength in his right fist and punched out fiercely. When it was still a distance away from Mu Jun's body, a powerful force swept over his entire being. The next second, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Mu Jun's body flew backward, crashing through building after building, finally buried in the ruins. The others stared dumbfounded at this scene. Did that attack just land on the boss? Bialusi murmured in disbelief, watching. Ji Yuan looked grimly at the grinning Golden Lion, her gentle voice speaking. That was. Cha Tun, equally serious, nodded at Tao Tu's words and replied, it seems so. Second round armament hockey contest. Mu Jun. Complete defeat. On the battlefield, Mamu and Clisha combined their forces to completely shatter the four lion heads. Mamu, utterly drained of strength, gasped for air in great ragged breaths. Cha gazed solemnly at Shiki standing amid the ruins. He removed his hat and tossed it aside. With a sharp cry, armament hockey enveloped both his fists. Soru. The moment the word left his lips, Cha's figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared behind Shiki. In Shiki's perception, a fierce wind swept down from behind. Their fierce attacks carried no concealment of killing intent. Shiki swiftly turned, armament hockey slowly rising along his forearms. Cha's assault arrived. At the moment of impact, Shiki's figure exploded backward, Cherry Tin's wooden blade carving a long trail across the ground. Blue-black lightning crackled incessantly. Clenching his teeth, Cha spoke with a hint of appraisal. Your hockey is decent, but it lacks a certain refinement. Before I kill you all, let me show you what true supreme hockey looks like. Shiki's playful spirit stirred. For the first time in years, he could once again unleash his full power. Only after losing everything could one truly understand the preciousness of strength. Both arms flexed as he neutralized Cha's strike, his right fist drawing back, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His fist moved like lightning. Before Cha could react, the attack had already landed squarely on his chest. A terrifying force surged through his entire body, and in the next instant his body was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Makusa, who had just risen to her feet, froze as she saw the figure hurtling toward her. The next moment, Cha was smashed back into the ruins beside her. Attack together. Clisha let out a furious roar. Her body surged with power once more. In merely a few breaths, her stature, once under 2 meters, exploded to nearly 10 meters tall. Despite her colossal form, her speed remained uncompromised. Her right foot slammed the ground, sending rubble flying. And in the next instant, Clisha appeared above the Golden Lion. Armament pressure. Her enormous fist descended directly onto Shiki's crown. Shiki remained calm, his dual blades sweeping outward as a massive slash flew toward Clisha's fist. The armament hockey resisted only for a few seconds before the devastating slash tore through it. Blood erupted, and through the wound, white bone could faintly be seen. Enduring the agony, Clisha roared again. Shiki raised both arms, and at the moment of collision, his figure was driven forcefully downward. His dual blades sank deep into the ground. No matter how hard Clisha pushed, she could not break through Shiki's defense. His eyes gleaming, Shiki looked up at her. This power. You're a member of the giant tribe, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Clisha's expression turned cold. She intensified her strength once more, but neither could overpower the other. They remained locked in stalemate. At that very moment, Shang Yuan and Helen's attacks followed in succession. One sword style, Ai Badu. Nitin Ichiryu armament, 10 fist style. Both shouted in unison, their lightning-like speed making their movements impossible to follow even on screen. Shiki's eyes widened as he watched the two figures closing in on him. In the next instant, 2 blade flashes streaked across the sky. Shiki collapsed like a deflated balloon, and Clisha felt no resistance beneath her fist. With a final roar, she brought her heavy punch crashing down. Boom. The entire base seemed to tremble. Massive clouds of dust blocked the transmission of the Den Den Mushi, leaving the onlookers unable to discern what was happening within. As Clisha prepared to retract her arm, she sensed a tremendous force erupting from below. Jerer, huh? How many years has it been? How many years since I felt such exhilaration? How many years since I last tasted blood? An impressive slash. You actually managed to breach my defense. As the dust settled to everyone's utter astonishment, Shiki, drenched head to toe in blood, slowly rose, one hand dragging Clisha. He hurled her forward with all his strength, and Clisha crashed directly into a building, reducing it to rubble. Shiki calmly raised his right hand, and in the next instant countless shards of broken stone trembled and lifted into the sky. Lion meteor rain. With a sharp cry, innumerable boulders rained down from the heavens, striking indiscriminately. The already ruined base was reduced to a shattered wasteland under the relentless assault of the giant stones. Helen's gaze shifted as she spotted a massive boulder hurtling toward the fallen Clisha. With a roar, she pushed herself to her absolute limit and sprinted toward her companion, swift as lightning. Clisha rose from the rubble and looked up at the plummeting boulder. Terror washed over her face as she raised both arms, attempting to defend against the colossal stone that dwarfed her towering form. A figure darted in front of her. Before Clisha could process what was happening, a blade flash streaked past, and the boulder split cleanly in two, crashing to either side. Makusa and the others, watching the continuous rain of boulders, quickly sought cover. Meanwhile, Bruce quietly made his way to the highest point of the base. He disassembled both pistols, then began reassembling them. In merely a few breaths, a long flintlock musket materialized in his hands. Aiming at the golden lion in the sky, he held his breath and slowly squeezed the trigger. Bang! A red bullet shot forward, trailed by spirals of condensed air hurtling straight toward Shiki. The bullet seemed to possess a will of its own, weaving through countless falling boulders without touching a single fragment. Shiki's eyes flickered. He pivoted on his heel, raising his left leg high, the wooden blade of cherry tin slicing downward. With a sharp crack, the speeding bullet split in two, countless powder particles scattering into the air and shrouding Shiki. Glancing toward the direction from which the bullet had come, Shiki swept cherry tin, unleashing a massive slash aimed directly at Bruce. Bruce's expression shifted as he fired 3 more bullets in quick succession. The high-speed rounds collided with his immensely powerful slash, producing a thunderous report before both attacks dissipated into nothingness. Shiki raised an eyebrow and dismissed Bruce from his attention. In his estimation, firearms were nothing more than toys for children. Even one capable of blocking his slash was merely a slightly larger toy. Watching the boulders continue to pummel the area around him, Makusa's eyes narrowed. He exchanged a glance with Cha beside him. In the next instant, 2 figures shot forth like lightning from the ruins, using the descending boulders as stepping stones to launch themselves towards Shiki in the sky. Red glints flashed within both their eyes as their figures continuously ascended. The distance between them and Shiki grew ever shorter. In the eastern blue, civilians before their screens felt their hearts seized by an inexplicable tension, their lips moving in silent prayer. Beyond the perimeter of the base, a white vessel appeared before the assembled pirates. Instantly, dozens of iron grappling hooks launched from several pirate ships, embedding themselves firmly into the vessel and securing it in place. Dozens of pirates swarmed aboard, only to find not a single living soul. Is this an abandoned ship? One pirate stared at the exquisitely crafted vessel before him, confusion evident on his face. High atop the base, in an inconspicuous corner, a door materialized from thin air. 2 figures stepped through. Under the gaze of everyone, 2 figures leaped back and forth among the floating giant rocks, attacking the golden lion in the sky from left and right. Black arm hammer. Armament black elbow. Shiki's eyes flickered, and he spread his palms. An invisible fluctuation appeared again beside him. The next moment after Shiki completed his defense, 2 fierce attacks followed. The aura of destruction seemed to annihilate everything in sight. Crack, 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 crack. Fine lines appeared in the air as it continuously trembled. Space itself seemed about to shatter. The 3 roared simultaneously. Fall down. Golden Lion. Mujun roared, swallowing a red and green pill. The force of his fist increased another level. Crack. The cracks on Golden Lion's side grew larger. Finally, with a snap, Shiki's defense was broken. But Shiki was not panicked as expected, under the gaze of the 2. Shiki reached out with both hands, grabbed the collars of the 2, and spun his body. In front of the screen, people watching the battle covered their mouths in shock. Mujun and Cha Tun's attacks brushed past Golden Lion's body and then landed on each other's cheeks. Golden Lion released his hands, and the 2 figures fell from the sky. During the fall, Mujun's mind kept replaying, murmuring, "Armament hockey. Armament. AR." Looking at Mujun, who had fallen to the ground unconscious, Keliadia and Hailuan exchanged a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. The 2 swallowed the red pills. A few seconds later, a violent power surged from within them. Crimson eyes, trembling bodies, uncontrollable excitement. As if sensing something, Belusi 100 meters away reloaded his bullets, an unprecedented seriousness appearing on his face. "Go!" Keliadia roared. She grabbed Hailuan's collar and threw her toward Golden Lion, while she herself sprinted. At a certain moment, she stomped the ground with her right foot and leaped high into the air. Hailuan spun her body, Jingja and Shoshue rotating with her form like a saw blade, slashing towards Shiki with a gale. Shiki's expression hardened, and he quickly swung his legs, Lion 1000/Valley. Countless sword chi slashed toward Hyluan. Hyluan roared, accelerating again, fierce blade chi emerging on her surface. The moment the massive sword chi touched Hyluan, it split in half. More and more sword chi came, but it couldn't cause any damage. Finally, Hyluan broke through all the slashes and stopped spinning. Stepping on the air, she swung both blades down at Shiki, who was now within arm's reach. Clang! Shiki flipped forward, bringing Sakuraju and Kariki down heavily. Sparks flew. To Shiki's astonishment, Hyluan blocked the strike, and even seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The two clenched their teeth, struggling with all their might. In an unheated corner, a bullet silently shot out, growing faster and faster, vaguely enveloped by a red tiger phantom. With observation haki fully activated, Shiki's head instantly ducked down. The next second, the bullet passed through his flowing golden hair. A spark remained on the ends of his hair, and the next moment, blazing fire erupted from Shiki's hair. Shiki was shocked and tried to reach out to extinguish the flames. Just then, a shadow enveloped Shiki. He looked up and saw the giant girl's massive fist already descending. Boom! The giant fist hit Shiki's back squarely. The next moment, Shiki was sent flying, crashing through one boulder after another. With a thunderous roar, he smashed into the ground, buried by rubble. On a certain island in the East Blue, a group of people sat around a television, watching this scene, with excitement, clenching their hands tightly, but daring not to make a sound. Because outside, the rare beasts were still searching for surviving humans. In the sky, a yellow figure floated among the clouds. His eyes narrowed, kawaii eye. As expected of the three, trained by teacher Zifa himself. But most people understood that the battle was not over. The flying lion ship in the air was still circling, showing no sign of descending. Armament skydrop. Keliadia roared, her giant form rising even higher. Then, aiming at the direction where Golden Lion had fallen, she descended at extreme speed. Her legs rubbed against the air, the temperature rising higher and higher until flames enveloped the giant girl's legs. Huh! Keliadia roared, landing precisely in the crater. With a boom, the entire base trembled again. The group stared intently at the movements within the smoke. Suddenly, Tao Tu shouted, and Hyluan, startled, quickly turned around. Seeing Golden Lion swinging Sakuraju with his right foot toward her, even with the enhancement of Feng Shui, Hyluan couldn't defend in time. At the critical moment, a bullet appeared between the two, colliding with Sakuraju and deflecting the famous blade. Hyluan in turn swung her dual blades down at Golden Lion. With a tearing sound, Jingzha and Shoshui drew 2 lines of blood. Hyluan inwardly cursed in regret. He had dodged. Shiki, now having distanced himself from Hyluan, had lost his golden hair. He looked down at his torn clothes and the shallow wound on his chest, then opened his mouth wide and laughed. Jiahaha. To have wounded me, I, Golden Lion, acknowledge your strength. As his words fell, Shiki erupted with a terrifying aura enveloping the group. How dare you destroy my hair? As payment, I'll take your lives. What are you talking about? The only one dying here today is you. A roar came from behind him. Keliadia thrust her right fist forward, tearing the air with terrifying force. Hearing this, Shiki quickly turned around and raised Kariki. To Shiki's astonishment, the incredibly hard Kariki actually bent slightly, but then straightened again. The fierce wind brushed their faces and blue-black lightning crackled in the air. Hyluan's gaze darkened, and she instantly appeared behind Shiki, raising Shoshui and slashing down at his back. One sword style, Iato Lionheart, slash. The blue slash transformed into a lion, roaring as it rushed toward the lion. Shiki's eyes flickered, and he raised his right hand, causing several giant rocks to rise from the ground and block behind him. The ferocious slash shattered one boulder after another, but when it struck Shiki, its power was already greatly diminished, and he easily blocked it with his armament haki. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Hyluan instead curled her lips into a smile. She tilted her head to the right, and a bullet grazed her cheek, directly piercing Golden Lion's chest. Shiki stared in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. In his moment of distraction, Keliadia blasted him away. Success! Keliadia shouted excitedly. Even Bulusi lowered his gun and let out a long breath. But the next second, Hyluan froze. She stared blankly at the scene before her. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered with rolling thunder echoing from within the cloud layer. On the ground, Helen's expression was darker than the stormy sky. Blood continuously dripped from the blade's edge as Carisha violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body began to shrink, and she stared in disbelief at the blade piercing through her. With a roar, she swung her right arm backward, forcing Shiki to retreat. The next moment, Carisha lost her balance and crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, the side effects of the red madness pill erupted completely within Carisha's body. Her entire frame began to spasm and contract as blood relentlessly poured from her wounds. Momo stepped forward and forced the green pill into Carisha's mouth. After a few breaths, the girl's body grew full once more, then shrank again, cycling endlessly. Before the screen, everyone stood frozen. Moments later, uproar broke out. What's happening? Didn't the Golden Lion have his heart pierced? The legendary pirate. Is he immortal? Watching their bewildered expressions, Shiki let out a piercing laugh. What's wrong? Surprised. I didn't just shift my heart slightly. You mere boys couldn't possibly guess it. Jiahaha. Silence fell before the screen as they watched Shiki in astonishment. Shifted slightly. Without sufficient confidence in one's physical strength and power, even the slightest displacement of internal organs would prove fatal. On the massive white whale in the New World, Whitebeard watched the scene on television and drained his drink. Kumu, Shiki's combat experience cannot be compared by these brats. Helen tightened her grip on her dual blades, her eyes burning crimson. She locked onto Shiki's uncontrollable laughter in the sky. An astonishing aura erupted from within, summoning a fierce storm. Golden Lion. Shiki. Helen roared and launched herself skyward. She bounded across floating boulders like lightning, evading Shiki's slashes with each leap as she closed in on him. In the blink of an eye, armament Haki enveloped Jingjia and Shoshui, their polished black blades reflecting the sky's lightning. Two-sword-style armament Lion Ren Slash. With both swords descending, a massive slash tore through the air, its sharp energy blade shattering every boulder in its path. A lion's roar echoed across the sky as the crimson strike transformed into a charging beast hurtling toward Shiki. Shiki's laughter died mid-breath, his eyes narrowing as he kicked out sharply. Slash waved. Twin beams of sword energy erupted from his movements, cutting through the air. In the next instant, the roaring giant lion collided with the fierce sword energy. Helen roared and swallowed every pill, and immediately power surged endlessly from within her. Before everyone's astonished gaze, the red lion shattered through the golden lion's strike and consumed it. Helen stood upon a floating boulder, her observation Haki fully extended, sensing everything within the smoke. A gentle breeze passed, and the golden lion appeared unharmed before everyone. The armament Haki on his arm slowly faded as Shiki looked down at Helen. He couldn't help but praise, not bad. Despite your young age, you possess extraordinary swordsmanship and strength. Both you and that giant girl, as well as that kid who plays with guns in secret. All of you show considerable potential. If given enough time, perhaps one day you could reach the pinnacle of this sea. But his tone shifted abruptly. However, all of you will die here today. As he spoke, Shiki raised both hands. Before everyone's watching eyes, an island the size of the 153rd branch tore through the clouds and plummeted from the sky. Is this truly the power of a pirate who rivaled Roger the Pirate King? A monster. An absolute monster. Before the screens, everyone gaped in disbelief at what they witnessed. In the war room, Sakazuki watched with a grave expression and roared, "Where is Kizuru? Where has that bastard gone?" His roar echoed through the vast chamber, met with silence. Above the east blue, Kizuru hung up, the den mushi in his hand, his expressionless face fixed on the falling island. Jun and Helen unleashed continuous slashes at the island. One fragment after another broke off, but it was undoubtedly futile. Helen watched the thunderlit sky and the descending island, resolve flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, channeling all her strength into her legs. In an instant, those before the screens saw only a figure riding a floating boulder straight toward the heavens, vanishing into the thunderous cloud layer. Lucci and Bruno gazed at the island descending from the sky, a doubt crossing their minds. The five elders. Wouldn't they just be sending them to their deaths? Just as despair engulfed everyone, rolling thunder echoed from above. Helen was enveloped in lightning, her body blazing with divine energy, as celestial power coursed through her and wrapped around Jingjia and Shoshui. For a moment, Jingjia seemed revitalized, its blade humming as though nourished, with a fierce cry that echoed like thunder. Two-sword-style ultimate secret art, heavenly thunderstrike. Instantly, Helen transformed into a bolt of lightning, itself crashing toward the colossal island. Before everyone's astonished gaze, Helen resembled an ant charging an elephant as she burst into the titanic island, causing the entire landmass to tremble violently. Lightning raged within the island as massive bolts erupted from its interior, tearing apart the vast landmass. Inside the island, Helen fought desperately, her dual blades striking with increasing ferocity as lightning continuously ravaged her body. Within mere moments, the sky-blocking island was completely shattered. Before everyone's eyes, a streak of light burst from the island and crashed to the ground, their fate unknown. The damaged island fell from the sky, but in this uninhabited expanse it could cause little harm. Jiahaha, Shiki watched the relieved trio on the ground and erupted into manic laughter. Who told you I only had one island? As he spoke, Shiki swung both arms down again. A smaller island tore through the clouds, coming into view. Across the east blue, those gathered before screens felt their hopes crush inward. How could we possibly win? Just as all hope seemed lost, a towering figure stepped forward. The word justice obscured the view of the den mushi. For a moment, every screen displayed only those two characters. Taking a deep breath, the man dropped his cigarette to the ground and turned to shout, "Jun, close your eyes. I'm going all out." At this moment, everyone before the screens etched his face into memory, plain, even rugged, yet radiating an undeniable magnetism. As his words echoed, the awakened teacup pig gazed at the sky-obscuring island and grinned. I wonder if I'll survive this time. Glancing at Helen collapsed among the ruins, the boar scoffed affectionately. You kids showing off with such flashy swordsmanship. Trying to steal my spotlight, are you? If we make it out alive, Jean, let's grab a meal together. It sounded like an order, yet carried the weight of a plea. Momo paused, then seemed to grasp something. The boar swallowed the crimson pill, and torrents of savage power surged through his frame. The boar's body began to convulse as thick quills tore through his uniform, low growls echoing throughout the wreckage. After a few breaths, a massive brown boar emerged from the rubble, growing ever larger under the madness drug's influence. Crimson-eyed and fixed on the descending island, it charged forward, hooves pounding the debris to gather momentum, stirring a fierce wind. At last, the enormous boar launched himself skyward, crashing toward the falling island. Boom! The impact reverberated like thunder. Cracks spiderwebbed across the island's surface before it shattered into countless fragments, raining down toward the earth. The boar was thrown back by the devastating force and crashed heavily to the ground. One of his massive tusks lay snapped while the other teetered on the verge of breaking. Watching the boulders descend relentlessly, the boar forced himself upright. He launched himself upward only to be slammed back down again and again. Deepening wounds covered his frame, blood painting his hide crimson. At last, the colossal island crumbled into fragments under his assault, scattering across the base. The boar lay on the ground, emitting pained whines from his massive jaws. His form rapidly shrank back to normal before he collapsed into unconsciousness. Momo snapped back to reality and rushed to his side, retrieving a green pill and forcing it into his mouth. From midair, Shiki's expression twisted with fury as his attacks kept getting repelled. One after another. Die, all of you. As his words echoed, Shiki slashed downward with both legs, sending a massive wave of sword energy hurtling toward Helen. Before the screens, everyone watched the colossal strike descend with no means to stop it. Meanwhile, a uniquely designed, lavishly decorated vessel bearing the world government insignia was being swarmed by pirates. Inside the ship's cabin, a man in a white spacesuit cowered in terror, a bubble helmet covering his head with snot hanging from his nostrils, and a distinctly wretched appearance. In a place unnoticed by the crowd, a figure slowly rose to his feet, popped a crimson pill into his mouth, and vanished in an instant. The fierce slash was about to land on the unconscious Helen. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the frame, standing in front of Helen. As if mocking himself, a mellow voice rang out, carrying an inexplicable reassurance. I apologize for making you wait so long. Facing the descending slash, Mu Jun slowly raised his hands, and an invisible ripple emanated from his palms. Bang! The massive slash descended, but did not strike Mu Jun. It seemed blocked by an air wall, unable to advance an inch. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly clenched his hands. The next second, the enormous slash shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. High in the sky, Huang Yuan watched Mu Jun, who had blocked the slash, a glint flashing across his sunglasses. He said in a languid tone, Sugji, any such talent is truly monstrous. Inside the operations room, he and Zhangguo stared at the figure who had deflected the slash, lost in reminiscence. Just like him, he said nostalgically. Ah, yes, truly alike. Zhangguo removed his glasses and echoed. In their eyes, Mu Jun's figure gradually overlapped with another. That was the man who had fought alongside them, who had maintained peace across this sea. Mu Jun turned his head, and his face once again imprinted itself in everyone's minds through the din mushi. Vice Admiral Momosaji, please take them away from this area. Leave this place to me. With that, Mu Jun tossed a cloth bag. Momosaji caught it, and saw 3 emerald pills lying quietly inside. Mu Jun looked up at Shiki, and midair stomped the ground, leaving only a ring of white smoke. In everyone's sight, a figure leaped between floating boulders, closing in on the golden lion in the sky. I've kept you waiting. Golden lion. Shiki. A furious roar reached Shiki's ears. He turned his head. A massive fist hurtled toward him. Shiki instantly coated both fists in armament haki, ready to intercept. But Mu Jun suddenly withdrew his fist and lashed out with his right leg like a whip, striking Shiki's waist. Bang! Shiki shot away like a meteor, crashing into a rubble. What's going on? That kick didn't even touch me. Shiki stared at Mu Jun, his expression growing grave. Ignoring Shiki's thoughts, Mu Jun kicked the air again and closed in. Brat, don't get too cocky. Shiki roared, swinging his legs. 2 enormous slashes carved toward Mu Jun. Mu Jun's eyes darkened. He thrust his right fist forward, meeting the slashes in the air with immense force. The next moment, the massive slash was once again blocked by an invisible air wall. As Mu Jun increased his power, the slash shattered into several pieces. This time, Shiki's eyes widened as he finally saw Mu Jun's movements clearly. He burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad. As expected of Zephyr's adopted son, mastering the advanced application of haki in such a short time. Boy, you are worthy of the title Black Arm Heir. But Mu Jun had no time for words. Every second under the mad drug was precious. Silver gauntlets reflected the sheen of lightning. Mu Jun's gaze flickered. He used the floating boulders to close and channeling all his strength into his right fist, crushing fist. The fist wrapped in gale winds hurtled towards Shiki's face. Shiki's expression turned cold as he snarled, "My physical skills are not something you can match." Haki instantly coated Shiki's right fist. In everyone's sight the moment the two fists collided a gale rose and black-red lightning crackled between them, emitting a sizzling sound. Bang! The immense force blasted both of them apart. They exchanged glances and blurred into motion again, clashing repeatedly. Each collision produced a thunderous boom in the air. Most viewers could not follow their movements, only seeing the air tremble continuously. They traded blows closely, neither retreating, even when struck hard. Shiki's left fist shot out, landing squarely on Mu Jun's abdomen, shattering the boulder behind him. Fighting back the pain, Mu Jun grabbed Shiki's wrist and drove his right fist into the Golden Lion's face. The spikes on the gauntlet made blood stream down Shiki's face. Shiki cried out in pain, broke free, and grabbed Mu Jun's wrists, immobilizing him. Then he headbutted Mu Jun. Bang! Mu Jun barely clung to consciousness, blood streaming from his nose. With a roar, he steadied himself, reversed the grip on Shiki's hands, and yanked. He rammed Shiki's head violently. Another dull thud, and they both released each other. Landing on a boulder, Mu Jun calculated the mad drug's duration. Suddenly a red gleam flashed in his eyes. He pushed off the ground and leaped high. The next second a slash cleaved through the boulder he had just occupied, splitting it in two. Mu Jun raised his left hand and made a signal. Then he kicked the air, racing upward toward Shiki. On a tall building, Lu Si saw the signal and slowly pulled the trigger. Bullet after bullet pierced the barrel, hurtling toward the Golden Lion. Red light flickered in Shiki's eyes. He twisted his body and unleashed a slash that split the black bullet in half. But Lu Si, hailing from the City of Geniuses, would not launch such a simple attack. In the next instant, countless tiny pellets burst out from within, continuing toward Shiki. Bang! 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 The moment they neared Shiki, the pellets violently exploded, engulfing him in smoke. Other bullets struck the boulders, shooting at Shiki from 4 different directions. Relying on his devil fruit ability, Shiki instantly flew up, dodging Lu Si's bullets. In the air, Mu Jun used Moonwalk to evade Shiki's slashes. The distance shrank closer and closer. Mu Jun bellowed, a crimson force swirled around his arm, flowing slowly. Shiki, just emerging from the smoke, looked up and darkened his expression. At that moment, he sensed a familiar aura. The man who had once chased them across the world seemed to manifest in Mu Jun. Shiki raised his arms, crossing them above his head. Armament parry, black arm short strike. In everyone's sight their limbs did not touch, yet their power had undoubtedly collided. Both roared with effort, Mu Jun pouring all his strength into that single blow. The violent energy shattered everything around the air, groaning under the strain. Black-red lightning crackled between them, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly Mu Jun shouted, "Life return! Release!" A surge of immense life force erupted. In an instant Mu Jun's power surged again. Abruptly Shiki's body plummeted, crashing violently toward the ground. Round 3, a contest of physical skill and strength. Mu Jun wins. Silence. At this moment it was as if the entire ocean had fallen still. Before the screens, people stared blankly at the figure standing in the sky, whose tousled hair moved without wind, a faint red glow emanating from his body. Sensing the unceasing power surging from his body, Mu Jun's heart sank. The life return release was a technique that consumed life force while draining stamina exponentially, yet in return it granted incomparably immense strength and extreme speed. Even with healing pills, Mu Jun dared not keep it activated for long, as vitality was irreparable. At least he had no way to restore it now. Shaking off his thoughts, Mu Jun locked onto the Golden Lion on the ground and descended rapidly. Shiji! Mu Jun's furious roar came from above. Shiji, who had just risen to his feet, watched Mu Jun plummet from the sky. His body slowly lifted off the ground, and with a swing of Sakuraju and Kiji, 2 massive sword slashes shot toward Mu Jun. Mu Jun snorted coldly at the sight, swinging his right fist to meet the slashes. The enormous sword energy only held for a few seconds before being shattered by Mu Jun's blow. With a bang, Mu Jun appeared before Shiji. The two stared at each other, and then without warning Mu Jun thrust out a punch, breaking through Shiji's defense and slamming heavily into his body. The immense force passed through Shiji's body, blasting a massive hole in the ruins behind him. This punch is for the civilians of the East Blue who died. The next second his left fist shot out, unleashing wild, unrestrained power. The destructive force struck Shiji's body through the fist. Shiji could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This punch is for the Marines who fell in the East Blue. Mu Jun took a deep breath, clenching both fists at his sides, gathering all his strength into them. and then unleashed a sudden explosive blow. This punch is for the peaceful and beautiful seas of the East Blue. The overwhelming power erupted, hurling Shirji backward. He crashed through building after building, finally buried under rubble. Sensing his stamina draining rapidly, Mu Jun inhaled deeply, using moonwalk and shave to their utmost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Shirji. His silver gauntlet gleamed with a cold light as he landed blow after blow on Shirji. High above, the massive flying Golden Lion ship began to descend slowly, as if losing its support. Coughing blood continuously, Shirji forced his eyes open against the excruciating pain glaring at Mu Jun, who kept attacking and let out a deafening roar. His right leg wielding Kiji suddenly slashed out, sending a massive sword energy directly into Mu Jun. The horrific wound was deep enough to reveal bone, yet to Shirji's astonishment, within mere breaths the terrible injury healed and restored itself completely. At the same time, dozens of strands of Mu Jun's tousled hair turned from black to white in an instant, and even his eyes revealed a trace of exhaustion. Ignoring Shirji's slash, he kept swinging his fists, blood splattering across his face. Black arm hammer. Red energy enveloped his right arm as he smashed it forward. When it was just centimeters from Shirji's body, the savage power exploded. Like a cannonball shot out, it shattered the air with a thunderous roar. Shirji's body flew backward, crashing through piles of rubble, feeling the sense of exhaustion fade away. In an instant, his devil fruit ability activated, and he stabilized his posture. Above, the continuously falling flying Golden Lion ship halted its descent. Drenched in blood, Shirji looked at Mu Jun, who was panting heavily, and suddenly laughed. "Kid, how long can you keep up this state? Have you noticed? Your aura is growing weaker." Hearing this, Mu Jun pushed off, with his legs appearing above Shirji in an instant, and slammed his right arm down. Shirji's face was distorted, blood mixed with broken teeth spewing out. The next moment, he was blasted into the ground by the immense force. For a time, dust and smoke obscured the two figures, making it impossible for those before the screens to see what was happening. Suddenly, Mu Jun's eyes flew wide open, and a large mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth. His breathing grew louder and louder, like someone about to drown. His stamina was nearly depleted, and the side effects of the mad pill erupted at this moment, causing his whole body to convulse and then shrivel. But with the help of life return, his withered body became full again. Just as Mu Jun was distracted, a massive sword slash flew up from underground, cutting open his chest. The powerful force sent him stumbling backward. As the dust cleared, people could only see the Golden Lion slowly rising into the air, and Mu Jun flying backward, crashing into a wall. At this moment, Mu Jun was covered in blood. His wounds were healing rapidly, but his stamina had reached rock bottom. He reached out and took 2 emerald green pills, swallowing them in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, abundant power once again filled his entire body. The two exchanged a glance and charged at each other again. Fists and renowned swords clashed repeatedly, sparks flying. Wu Si, who had raised his gun, slowly lowered it, murmuring, "Truly two monsters. I can't find a single opening." Amid the flashing blades and shadows, Shirji gradually regained his fighting rhythm, his strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Mu Jun slowly shifted from offense to defense. Sakuraju came down heavily. With a flash of red light in his eyes, Mu Jun narrowly dodged the strike, and then swiftly punched at Shirji. But Shirji laughed loudly. "Kid, I told you observation haki has levels too. Even if your observation haki is somewhat special, it's still not enough, not enough." With that, Kiji lifted its sharp blade, grazing Mu Jun's skin before clashing with his right fist. Crack! A crisp sound echoed between them. Shirji leered at the stunned Mu Jun. Kiji slashed down, cutting open Mu Jun's chest, and the immense force sent him flying. Crackle! The crisp sound came again. Mu Jun looked at the silver gauntlet on his right fist. It was covered in cracks. A breeze passed, and the entire gauntlet shattered into fragments, scattering on the ground. Mu Jun took a deep breath and removed the other gauntlet. I had planned to use the power of Sea Stone to rob him of his strength. But now, the next instant, Mu Jun moved, appearing before Shirji in the blink of an eye. The Golden Lion's eyes flickered, raising Sakuraju high and slashing forward. What happened next shocked everyone. Even Shirji had not anticipated that the marine before him was a complete madman. As the sharp blade descended, Mu Jun not only did not dodge, but in Shirji's shocked gaze, he stepped forward abruptly. The sharp blade cut straight into Mu Jun's shoulder. In an instant, Mu Jun's left fist shot out, firmly gripping Sakuraju. The immense strength made it difficult for Shirji to break free. Mu Jun lifted his head, staring fixedly at the Golden Lion, and suddenly sneered. "Remnants of a bygone era. The new world has no ship that can carry you. Now sleep peacefully in this land forever." Then he roared, "Black arm." Short blow. With a mighty crash, Mu Jun released his left hand, and Shirji spat out a torrent of blood. His body was sent flying like a meteor, whistling through the air. On another island, Marines clearing out pirates and rare beasts turned to the tall figure beside them and asked, "Vice Admiral Ka, Pooh, shouldn't we go reinforce Rear Admiral Mujun? Kapu grinned widely and laughed. That's his battle to fight. We just need to take care of the pirates.